Hello, everyone, and welcome to NRG in St. Louis. I'm your host, Mason Durham. My co-host here, Abe Stein. Abe, welcome to the NRG coverage. We're happy to have you this weekend.
It is so good to be here. I am so excited to be covering Legacy.
Yes, we have Legacy 8 rounds today. There's a lot going on. It's going to be super exciting. But first, let's go quickly look at what our players are playing for this weekend because there's a lot on the line still. Yesterday, we had our showdown. That qualifies you for end-of-year NRG Series, which is a $25,000 prize pool. But we still have points on the line this weekend. So $1,200 for first place and 30 points. It's going to put you soundly in the position to make it. Top 6 players at the end of the year from the at-large position will make our $25,000 end of the year championship event. That event, by the way, is a PTQ. So if you win that, you go straight to the Pro Tour. 16 persons, Abe. Sounds pretty juicy to me. Second place, you get $600 and still 25 points. Third and fourth is 400 with 20 points. Fifth through eighth, 215 points. And the rest of the money as on screen with some points. So you're going to see our players battle it out, even though they might not be live for top 8 to get that solid 10 to 5 points. Our player of the year last year actually made it there, doing a lot of getting, 9th through 16th and 17th through 32nd and sort of beat out the second place player by just a couple points. They really do matter at the end of the year. And our player of the year does get free entry for all our events next year. That's why you see Steven Dykman, as much as he loves Magic, he's grinding his best because he wants to be that player of the year for 2023. Let's check out really quick our players to watch this weekend because, Abe, we had a real problem this morning. There are so many great players and so many great legacy players in our event that we couldn't fit everyone on the screen. But we have Adam Austin Moses, George Shabor, Jarvis Yu, Joseph Bernal, Matthew Hoey, Roger Suleiman, Sam Black, and Steven Dykman, just to name a few. There are so many legacy players in the room today that you probably know from Magic Online, but we couldn't put them all up. But these are our players, and we're actually going to start with Jarvis Yu here in just a couple minutes. So get excited for that. Now, if you're watching this event and you're like, dang, I kind of want to play some Magic, don't worry. We still have some more events for this year and some more legacy events, especially. First up, we have in Detroit, August 12th to the 13th, our Modern 10K Showdown. If you win that, you make it to our end of the year championship series. Sunday, we have a Pioneer 5K trial. Then next month, we're going to Indianapolis. After that, October 14th to the 15th, we have a Pioneer 10K Showdown. And then we have a team trial on Sunday. That's going to be Modern, Pioneer, and Legacy. So if you and your friends all want to go out and do that, a lot of money on the line, really exciting happening there. Then to round off our series for the year, we're actually going to Madison November 25th and 26th. That's right after Thanksgiving. It's going to be a Modern 10K Showdown and a Pioneer 5K trial. So what you do is you go, do the in-laws on Thursday, fly into Madison on Friday. We game all weekend. It's going to be a good time. And speaking of gaming all weekend, Abe, we're wrapping up our weekend here with the coverage all day of Legacy. You're going to make sure to follow. That way you don't miss any of the action. And I want to talk about Jarvis's matchup this round. So Jarvis is playing Grixis Delver, a deck that, we have seen a lot of. And what is he battling against today, Abe?
Today, Jarvis is battling against a deck that he's actually probably best known for playing. His like marquee finish as a legacy player was winning, I believe, Grand Prix Seattle many years ago with lands. The ever-present, I'm going to take all of your lands away and kill you with lands. Lands in every form. Slicing, dicing deck. And that's going to be a really, really interesting matchup. It's kind of historically been the case that like Delver decks were the reason to play lands, kind of having that mana denial aspect, being able to go so far over what they're doing. But so much of how these decks work has changed over the years and how they're built. So it's going to be a really, really interesting one to dive into here.
Yeah, and Jarvis is playing Grixis Delver. There's a lot of contention right now. Do we play Jeskai or Grixis? What are we going? There's a lot of new and powerful cards added to these decks from Lord of the Rings. Jarvis seems to be landing on Grixis, predominantly for cards like Orcish Bowmaster. We've seen that card actually make huge waves in Modern in a way that a lot of players didn't fully expect. A lot of thoughts about, this is good against Ragavan and Esper Sentinel. Okay, that's probably enough, but we've seen it just become a mainstay of that format. Meanwhile, here in Legacy, it's better than you could ever imagine. Players sort of thought it was going to be a good card, and it's turned out to be an unbelievable card. So we're going to head right down to the feature match area.
Yeah, we've got Jarvis leading off here with an Underground Sea and a Ponder. It looks like he might have, well, I can't see how many cards he has in his hand, but the perfect kind of start for Delver, just trying to find the right cards off the bat. I'm not sure. Looks like he didn't like what he saw. He's going to shuffle and take a card. We're going to see what Adam's start looks like.
Yeah, and the more you sort of play Legacy, the more you're going to see that. And Jarvis probably played more Legacy than anyone. You see that players get much more picky about their ponders, right? If it isn't kind of exactly what you're looking for, where the cards aren't just, your sideboard cards in that sort of matchup, you're going to take the shuffle and look for something better. You don't get stuck with mediocrity.
All right, so we got Adam's got a nice Guru Forest here.
Uh-oh. I think we have a
more than the
Lance
Underground Sea on the other side of the table, maybe. And an Exploration. And it looks like Jarvis is thinking about this. Nope, that's fine. As well as a Rashadenport and
looks like a pithing needle.
A pithing needle.
We're gonna get confirmation on what those players are. It looks like Jarvis might be responding.
Yeah, Jarvis definitely thinking about that one for a second, but he says that's fine. Curious what he named.
I imagine Adam maybe named a fetch land just in the dark. That would be sort of my guess. He might also think Jarvis is playing some sort of combo deck, led on Underground Sea Ponder. That's, sort of something that you might see from like a Tempo Doomsday type deck or whatever. So Adam, might know Jarvis has a propensity towards playing, lots of different Legacy decks. So maybe just sort of naming something in the dark. We will get confirmation in a second about what that is as DRC is. Polluted Delta was the name.
Yeah, I was going to say, we know it wasn't Scalding Tarn because Jarvis used that to go get Volcanic Island and cast a Dragon's Rage Channeler. But if any Polluted Deltas are in the draw, then that'll be a little bit awkward for Jarvis. Adam here has gone with a Ghost Quarter and is now, looks like he's just thinking about what he's going to do with this turn.
Yeah, and Ghost Quarter is very good against Jarvis here, as Jarvis has no basic lands this weekend.
Yeah, that's a bit of a liability when you're getting Ghost Quartered. Obviously, the basic land being good to get. The Ghost Quarter goes after the Volcanic Island, and Jarvis is using a Brainstorm in response. Surveilled a Sauron's Ransom, new card from. So he's using it for the shuffle, the Ghost Quarter Search, to kind of fix his Brainstorm here, which is a really heads-up move, even though it taps him out here.
Yeah, and this is probably a sign that Jarvis, he wouldn't fire off the Brainstorm just to get the shuffle if, his hand was sort of stacked or whatever, where he had maybe better things he could be doing. But it looks like Jarvis is still trying to find some stuff. And it might be a second land, with the Pithing Needle naming Polluted Delta and getting that hit there. I saw that we have a Wasteland in hand, but it looks like we are going to be Force of Willing down the loam.
Yeah, with that Exploration in play, that loam represents Jarvis having no more lands in play, having not made a land drop this turn for Adam. So can't really let that one resolve if we want to get one, maybe two more spells out of this turn before we are in the lock a bit by Life from Loam plus Exploration. So it's like Dragon's Rage Channeler attacking for
3.
For 3 here. Jarvis is delirious. And has a bad lands and another Dragon Rage Channeler. So this really is the kind of position where Jarvis is going to start riding these Dragon Rage Channelers as far as they'll take them, and Adam's gonna be playing defense here. With Life from Loam getting dredged and cast, targeting what looks like Wasteland and Ghost Quarter.
Yep, that's the new Wasteland from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, what's the skin on that one? What's the lore there, Mason?
What's the bonus name on that one?
Yeah.
I don't know bonus names. I just know the actual names. I feel like that's the mountain where they go in Lord of the Rings and they go, "You shall not pass," just like Jarvis shall not cast cards this game.
Yeah, Jarvis shall not have colored mana anymore. Yeah, so Jarvis's game, it looks like he has a Wasteland here, but his game has been reduced to attacking for 6 and hoping it's enough every turn. We'll see if this Wasteland winds up finding a good target to kind of make that work as Adam dredges Life from Loam again.
Yeah, and if you're a Lance fan here, you're going to be looking for Adam to find some card that can answer these DRCs or something like Bajuka Bog that might make them into smaller creatures and thus give Adam more time to set up something like a Dark Depths combo, as we are going to see the Wasteland go up to the Rashadenport.
Yeah, it looks like, Jarvis with a heads up inside the draw step Wasteland of the Rashadenport, kind of getting the read that Adam didn't have any more mana sources. So
we're seeing
Adam
half
couldn't
of the
cast
deck
that
there
life
from
alone to
Adam.
get more lands.
And yeah, and Jarvis wins despite Adam locking Jarvis out. Incredible stuff there. What a wild start to the game.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the real dynamic there in that matchup is neither player is going to want to let the other have mana. As you were seeing that life from the loam, pulling back wastelands and ghost quarters, keeping Jarvis off of mana. But at the same time, it costs you 2 every time to do that, and you're not developing your mana. So Jarvis really able to punish there. Looking at the sideboards, Adam has access to 4 Swords to Plowshares, 3 Endurance, 3 Force of Vigor, 2 Choke, 2 Fairy Macabre, and a Containment Priest. What of this do you think is coming in here, Mason?
So Endurance is going to be a card that's pretty good. That's going to stop the DRCs and the Murktides. That's going to be pretty good. So, that game we would have died for an Endurance. And then the 4 Swords of Plowshares also going to probably come in here. Just a really cheap, efficient way to answer Jarvis's threats. And we kind of saw Adam does a really good job of sort of preventing Jarvis from playing the game. But Jarvis is going to try and get underneath you as Delver, stick a couple threats, and then go the distance. So Adam's going to want the cards that can sort of interact on that angle.
Yeah, and I imagine we might not see so many of the sphere of resistances. There's a lot of things because the lands deck doesn't get to play, Force of Will, Daze, all this free kind of interaction on the stack that it just tries to keep combo decks to not have time denying their mana even more. But, the Delver deck is a little bit better at getting under that. Over to Jarvis's sideboard. Jarvis and most of these Delver decks, they have it's a lot of 1s and 2s. He's got 2 Thoughtseize, 2 Brazen Borrower, 2 Pyroblast, 2 Meltdown, a Graph Digger's Cage, a Hydroblast, a Null Rod, a Force of Negation, Surgical Extraction, Pyrokinesis, and a Plague Engineer. What of this are you thinking is going to be good for Jarvis to be looking at here?
So Surgical is a card we might actually see Jarvis go to due to cards like Life from the Loam as a way to sort of get through things. Brazen Borrower is another card that might end up coming in. This can answer a Merit Lage that gets played early or just in general. Also can be a backup threat. So I'm going to imagine those sort of cards are going to be what Jarvis sort of turns to early. I also see Force Negation for a very similar idea. Stop an early exploration or stop the Life from the Loam. Notably, this one exiles where Force of Will actually just counters. We saw in that game, from Jarvis. He countered the Loam, but it only bought him 1 turn of Loam not happening. Luckily, that's all he needed.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how, the Delver deck is always such a fine-tuned machine. It has all these cantrips to find all the right stuff at the right time. Whether or not they have the right stuff to handle a deck like lands, there's not Blood Moons here. There's not, the same kind of hate cards you'd see maybe out of some of the more controlling decks in the past. But really seeing how, I like things like Sauron's Ransom might not be so good. Things that cost a lot of mana. The game's going to really be about the small interactions early as it's going to play out.
And Holy Heat, Sauron's Ransom, Snuffed Out. These are cards we're not super excited as Jarvis. Speaking of not being super excited, Jarvis not super excited to play his namesake this weekend, Abe. Only playing 2 Delvers, a sign of the times. This deck that was once dominated by this card, a card you couldn't imagine cutting, these days we're down to just 2. And it really speaks to sort of the space that Legacy is at, especially when you think about the card Orcish Bowmaster, right? DRC, at least you can play it and then often, in the mid-game have her be bigger than Orcish Bowmaster could shoot down originally. But Delver is sort of susceptible to that card. It can be a huge liability.
Yeah. I think that as we see, over time, as we've seen more and more of these cards that are on the same power level enter the format, poor old Delver Secrets can only last shelf life of only 10 years before he starts to lose a little bit of ground. I think also it's interesting, the lands deck has changed itself over the years. It might just be benefiting the most this weekend as, Orcish Bowmasters has really taken the format by storm by being a deck that doesn't ever draw extra cards in the sense of actually drawing extra cards, right? Life from the Loam draws you 3 cards by drawing lands out of your graveyard, but you're replacing your draw with a dredge. You are putting those cards from your graveyard in your hand, not drawing them. And really, like, Bowmasters is kind of the least effective it could be in a matchup like this. There's not a single target, and there's not really a time you're ever going to get a trigger. So it's really interesting to see how that positioning is going to line up for them.
Agreed. And it looks like our players are finishing up shuffling. So we can head on down there. They are going to be done here in just a second. But yeah, it's been super exciting to see that first round. I can't believe almost how Jarvis actually got away with that game, right? That Force of Will and the first cast Life of the Loam looked to be such a desperate play, but it gave Jarvis just the amount of time he needed to sort of go the distance and beat Adam here in a game that looked to be kind of over for Jarvis, if you were just kind of half watching.
Yeah, and I mean, this speaks to just how good Jarvis is at Legacy and how much he knows about what he's doing in the format, especially in this matchup, is that, things like he got Ghost Quartered, he immediately knew, I'm firing off this Brainstorm, I need to find the right cards, my hand's not in the right place, I just need to dig, without really thinking about it. Same way that Life Loam gets cast, without a second thought, he's like, this is where I'm spending my Force of Will, this game is just about getting the clock down and riding it out, and that kind of decisiveness around what are really, really crucial, and weird seeming decisions, right? Life Loam, why am I going to counter it? They're just going to dredge it back and cast it again. Really showing his mastery with that. As we see Adam here taking a mulligan down to 6. It looks like Jarvis might still be thinking.
Yeah, he's definitely sort of taking the thought there. His hand, it looks like he put it down. Looks like he's good to keep. Did see a Dragon Rage Channeler, a Murktide, a Force of Will, and a Force Negation, but only one land. So if Adam, has like another Rashad Port or Ghost Quarter or Wasteland, Jarvis is going to be off mana very quickly in this hand.
Yeah, I think we're bound to see, regardless of how the game goes, for Jarvis to only be spending mana for the first few turns. He's not going to have another opportunity to have mana to spend. And so it's really going to be a matter of where is he going to be on board by the time Adam sets up, a bit of that mana denial versus where Adam's able to get the game once Jarvis has things on board. As we see Adam lead on a Mox Diamond, discarding what looks to be, I'm not sure. Mason, do you know what that land is?
I believe that's one of the Lord of the Rings lands, but it might actually be an altar. It's Lord of the Rings something, I think, actually, but I'm not 100% sure. As a force hits the sphere resistance, they've got me on that one. I'm normally on top of these things, but that one I think is just some weird Lord of the Rings card I've never seen. It might be Maze of Ith, but that's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, so Adam trying to use that mana advantage to get ahead with a sphere of resistance and lock Jarvis up. Meanwhile, Adam has a Wasteland for that Volcanic Island, and Jarvis has a Force Negation for that Life Loam. Exiling, like you were saying, we're talking about sideboarding. Really a big part of things is Adam has his 2 mana, and Jarvis has his none, and we're off to the races here as Dragon Rage Channel comes across for a nice point of damage. And this is really, what I was talking about, where the game is going to be about what they can get down before it all shakes out. And Adam has, looks to be another Wasteland here and a Sphere of Resistance.
Yeah, and playing his land first, making sure to play around days here. Doesn't want to get got in a position like this. And this is sort of a big part of the matchup too, where Jarvis having that force on the Loam, Adam probably kept his hand because it was a couple, strip mines in the Loam, and Loam sort of is, like we mentioned, the draw engine of the land stack. So Jarvis getting a fight over that is sort of like, imagine it's like fighting over some sort of, big draw spell like Expressive Iteration or the One Ring, essentially. It is not that far off in the land stack from being the ring.
Yeah. Life Loam is drawing 3 cards a turn here. As Jarvis is drawing 3 cards of his own for this Brainstorm he's casting in response to the Sphere, which I imagine is a signal that it's just going to resolve, making it so that Jarvis is even more so under the tax. Everything's going to cost more and he's going to have less to pay. So looks like he's putting back days in a land.
Yeah, he notably has Meltdown in hand, so it does have an answer to the Sphere if we can ever get to the mana, but getting to the mana might be the harder part. As it is untapped, which makes me think that it actually might be Dark Depths in play and not, although I guess if it was Dark Depths, it would have counters on it. If it was the Wasteland, I imagine Adam would have fired off the Wasteland on the Volcanic Island.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe it is Maze of Ith. Based on. Like, I don't think we've gone to combat here. No. Either way, we're casting Meltdown for X equals 0 there, paying through Sphere Resistance just to kill that Mox Diamond, keeping Adam off of mana.
Oh, it's Ancient Tomb.
It might be Ancient Tomb. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Crucible of Worlds Oh, which can't be cast.
Yeah, we have
Because
the sphere does affect. Yeah, it's not like the thorns or anything like that. No, or any one-sided things. That is, going to give you a small little warning, but honest mistake from everyone involved here. As Jarvis is going to swing in for 1, and if Adam can find that land, he's going to be in a pretty good spot because we have some juicy land still in our graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, Crucible World's the original Renin 6. As Jarvis just continues to draw and attack with this Dragon's Rage Channeler. He has that Daze from the Brainstorm, looks like a surgical extraction as well. And that Daze is, really, really potent because of the Sphere of Resistance. That Crucible Worlds is a huge threat to Jarvis's plan. And without the mana to cast it, there's not going to be another way for him to get one ahead.
Yeah, and we see Endurance Pitch Endurance.
Yeah, Endurance Pitch Endurance just to slow down Jarvis's clock. Really the Dragon's Rage Channeler, so much pressure when what Adam needs is time, especially with that Ancient Tomb there. He's got a lot to think about as we're taking another draw step. Not looking too happy about it.
I love Jarvis's patience here. You saw him start to play a DRC, then you realized, wait, there's Crucible from Adam's side. I'm going to lose the game if Crucible hits. I just want to hold up this Daze and make this game not change. I'm ahead. I don't need to sort of take a risk here. If I find a land, I can play my DRC later. But for now, I'm good to just keep attacking. My opponent can't do much due to their own sphere, as we are going to see.
It's like Adam's casting a Swords to Plowshares, paying 2 life here. Forcing some action out of Jarvis, who is going to cast Surgical Extraction in response. Looks like we're targeting.
Yeah, Jarvis does get a Surveil, so you see him sort of taking a look at their graveyard before he surveils. That way he can figure out what he wants. Looks like Wasteland was the pick.
Getting a chance to look at Adam's hand of Crucible Mox Diamond. So this is where, Jarvis maybe just trying to get the Surveil, maybe trying to just get a picture on what Adam's hand looks like with these unknown draws. Adam, again, just under a little bit too much pressure from even just the 1/1 Dragon's Rage Channeler with that Ancient Tomb involved for him to feel like he has to cast the Swords to Plowshares. If you're Adam here, Mason, what are you thinking about what it is you need to draw to get this game back under your control?
Yeah, so I think step 1 is probably going to need a land so we can start casting more of our cards, or, now that the Dragon Rage Channel is off the board, we have a little bit more time to not worry about having to answer pressure. Now, we know in the boost, Jarvis has another threat. So Adam's going to want another Swords or maybe his last copy of Endurance to just block the Dragon Rage Channeler. But the number one thing Adam wants is just an untapped land that produces mana so he can get Crucible in play and then start getting some of those other lands from his graveyard. And then have other things that he can buy because he's going to want to find Dark Depths sooner than later because Jarvis has got his life total really low and some bolts, which maybe Jarvis cut a little bit on, could close the game out here for Adam as Adam is playing a Misty. So we are underneath the sphere.
Yeah, we are going to have the opportunity here to cast this Crucible of Worlds, choosing to play the Misty rather than maybe expose himself by casting the Mox Diamond, first, kind of get that other mana first, but he's on a clock of his own. He's really got to get something going for him to get ahead of Jarvis. Without a life from the loam, this Crucible is representing, his way back into dominant position in this game. But I wonder how wary he's going to be of Daze.
Yeah, it looks like Adam is past the turn, so Adam is very much aware of Daze, not willing to play into it.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvis getting really rewarded for not, like you were saying before, not taking the time to cast his spells before he'd be able to protect himself from a follow-up, right? Even the threat of Daze here for Adam means that he can't cast this Crucible of Worlds, which really does change the whole way the game is going. Getting that down, having access to his whole graveyard full of lands, it does open up his game plan. He gets to stop taking damage to this Ancient Tomb. He gets to deny Jarvis the ability to continue to develop his board. But kind of in a tough spot here as he's passing back yet again, and Jarvis is taking another draw step here with a Dragon's Rage Channeler in play. Just coming across for 1. The clock is ticking as every turn Adam gets closer and closer to not having that Ancient Tomb, being stuck under his own sphere. It's not where you want to be as a lands player.
Yeah, Adam may love his wife, but I love the way Jarvis has been playing this game, as we're going to see the Solange Ransom cast here. And this is a powerful new card we can pull up on the screen here. It's basically a mini fact fiction where we're going to put two piles, one face up, one face down, and then we're going to have the ring tempts you. So that's going to basically give the... Oh, no, it looks like we're actually casting Brazen Bar, which is going to present just about lethal here.
Mason, I can't believe you're going to do the classic thing of I want to draw cards more than I want to win the game.
Well, I mean, that's just more winning. You're winning by so much more. And Jarvis loves to be on the game. So there's a Swords to Plowshare here on the Brazen Borrower. A great draw for Adam.
Yeah, keeping Adam in the game, but the fact that Jarvis is now at, has access to more, or I guess as much mana as Adam, with more spells that are going to be relevant. As now he's casting Solange Ransom. Now it's time to draw some cards. The ever-awaited moment. And I believe he's probably looking to get Delirium off of this cast as the ring tempts Jarvis, and we're gonna see Adam play a little sub game of deciding what Jarvis gets to choose.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd not thought about Dragon Rage Channeler with Solange Ransom in this context, but if you surveil top and they don't put that card in the pile, like the face up pile, one of the face down cards.
Oh my god.
so it can get a little tricky. Kind of a cool thing here, as Jarvis says his own makeshift the ring tempts you type thing here. He actually cut the thing in half, as you can tell. A pretty cool way to do it, and not seen players do that yet.
Yeah, I think if I were gonna have the ring tempt me in paper at like a legacy tournament like this, I might bring. You've seen on Arena they have the yellow halo.
Mm-hmm.
I would just get a yellow halo of my own to put on my cards. Just I think it's a really good UI. So we're going to see a pile of 1 and 3, just deciding which one's going to be face up, it looks like. No, Adam going back into the tank. This is really...
Yeah, I think Adam thought both piles were face down. I think is what happened here.
Oh.
Which is easy. It's easy to misread the card and think it does do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is like the most fun, possibly least important decision of the game going on here. But anytime you get a chance to split or factor fiction, anything like it, it's just a good time. So we have 2 Mishra's Baubles going to the graveyard for Jarvis, which does not yield him Delirium just yet. Keeping Adam's Ancient Tomb online for 1 more activation. But Jarvis here with a hand full of Dazes, Brainstorms. I'm not sure
Jarvis,
what it is Adam needs something right here if he's going to get, back into this game. He's need to find a way to get this Dragon Rage Channeler off the table right now. Another Swords to Plowshares. He could pay for 2 Dazes. But this thing is going to turn off so much of his mana that it's going to be a hard one to get back into from here.
Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned, if Jarvis connects with this Dragon Rage Channeler here for the last little point of damage before we can't be activating our Ancient Tombs anymore, it's going to be a huge implication because Adam is at 3. Our life total is a little bit behind. We're sorry about that. But, Jarvis has access to so much mana. The Sphere is really hurting Adam more than Jarvis, and Jarvis proving he is the lands master in the 1v1 with more lands in play than Adam. As we're going to this brainstorm, we see Jarvis just making sure there's nothing that can get him at the last second, just making sure his hand is perfectly set up. Jarvis knows what the opponent can do, knows he's not under any threat of Merit Lage, and just needs to cover any weird corner cases that could pop up. And he has the Daze and the Force to do it. And it's going to be a good spot seeing the Daze at the graveyard. Also trying to maybe get to Delirium.
Yeah, I was going to say, getting to Delirium here does just present lethal immediately. So I think that Jarvis, Brainstorm, if he has a sorcery in hand, a creature in hand, and then another spell to cast, that instantly gets him there. Just a lot of options for Jarvis here to either be, making his hand that much better, insulated against what Adam could draw, or just ending the game right here. So the amount he's thinking about it, I don't imagine he's going to get Delirium, but Jarvis is a very, very, he's a very, very tight player who makes sure that he's 100% on all these decisions before he commits. So
I believe the word
he would double check his math every
methodical. Time. He's a methodical player.
All right, and Delver of Secrets coming down, presenting lethal through anything here. 1 removal spell is not going to cut it. Adam's taking this draw step.
We do have the Urza Construct. but we can't activate the Ancient Tomb to do all of this. And I think that's all she wrote for old Adam.
Yeah, I think we're checking the math. We're asking ourselves where it went wrong, and we are packing it up. So that is 2-0 for Jarvis in what is traditionally, just a really hard matchup.
Yeah, we sort of showed, like you mentioned, how Jarvis, known for playing lands, also just known for playing Legacy in general, has a lot of familiarity with the format and knew exactly how to play those games. Like we were talking about, immediately under the gun, behind on mana, everything was going poorly for Jarvis sort of in those first turns, but he had just the right spells and knew just how to sequence them to get out from underneath that. And then in game 2 showed, hey, I know exactly what to fight over. I'm going to force negation the cards that matter. I can play this sphere. I'm not going to sort of, give myself a chance to die by playing this DRC a bit early, which I think a lot of players would be very tempted to just sort of end the game. And maybe something terrible could have happened to Jarvis there because he didn't leave up his days. Instead, played a slow, methodical game and got heavily rewarded for it. We are going to try and get Jarvis in the booth and sort of talk to us about his deck selection this week and this event so far. But, Abe, first round of NRG coverage in the booth here, how you feeling after that happened? Was that not a great first start to it?
I mean, that was just a textbook example of why Legacy is a format that, it's just always good to have around, because the people who really understand it and the players who really get it, they do some really, really impressive things. Every little interaction, all of it adds up, all of it matters. And Jarvis really putting that on display. His excessive mastery of the format, understanding what all the decks are about, inside and out, really showing what it takes to be that Delver pilot who, wins the hard matchups. And it was just a fantastic entry to see my friend Jarvis take one down.
Yeah, and Jarvis is going to be ready in just a second. He's just walking over in the interview. He had to put away, he had all those little knickknacks, like the cut up the ring Tempshu card, clearly prepared. And, this is sort of, Jarvis's wheelhouse. I'm curious, actually. I don't know if Jarvis, he played a team event yesterday, but I don't know if he was the Legacy seat. I'm gonna have to ask him about that there, because it is one of those situations where a lot of Jarvis's friends also play a lot of Legacy. So it's like, when it comes time for the team tournament, everyone sort of wants that seat. It's like, okay, well, who's gonna have to play Pioneer? Pretty fun stuff going on. But today we have all the Legacy action happening for you, and this is all day, by the way. So you want to click that follow button. You don't want to miss any of the upcoming rounds. I believe we have 8 of them, and then our top 8 is all today. So that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, jam-packed Sunday of Legacy coverage like it's 2014, honestly. This is what I remember growing up on coverage-wise. It's just good for the soul, Mason.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Yeah. And we get to watch Ponders like it's 2014 and take forever. The player, Ponders a card, no matter how good you get, you have to always think it on. You have to always work through. And that means as commentators, we always have to sit there and watch it. As I think Jarvis is just about ready. I can see him sitting down. We sort of have our eye on the Kai. Then let's go straight to Jarvis, as he does seem to be ready. Jarvis, congratulations on winning round 1 here in the booth with Mason and Abe here. How do you feel after that win?
Well, I feel really justified because I've gone on Twitter saying the Sphere land deck is unplayable. So I think we just saw a lot of the structural issues with the Sphere lands deck in that matchup. Suppose those spheres are punching fires and he's red-green instead of green-white. I think that matchup is so much harder for me, based on deck construction. Both my hands were pretty good. Like, DRC was great. I think game 1, he just missed the fact that I could waste him draw step after he dredged Loam, which ended the game, I think, on the spot. I think maybe some people would miss that play, but I've played a lot with both decks.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about in the booth here, Jarvis, is how you, of all the Delver players to run up against in the tournament, probably you have the most experience from either side of the matchup. And seeing, things like, brainstorming response to that Ghost Quarter to get the shuffle in game 1, as well as, fighting, like forcing, without even a hesitation, forcing that first Life from the Loam cast to stay in the game. Really just, is there anything, outside of just how those games played out where you felt like you were maybe understanding the game on a better level?
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. I played a Legacy LCQ on MTGO recently with lands with, Punching Fire and Saga, but I ran to Mental Misstep, aka Stefan Schutz, playing this sort of Grixis deck, and he beat me in 3 games. I was so impressed. I'm just like, I'm going to go back to Grixis Delver. He actually played Grixis Delverless, but I'm just like, I think the mana curve doesn't quite work out if you play Grixis Delverless, so I put 2 Delvers back in the deck. I think they're definitely the worst creature in the deck, but I just wanted to have enough creatures,
For sure. Speaking of in the deck, how has Solan Ransom been? This is one of the new cards from Lord of the Rings. Orcish Bowmaster's obviously card everyone had their eye on. You're rocking 4 of those this weekend. But Solan Ransom seemed to be pretty good there. Have you played much with that card? Is that something you're testing out this weekend? What's the tea?
So one of the reasons I was impressed with Stefan's deck was he did play 2 Solan's Ransom, and they were very impressive in the games. Obviously, they're going to be good in grindy matchups. They're not going to be good versus unfair decks, but, as the old saying goes, it's a boo card. You can pitch it to force. It's not a hard sell. Also, I think it just lets you get around a lot of the Bowmaster wars because it doesn't actually draw cards. So you can actually just cast it into a known or maybe suspected Bowmaster and try to pull hit it that way. I would say that the Delver mirrors nowadays are more grindy, so having a card advantage card like that can be helpful.
Awesome. Here's a question for you. Sort of the follow-up to that is, by you saying that, sort of hints to that maybe you think Delver decks are sort of back on top of being the best deck. Maybe they ever really left, but the consensus was a little bit that Delver was falling down a little bit recently. But since Orcish Bowmaster came back, is that sort of the number one thing you're thinking about is playing Delver Mirror? Sort of like that's the thing you're worried about?
So it's funny you bring that up. I did try the Jeskai 4th Airlane Gas Delver deck. One of my issues with that card is that it implies that you're going to maintain complete board control over the game for the entire game. So it's kind of hard card to play into other fair creature decks sometimes because it's a disaster. If you take the Monarch, they kill, they play a Bowmaster and kill 2 of your creatures and take the Monarch back. Then you have to wrest it back from them. The game becomes very volatile. So I didn't really like that testing the Jeskai Delver deck. But of course, that card is very powerful. If you cast it for 1 and then you Sanctuary back, cast it for 4, your opponent probably just dies to the Fireball.
Mm-hmm. Makes total sense. Well, Jarvis, we're going to let you go. We have a backup match we want to get to, and we want you to have some time to relax around. So thank you so much for coming out to the event, and we'll surely see you around more across this weekend.
Thank you.
Speaking of the backup match, Abe, we have Nicole Dubin playing Initiative. So we're going to go straight down to that feature match. So this was the plan, Twitch chat. We know you're scared of the Initiative. Don't worry. We're going to talk through it together. We're going to work on it. It's not going to be a big deal. We've got the Initiative on camera now. That way we don't have to worry about it until top 8 again, okay? As we do see a turn 1 Comet. Stellar the Comet upplayed.
We were all ready to talk about the Initiative. Now we've got to talk about some unset cards, Mason. What's Comet do? Can you give us the breakdown here?
I do know Comet. So Comet has a loyalty of 5 and then has a 0 in the activate, and you roll a dice. The outcome of the dice roll depends on what ability you get. So if you get a 1 or a 2, you create some squirrels. If you get a 3, you then return a card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. A 4 or a 5, it deals damage equal to the loyalty counters to target creature or player. Then you -2 on Comet here. And then a 6 is you get to a +1 and you redo it again. So we're going to see Comet deal 3 damage here and then lose 2 loyalty counters. So
just in the first 2 turns here, Comet has dealt 8 damage off these 2 rolls of 5.
Yeah, and that's pretty good in your Initiative Stompy deck. The beatdowns!
Oh man, this is the beatdowns. This is magic.
Yes, as we do see a Containment Priest flash in at the end of turn here for Lee.
And Lee swordsing the Simian Spirit Guide, taking out the Comet. So Dubin back to quite literally square 0. Got no permanents left, but we have dealt quite a bit of damage as Kai has 2 lands as Containment Priest and is just continuing to play planes and do what Death and Taxes does best.
Make the game grind out. And for Kai, this was sort of an important couple of turns here because Nicole getting that turn 1 Comet Stellar Pup, had Nicole landed, on the 1 or the 2 and gone some squirrels, or heaven forbid some 6s and just got to, run back multiple rolls, the game could have been out of reach. But if you're, a Lee fan, just taking 8 damage is not your favorite thing against a Stompy deck, but something you can definitely beat. And when the game's about the battlefield, Lee can fight those fights. And it looks like they're taking a look at the graveyard just to see what's in there. Just to get an idea. Oh, Abe, do you know this card?
No. Enlighten me, Mason.
This is Canopicked Scarab Scorn. This is a new one from Death and Taxes players. So if you haven't seen this one before, it's from Warhammer. It's a 4-mana 1/1 with flying. And when it enters the battlefield, you exile target player's graveyard for each artifact and land card. This way, you create a 1/1 colorless insect. So this is a great way to sort of generate a lot of bodies. We're seeing it, Lotus Petal and the land there, and something we can flicker with Yorion later. Also something we can tutor off our Recruiter of the Guard. So been a card that sort of has been picking up in Death and Taxes deck and has been very good.
All right, and Nicole casting and getting
Caves
the initiative.
Yes.
So it looks like Nicole's going to go get a basic land, as you do when you gain the initiative. A little bit dangerous to be gaining the initiative here when you are behind on board in creatures.
Yeah.
Just always a dangerous thing to be passing that up. Same with the Monarch, as Flicker Wisp takes out, or at least for the turn, Nicole's creature and gets the initiative back. So,
yeah, and then Flicker Wisp gets rid of the Caves of Chaos Adventurer there for Nicole. And Nicole's sort of in a position, like you mentioned, getting the initiative to Lee is awful, but also just sitting there and not doing anything and getting attacked on board is just as bad. So there were some hopes of maybe blocking, sort of mounting a comeback, but now Nicole is really far behind against the Death and Taxes deck, and we're going to actually pick this up and go to game number 2. Now, this is some sideboard action we get to see here and to see how Nicole might fix her matchup.
Yeah, and we've got, in Nicole's sideboard, she's got 4 Swords Plowshares, 4 Fairy Macabre, 2 Containment Priests, 2 Loran of the Third Path, 2 Mags of the Moon, and an Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn. What of this are you really thinking about bringing in if you're Nicole?
Well, if you bring an Emrakul and you can cast it, you probably win the game, but it's a little bit of a big ass, so I'm going to not do that one for right now. But Swords of Plowshare is something we might see Nicole turn towards in some numbers. It is a battle over the battlefield, and the opponent's deck, Lee, has some really high impact cards, so you maybe want a couple of those for sure. And then Lorraine, the Third Path, there's also a lot of high impact equipment. So things like Umazawa's Jitte is going to be on the other side of the battlefield, and we want to make sure to not die to those sort of things. There's also Aether Vials we can catch. So those are going to be things that we want to put in. Cards like Chalice of the Void aren't super great in this matchup. Things like Cavern of Souls are on the other side. Flicker Wisp can reset it. Aether Vial can also be a problem. So we're probably going to see those get cut and then bring in these a little bit more high-impact sideboard cards.
Yeah, and over to Kai's deck, we've got obviously the Yorion in the sideboard, so that we can pick that up as our companion. But there's now we've got a Sanctum Prelate, Mindbreak Trap, Kataki, Grafdigger's Cage, Fairy Macabre, Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn of their own. So we could see an Emrakul mirror here,
Yes.
potentially. 2 Circle Distraction, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Council's Judgment. What, if any of this, are you thinking about on the D&T side there, Mason?
I like Council's Judgment as the main go-to. That's the one I'm sort of slamming. Just a 3-mana removal spell. Like I said, this game is going to be about the battlefield, and that one's really good. Besides that, there's not too much. There might be some one-ofs in our deck that, I'm sort of quickly scanning over the 80 cards, and maybe there's another thing that isn't super great when to sideboard out. But I think for the most part, Lee is fairly prepared for this matchup. Just needs to make sure not to fall behind too early, just like we saw that Comet Stellar Pup. Now, we're going to go into game number 3 because we're a little bit low on time in the round. Nicole wins game 2 pretty quickly, so we're not going to show that round of the feature, unfortunately. But let's get into game number 3 real quick here, Abe, to see what we can get going on here.
Yes, all the marbles with Kai on the play, and it looks like potentially taking a mulligan here is Nicole, putting back 1 card, and we're going to be underway with a Plains and an Aether Vial from Kai.
Just about the best start you can get from the Death and Taxes deck is this. Aether Vial is just going to let you get your hand down quicker and then use some of your utility lands like Rashawn Port, and we'll be able to wasteland and still progress to the battlefield. Also very powerful with Yorion. Then you could sort of, and we got turn 1, the initiative of the Caves of Chaos Adventurer enters the battlefield for Nicole.
Yeah, and Caves of Chaos Adventurer, a 5/3 trample here on turn 1 that gives the initiative. When it attacks, Nicole's going to exile the top card of their library. If they've completed the dungeon, they can play it without paying a cast. Otherwise, they can just play it this turn. So going to be pulling ahead on cards if this doesn't get answered, in addition to just having the initiative. As Kai does have a Swords of Plowshares to mitigate that effect. But, a blistering start for Nicole, having 4 mana on turn 1 and getting her own instance of a Planeswalker effectively here in the power of the initiative as we go to the Lost Well in the Undercity and are scrying 2 in our upkeep before we draw. So really just going to be able to find that next threat as Nicole is even just here on turn 2, already in her mid game, it feels like.
Yeah, and this is one of the big strengths of the Boros Initiative deck is it sort of has those explosive starts, and there are a lot of decks in Legacy that can't really beat that. And, they maybe don't have enough creature interaction to get back the initiative from the opponent to sort of steal it, but it can be very, very powerful. As Kai is going to attack with the Mother of Runes, a rarely seen thing, but when you get to guarantee your land drop here, which you were missing before, and get the initiative, you're willing to take the risk.
Yeah, Mother of Runes getting in the red zone has always got to be for a good reason. That card obviously one of the best of all time when it comes to being a problem for the opponent. But using the combat step here to take the initiative himself is Kai. This Kai has another Aether Vial and is now kind of going to be in the position of sitting and waiting it out. Kind of what Death and Taxes does best, in my opinion. But Nicole's going to take back the initiative here with what's that? Seasoned Dungeoneer?
Seasoned Dungeoneer. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a 3/4. Going to get us the initiative here. I don't know. When we gain the initiative, do we go through the dungeon? Mason, are you aware?
I don't believe so. I think you just get it back. As we are going to see a Spirit of the Labyrinth enter the play off this Aether Vial. And it looks like Lee has both Flicker Wisp and Solitude in hand.
Yeah, and to top off that Swords to Plowshares that just took out the Dungeoneer, this is the exact position that Kai wants to be in, right? All that Nicole's deck is really going to be able to do from here is continue to present creatures that are going to try to take over the game on their own. And Kai with multiple ways to answer just a single creature while still having pressure in play. This the Spirit of Labyrinth, as well as eventually, this Aether Vial could just tick up to 5, or set that Solitude down, get that Flicker Wisp in, and combat does a lot of damage over time, as I'm sure you're familiar, Mason.
I am. And we do see Mother of Runes actually in the red zone, and that is, a good sign to say like Lee is about attacking this game and putting Nicole on the back foot here.
Yeah, Lee understanding that it is a matter of, while they do have removal spells, those are only going to answer so many of Nicole's draws. And so you're going to want to make sure that you are putting Nicole under pressure here to make the game over before Nicole can set up a spot to be back in the driver's seat. As we see Fable of the Mirror Breaker off of, looks like a Cavern of Souls. The Flicker is just taking out that token. This is exactly what I'm talking about as far as just answering everything Nicole does for a couple turns and attacking. It is truly the Death and Taxes way.
Yes. Yeah, and you're seeing Lee even take up the 1 Aether Vial to 4. Probably going to go to 5. We could use this treasure to put Yorion in our hand too, and then start vialing in Solitudes and vialing in Yorion. Nicole's game is very quickly slipping away from her, and you sort of saw why Lee was able to expose the Mother Runes last turn, because we had the Flicker Wisp in hand to protect her had Nicole had an answer for that mom. And now Nicole's going to need to mount something, maybe like a Comet Stellar Pupson that can generate a lot of advantage. We roll a couple 6s in a row, Abe, we can just dome Lee out of this game. Up, 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 roll some 5s, boop, 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 shoot him down. So,
yeah, Comet could do anything at any time. You don't want to count that dog out. As we see Solitude in the beginning of combat here, forcing the Mother of Runes to be used on itself and providing Nicole with a life-linking creature, making it so maybe combat is not going to be. Oh, is this in the upkeep?
This is
okay. We're in the upkeep. Yeah. We solituded try to solitude the Mother of Runes. So now Solitude holding down the fort for Nicole as Kai does tick that vial up to 5. We might see. We know the Yorion's in hand. That can do quite a bit here. We also know about a Solitude, but
yeah, Yorion Caracas set up, Abe.
Oh.
Put it back in the hand and vial it in. Put it back in the hand, vial it in. We got a lot of value coming in. We got our own Solitude too.
Oh, and we can't forget that Kai has had the initiative this whole time. Just entered the portion of the dungeon here in the Undercity where they got a 4/1 black skeleton creature token with Menace. And next turn, if they still have the initiative, they're going to get to reveal the top 10 cards of their library, put a creature among them onto the battlefield with 3 counters on it. That creature's going to have hexproof until their next turn and then shuffle. So we are. Death and Taxes is doing everything Death and Taxes loves to do. Just to get a little bit ahead of you every turn. And we are close to the pinnacle. Not only have we taken the initiative from our opponent, we're about to complete the dungeon before them. and looping this Yorion for as much fun as we want.
Yep.
It's a good time to be Kai.
It's a great time, yeah. And, Nicole knows Kai's last card in hand is Yorion and knows, like, no matter what I sort of do here, I'm going to get attacked in the air. The Yorion's going to flicker the Solitude. Okay, so this Solitude, Nicole last turn setting up this sort of situation actually matter. She gets one shot before Mother of Runes actually starts protecting everything again. So Nicole's figured out, do I fight over the mom or do I fight over the Solitude that's going to start getting flickered over and over again?
Yeah, and also the last opportunity to do this with the Yorion not protecting it as well, right? We know the Yorion's the last card in hand, but that Aether Vial on 5 being tapped to put that Solitude in on Kai's turn means that, this is our only opportunity.
Yep.
So we see that be all of Nicole's turn as Kai goes to Value Town, goes through the Throne of Dead 3.
Yeah, as we are going to reveal the top 10, we can put a creature in play, like you mentioned. It looks like it's going to be a Flicker Wisp. Congratulations for Kai.
Flicker Wisps and Aether Vials.
Yeah, we were going to hit all lands. So, Nicole's hopes of winning was basically, Kai draws a bunch of lands in a row, and Kai was like, no, that's not happening today.
Yeah, and this is, I'm not going to... Anything could happen. We were just talking about Comet as possibly the card that undoes it all. Anything's possible when you start rolling the dice. But I think we're going to need to see exactly how much is possible when you start rolling the dice for this game to go in Nicole's favor. As I believe we're just shy of a lethal attack from Kai here, but we are, this is going to be likely Nicole's last draw step on her turn here.
Yeah, and it looks like Kai maybe missed the Flicker Wisp trigger. Maybe it's thinking about it a little hard to know exactly here. There's some discussion, I think, about maybe what life totals are. A little bit of thinking here. As it is looking like...
Well, we were discussing where we were in the turn because we were in the upkeep for the initiative, and now have we taken a draw step?
Sure. Very easy to sort of get lost, especially when you're doing so many things. You don't do a lot normally in your upkeep. As Stoneforge Mystic was the draw.
Yeah, what are you going to grab here if you're Kai off your Stoneforge Mystic?
I think I'm probably just grabbing Jit, although I could see a world where it's like, I'm not sure how I lose this game unless something really weird happens. So I'm going to grab Cauldron and just make it like impossible for Nicole to actually take over the game, as Cauldron was the grab.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Yorion and the Caracas, we are just going to have access to all of our equipment should this game go on long enough for any of them to enter play. It's really just a matter of preference, I feel like. What makes you feel the happiest to have in your hand?
It's true. And it looks like we're sizing up attacks here, seeing what we can do. The Reflection of Kiki Jiki with Solitude does threaten to actually be some way to start to pull back in, but the Yorion with the Vial that we all know about makes that a lot harder, as Nicole is going to fall to 1 here. And looks like we are going to put in this Yorion, and I imagine we're just going to flicker, these 3 cards. Solitude, the opposing Solitude, Flicker Wisp, the Reflection. That way it's back to the front side as Fable the Mirror Breaker, and then go grab your Jitte.
And also importantly, back to the front side is Fable the Mirror Breaker in Nicole's end step. So not going to have access to that token in combat or anything this turn. But it looks like maybe Solitude on the Reflection, Flicker Wisping the Plateau. And Searching is what Kai's going to go for.
Yeah, it looks to be probably we're going to show them we got the Adventurer's Torch. Okay, so that's going to get us the initiative again. Sorry, the Trailblazer's Torch. Excuse me. I misspoke.
That way we can go ahead and go through the dungeon again.
Yeah. And I don't hate this line, actually, of Flicker Wisping down a lane. I kind of wish it was City of Traders. I get that we want to pop City of Traders, but I feel like Comet's only going to win, as Nicole does extend the hand, and Lee moves on to 1-0. So congratulations there to Lee. What a wild first round we had there of Legacy Abe, and we have so much more to show you today. But we are close to time in the round, so we're going to take a quick little break here. So don't leave. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Click the follow button, and we'll have some more Legacy action for you just around the corner. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG in St. Louis. I'm your host, Messenger, my co-host here, Abe Stein, and we're back for round 2 of Legacy. We have some exciting decks for you. We have the Storm versus the Golgari. Cradlepile, we saw actually win our last Legacy event just 2 weeks ago. But first, let's check out our players to watch leaderboard and sort of see how everyone's doing. So Adam Walton Moses, a crusher here in our Legacy Series at 1-0. George Jabor, unfortunately, taking the loss. Jarvis in our feature match area is 1-0. Bernal took a loss. Hoey, his good friend, took a win, though. Raja, unfortunately, taking a loss there with Reanimator. Maybe going to make it hard to run back to the top 8 this weekend. And Sam Black and Steven Dykeman, both at 1-0. Sam Black playing a pretty exciting deck. We're hopefully going to get a chance to catch that on camera later in the day. But meanwhile, here the players are shuffling up. I want to quickly talk about our upcoming events. In case you're having fun this weekend and you want to go play, we have a couple events still in this year for y'all. Our next one is going to be in Detroit, August 12th through the 13th. That's going to be a modern 10K showdown on Saturday and a Pioneer trial on Sunday. Then in Indianapolis on October 14th to the 15th, we have our 10K Pioneer showdown on Saturday. Then a team trial on Sunday. You and your friends, Modern, Pioneer, Legacy. Abe, you and I are 2/3 of a team. I know you'll play stock green for me, so we just got to find a Legacy player. Maybe we can get Julian Knob to fly in, get the whole NRG team out there. But we have one more event after that. We have Madison. That's going to be on the 25th and the 26th of November, right after Thanksgiving. We have a Modern 10K showdown and a Pioneer 5K trial. We're at the halfway point right now for end of the year championship series. We're going to really quickly throw our players on screen here. If you win any of our showdowns, which happened yesterday, we had the new team added. These 3 players here of Nimit, Wise, and Burgart. Those players won yesterday in the team event. They're now going to be playing our end of the year championship. If you win any of the showdowns, the next 3 we have, you make it. Or if you're on our at-large leaderboard. So you're going to see for a lot of these players, if your name isn't in orange, you haven't made it yet. But the top 6 players at the end of the year do make it. So, for example, if it ended right now, Abe, Chris, Fletcher, Sarah, Sean, Thomas, Saprito, and A. Adams would all make it to our Players Championship, or Champion Series at the end of the year. And that's a PTQ for $25,000 on the line, as well as a Pro Tour invite, along with free entry in all the events next year. It's very exciting. But it looks like our players are ready as they are battling it out here. Samantha Murphy is someone who just moved to the Chicago area, played a couple of our events, been known to play a lot of Legacy, has an Eternal Weekend top 8 and a Legacy Pit top 8 just this past year, playing Tempo Doomsday, but playing Golgari Control right now.
Yeah, really, really excited to see Samantha show her range and just understanding of the Legacy format. Obviously, you don't get finishes like the ones she has without that. And on the other side of the table here, perhaps, one of the more dangerous things to go up against playing something like Golgari Control, we have the Epic Storm, a blisteringly fast Mana Storm combo deck. Kind of the kind of deck you wish you had Force of Will against. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Samantha normally doesn't leave home without her Force of Wills and Baleful Strixes, but today she's branching out of her comfort zone a little bit, and like you said, showing her range, being like, hey, I'm more than just a Brainstorm girl. I also have access to these creature toolbox decks, and both players are 1-0.
Yeah, it looks like we have both players thinking about their opening hands here. I don't know how much Storm you've ever played, Mason, but it's a lot of staring at your opening 7 and being like, what can I do? As David Becker looks like he's decided to keep. Same with Samantha. And what is it that he can do?
Looks like we have an Urza's Bauble to start things off.
It looks like Urza's Bauble and Bloodstained Mire. And that's going to be all for our turn 1. I believe this is an...
Yeah, I think this is an upkeep.
Main phase. It sounded like an upkeep based on the way that they were motioning about it. But
yeah, I think so. As Elvish Reclaimer is revealed, David may be unsure if Samantha has any discard spells. David might also know Samantha. She played a lot on our event, done really well in Legacy. If you're invested, you know her. She sort of wrote the book when it comes to Tempo Doomsday. So David might be trying to play around Thoughtseize. Just be like, this Samantha girl plays Thoughtseize a lot. I don't want to get got. And then plays around it in that way here. And if you're Samantha, you'd love to see the Urza's Bauble at first because, that might harken to something like 8 cast, which is a great matchup. Instead, this Storm deck can be a little bit of a troublesome one. You have a couple utility creatures like Collector Oof that can do some really impactful things. But besides that, you're kind of lacking when it comes to big things to do in this matchup, at least in game 1.
Yeah, and Samantha starting out with, the ideal start for her here, which is just going and casting Green Sun Zenith for a Dryad Arbor, getting ahead on mana to be able to use, some of the clunkier things in Magic like creatures to start to control the game. And establish her board presence here as we see David draw that card for the Bauble as well as a card for turn. Going to sack this Bloodstained Mire. And we're going to see where his turn is going. Typically, you think of the Storm deck as Some people think of it as, oh, I'm just going to dump my whole hand on the first turn, or I've got to cast all these cantrips, and it really can be either. So seeing what kind of hand David has here and how this game develops is going to be really crucial to the way the rest of this goes.
Yeah, and this is the Epic Storm variant of the deck, so it's a little different than traditional Storm, and so you're going to be open to a little bit of different hate than you might normally be. But we're going to see how David sort of interacts around that from Samantha, because Samantha, that turn when Grixis Zenith to get the Dryad Arbor actually puts you pretty far ahead in your mana development in a way that these Storm decks, aren't always used to players being that far ahead on mana.
Yeah, and David now now he knows what it is he's up against. There's only one deck that really opens on Bayou into Green Sun Zenith for the Dryad Arbor, has Eldritch Reclaimer. So brainstorming here to maybe see if this is a position where he's going to be able to go for something big or, just find the kind of hand he needs. But for him, it's going to be about going faster than Samantha can get the game under her control, as we're seeing another fetch here, shuffling away that Brainstorm for a Badlands.
Speaking of Badlands, just a little off topic. Did you see David's shirt? It says Baja Blastoise. Kind of a banger shirt.
That is a really good shirt, actually.
Sorry, you said Badlands. My brain just realized what his shirt said, and I was like,
Oh, and we're getting the lands out. It is time to count some mana. So we're gonna see some fireworks here potentially from David Becker's Storm deck. And the real differentiating thing, I feel like we haven't said it yet about the Epic Storm, Mason. Do you know what the differentiating thing is between the Epic Storm and more the traditional Storm variants?
Help me out for at home. I feel like
so
I do.
It's all the artifacts. So we saw Urza's Bauble. It's got Mishra's Bauble, and it uses Mox Opal. In addition to its Lotus Petals, Lion's Eye Diamonds, to be able to get more of that mana filtration and an additional ritual. So it's a lot faster and leaner on mana sources, as we've seen David here play some Lotus Petals, Rite of Flame, a Dark Ritual, and is now casting Ad Nauseam from 18, having played a land. It looks like the storm count is 6, and we are seeing just how far David can get with that one singular Lotus Petal. That's going to be his access to mana to start. So as we see some Mox Opals come over here, some rituals, we see a Burning Wish and an Infernal Tutor. So having access to those payoffs with that Lion's Eye Diamond as well, really just trying to see how, if possible, he can just end the game here by getting a Tendrils with Storm. I don't know, Mason, if you see something in that pile, if you can see the line there.
Yeah, I don't see the exact kill, but I think we do have it for the most part, just looking at this here, because I believe we can get up to the requisite storm count for Tendrils to kill. And I think we have various other ways, but we can just wish for something, or we can also Galvanic Relay to just find a bunch of things and sort of go off from there.
Yeah, this actually looks like it is just going to be lethal with the Tendrils in the sideboard. We've got enough rituals. Again, using those Mox Opals and the existing Lotus Petals to be able to get that starter mana he needs from where he was in the Ad Nauseam, casting multiple Rite of Flames, a Dark Ritual, and then that Burning Wish getting Tendrils of Agony. Storm's already 12 here. That's just going to be enough.
Yeah, and we're seeing David maybe just play some other cards first before we go for anything. Just wants to be careful. Firewall Fail of Summer, that way we don't lose to any counter spells that might weirdly be in Samantha's deck. Obviously, we think that would have happened sooner, but just in case Samantha made a small mistake. And Tendrils of Agony is going to kill Miss Murphy.
So, you're Samantha Murphy. This game, you cast Green Sun Zenith, no other spells. What are you thinking about in the sideboard here? You've got 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Grief, 2 Endurance, 2 Force of Vigor, an Opposition Agent, a Snuff Out, a Max Vandal. What are you reaching for immediately for Samantha? Because you got to know coming into it that these combo matchups are going to be out there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I imagine we probably bring in our Griefs. Just having some of that discard is going to be, I think, pretty good in this matchup. And we have some bigger cards like Atraxa that aren't quite what we're looking for. So I think that's the first thing I really want. I can see a world where we may have Force of Vigor depending on their sort of sideboard cards. They're not going to really expose their artifacts till the turn they start going off. So that's probably not the exact card you want. But Samantha might have some main deck cards that aren't really what this matchup is about either, and she might look for some minor upgrades or look to get lucky. She's really looking to get something like her Collector Oof out. We saw, and how Abe mentioned as well, there's so much artifact mana in this deck. Collector Oof actually slows this down so much. So had Samantha been on the play and known, she might have been able to actually get a Collector Oof out off of Green Sun Zenith, off another one. So I think that's going to be her main thing. There isn't too much else you can do. You might see Opposition Agent come in just to try and catch fetch lands. With her on the play and the extra mana acceleration this deck provides, that is sometimes a play you'll see. And Max Vandal might also come in just as, a Rex Reclamation Sage type card to blow up an early artifact in case there's some weird situation where that needs to happen.
Yeah, and also important to note, any black card when you're bringing in 4 grief, just like Jarvis was saying about, blue card pitching to Force of Will, black card pitching to grief when you're in Samantha's position really does matter. From David Becker's side, we've got 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Abrupt Decay, 2 Chain of Vapor, and then looks like some Burning Wish targets in Echo of Aeons, Empty the Warrens, Galvanic Relay, Grape Shot, Peer into the Abyss, Pulverize, the Tendrils we just saw win the game. What do you think is going through Becker's mind here as far as what he's trying to do to update his deck?
Yeah, so I think Abrupt Decay makes a lot of sense for Becker. Like we talked about, Collector Oof can be a little bit of a problem for this deck due to needing all the artifact mana. So Abrupt Decay is just going to remove that problem for you. But also, Samantha's deck just has creatures, If we can Abrupt Decay various little things, like maybe a Fiend Arson that could also tutor up, all those little things will matter, and that could be something. We might also see some Chain of Vapors come in. A card that doesn't permanently answer the problem, but returns a target non-land opponent to under his hand. And then, you can sort of go back and forth. This is a card we might see as a one-of being brought in. This is a way to, once again, just bounce the Collector Oof and then go for it for there. I'm curious to see if David will keep in the Veils, expecting something like Thoughtseize or Grief, maybe in a Cabal Therapy from Samantha's side, or if he'll be cutting on that card. All in all, though, he doesn't want to sideboard in too many cards because you do want to sort of stay fast. But Veil of Summer is a card that I could see maybe, David trimming a little bit on. Not sure if Samantha's going to have a bunch of Griefs or have a bunch of Thoughtseize or even at all,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is you only have so many slots when your deck is this kind of hyper-focused, combo deck where you have to have all these artifacts to turn on your Mox Opals. How much can you really devote to interacting with the opponent or having the right hate? And Veil of Summer, good against Grief, but costs some mana, kind of a big downside against cards that are free. And you have all these other things you might want. So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do as we see it's like they're drawing opening hands now. So we're going to have Samantha here thinking about her opener as she's going to 6, and David now thinking about the same. So it looks like David's kept 7. So if you're Samantha, what are you thinking here, Mason? You're down a game. Your deck's full of creatures. Your opponent's got Storm. They're keeping 7. What's going through your mind? What are you looking for?
Well, as someone who played Elves for a long time in Legacy, I know that I'm looking for the cards that matter, and that's it. Golgari controls sort of, a spiritual successor to that sort of deck. You don't have your own combo kill, but Samantha has a few cards that are good, and everything else is pretty medium to bad. She is really looking to just sort of stop David and then have the miscellaneous creatures have a low fail rate and just attack David to death. So she needs to find cards that actually put Collector Oof into play. For example, Green Sun Zenith is a card we see in her hand here, and that is something that can maybe help her accelerate out a little bit, as we do have an Ignoble Hierarch as well. We have double Boseiju Ignoble with Green Sun. So we have the turn 2 Oof, but I believe we're having to Legend Rule our land away. So
are you sure it's double Boseiju? I think there's only one Boseiju in the deck, so it might be Boseiju Lair of the Hydra, the classic is my old growth troll good hand from Pioneer.
Yes, it might be that. That would make sense, as we are going to see Lair of the Hydra into Green Sun Zenith on one. I might not have been an Ignoble Hierarch. I might have been just way off of my read there. I maybe just had the hand completely wrong. But that is going to be the start of what Samantha needs, because like we talked about, she sort of needs to, oh my God, David's pulling out the mana on turn 1. If this happens, this is what happens, You could try to mulligan into a Grief, but it might not even be good enough. This is also a thing where it's not deterministic that David has beat Samantha. There is some amount of, there could be a fail rate with Ad Nauseam, and David's committed. I will say this is a spot where maybe Force Vigor would have been great. Led on the Mox Opal, we could have Vigored it, and it might have been game over for David. we'll have to
Yeah,
see
not
how
even
this
sure if
goes.
there's a land in David's hand, but that's something about this particular build of the Storm deck that, it has a lot of copies of Galvanic Relay. It has the Ad Nauseams. It has, it's developing Mox Opals and these artifacts that like redraw themselves. It's really a deck designed to kind of either go off once really big and end the game, or be able to kind of half go off in the way that it's going to draw 12 cards for next turn and then kill you on that turn. So, if it's the case that, that draw from David is going to take, like, leave that Collector Oof open, that's going to be, it's not over, like you said, Mason.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like David, sort of brainstorming has hit a little bit of thinking spot, and we saw how quick David's been when the lines are clear. Clearly someone who is an expert with the Epic Storm deck. So David might be sort of having, look at the sky, makes me wonder if David maybe has a risky line available that isn't 100% the clear. Yeah, and we're just going to play the Lion's Eye Diamond Pass. I joked about maybe Force of Vigor wasn't the right card for the matchup, but it's looking pretty good right now. As I think a Fiend or some shit.
Yeah, we are also Brainstorm locked as David Becker here. So so we know that we're drawing the right two cards, and we know neither of them are lands. So, Samantha, what do you think Samantha's going to get here off the Green Suns for 2? What do you think, Mason?
I think Samantha's a bit of a collector, and she loves oofs. Elvish Reclaimer is like, hey, I just want you to know I'm here, guys. I'm going to hang out at the party. If you want to talk to me, you can, but I'll stay in the hand till then.
Yeah. Urza's Bauble really having an affinity for that card this match.
Yeah.
Just wants to know what's up. How's it going?
Yeah. Also, if you're David, things are rough when your opponent leads on the Boseiju and you have your Lion's Eye Diamond in play. It's just like, oh, you're not interested in that? Okay.
I've got no lands, and my mana sources are artifacts. What do you mean you don't want to do that? That's not enough for you?
Yeah. Samantha really showing how much fun she is at parties, saying, hey, invite me later. I love to turn off mana. It's so much fun. As you see David laugh, I think he's just passing the turn back here. We're just waiting on Samantha to finish shuffling her deck there.
Yeah, David only getting to see one new card there from that Brainstorm, and it does not appear to be a land. So, we've got some nice rocks to look at, a lot of cards in hand, and we're just going to let Samantha play her game for a bit here. Kind of pay ourselves back for that game we took all the game actions in game 1.
Mm-hmm. And this is sort of the strength of these Golgari decks, is they have a lot of high-impact creatures that can take over the game, and you sort of have these like bullets that are super effective. I actually, last NRG, when we were coming to the finals with Doomwick, we were talking about the deck sort of as the green version of Death and Taxes, where you're not quite as locky-outy as Death and Taxes is, but in exchange, you get some combo kills available to your deck. But you still sort of play that, hey, I'm going to limit what you can do, don't let you do too much, and use the fair creatures to sort of cross the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I've said a lot of times that this Golgari control deck and the Yawgmoth deck in Modern, if you're watching and you're like, these legacy cards are so old, I have no idea what they do. What's up with Modern? This is just Yawgmoth, but Yawgmoth is way too much mana, and we'll just do other things like Natural Order for Atraxa. And so it's the same principle. We're just putting material on the board and letting that carry the game, as we see things like Collector Roof are extremely effective sometimes.
Yep, and let's pull up Fiend Artisan. This was sort of the card that kind of changed a lot about this deck, as we do say discard Thoughtseize. This creature just lets you sort of sacrifice your creatures to find more creatures. This is just a way to sort of have redundancy in your sort of one-ofs like Collector Oof. And with your Gaia's Cradles in your deck, you can actually do things like Cradle and then find another one with your Elvish Reclaimer and sack, and then Fiend Artisan, bam, turn that Elvish Reclaimer into like a Crater Hoof and Atraxa. And that sounds a little far-fetched, but it actually happens way more than you might think. So we're going to Green Suns for 3.
Is going to Green Suns for 3 here. Just continue to solidify her position. Looks like she's eyeing a Grist. It's kind of I have everything in the world. What could I possibly need?
I I kind of like this opposition aid. Oh, I guess you can't get opposition.
You gotta get a green creature.
Yeah. She thumbed past that one. I was like, oh, maybe we should get that one. But yeah, can't grab that one. Gris, maybe a small misstep here, not doing this first. If we do mill a creature, we missed a damage with Fiend Artisan. Hopefully it's not. Yeah, you see Samantha look at the camera. She knows that she missed the point. A little oopsie poopsie, as we called in the business. It's all right. Probably not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think both you and Samantha realized that she can't get opposition agent on Green Sun Zenith at the same exact time.
Yeah,
I think that was synced up.
Yeah, but God, it would have been really cool if we could have. It would have been really cool. A lot of opposition agents here in the NRG series recently. We had 2 of the mono black lockout deck make the top 8 of our event just 2 weekends ago in Mundaline. Lotus Petal.
David Becker getting to play permanents that don't do anything rather than discarding things you can't cast. Legacy really is just a format like no other. One of the formats of all time, if you ask me.
Yes, for sure. And it's cool that things like these 2 decks can exist, right? Like when you first tell people about Legacy, they imagine what David Becker's doing, right? They're like, oh, all that mana and all these things, you can probably kill everyone on turn 1 or 2. And the reality is that actually these fair decks actually kind of rule the day for the most part. Obviously, we do still see, and we're going to double check our Fiend Artisan just to make sure that works exactly like we think it does. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, these fair decks actually do a really good job of keeping these unfair decks in check, especially the blue ones. Daze and Force of Will just put a lot of pressure on these decks actually. And now we can grab opposition agent with the Fiend Artisan. That one is not color restricted. And that's going to make it, David has to draw an actual land instead of a fetch land, which is a big difference.
Yeah, and I think it's just a really, really cool thing about, Legacy in general is that you said, the blue decks, you obviously have a lot of counter magic, doesn't cost you any mana. That makes it really easy to fight with some of these, on the stack combo decks. But you don't have to do that to be able to win games in the format. You can have no counter magic in your deck and beat a deck that is trying to just cast spells that kill you. And I think that's just a really, really awesome thing about Magic as a whole, and especially you see in Legacy, is that you can build this house of cards that pinches your opponent in all the right ways if you just have a turn or 2.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to see Samantha just attack with all the creatures there. And that's going to put us into game number 3 there. We saw Samantha sort of, be on the play really mattered in that game, right? Getting that turn 2 collector oof made it so that David's deck just couldn't function, despite David trying his best actually to win on turn 1. I wonder if David was really thinking about, ooh, this is an early start. Maybe I actually have to go for it. And that's why he pulled out the cards. Less that David thought was going to actually happen, and more of like, well, my opponent's smart, and they kept a hand that puts all this man into play, and they use a green sun not to grab oof. Probably a bad sign.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. Like Samantha having the opportunity to be on the play there in that game, as we saw, was so big. Being able to get a mana ahead, to be able to have the consistency of tutoring for that collector oof, without having it just in her opening hand, there's not a way for her to get it down faster than turn 2. And this Storm deck, like we saw, it has that potential. Who knows what that game looks like if there was a land in that Brainstorm, right? If he's able to fetch some stuff away and start casting rituals, like you don't get the lands out and start counting your Storm for no reason if you're a Storm player. You kind of know or you don't.
Yep. Yeah. And it looks like our players are just about ready. But just so you know, there are more events coming really quickly. So I'm just going to talk about our next event real quick. We're not going to go through all of them. But if you want to play some Magic after watching this, you're having fun, you want to go to Detroit August 12th through the 13th. We have a Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday. If you win that, you make our end of the year series championship event. That's $25,000 in prizes and a pro tour invite on the line. That's really exciting. And then Sunday, we have a 5K Pioneer Trial as well. These are our already invited players. We have a bunch of big names that you've seen, and then some names you probably saw for the first time yesterday as well as Nimitz, Wise, and Bogart. They won our team event literally just about 12 hours ago, and I believe they're all playing again today. Couldn't get enough Magic. Hard to quit playing too when you're winning, Abe. You're running hot. You want to keep going. But they're going to be joining our last year champ, Roger Suleiman, and then Steven Dykeman, Weiser, and Matthew Hoey, all players we've seen a lot of on our tour. But still, lots of space available here. So if you want to join them, you can do that. And our annual leaderboard, this is about the time where you need to be making the commitment if you want to go or not, as it is possible to catch up to those top 6 slots if you have a couple, Sunday final appearances, and maybe you just got a little unlucky on a Saturday, you can still make our end of the year race. So these are our names of the players who are live. It's going to be very exciting to see how these last 3 events tighten up on the races. Chris Smith has a commanding lead for the top 6, but if he doesn't keep playing events, could fall behind some of these other players, as the players are finished mulliganing, it seems here. So let's head back to the feature match area, as David did put a card back and started on 6 cards this game.
Yeah, so David now with the opportunity to be on the play has kept the 6, and we are starting off with a big think.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Lot
Let's
can
see
happen
what
on
happens.
turn 1 in this format. Leading on the
Mox
Mox Opal, then the Lotus Petal. I wonder if Samantha picked up on that from game 1 and brought in those Force of Figures. But it looks like, no, it's the same kind of start that we had last game, just leading on that Brainstorm and seeing where we lie.
Yeah, I do wonder if David's supposed... I guess no matter what, Force of Vigor is going to get you, but I guess you have to keep the Opal if you lead on Opal last, which is maybe better, but maybe again the redraw is just better if your Opal's going to die anyways.
Yeah, the sequencing is kind of tough. It also might be that, David just played these matchups enough to know that Force of Vigor isn't really on the Golgari player's radar,
Mm-hmm.
As much as we talked about last round, Jarvis being a Legacy expert, all of the players here playing Legacy that you're going to see, I would assume if they're playing a deck, especially with as many foils as we see David Becker, played a match or 2.
Yeah, played a match or 2. David checking the sideboard, double checking the way maybe we boarded, also double checking maybe a wish target. Yeah, if we can do something like maybe get a ritual going in Galvanic Relay and just draw 5 or 6 cards, that could be a huge swing turn here. And David will just be set up to probably take over the game from there.
Yeah, this looks like, and it looks like we have a land to follow up this Brainstorm that we're thinking about keeping or not keeping. We talk a lot about Legacy as a format being kind of defined by Brainstorm and these decisions you make, the ability to change your hand so much with a single card. And in Storm, it's like no other. You are really, really in that. And it looks like we've pump faked.
I do like, by the way, that David keeps the lands in Wooburg order, and that's some respect for the game I can respect, as we do see Noble Hierarchy of passing of the turn.
All right, and we are thinking, so we're thinking in the upkeep about our fetch. We know our top card.
It's interesting here. David and Samantha sort of shaking her head. Feels like she maybe got away with something there. She does have 2 Gaia's Cradles in hand. If she has some more 1-drops, that's going to produce a lot of mana on the next turn.
And it looks like David is just playing a land and passing back the turn, as we're going to see a Green Suns for 2.
Yeah, and I think we might be getting our oofs again.
Yeah, what's the name of this deck? Oofs all spells?
Yeah. Ooh, gosh. Hang on, Wizards. We need to pump the power level of oofs so that can be a deck.
Yeah, I mean, what are some other... Do you know the other most famous oof, I think, in Magic?
Yeah,
like 2 or 3 out there. Huh?
Mutavault.
No, it's got to be Kitchen Finks, man.
Oh, Kitchen Finks is technically an oof from Mutavault. It's like, I'm an oof. As we do see an Abrupt Decay, by the way, on this collector oof. Big game there for David.
Yeah, David neutralizing possibly, maybe not the only card that's going to matter from Samantha, but the card that Samantha can produce that matters the most. Samantha's really going to have to just accelerate her game plan to stay in this. But whereas David, not really, right? He's had this Abrupt Decay. He cast that Brainstorm. He's got some draws coming maybe off the Ursus Bauble, but maybe we have a little bit of time. But certainly not as much as we had under the oof. Don't you agree, Mason?
I agree. Sorry. Samantha just flashed her hand of I kind of got a bit of an awkward one and just looked at the camera like it was The Office or something. And it really, the idea that Samantha is our Jim Halpert this round is very funny to me. As we are going to see the Ursa Bauble cracked here. There is an Elvish Reclaimer in hand, which means we could be 3 for 3 today.
I would love to see that. What's the die say?
Come on.
Oh!
And it's a good one for David to have access to know, too. Now, Samantha's a little bit away, but she does have some 1-drops in hand and a second Cradle, so we might actually see a playing of the Elvish Reclaimer finally float some mana with Cradle, play another Cradle, and then activate or cast Natural Order. And I don't think we have any more oofs in our deck, but Crater Hoof could just do a ton of damage.
Yeah, the long ooh sound is just probably bad news for David. I mean, Crater of Behemoth is a fast moving missile. That card puts a lot of damage in the red zone and does put a real serious clock on David. Would you consider maybe if you're Samantha getting anything else there? Is Hoof really what you're thinking most about?
It depends. Samantha maybe also left in Atraxa. Atraxa might be a card I want. I was taking a look here. Orcish Bowmaster I don't think does too much outside of the cantrips.
We also still has to be a green creature, right?
Yeah, great point. Sorry about that. Not gonna lie, I was starting to sneeze and my brain melted. Yeah, I think though it is also possible that Samantha just maybe tries to put a bunch of creatures on board and save the natural order so that Hoof does more than just sort of 8-ball David. Although the 8-ball is an underrated part of the Hoof. Honestly, Crater Hoof does sort of, put a big just body on the board, and this place could lead to a 2-turn clock. So Samantha's going to need to do that math, and that is something that comes up a bunch with these sort of Hoof decks where, yeah, it's nice to Hoof for exact lethal, but sometimes you just want to, get the damage going, and it's more to do it now than to wait. David pulling back it out. But I'm going to be honest, this time David looks a little stressed about everything, sort of pulled out his mana and seems to still be thinking, might feel like he's under the gun as Bobble is the first spell.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the knowledge that there's a natural order there, David could have to be thinking about a lot of things when it comes to what this turn is going to look like, because now he knows that Samantha could produce, who knows if there's a second collector oof in the deck, who knows if there's,
Archon of Valor's Reach.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could go dangerously wrong here. So it looks like David opting to spend his Burning Wish in order to cast a Galvanic Relay for just 4 cards next turn.
Yeah.
I say just 4 cards. 4 cards next turn is a lot of cards.
Yeah, and there was all mana too, notably. So David is going to get to pop this Bobble and get an idea of what Samantha has. I think it was Lair of the Hydra. And David is going to, if you can draw a payoff card, it's going to have the mana to do it. But if not, it's just going to have a bunch of mana waiting around here.
All right. It looks like Samantha's going to start here. It looks like she's thinking about an Orcish Bowmasters, which is mana neutral with that guy's Cradle. Probably thinking about how she's going to get to that natural order.
Yeah, if she plays Orcish Bowmaster, the best Raise the Alarm of all time, she gets to ping David, float 3 mana off the Cradle, cast a 1-drop from hand, which I believe she has in Reclaimer, then can play the second Cradle, sacrifice one of the creatures, and then attack with a big hoof.
Yeah, and that's, or even could save the natural order for a big hoof the following turn, right? When all those creatures can attack. I haven't done the math on it, but it could be the case that, you want to make sure that if you're getting the hoof, it's a 2-turn clock either way, right? And so you might be able to get, this Fiend Artisan down. Maybe you could think about natural ordering for Atraxa, trying to find a Grief, a little something to interact. But it looks like, she is opting to put the Fiend Artisan in play. What are your...
The Bobble's going to make David lose another life from the Orcish Bowmaster too, which this is the kind of hard part. Because I like what you're saying though, Abe, about like maybe we're supposed to hit for a bunch, but the Ad Nauseam kind of needs to hit a lot. We sort of need that card. So the question becomes, hey, is dealing 11 damage between the Bowmaster shot, is that enough to actually kill David, right? Because David would be down to 7, which means we only get to hit about 6 1-mana spells. Now, that won't be a huge problem. The problem might more be that we need to hit the 1-mana spells in order to find the more expensive spells.
Yeah, so the hoof is 9, 10.
It's you square the boom. It's 10. Also, if you sacrifice another creature and leave the noble, it's 11 with Exalted, and then 12 damage from the Orcish Bowmaster. So it's actually putting David to 6, which might be a huge part of the equation. Like that is literally the difference between winning and losing sometimes with that Nauseam.
Yeah, and David, had this Galvanic Relay this turn, which something this deck can do really effectively is chain those Galvanic Relays, but that requires turns. That takes time. And that's something where if Samantha's denying David the opportunity to have those, and it's just the ad nauseam and his life total's low, you're right, Mason. That could be the option we're looking at rather than just going for the one shot next turn.
Yeah, and you see Samantha sort of counting. She's just sort of doing the mental math because there is a lot going on here. Because the lair of the Hydra is an interesting thing to develop as well, especially with all these cradles, right? If Samantha plays the lair this turn and then activates the lair and the cradles, and then he goes for it again the next turn, she has a ton of damage. Looks like she is going to natural order. Looks like she wants to sacrifice the Elvish Reclaimer. Makes sense because the Fiend Artisan is bigger than that.
Yeah, grows the Fiend Artisan. The Reclaimer is not big. A Bajuka Bog is not going to do anything for us here. And the Ignoble Hierarch, like you were saying before, does present an additional point of damage. Eyeing the Crater Hoof. Making sure this is what we want.
I like this. You can tell Samantha thought through her turn and probably has the intention of hoofing, but she also wants to double check, right? It's good to plan out your entire turn, but also in these sort of spots, especially with so much time on the clock and you're in game 3, just double check and make sure you know, like, oh, I actually played 2 oofs this weekend, right? Or I have some weird line available to me. You just want to make sure. And so with Exalted here, I believe David should be at 7, and then the Orcish Bowmaster should put David to 6, as long as we remember the trigger from the extra draw here. Trigger the bow. Grow the army.
Amass Orcs 1.
Yes. All right, what does David have? David's extending the hand, and congratulations, Samantha Murphy. We'll see if we can get an interview with her. But, wow, that was a crazy game, Abe. When David pulled out the stuff, that was crazy. I did not think it was going to play out like that. When he just turned 1, pulled out all the stuff, I was very much like, oh, no, it's just game over.
Yeah, both times showing both the potency and the potential fragility of being the Storm deck here as, just firing off a Brainstorm and saying, if this Brainstorm's good, I win. Sometimes that Brainstorm, not very good, Mason, and some good, honest magic can happen as a result.
Yep. We're going to actually go to our time-shifted match here. Looks like we have enough time to maybe show all of it, so we're going to try and get you some more magic here and give these players some time to relax. We're going to have Matthew Hoey on Teamer Cascade versus Jonathan Johnson on Is It Delver. Your eyes aren't deceiving you, Twitch chat. This is the Rhinos deck that you see a bunch of in Modern, but actually in Legacy. And this deck has some huge upgrades if you haven't been keeping around here. So basically, it's just a Stompy deck, much like before. What's happening here is the deck tries to put a turn 1 or 2 Cascade a card on the stack and then get Rhinos like and then protect it. But also can do things like turn 1 or 2 Minskin Boo, Timeless Hero, and things like that. So this deck is very explosive and actually one of the better performing aggro decks in Legacy right now.
Yeah, and Jonathan Johnson kind of posing the regular question of the format with Is It Delver, leading off on our normal friend of fetch for Volcanic Island and start doing some stuff. Unlike like we saw Jarvis in round 1 playing kind of a Grixis Delver deck with Orcish Bowmasters, not choosing to take advantage of that new addition from Lord of the Rings. As we're seeing game 1 here get underway with 2 baubles for this DRC, as we're already delirious, it looks like.
Yeah, sometimes it goes that way when you have all these baubles and fetch lands. You can just very quickly have the 3/3. As you just see Seagate Restoration, the draw for Hoey. That's a land they play in order to help maintain these Force Negations and Force of Wills blue count. Kind of a painful land in some matchups, but can be worth it.
Yeah, well, when your deck doesn't cast spells that cost 1 or 2 mana, it's either 0 or 3. A land that comes to play tap, not that big a deal, as we see a Scalding Tarn and passing the turn with Hoey's hand full of just free counter spells. It looks like that was a preordained from Jonathan Johnson, a Wasteland, and getting in for 3. Really just the exact thing Delver wants to be doing. Got our threat, got a little bit of disruption, riding it out. We're going to see how this Cascade deck can come back from being behind on board. Kind of a bit of a weakness of the strategy, if you ask me.
You're going to see an Upkeep Brainstorm bends the Murktide. Surprised by the Upkeep Brainstorm there. Typically, you sort of want to take your draw first And then, you hit a fetch land, you can shuffle away the cards you want. Maybe Jonathan sort of knowing what's going on. Maybe he just drew really quick there. I missed it. That's on me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, main phase Brainstorm a lot more. Without a Delver of Secrets in play, the upkeep Brainstorm doesn't tend to be a play you see a lot. But it looks like Jonathan Johnson just doing what Delver does. We're going to make our hand better. We're going to attack you for 3. We're going to wait for something to happen. And while I think Matthew Hoy will be able to win any war on the stack, getting that far might be the trouble in this game. But Rhinos, 8 power is a lot of power, and they come out quick. So see Hoey going for some lands here. Likely going to fetch around this wasteland if he has the opportunity to.
And yeah, it looks like I saw. There we go. See, I thought his deck played a basic of each type, so does have what he wants in that department.
Yeah, neutralizing the wasteland here and petty thefting or attempting to petty theft the Dragon's Rage Channeler in Jonathan Johnson's end step. That's going to resolve. Kind of stemming the bleeding here for Hoey, don't you think?
Yeah, it's sort of doing a good job of keeping the battlefield under check, give himself some time to deploy these Rhinos and sort of fight through what's going on. As we do see a bolting in and then a cascade from Shardless Agent. Going to find Rhinos. All my opponents are so lucky. They always hit it.
Yeah, I wonder what it is that we're going to see here. Could be Living End, Mason.
Yeah, it could be anything. One of my favorite errors was when Living End was sideboarding the Crashing Footfalls to sort of dodge the rest in pieces of the world. It was a good time.
The whole cascade into suspend spells thing is probably one of my favorite old tricks that still get run. I think it's like always a good time. But Forcible taking down that Crashing Footfalls, just a Shardless Agent out of that exchange for Hoey as his Seagate Restoration gets wastelanded. Another wasteland to follow, as well as a Murktide Regent.
Yeah, and Murktide Regent, it's super big in this matchup in Modern because it outsizes everything. And in that format, we have some things like Fury in our deck from Hoey's side and the Rhinos that can maybe team up to take down the Murktide. In this matchup, it's really just the Brazen Borrower's Robust from Hoey, and we already used one of those. Now, we are playing 4 because we want to have that high blue count for our Force Negations and Force of Wills, but it is sort of a tall order to actually answer this Murktide long term.
Yeah, Hoey looks like he's just still missing that 3rd mana source. Might this Fire Ice get cycled to gain some life here effectively by getting that Murktide out of combat, which is what we see as the Delver flips to a Spell Pierce, which is another big problem for Hoey, who is just he's falling behind on board, and this game has gone on a little too long. As Hoey takes that draw step and sees that he agrees with that. This game has gone on too long. He is too far behind it. Jonathan Johnson is up a game over Teener Rhinos. So looking at Hoey's deck, Mason, now we've seen the Rhinos deck a lot in Modern, and this does look pretty similar. We've got a sideboard of 4 Endurance, 4 Fury, 3 Force of Vigor, 2 Inevitable Betrayal, which is the what's that? That's the bribery you can cascade into, yep. And 2 Mystical Dispute. What of that are you looking at here, and what are maybe you looking to change about your deck going into game 2 here if you're Hoey?
Yeah, so I think you're probably going to want some of your Mystical Disputes. Those can be pretty good to fight over, the counter wars or stop a Delver or a Murktide. That can be pretty important. And along that same train of thought, I think we're pretty interested in some number of Endurances just to stop Murktides and Dragon Rage Channelers from sort of getting out of hand. Also going to just block a Delver of Secrets. As for exactly what we're going to side out, I imagine we might see some things like either Fire Ice get trimmed on or Force Negation. Force Negation is fine, but not the best card in the world. And you can sort of upgrade that counterspell to Mystical Dispute, where your cards do sort of matter. We might see them take a totally different direction. The way you want to approach these games is sort of up to you as the Rhinos player.
Yeah, and looking at Jonathan Johnson's sideboard, he's got access to 2 Force Negation, 2 Pyroblast, 2 Surgicals, 2 Red Elemental Blast, 2 Counterbalance, 1 Cast in the Fire, Brotherhood's End, Hydroblast, Null Rod, and Meltdown. What of that is really interesting to you?
Yeah, when it comes to the Delver sideboard, there's a couple things that sort of stick out. You might be interested in having some number of force negation just as a way to sort of fight over the rhinos on the opposing turn. Counterbalance, not super appealing. The opponent's deck is really mana intensive. The Red Elemental Blast is something that's kind of fine, but it's really just a counter for their counter spells. And personally, I'm against Surgical Extraction, but if you think you can just, let the first rhino resolve and then answer all of them, you can beat the rest, you could, but not a direction I typically like to take my deck post board. Surgical is really a card I want for graveyard cards only, but I think the players are ready for game number 2, so let's hop on down to that.
Yeah, it looks like they are, and they've got hands drawn with Hoey just starting on a Misty Rainforest. Jonathan Johnson gonna, Delver doesn't often do nothing on turn 1. See a Volcanic Island and whatever the follow-up is. I was thinking about counterbalance. You don't like the counter the balance as Chalice of the Void at home?
I mean, does it work with lands on the 0?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, if it works, I thought it did not. I thought it said reveal a spell. If it works with the 0s, I'm in. I thought it said reveal a spell card, which is, maybe my mistake there. I guess I can read counterbalance. I have eyes. Chat's telling me I'm right. All right, I'm in for counterbalance. If it works with the lands, like chat's saying it does. That's just me misremembering the card and not reading it fully. Yeah, so if they play a spell, you reveal the top card. I was thinking about the spell as the top card. That's on me, chat. Sorry about that.
And Jonathan Johnson deciding that his top 3 cards of his library are not the best possible, shuffling that Ponder away. As we see things pass right back to Hoey, who is thinking about what it is he's going to do. His game plan doesn't really start till turn 3, unless he has one of those spirit guides that he's got 7 of in his deck to get a turn ahead. Looks like he's thinking a lot about what land to play, though. Exposing that Volcanic Island. Johnson's got a Scalding Tarn and a Brainstorm. Still kind of sculpting the hand. Not really a fast to the board hand here from Jonathan Johnson, which might be really, really good for Hoey, who is not really under any pressure right this second and has the opportunity to take the initiative.
Yeah, we're seeing Hoey sort of size up his turn. This is the big turn, right? Everyone knows these Cascade decks on turn 3, they sort of can take over the game and start doing their thing. And Hoey's deciding, do I just want to tap out and play the Shardless? My opponent clearly has a lot of reactive cards and not much pressure, where they would have developed the pressure while I couldn't do very much.
Yeah, really, really interesting spot from Hoey as we see him fetch. What are you leaning towards, Mason? If you're from Hoey's seat, you can see a little bit of Jonathan Johnson's hand here. You might have a little bit of information, but what would be going through your head right now as Hoey?
I think, what does my next couple of turns look like if I start the fight with this Cascader? And I think I do want to start now more than later. It's going to get worse if my opponent has time to develop something. So if I can do this here and force them to fight over this, ideally with a card like Force of Will instead of Daze, as to make them go down on cards. But in general, I think it's a pretty good way to just start the chain of events and just let your other spells start resolving. If you do this as well, it might be a little harder for your opponent to develop multiple threats. Jonathan might just be, kept a hand that was heavy on answers and had some selection spells with that Ponder and found a Brainstorm. And now you're like, okay, I can limit Jonathan's mana and make it harder to get a card like Cantrip into Murktide Regent.
Yeah, really limiting the options Johnson has access to by limiting the access to that 3rd mana this turn. Right now forced to cast in that Murktide Regent, but not going to be very large. I think just a 5/5 by my count.
Yeah, bigger than the Rhinos, which is the notable part. Hoey also sort of did this last turn here to set up for this Minsk and Boo Timeless Hero, sort of getting a fight over that. Now, we might see, because this has hit the battlefield, a Brazen Borrower actually answer this Murktide and try and strand it in Jonathan's hand. Or to see how Hoey prioritizes whether getting his threat or getting this large Murktide off the battlefield.
Yeah, it's really interesting how Hoey was able to use that call, use the Rhinos to set up a position where Johnson doesn't have, all of his counter magic. He's able to pinch that mana, and now Johnson's the one tapped out into Hoey's hand, which is actually pretty reactive, right? We've got the Endurance, we've got the Brazen Borrower, and we're making Johnson now have these Force Wills, right? Take these exchanges, make the game about just this one thing. And that Minsk and Boo, one of the most powerful cards in Legacy, sitting in his hand. What do you think? What do you think Johnson's like plan here is? How much do you think he has to prioritize this Murktide region?
He just prioritizes it a lot. Not only is it something that can answer the large rhinos from the opponent's side, it is also just his best clock to victory. This card is one you want to fight over, you want to protect. Now, it getting Fogged for a turn, something like Fire Ice, is something you should be pretty okay with, I think. But in general, it is just something we need to make sure it stays on the battlefield. And if it gets unsummoned and with the potential to protect it, we'd much rather have the ability to replay it immediately. And currently, our graveyard mana situation wasn't that way, so we weren't down with Brazen Borrower or unsummoning it. Had we had more cards in the graveyard, we might have actually let that Brazen Borrower resolve and just be like, whatever, I'm going to redeploy this and save my Force of Will for something like this Minskin Timeless Hero. As it does look like that Spell Pierce is going to be cast on the Minskin.
Yeah, Hoey fetching in response. I'm not sure what we've got here, but how important is this Minskin?
It is very important. As we're going to see a fetch and an Elvish Spirit Guide to pay for the Spell Pierce. Minskin is one of the strongest planeswalkers of all time. Now, if we want to pull up Minskin, we can talk about it here real quick in case you haven't seen this new hitter. Basically, it can make this our little friend Boo and grow Boo's size so you can start racing, and then you can sacrifice Boo in order to fling and deal X damage to target player and draw that many cards. So we are going to attack.
Yeah, so now we're in the racing situation, and Hoey's actually the first one to have a big attack, right? And that's pretty big.
Hoey admiring the token art. Sorry to interrupt you.
I mean, Boo is just a cute hamster, right?
True.
But so if you're Johnson, how important is the Minskin Boo, right? Is it everything? Is it nothing? Is this Murktide? You're going to go down to 5 here if you can't make a blocker.
Oh, well, second Murktide makes it a lot easier. So now both Murktides are going to grow. The second one does see the exiling from the first one. The second one's cast. And now we can kill this Minskin Boo and set up for 2 turns attacks with lethal, or set up for over the course of 3. A bunch of different options available there. And Hoey, unfortunately, just didn't have time to develop that endurance that you sideboard in to keep these Murktides off the battlefield. And does have some chump blockers for the dragons now, but looks like Hoey's going to try and trick Jonathan and have a little flash threat and then attack in for lethal.
Yeah, it looks like Hoey opting to just take the full damage, let Johnson, spend his mana, dig his own grave, looking maybe to flash in the endurance in hand. That's what, 5, 9? Got Johnson a 2, maybe a Fire Ice, maybe another Minskin Boo.
A little Violent Outburst, maybe?
Maybe.
This Delver, actually a huge draw there for Jonathan. It's going to make finding any sort of out a lot harder. Hoey might be able to do something like ice into a pump spell. It does look like we're going to Brazen Borrower to bounce the Boo token.
Oh, wow. So we're going to be forced to spend this Force Negation here from Hoey. So what's the ideal draw step? What are we looking at?
I think it has to be something like ice into the Violent Outburst. I believe that's the out. Now, we might draw another Minskin Boo, and we can maybe grow our Boo. That's going to be really close. Looks like Hoey's moving to attacks. A Violent Outburst. Oh, and it would have had it, but Jonathan Johnson able to win there. We're going to head on back to the booth here real quick, and an incredibly well-played game from both players there, but the Delver deck sort of just having just enough and doing its thing to keep the Rhino player from doing what they wanted to.
Yeah, I think it was really cool seeing that match. Just how people talked about when the blue-red Murktide deck in Modern came around as, it's Delver from Legacy in Modern, and now seeing Rhinos as it's Rhinos in Modern in Legacy. Seeing how that really is kind of the same in a lot of those ways. Posturing over how you're spending the mana in the end step there. Really just a great match highlighting how same things can be while also how different.
100%. Well, speaking of highlighting, we're going to go give our players a little bit of a break. We're going to be back, though, in a couple minutes. The round's almost over. So click that follow button and wait here. We're going to show you some best of NRG, I believe. So we're going to have some more magic available for you. But we'll be back with some more live magic in just a couple minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series St. Louis. I'm your host, Mason Sherman, my co-host here, Abe Stein, and we have some more legacy action for you in this round. But first, let's check out our players to watch and see how they are doing as the race is heating up for the end of the year. Adam Wasburn, Jarvis, Sam Black, and Steven Dykman, all 2-0. One of those players is going to be our feature match this round. We leave that a bit of a surprise. It's Roger Sullivan, Matthew Hoey, Joseph Bernal, all 1-1. And unfortunately for George Jabor, 0-2. Narset not showing the love today that you normally see here. But we are going to be watching Sam Black play this round, Abe, and playing a little bit of a spicy one. Do you want to give the people at home a little treat at what Sam is battling with?
Yeah, so Sam is playing a nice colorless combo deck, a deck featuring the card on everyone's mind, the One Ring to rule them all from the Lord of the Rings set. Uses a lot of artifact mana like Grim Monolith, Basalt Monolith, as well as Voltaic Key and Manifold Key to untap, get a ton of colorless mana, draw a bunch of cards, and then either cast Emrakul or Karn Wish for Mycosynth Lattice, or whatever it needs to be to end the game. It's going to be you're going to see a lot of things happening on Sam's side, or not a lot. It's going to be a real interesting one.
Yeah, Sam, known innovator in a lot of formats. We've seen Sam things do like Goblin Bombardment in Legacy in years past. Now trying to, take this clearly super strong card in the One Ring and try and break it. Let's see if our players are ready in the feature match area. They should be just about, but seems like they're still taking a second. So I want to talk about upcoming events. That way you don't miss any of the action. We still have 3 big events left for you this year before end of the year championship series. You can watch them all here. So make sure to click that follow button. But if you want to go in person, Detroit, August 12th through the 13th, we have the Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday and the Sunday Pioneer 5K Trial. Then in Indianapolis, October 14th and the 15th, we have the Pioneer 10K Showdown. And then another Legacy event with a team trial. This is Legacy, Pioneer, and Modern. Get your friends head on down there. And then finally, heading on over to Madison on the 25th and 26th after Thanksgiving, we have the Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday and then a Pioneer trial on Sunday. All the Showdown winners do go to our end of the year championship series. We're looking earlier at our players to watch. We sort of saw their names as we are ready for the match to begin.
Yeah, this is going to be a real treat as we have Cat playing Grixis Delver, kind of the stock menace from them, versus Sam, a true off the beaten path innovator by trade, playing something off the wall you've never even thought about possibly. Leading on an Inventor's Fair and a Manifold Key. Got a Mox Opal. And that's the turn. So Cat, probably has a good idea of what's going on here, just based on those few cards, and leading on a Ponder to see if they can find the cards they're looking for. If you're Cat here, what is your plan? You're not going to have that early pressure, clearly, because you're not playing a threat on turn 1, but what are you thinking about when you see this open?
Yeah, when I see that, I'm thinking, okay, it's Sam Black. There's something going on. There's a lot of mana being available here. The ring sort of jumps out to me as a thing that could be untapped with these keys. So I'm thinking of something like that. Means I kind of want Daze, Force of Will, Force Negation into those cards. Orcish Bowmaster is a good way to sort of punish the ring. I want to have something to make it so Sam cannot go for an early ring and just start taking over this game before I have pressure.
Yeah, and Sam with an Ancient Tomb here, going for a defense grid. And Cat's hand looks like it's a lot of Brainstorms and not a lot.
Dazes.
Yeah, this defense grid really punishing for Cat. Now defense grid making it so that anything happening on not that player's turn is going to cost 3 more. Really boxing out Cat's ability to interact on Sam's turn, which is, that Daze not being able to get through because of that Inventor's Fair. Really shutting down what Cat's plan might have been to kind of keep Sam at bay.
Mm-hmm. As we are going to see Orcish Bowmaster, the play for the turn. And this is one of the cards we just talked about. Cat here, they don't have a ton of cards that can interact now due to defense grid. So this is something that the ring will actually cost you life up front. Historically speaking, and typically how the card plays, the ring, you get the cards and get the life loss later, which is part of why it's so powerful. Orcish Bowmaster looks to undo that a little bit and actually compound the damage you're taking greatly over time.
Yeah, you wind up taking it like 3 times, right? You take it from the Amass token, you take it from the Orcish Bowmaster triggers, and then you take it from the ring itself. as we see Sam with a City of Traders, paying another 2 life with the Ancient Tomb to play a Mystic Forge. Kind of like a different One Ring for this deck, where everything is colorless. So, going to be able to kind of roll things off the top here and use it to clear things that Sam doesn't want. But this is exactly the kind of spot Sam wants to be in. Got 3 mana, anything like a Basalt Monolith or Grim Monolith, right? Like what's how dangerous is this for Cat to be in this position with Sam having this the Sanctuary?
This is a real anxiety moment. The biggest thing that happening right now is that Sam is limited on actual mana. So Sam has a bunch of mana rocks in the deck. Grim Monolith, like you mentioned, Thran Dynamo. We have a bunch of these type of cards, Basalt Monolith. Once we find those, we can start turboing through our deck, and you're seeing that's what Sam's looking for. Exiling a powerful card like Karn the Great Creator, something you might not expect at first glance because we need the mana to actually do this sort of thing. So Cat here casting Brainstorm is going to need to find some pressure so that Sam doesn't have time just to play every card off the top of their deck because it will be taken over.
Yeah, it looks like Cat getting a chance to cast one of those Brainstorms, looking to just get something going here. Again, this defense grid really shutting them down on their ability to work through what's going on here. And with that Mystic Forge, something like a Force of Will, even if they were to leave up all their mana, might not be enough, right? They're drawing so many cards. They're rolling off the top of their library, right? Sam's in that spot that they want to be in. So looks like we're coming across for 2, just getting what pressure we can out of this. And drawing for the bauble as Sam is going to start up here potentially again.
Yeah. Sam gaining life off the Invention Fair trigger and taking a little peeksky poo at what's on top. Both players know this because Cat did look with Mishra's Bauble. And is this the Paradox engine? It is. So you saw Sam Black on Twitter looking for this card. A lot of people thought it was for the Ring. They assumed Modern, but it turned out to be Legacy. Now, every time Sam casts a spell, it's going to untap all non-land permanents Sam controls. That means that Sam's mana rocks are just going to start producing a ton of mana. As we do have a little take key here, untapping the Mox Opal and then retapping. We're going to use Mystic Forge to reset the top card. That also means if we find a 0 or something, we can reset the top again because we're going to untap the Mystic Forge.
Yeah, it's using the whole key, this deck. It has the way to not only get more mana, but also reset the Forge. And really just untapping permanents and tapping permanents. This is all that Sam Black's deck is designed to do. And it is certainly doing it.
Yeah, and so we're seeing here is Sam is casting the card off the Forges and holding priority on the trigger. So you're seeing Sam's checking the top card to make sure, okay, I do something before the untap trigger from the Paradox engine happens. That's why the cards are being put not with the rest sort of in the battle zone and letting Sam sort of float mana and do things. Because Lotus Petal here lets us float a mana off this Mox Opal so that for future turns we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, I think it's important to also point out that this Orcish Bowmasters, had this Mystic Forge been the One Ring, we would have seen that punishing effect. But as Sam is able to still effectively draw so many cards here and see so much of his deck, not costing him any additional life to that Bowmasters, which is kind of big here.
It's huge. We are going to see the Mox Opal here. We're going to respond, maybe exile the top card if we don't like it with Mystic Fortune. This is costing Sam a life in every iteration. So Sam is limited a little bit. Only gets 8 more cards before we have to stop being able to correct the top of our deck. But we are going to get to, get another untap here in a second. The untap trigger resolves this. Still spell into the sack. We can float the mana before the Opal hits.
Yeah, you can really see all the wheels turning for Sam on every one of these decisions because he really does have so many options, right? With all of these untaps on the keys, the floating mana, the Paradox engine triggers, he's got a lot of opportunity. Only 9 more times, now 8 with this activation of Mystic Forge, to pick and choose, find one of the things that he really needs to be able to cut off all the limitations on what he's able to play off the top of the library here. But yeah, it's just a lot of decisions being made, even in just this one turn where he's kind of maybe surfing. He's not quite spinning off the top. He might wipe out here. He might not get where he needs to go, but is definitely definitely going somewhere.
Yeah, worth noting too, Sam's playing 12 lands this weekend. So Sam is not going to run into a bunch of lands in a row like you might see a normal deck that plays that has a bunch of cards like Lotus Petal in the deck instead, which work very well with what Sam's trying to do here.
We see another Lotus Petal, just more amassing of mana here from Sam, who has a Mishra's research desk, another way to draw cards that does not draw cards. I'm kind of in love with the construction of this deck. There's a lot of cards that I never thought about as cards you'd play in Legacy, but really showing off just how unique a deck builder Sam is, and also just how much research must have gone into building this the way it's been built.
Yeah, I think Sam Black really proves the point that Magic is underexplored in a lot of formats, this one included, right? There's a lot of times where, and here's Karn, the Great Creator, where players feel like things have been solved, they know exactly what's going on, and then we see players do things like this where it kind of gets out of hand. Sam also hasn't found a Basilica Monolith or a Grim Monolith. If we had that card in play, we would have so much mana. It looks like, Sam's been barely winning. Oh, I don't know if I want to play this deck. It looks so hard. Looks like there's a bunch there. But if we ever find one of those, it's going to be big games. It looks like Sam's floating a lot of mana.
Yeah, not to spoil the party, but that top card was Basalt Monolith. Just a nice 3-mana artifact that taps for 3 mana, and you can pay 3 to untap it. But with all these keys, now Sam's making approximately a bajillion colorless mana every spell that is coming off the top. Each of these keys effectively now soul rings.
Yeah, so what's happening here is Sam is paying 1 mana to untap the monolith with the ring. So every one of those tapping of the rings, like Abe just said, is a soul ring. So we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 mana in Sam's mana pool, plus the colored mana from the Opal. And now you're seeing what the deck's really like. You might be thinking, why are all these keys in the deck? Oh, that's cute with Mystic Force, but I don't know if that's actually good. Now you're seeing like it gets out of hand very quickly as another key enters the battlefield, which means we're going to get more looks, more mana generation. And we might just see Sam leave his mana tap like this until we sort of run out of things we can do.
Yeah, and important to note, how is it that Sam's deck wins here is either a Lattice Lock, there's an Emrakul in the deck, but also there's just a Walking Ballista in the sideboard here, a card that Karn has not been allowed to get in formats where Karn gets played in a long while. But with the amount of mana Sam has, that means Sam only needs 38 mana to deal lethal here. And that Karn has not been used. So we're pretty close to 38. We're only a spell or two away from that reality. And so really just showing off exactly how potent this deck is. Imagine if we had this Basalt Monolith from the jump. We would already be deep into game 2 by now, it feels like.
Yeah. This is one of those things where it feels like Sam actually got pretty unlucky to not have one of these things get found earlier. Sam has like 12 of these mana rocks that produce a ton of mana. Now, Grim Monolith is basically the same thing. And so Sam's saying, hey, I'm going to just, make a bunch of mana, and I'm going to show you this Walking Ballista real quick. Cat's like, I believe you, but, let's just see it here. And, we're going to move on to game number 2. So what a crazy game, and totally showing us here what Sam Black is capable of doing. And just sort of...
Yeah, this is one of the coolest decks that I have seen. I remember there was a time when Karn first came out that people tried to do something like this with just the Mystic Forge. But Sam really taking that idea to a whole new level with the addition of the One Ring to Magic. And so looking at sideboarding here, Kat obviously got stuck behind a defense grid there early. Counter Magic probably among her best tools. But what she's got access to now is going to include Plague Engineer, Grafdigger's Cage, to Meltdown, to Pyroblast, to Surgical Extraction, to Force Negation, a Hydroblast, a Red Elemental Blast, and a Blue Elemental Blast. So what of those are you really looking at, Mason, if you are Kat? What's your plan here?
So Meltdown is something I want. Earlier we saw Sam sort of set up a couple artifacts on the board. Obviously, if we hit the part with the Mystic Forge, the ring, it's going to be really hard to use as a response. But for stopping early mana rocks, Meltdown is a great card and something I'm super interested in. Same for Force and Negation. That is going to be really good for them. Kat is someone who wants to be putting pressure on board and take over the game from there. So that is going to be in their wheelhouse. Otherwise, I don't think they have too much You could maybe once again bring in something like a surgical extraction if you wanted to counter something and then take a key piece. And a deck like this, that I'm a little bit more down for this. We talked last round about how let's move to Sam's deck real quick. We might want to use surgical extraction to hit rhinos, but it's a little unlikely. This deck Sam's playing here today, it has so many different moving pieces, it might be a bit better.
Yeah, and Sam's sideboard obviously has some slots devoted here to the Karn Wish package, but has 3 Dismember, 2 Leyline of the Void, 2 Surgical Extraction. Could bring in like some of these Wish targets like Tormod's Crypt or the Mystic Forge or Surge Hacker Mech. Is there anything you'd really change here from Sam?
There's maybe a world where I want some Dismembers. I could see that. You just don't want to get run over. And Orcish Bowmaster, once again, we talked about how if this was the ring, or things would have been really different with Orcish Bowmaster in play. You maybe want like 1 or 2 Dismembers over some of these cards just to have that ability to go and remove that card so you can start comboing off. So I think that's about it though from Sam's side, as the players seem to be drawing up their hands.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting ready to start game 2. I was curious. So Grafdigger's Cage, right? That stops Mystic Forge?
Does it? I thought it was just creatures on Grafdigger's Cage. Maybe it's spells.
I think it says you can't cast them from graveyards or libraries too.
Ooh, let's take a double check ski on that card. Obviously, all these words do matter. Creature cards in graveyards and libraries can interplay. Players can't cast spells from the graveyard or library. Yeah, so Grafdigger's Cage is actually really good there as well. Great catch, Abe.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Cat is keeping their opening 7, and Sam is mulliganing 2-6 here. It's going to be interesting to see, as always with the Delver decks, there's so many options. You have so many of these different, 1 and 2 ofs that you can bring in. They have their place, they have their plans for them, seeing exactly how they line up against all of the crazy things that can happen in a format as deep as Legacy. Even you might not have that Grafdigger's Cage thinking about Mystic Forge, but seeing if that's something that Cat feels is the right choice to go with is going to be really interesting in these games.
Mm-hmm. Also, something that's pretty interesting looking at Sam's deck is Sam has 4 of the One Ring in the main deck and 3 Mystic Forge. 3 Mystic Forge in the main and 1 Mystic Forge in the side. Maybe harkens to me that Sam actually that card's better in the deck than the Ring is, which is pretty telling because Karn, you now have more copies of Mystic Forge, right? You have 7 Forges compared to the 4 of the Ring, or you could have a Ring in your sideboard to be able to wish for it. Sam wants it in the main deck.
Yeah, that is a really, really good catch about the way this is built. It's always fascinating to see into the mind of someone like Sam Black and what they might have thought about and how you can read into these specific numbers. The Sam looks like they're looking at a close 6-card hand, whether or not they're going to keep this and put a card on the bottom or go down to 5.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like just taking a minute trying to figure out exactly. And with these sort of decks, you do want to make sure that you make a good choice for your mulligans. It's sort of, kind of like resolving a big draw spell, right? And you want to make sure that you're not happy redoing it much like Ponder.
Yeah, Cat leading off here with a Bauble on themselves. Looks like they might like what they see. They're leading on a Volcanic Island and passing, so choosing to draw that card rather than using the fetch land in their hand. Now let's see what Sam's thoughts were. We have a turn 1 Urza's Saga. A key.
Minor misstep.
Looks like you made a bit of a mistake, Sam.
More of a misstep when you get down to it, really. As the Mox Opal comes down.
All right, so Cat here. Wastelanding the Urza Saga. And playing a Grafdigger's Cage. So really setting up this Sam, you're not going to do anything fun this game kind of plan that Delver is so good at playing, only a threat away from really being in a commanding position.
Yeah.
Sam also with another Urza Saga, another key, and a Lotus Petal turning on this Mox Opal. So Sam's still in this very much, another land in Sam's hand, and they can start making constructs. Cat casting a Brainstorm here, digging for the next piece of the puzzle, as it were. What are you thinking of on Sam's side here as far as what you're not looking to see, what you're trying to do? What's going through your mind if you're in the mind of Sam Black, Mason?
if I'm in the mind of Sam Black, I'm hoping that there are no threats come down for the next couple of turns because I have some Urza Sagas that can maybe steal this game if I draw another land or have one in hand. I'm also looking for maybe a card like Karn. Karn is a card that I can use to wish in order to find some other things and generate some card advantage that way since I can't play cards off the top of my deck with Cage. If we're going to find Karn, though, we're going to probably need Ancient Tomb first, but it's something that is, in the wheelhouse of things we can do.
Yeah, and Cat resolving this brainstorm, fetching away a card they didn't like and an Underground Sea, kind of freeing up their hand a bit. Let's going to see what the follow-up here is. And a Ponder. So we are still looking for that perfect world in which we want to live as the Delver player. It's like a Dragon Rage Channeler, a Mishra's Bauble, and a Fetch Land.
Yeah, I think this is maybe a good example from Cat's side where there's the DRC that we want, but that's all. And the other two cards aren't very good. So we're just going to try and take a redraw. And, the DRC isn't even the online with Delirium. So it's not like it's the end of the world for Sam here.
Yeah. It's also one of those ones where if we had another mana this turn to cast DRC this turn, maybe it's worth it then. You draw the bauble, you surveil away the land, you're freed up again. But, really on these Ponders all weekend, you're going to see if a player's keeping a Ponder, it's going to be the best. And otherwise, they are looking for nothing short. As Sam does have another land here, an Inventor's Fair with this Mox Opal, able to activate their Urza Saga and start making constructs. Really just another layer to this, right? Last game we saw, a bunch of keys, we're going to get a bunch of mana, draw a bunch of cards. Now we've got a 4/4 looking next turn to possibly just make a 5/5, go get an artifact. There's a lot that Cat needs to be worried about.
I don't want you to have a meltdown, Abe, but I think Cat's about to have one, which is going to blow up Grafdigger's Cage, but it's going to blow up everything.
Goodness.
And you see Sam's face.
Sam does not look too pleased with this development. I've got to be honest. And it's hard to be. Meltdown kind of being the force of vigor of all time here. Trading that Grafdigger's Cage and that Meltdown for everything Sam has done this entire game. Someone who's played a lot of Hammer Time in Modern. I'm very familiar with that feeling. We have a DRC here anyway, a Brainstorm. Cat is now firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and this is sort of, what we talked about Cat was looking for when we talked about sideboarding. Now, I personally missed the Grafdigger's Cage, but, it did end up coming in here. We sort of had it all. We found the threat, and now we're doing Delvery stuff.
Yeah, so if you're Sam here, you're now behind the 8-ball. They've got the DRC. You're on the clock. You don't have more than this one land. What is it that gets you from here to being in this game?
So we need to start drawing lands now sooner than later. We need to just get mana so we can start casting our spells. We know Cat probably has more permission spells, and that is going to be a problem. So we need to do it while the clock's low. Now, this Orcish Bowmaster coming in dramatically changes the clock. So Sam's going to need probably, Ancient Tombs in maybe City of Traders in order to really have some stuff going and some Mana Rocks as well. And there's a Grim Monolith that gets dazed. So now Sam's going to fall a little bit further behind on the mana. And a big part of this all is Sam Crow needs the House of Cards to come together and then to find a Mystic Forge to sort of do what we did last game. But Cat's not allowing that from Sam.
Yeah, an attack for looks like 5 here. Sam's not long for this world as another Dragon's Rage Channeler hits the battlefield. This Bowmasters is really taxing. It's 6 power in the air. That's a 2-turn clock, even with these constructs to block. Sam casts Defense Grid. Going to stop anything from happening from Cat on Sam's turns, but all the action the Cat needs to do is really on the board for their turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cat's sort of in the position where Cat's going to counter things that really matter, and that's about it. Nothing else is super happening. The Defense Grid coming down makes it even less of a worry. Now, we do have 3 mana, so we can do something like a Daze still, but it isn't, that likely to have happened. And with this main phase fetch, we might be seeing Cat trying to find, some more threats. Maybe cast something like a Ponder, look for another Bowmaster, and put Sam down on life. As there's a meltdown. Sam smirks like, okay, I get it. No doubt.
Cool. Awesome. feel like I I feel a real kinship to Sam as I have watched many an artifact go into the graveyard in my life, and it does not feel particularly great to be on Sam's side of the table here.
Yeah, Sam, great player, great podcast on a great network, obviously, but a lot going down here.
Yeah, it looks like we're just trying to figure out what, if anything, we can do with this Urza Saga. Might as well play it out that far. What's the line here? You can have the perfect set of cards here. How's it you're getting to?
I have a perfect set of cards. Is Ensnaring Bridge in my deck? Looks like it's not. Well, that was step one, I thought. I'm not sure if there might be a line. This is obviously sort of a newer deck. I mean, Mystic Forge has got to be the start of it. I get. Oh,
how about the One Ring?
That will. All right. The One Ring is a good start. Now we have Orcish Bowmaster in play. We're gonna get the first draw for free because the Orc can't target us. Now the next draw is going to be able to kill us, so we have to win on the next turn or present another ring in Legend Rule again.
And in our hand, we have, I got the peek, a Paradox Engine and a Grim Monolith. So, as far as things go, not a bad place to be. I mean, we still need access to cards, but that's a lot of pieces of the puzzle here with the One Ring in play and ourselves going to 2 from the burden counter. So let's see what Sam's draw is.
I don't think it matters. The cat technically should have attacked. It is a forced play per the DRC's rule. I don't think Sam has anything that matters for untapped creatures, but a small little thing, you do still have to attack with that card, even though you can't deal damage.
That is a good catch, Mason. I agree. It's unlikely it's going to have any impact on the game. And Sam checking here. All right, are we going to remember the trigger? Which cat has remembered?
And Sam's like, okay, good games. Can't win without it. And we're going to move on to game number 3 here. Yeah, what a wild game that was. And we sort of saw the Delver deck do its Delver thing, right, Abe? Interact early, have your high-impact sideboard cards that you find off your cantrips that give you a lot of card selection, kick the opponent's teeth in, and don't let them rebuild before you can kill them.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, really showcasing Sam's deck's resiliency to that. Even after that meltdown, getting that position where, if not for those 2 DRCs, like back-to-back, from Cat, could have had time to get that One Ring online, if not for the Bowmasters, having a real shot at that there. A really, really resilient deck for, again, we got Meltdown for 4 cards, we got our Urza Saga Wastelanded, we got Meltdown for 2 more cards. Like a really, really powerful showing. Really, really going to be exciting game 3 here to watch.
Mm-hmm. But before we get to game number 3, as those players are looking at their sideboards again real quick, let's talk about our future events here coming up. That way, if you're having fun, you want to play one of these events, we have a couple events coming up in Detroit, August 12th to the 13th. We have the Modern 10K Showdown. You want to come out and play that. You win that, you get to go to our end of the year championship series. Sunday 5K Pioneer Trial. Then in Indianapolis, October 14th and the 15th, we have a Pioneer 10K Showdown and a Sunday Team 10K Trial. That's going to be Modern, Pioneer, and Legacy. Sounds like a lot of fun going on there. Then in the end of the year, November 25th and the 26th, we have a Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday and a Sunday 5K Pioneer Trial. That's what's coming up for there. And let's look at quickly what the players are playing for this weekend here as they're still shuffling up. There's a bunch of money on the line, a bunch of points. First place, $1,200 and 30 NRG points. That's going to help you get to our end of the year championship series. Pretty important there. $600 for second place, third and fourth, $400, fifth through eighth, $200, and the money goes down to top 32 with points going all the way down as we are starting up game number 3 here.
As we see both players drawing their opening hands, Sam going to be on the play here. Had to take a mulligan last game, and also kind of fell behind just to being on the road. We saw that daze on that Grim Monolith be really, really impactful. It looks like Sam is going to take a mulligan, and Cat looks like they're going to keep.
Yeah, and it looks like not super happy there from Sam. Didn't look like it took much time for him to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm sure. Much like we're talking about Storm last round, where you kind of look at your opening hand, you see what it is you can and can't do. In the same way, this Colorless combo deck is a lot like that Storm deck. You know, it's going to matter what your open is more than it's going to matter, you know, about a broader hand of the game. You're going to look at your hand and know. Feels like just looking for all the right pieces. So Indianapolis coming up in October. Are we squadding up for that? Are we going to make that happen?
I'm down. I think I have to commentate the modern 10K, but maybe I can do it from the hall / you know, I'll get a hotel room or whatever, and we can do a little team. Who's our third? Who we getting?
Our third?
Yeah, I can. Maybe
I was talking about Jarvis. I can see about getting Jarvis.
Reel him in.
Yeah. You know he loves Legacy. Maybe we'll just see who wins today. Just call them up real quick.
Exactly. Yeah, this is actually a tryout to join the squad. We didn't want to mention it because it's a lot of pressure, but it could happen. Now, the problem is, you know, I was thinking about maybe try to get our friend Misplaced Ginger, but then you and Ginger be vying over Pioneer, which is a crazy world we live in. I don't want to have to deal with two people who want to play Pioneer. So, you know, we have to find somebody else.
I could give it to him if he agreed to play Mutavaults in his red-black deck.
He would never agree to that.
Strange that I might not give it up to him then. All right, let's see what Sam's 6 is looking like here. As he's getting his first look at it, we're getting our first look at him taking his first look at it. Looks like a keeper.
Yeah, a little keeper with a little thinker on it.
Certainly doesn't look like a 5 there. So we have an Ancient Tomb down to 18.
Why is the? Oh, I guess Sam just hasn't fully moved it over yet.
Yeah,
that's what's happening.
And we've got a Grim Monolith being met by.
Sam just didn't realize that they hadn't put it on bottom. That's actually what happened. That's much funnier.
Force Negation, pitching Ponder here, getting rid of that Grim Monolith. Let's see if Sam has anything else. Nope. And just a quick Wasteland from Cat, setting us back to square zero. Let's see what Sam's follow-up here is.
I really like this play from Cat. Sam's deck is, you know, lower on lands. It's a little higher. Actually, the Ursasagas are hiding from me here on melee. So it's actually 16 lands. I know I mentioned 12 earlier, but that was my mistake. But Sam's just aggressively going after the mana because they're going aggressively after Sam's mana because Sam needs that mana to function.
Yeah, and as we see, Sam just does not have another land, and Cat's 2 Wastelands have completely shut Sam down. Keeping Sam off of any man at all to get going means now Cat is in dominant control of this game.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to see a fetch for the Underground Sea, and maybe it's in like an Orcish Bowmaster here.
And that's exactly what it is, Mason.
Yeah, this card has really done a lot to change the context of Legacy and really put this deck back on the map.
Yeah, and Sam really just under any amount of pressure is a bad place to be against this Delver deck.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we're seeing an attack for 2, dropping Sam to 15. What's the route for Sam? Obviously, land's got to be involved, but what's on your mind here?
I'm thinking land, probably a soul land, like, you know, Ancient Tomb or Sea of Traders into Defense Grid. That way we don't get countered. We get a little mana rock going, and then we get Mystic Forge, and we sort of do what we did in game 1.
Yeah, and we're going to see Cat brainstorming here with another fetch land, trying to prevent that reality from coming to fruition. Sam does appear to have a spell to cast, a Lotus Petal. And that is it. Back to Cat.
Cat holding the minor misstep there. Some good patience on their end. Could be really tempting to, you know, go after that Lotus Petal, make sure Sam has no mana, but instead, no, Sam's deck is full of 1 and 0s that actually matter. That could be a lot more effective, like maybe Mox Opal.
Yeah, not fighting over those small ball, you know, mana rocks, but looking for a permanent mana source. Looks like Cat's really being disciplined about this and using another Orcish Bowmasters to tighten the clock on Sam yet again.
Really like this from Cat here too, where they have Meltdown land.
Oh, yeah, this Cat has a meltdown?
Yeah, Cat has a meltdown. So Cat's just letting it happen because there's no payoff. Cat knew a 1 mana spell would have to be involved, and it's just going to attack. And I think fire off this meltdown, get a little 2-for-1.
Yeah, allowing Sam to dig his own grave by avoiding moving to discard. Is it really card advantage if those cards might have been discarded anyway, Mason?
It's hard to know. Philosophers have thought about it for years. This Grafdigger Cage is to play a City of Traders, comes down, and with 2 Bowmasters, there's a lot of damage with the ring, and the Grafdigger Cage covers the Mystic Forge, so we'll take key as the cast.
And then another key with 1 floating. See Cat responding here with a fetch.
Yeah, this might be Cat just firing off the second minor misstep on the key, just being like, hey, I've got lethal in the next turn. Let's make sure there's no mana rock shenanigans. I can't counter those. Makes sense now, too, to fight over this sort of second one when the first one is maybe not that big a deal, just, basically going up a single mana.
Yeah, absolutely. What Cat doesn't want to see is a world where a Grim Monolith comes down and suddenly Sam has enough mana to overpower maybe not having an answer for that initial mana rock. This Cat puts Sam to 3.
And another Grafdigger's Cage. I don't even think Sam had many answers to the first, but surely not any to the second. That's what we're going to see.
And
The Sam
extends the hand.
Yeah, congratulations to Cat there, picking up a great game and played incredibly well on their part. Game 3 especially, where just making sure to do what they need to do and have it happen the way they needed is important. So we are going to have an interview with them here in a second. So we're going to give them a second to go, get their cards together and do that. But yeah, like I was saying, game number 3 there, I really like the way Cat held the minor misstep. It can be really tempting to be like, I've, aggressively wastelanded Sam Black out of this. I'm up a bunch of material. I'm just going to fire off this minor misstep on this Lotus Petal and make sure Sam can't get anything going. Instead, knows anything that Sam can play with this Lotus Petal, I can just counter my 2-for-1 / there are even better zeros, even if they do that, like Mox Opal, that could actually get Sam back in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big win for Cat there, playing at Sam Black, arguably one of the most accomplished players in the room today, while also being in the hunt for the leaderboard. I think currently 13th place on our 2023 leaderboard. So really racking up those points.
Yeah, and really the orange players on the list are already qualified. So while it matters for the Player of the Year race, which is important, and Steven Dykeman is crushing, it really means that Cat's actually in 10th, tied for 7th place. So Cat, a good top 8 this weekend could help lock up their position, as we are seeing it here. Yeah, so Dykeman, Raja, and Eric are all already qualified. So those names are ones you don't have to worry about, which means our top 6 players. So, for example, if it ended right now, Chris Smith, Fletcher Johnson, Sarah Shearing, Sean Gallagher, Saporito, and A. Adams would be our qualified players. But, we've seen a lot of these players like Theo over here in 38th point.
Very lightly. They're kind of quiet.
To make it. So still a lot of points left in with 3 more events. And we're going to see if Cat's going to make a run at it here. As I think Cat is ready for the interview. Cat, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. This is an excellent start, especially compared to yesterday. So I have really good hopes for top 8 / good points today.
What were you thinking in game 1 when Sam just started the marionette craziness happening? Maestro.
I was having a blast. I'm a longtime combo player. I've played like every Storm variant under the moon, Twiddle Storm, Green, Blue, Red, all that. And it was just like, I loved it. I thought it was super sick. I felt bad because I was dead, but it was like super cool to see.
Yeah, there was a great moment in game 1 where Sam cast that defense grid with that 1-man open. We can see the days in your hand, and everyone in the room sees that that, we're going to do what we can from here on out, but
yeah, and
his deck do
it was especially bad with like 3 dazes and brainstorming and like not being able to get my dazes out of my hand. I was oh no, this stinks so bad.
Yeah, really came out there. But then, game 2 and 3, your sideboard plans came in. You showed some really great discipline there in game number 3, not firing that minor misstep off on, kind of like a bait Lotus Petal there, holding it for the right time, saving your meltdowns, doing a good job there. So, with all that in mind and everything, and you've been having a really great run, we're just talking about your position on the leaderboard. Are you going to be playing the rest of our events this year to try and make that championship series? You're kind of tied for 7th place right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. I am aiming to make the Players' Championship. That is my goal. And then doing extremely well there. I don't know. Like, I definitely want to go to all these tournaments. First and foremost, playing Magic is super fun, and it's a great outlet. I'm very new to competitive Magic. I used to do like PTQs and stuff, and like never really got anywhere with it. But with after COVID and like the NRG series coming back, it's super local to me. I live right over the border in Wisconsin. Going to the store is like very easy, and meeting people kind of convinced me to actually get out there and grind. And it's been a blast so far. I've met so many cool people, played great Magic. I would like to take my game up to that next level and make the champs.
Awesome. Well, we can't wait to see that sort of journey and progress for you. So congratulations so far on being 3-0 in the tournament. Kat, I'm sure we'll see more of you this weekend as well on the series. We're going to give you some time to relax. And we're going to go to our backup match. So have a good rest of your day, Kat. We'll see you around.
Thank you. You guys as well. Thank you for everything.
Of course. And Abe, like I said, we do have a backup feature match, and we have some Mississippi River. So if you're a Legacy lover and you love the stream, you're going to make sure to follow and all that stuff, but also tell your friends. This is a deck that only works in paper. It is not on Magic Online. And honestly, let's be real, would it even work on Magic Online if it was up? Who knows? Abe, I'm not even going to attempt to throw you under the bus here like you did to me in another match. I'm just going to tell players what's happening here. So as we're pulling this up here, we have the card Creative Technique here for Aaron. This card basically is going to copy your next spell. We're going to play Cascade spells. So we're going to go over and over and over again. We're going to play our whole deck and then cast an Emrakul or a Maelstrom Wanderer and attack for lethal with all of these Cascade creatures. It involves a lot of mana, so we have a lot of lands that produce 2 mana, like Dwarven Ruins, for example, a land that you can sack to make 2 red, and we're just sort of hoping to go off on turn 3.
And I want to point out that on the other side of the table, we have Oops All Spells, which is another namesake, one of those famous, maybe even infamous, of the all right, we're just going to do something crazy you can't do anywhere else. As we're seeing, all right, this game is going to end on turn 2 no matter what. Because we've got 3 Summoners Pacts getting shortcutted here by the Oops All Spells deck.
I got a lot of respect here for Dan, who just goes, listen, I'm going for the Pact. You got a counterspell? No. All right. I'm really going for it this turn. So if you haven't got a counter, you might want to wait. I'm all in. As we do get 2 Elvish Spirit Guides.
Yeah, I know you've played a lot of Amulet in your day, a lot of Summoners Packs. How many Amulets you need to comfortably say you're going to be able to pay, what's that, 6 green and 6 generic colorless?
I'm gonna need a lot. I'm gonna need to kill him, much like we're gonna try and hear. So we're gonna make 3 mana with the Balustrade and then the Tin Forger to make a black, and then Balustrade Spy. We're gonna flip our whole deck, and it works a little weird. So basically, these creatures are gonna interplay the Narcomoebas, and then we have some Bridge from Belows, and we have like Cabal Therapy, and then we have a Dread Return. So what's gonna happen is we'll probably Cabal Therapy, make sure there isn't a force or something, right? Then bring out your zombies. Through Breach, bring back Thassa's Oracle, and win the game. So let's start with Aaron's sideboard, as she actually knows what's going on, and Dan isn't sure what his opponent's playing.
Yeah. Where do you even begin as Aaron after a game like that? You know, your sideboard, we've got 4 copies of Throes of Chaos, 3 Mirror Shell Crab, which, if you're not familiar, is a little counterspell you can channel for 3 mana, as well as being a 5/7 artifact creature. Colossal Sky Turtle, 2 of those, 2 Pyrokinesis, 2 Tybalt's Trickery, Ave Progenitor Ooze, little Storm Ooze, and a Maddening Hex. Where's your head at, Mason, in the Mississippi River? What are you drowning in it? Are you getting swept away by it? Do you have your bearings? Where's it taking you?
Well, first I'm calling Judge to use the bathroom, and I'm ordering DoorDash. Then I'm going back to the table, and then I'm hoping that I can go get my food before the next round starts. But in case I get lucky and have to burn my DoorDash, I think the only card we have in our sideboard that can really matter are the crab. In theory, we could maybe channel to counter something, assuming our opponent has a slow start. And then Tybalt's Trickery could also counter. Otherwise, we just need to go as fast as possible. We need to get the Mississippi River going. We have to do this sort of thing. This deck sort of excels at fighting against, decks with lots of counter spells and slower, like kind of dirtily piled decks, trying to play fair games. These unfair Oops All Spells deck, Reanimator, these are sort of big problems for the River, and we don't have much to help in that department.
Yeah, and moving over to Oops All Spells, obviously that game went exactly as planned. You have no idea what your opponent is playing, but you've got Force of Vigors, Leyline of Sanctities, some Leyline of the Void, some Xanted Swarm, a Foundation Breaker. You've got some tools at your disposal. What is it that are you changing anything? Are you running it back? Are you paying for all 3 packs? What's going through your head?
Yeah, so a little bit of something, right? Our opponent kept a 7-card hand in Legacy and didn't have any interaction. And so maybe isn't a blue deck, right? So, there might be a small chance. So I'm not sure if I want to bring anything that might be normally good against a blue deck. Otherwise, I'm not really sure. My guess is that if it was me, I might be tempted to maybe bring in like a Force of Vigor and like a Ley Lines of the Void or something like that. Just try and stop other combo decks / answers they could have for my combo. But I don't really want to oversideboard. My sort of read is that this is probably a go fast matchup, and I just want to go as fast as I possibly can.
So a little bit of second verse, same as the first is your prediction here?
Yeah, second verse, same as the first. Probably no Xantid Swarm. Let's see if the players are ready, though. I think they are for game number 2.
And it's going to be Aaron's turn to be on the play here with their, only possible in Legacy combo deck. As we see, it looks like they're prepared to keep, and Dan is thinking. We see a Foundation
Dan has the
Breaker.
turn 1 kill.
Yep.
If Dan wants to keep, but does have to, be willing to say keep and go all in on this Lotus Petal. And does, I guess, have Foundation Breaker. So if worse comes to worse, this deck is called Oops All Spells, but due to all of the battle for Zendikar lands, we have some actual mana sources in our deck. So we're not just all in on Lotus Petal as builds of this deck, sort of in the past were.
Yeah, and you can see Dan thinking about, is there a Leyline of the Void? This is actually a mulligan to 5. So getting rid of access to the answered Leyline really just in on the turn 1 as we see, what's the name of this? The red storage land. Sandstone Needle, 2 charge counters. You can remove 1 to add red as Dan is doing his thing. You've got a Dark Ritual.
Okay, yeah, gonna lead on Cabal there because we picked up the Simeon Spirit Guide. Just gonna name probably Force, maybe Surgical Extraction, kind of depending on what you think is the thing that's most likely to get you here. Dan is all in. Now, we did sideboard in the Tibble Trickery. We had, our sort of counter spell, and we had actually a turn 3, the river sort of ran, but it looks like Dan is just going to go for it, and that is it. Unfortunate for the Mississippi River. We do hate to see it, but that is sort of the nature of Legacy, right? Sometimes we bring these combo decks and we place a combo mirror, and Oops All Spells sort of the ultimate, I'm going to go fast, I can win on turn 1, as we saw in both those games. Dan, playing a whopping 2 turns that round, didn't really like the camera, a little shy, wanted to get off it pretty quick, and we respect that from Dan.
Yeah, I'm sad I didn't get to see the river run. I've heard that when the Mississippi River runs, it just keeps going.
It really does. Just like this stream is going to keep going, but we are out of matches for you right now. So you want to click that follow button. You want to drop a Twitch Prime, by the way. If you don't drop it on us, drop it on somebody. Just don't let that money go to waste there. So, support the paper magic. We will be back in just a little bit. We're going to show you some best of NRG live, so you have some magic on your screen. Click the follow button. We'll be back in just a minute. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series in St. Louis. I'm your host, Mason Jerome. My co-host here, Abe Stein, and we have some more Legacy action for you this round. Round 4 of the event. It's been pretty exciting. Let's check out our players to watch them and see how they've been doing. As there's been a bunch of shakeup recently. Adam Watson-Moses, who will be our main feature this round, 3-0. Jarvis, who is our round 1 feature, also 3-0. George DeBoer, rallying a little bit at 1-2, along with Hoey and Raja. Our 2-1 players are Joseph Bernal, Sam Black, and Steven Dykeman. We saw Sam Black take the L last round to Cat in a pretty exciting match. So if you want to go back and check that one, the VODs will be up after this event. But right now, we do have Adam Watson-Moses playing the Boros Initiative deck, which we have seen from a couple of our players battling against Ad Nauseam Tendrils, a classic of the Legacy format. Abe, what are some of your thoughts going into this matchup? Who you favorite? Who you picking?
Yeah, I think it's always a fun when you have the no forcible deck against the combo deck, because you really get to see a lot of weird games play out. We saw that earlier with Tess against Golgari Control in round 2 here. I personally like Ad Nauseam in this one. I think that the Storm deck is just a little bit ahead, but with the explosive kinds of starts and the kind of prison elements that are in the initiative deck, it really could go either way. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see sort of how this goes. Both really fast and powerful decks here in the Legacy format. Speaking of Legacy, if you want to play, we have a couple events coming up as our players are finishing shuffling up here in old Detroit. We've got August 13th to the 14th. We have a team 10K here. It should be popping up on your screen in just a second. We're going to have a 5K trial that weekend as well. So if you win that Modern Showdown, you are invited to our end of the year champs event. That's a $25,000 prize pool, 16 players. Winner goes to the Pro Tour and is our champion going into the event the next year. So you get to basically re-queue. Hey, you win. Guess what? All your hard work is rewarded. After that, we have another event in Indianapolis, October 13th through the 14th. It's going to be a Pioneer Showdown on Saturday, and then a team trial on Sunday. Modern, Legacy, Pioneer. You, two of your friends, go out and play. It's going to be a blast. Indianapolis is always a great city for some Magic events. Rest in peace to Randy Brothers. As we move on to the next one in Madison, November 25th to the 26th, we have the Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday. Once again, that's how you make it to our championship there, and the 5K trial as well. And if you're at home watching this, you want to make sure to click the follow button. That way you don't miss anything, because the race for the champs is starting to heat up. This is past the halfway point, Abe. As of right now, there are only these 3 events left, and everyone who's making a run at our end of the year champs series is going to really need to buckle in and get ready, as we are just down in the Fish Ranch area, seeing as Adam is resolving a mulligan.
Yeah, looks like Adam is going to 6 here, kind of deciding on that last card to keep, and looks like Yuchen kept 7. Not sure who's on the play. We're going to find out. You know, it's funny talking about the champs. Oh, we'll get to that later. So we have a turn 1 Chrome Mox, City of Traders, and a Trinisphere from Adam Washburn Moses, which is just, 3-ball corner pocket.
Yeah, and you see Adam laughing. Yuchen also laughing, knowing they're on Storm, and Adam chalicing on 1.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. This game, I said there's going to be some close games. This was a close game. It already is. If not for that Chrome Mox and that Soul Land, who knows what Yuchen's turn 1 would have looked like. It really was a coin flip. Could have gone any way who was on the play this game. And it looks like Adam is going to develop their first threat of the game with 2 mana floating off the City of Traders, a fetch for a plateau. Well, really, any creature probably crosses the finish line here, as it is hard for a deck with Dark Ritual. Dark Ritual, single black to get 3 black. Not as good at 2 and a black to get 3 black mana. As we see a hard cast Fury from Adam, putting this game on a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, I would check out from Yuchen, see if we have anything we can do. We could get really close. We could cast the Tendrils to gain 2. That might matter for the old Clockaroo. But I don't think we have any way to actually remove the Fury once it hit the battlefield.
No, Ad Nauseam Tendrils, not traditionally a deck good at interacting with the battlefield, especially not in game 1. As we see here, a 3-mana Ponder into the Chalice Void that is countered. A little bit of a Chalice check as Adam attacks for 6 and passes right on back. Firing a Ponder, again countered.
This is the rope-a-dope.
Yeah, I got to admire the perseverance.
Yeah. And this is something the Boros Prison deck, Adam has labeled their deck as Boros Prison. It is really like the Initiative deck as well, as we are going to see the Thoughtseize here counter with a Chalice. Adam, maybe the mistake there, should let it resolve, put Yuchen down to 5.
No, you have to. It's a state, but you can't.
It is a state. It is. That's right. You don't get a choice. That's right. Good point. I was thinking that it was a trigger. It was an optional thing, but it's not. And that is going to do it. So game number 1 goes to Adam.
Yeah, Legacy at its finest there. Well, like I said, a real close game. Who knows what it looks like with Yuchen on the play. Could have gone either way. So if you're Yuchen here, you now know what you're up against. You're up against these hate permanents, little red-white prison strategy. Sideboards, you got 3 Echoing Truth, 3 Surgical Extraction, a Biforce, a Chain of Vapor, a Consign to Oblivion, Dark Petition, Duress, Empty the Warrens, Flusterstorm, Peer into the Abyss, and Tendrils of Agony. What of this are you looking at if you're Yuchen as far as how you're going to combat these permanents?
So Echo Truth is pretty good. That's something that can just bounce, the chalices and all the threats and the Trinispheres. It gives you a way to get out from under there. Bifrost is another thing that can blow up a bunch of artifacts. It destroys X target artifacts. That could be a way, the transfer comes down, we get up a chalice. Well, Bifrost can get out from underneath the chalice and the transfer. So those are cards I'm pretty excited about. You might see his Chain of Vapors along a very similar line. It's just a way to unsummon some potential problem in front of us. And then we probably just want to trim down on a few of our cards to make so our deck still functions and make room for these answer spells, because we are a Storm deck with critical mass. We don't want to have too many answers. Maybe Thoughtseize will get trimmed on, for example, make room for these answers that answered resolved cards.
Yeah, and then over on Adam's side, we've got 4 Leyline of the Void, 3 Swords Plowshares, 2 Fairy Macabre, 2 Mindbreak Trap, 2 Pyroblast, and 2 Magus of the Moon. What of that are you eyeing?
I love Magus of the Moon, and I love Mindbreak Trap. Mindbreak Trap is just going to be a good sort of counterspell to stop the Storm stuff from going off. Magus of the Moon, a great way to just lock out the Storm player. Pyroblast, something you can bring in. It's just something like Chain of Vapors, like we talked about, or Echoing Truth, but also you can just use it to fight over, one of their cantrips or whatever and setting up a turn. So depends on how Adam wants to approach it. I could see Pyroblast maybe not being good enough, and you just have so many good cards in the matchup that you're like, yeah, I don't need anything else. This is fine.
Yeah, I think obviously you said Mindbreak Trap, right?
Yeah. One of the first ones, baby.
Do you feel like Mindbreak Trap is something that might make it so that like Thoughtseize is a little bit more in play for the Storm player?
Yeah, that is something that is, kind of gives you some reasons to stick to having Thoughtseize in your deck as well, especially when you're on the play. It might be a little easier to catch the Chalice of the Void or the Transsphere with a Thoughtseize in your deck, or grab this Mindbreak Trap. I am unsure. I'm not an ad nauseum expert, and so all I know is I just don't want to over sideboard. So I'm going to be curious to see how Yuchen approaches this matchup. As Adam Wasburn Moses, by the way, when it comes to approaching this matchup, one of our most decorated players when it comes to legacy events on the tour, Abe, has a large number of top 8s.
Yeah, I mean, really crushes it on the series here. Just absolutely, like, always in contention, it feels like. Every time I watch one of these events, I never see them outside of not on the outside looking in or in themselves. So, as we see Yuchen keep their 7-card hand and Adam taking a mulligan, curious, what are you looking for? Obviously that game 1 hand was perfect from Adam. Are you just looking to mulligan to the same? Is there, what are you looking for out of the initiative deck here?
Yeah, I'm looking for something like that game 1 hand. Obviously, I think that game 1 hand was pretty close to the Stone Perfects. And so if I could get that, that's great. But even just having, a Chalice early, like, a turn 1 Chalice off an Ancient Tomb or a City of Traders would be great. Maybe off a Mox. That would be great. And an early Magus would also be pretty good, right? It's going to force Yuchen to actually fetch, so that or a Blood Moon could both be really good answers. I'm just trying to do something broken and put Yuchen under the lock. So I'm not really going to keep any 7-card hand that's just medium in this sort of matchup. My opponent showed me a lot of cards. I know there's some blue-blacky deck. Maybe Adam is 100% sure it's Ad Nos. Maybe Adam might think it's like Doomsday or something, but Adam knows I need to have a hand that does something strong. Otherwise, it's not worth playing.
Yeah, and let's see what kind of hand Yuchen kept here. Fetching the basic swamp, definitely respectful of Blood Moon. And leading on a Thoughtseize. So,
wow, Abe, you had the script leaked here. The Mindbreak Trap in hand that we talked about.
Yeah, it looks like Adam's hand is Mindbreak Trap, 2 Chrome Moxen, a Fatal Mirror Breaker, and a
fourth Aerlingus.
Fourth Aerlingus?
Aerlingus. That's how Jarvis, I think, said it earlier today, and I'm just trusting Jarvis.
I also trust Jarvis. He knows what he's talking about. So what do you think about taking here? It obviously depends on your hand a bit as the Storm player, but it feels like the potent thing is the 4th.
Yeah, the 4th is a good way to get the Monarch and sort of start redrawing your hand out of this, right? Because Adam can go like Chrome Mox, and then sort of cast that card. Although, Chrome Mox into Lotus Petal and cast that card. I think it's either probably that or the Mindbreak Trap, but since we have Duress in hand, I don't hate, just going after this Chrome and just sort of trying to trap Adam on mana here.
Yeah, and that's what Yuchen does. And let's see what Adam's going to do. We've got the Lotus Petal, the Chrome Mox. We're actually going to make a red-white source rather than have the 4th and pass it right back to Yuchen, who honestly has got to be feeling pretty good about being able to cast spells for 1-0 mana, have them not be countered.
Yeah, being able to cast spells is pretty exciting. As Yuchen does have Ad Nauseam and Duress in hand.
Yeah, and that Duress, seeing that Duress in hand makes sense why, maybe you might, as a Storm deck, right? Mindbreak Trap is the anti-Storm card. You're casting more than 3 spells, I'm countering everything I want to on the stack for 0 mana. But that Duress means that Mindbreak Trap is neutralized already. So, Yuchen really at liberty to be sculpting their hand as they're casting a Brainstorm here. If you're Adam, what is it that you're going to try to get to here is, okay, we have an initiative creature, but no Mindbreak Trap anymore. Yeah. And Adam's got an Arid Mesa. Going to cast this Fable the Mirror Breaker. Pioneer stuff happening here.
Yeah, Fable the Mirror Breaker. This is sort of the spot, we saw very quickly Fable the Mirror Breaker sort of actually make waves in Legacy at first because players were doing stuff like this with the initiative decks. Then, we sort of saw it enter Pioneer and Modern and Standard. And just turns out to be such a great card when you have pieces in your deck like this deck does that sort of fall off at certain points in the game and maybe become redundant. And also just, being 2 threats in 1 body.
Yeah, it looks like Yuchen is thinking about where this turn is going to go for them. They've got some Lion's Eye Diamonds, a Ponder, this Ad Nauseam. And walk me through what the options really are. What you'd be thinking about as the Ad Nauseam player in terms of what this Fable means.
So this Fable to me means that Adam's going to actually get to cast the spells and make sure that Adam gets some more relooks at things that matter. So Adam currently has the initiative enabler in hand with his Engineer, but isn't, able to actually apply any sort of lockout stuff. So if I'm Yuchen, I'm thinking, okay, I maybe have like a turn before any sort of real lockout cards come. I wanted to set up for that. And if I can find some answer to a Trinisphere or a Chalice of Void, that would be great. But the Goblin really is just representing a way to consistently start casting our spells more than anything and applying some minimal pressure, which can end up matting with Ad Nauseam as sort of the main way to find all of our material.
Yeah, and Yuchen shuffling off a Ponder, not liking what he's seeing there. Thinking about this turn a bit as far as where he wants to go.
Yeah, it's possible we have some Dark Rituals into some action here. Looks like we're doing a little bit of thinking
like the mana count. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like Yuchen's going to wait a turn. Once that extra mana is going to give Adam that chance. Adam might be seeing Yuchen think about this and discard more cards than you might normally, just trying to find something like Chalice here. Adam knows, all right, why would Yuchen be thinking and tapping there, where there might be something like Dark Ritual, Lion's Eye Diamond in hand. If I can find an answer to that, I'm going to be in a great spot. As you do see Adam here really stressing over what exactly am I supposed to discard? Can I give up this Adventurer?
Yeah, and looking at Adam's deck list, there actually is only the one Trinisphere. That Trinisphere from game 1 was the one of. And so, if there's a lot of cards like that, which very clearly lock up Yuchen's mana, maybe it's worth every time discarding. But, that threat in the initiative creature, that really, makes this game over in, two, maybe 3 turns between that and the Fable. So choosing to discard both, attacking, getting that treasure, playing an Ancient Tomb, and passing back, not able to add any additional, interference for Yuchen's turn here. Yuchen's going to cast Infernal Tutor with cards in hand. So he's going to have to reveal a card and search for a copy of that card, getting a Lion's Eye Diamond. So really still in the setup phase here. Here is Yuchen. And what does that make you feel as Adam?
I have a sigh of relief. I discarded both of these cards in my hand last turn, lost my Dungeoneer in order to sort of give an initiative in order to find more hate cards. Now I'm giving another chance to find hate cards and just need any sort of lockout piece. And now, as Adam, you also know Chalice on 0, very impactful.
Yeah, knowing about the 2 Lion's Eye Diamonds in hand, and I believe there's even a third, but Adam doesn't know about that. Definitely a big win to be able to turn that card off, as that is really a huge part of the Ad Nauseam deck's way to win. We see Yuchen playing a Badlands.
Yeah, Yuchen
pulling out the sideboard.
Pull out the mana.
Oh, I was thinking this might be a value Burning Wish, but no, this appears to be...
I love this. We have the Guru Basic, which we also have in our deck, which is quite nice looking. But also, those are the mana counts. So, the top left one, if you're looking at it from top to bottom, that's our storm count, and Adam's helping out there. And then the mana goes on the respective colors.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna see Burning Wish, retaining priority, getting rid of those Lion's Eye Diamonds, floating some mana.
I like it. Black mana, black dice.
Red mana, white dice. Oh wait, that doesn't seem right.
No, sorry, don't worry about it. Be chill, be chill, be chill.
And this is a pure Into the Abyss?
Yeah, we're going to draw half our deck and lose half our life. Who knows if Yuchen will be able to win from here. Unironically, though, you can get unlucky with this card. Typically, if you draw, in this situation. So Yuchen, by the way, is counting the cards that we've seen in order to subtract from 60 in order to make it a much quicker time. And so you're seeing counting from the bottom here in reverse. So this is a good way to sort of speed up the process if you're a Lotus Field player and a Pioneer.
Yeah, and it's also important that I believe we played the Badlands this turn. So no land
we
drop
played the
available.
Badlands last turn.
Okay, so we do have a land drop available for Yuchen. So, going to be a question of, can I find a way? It seems like it'll be a question of, will I find a way to actually kill my opponent rather than an issue of mana startup? Because from 2 mana and however many rituals you have, it shouldn't be a struggle to be able to cast everything you need to, as long as we have the things we need.
Yep. Yeah, and you see Yuchen has put the lands to the side. The graveyard's at the top of the screen, and it could be a little confusing maybe. That's just to make it easier to sort of fan everything out and sort of pay attention to what matters, which is the mana happening here. Lotus Petal is going to cast Dark Ritual. And it looks like Dark Ritual again.
What are you hoping for out of this from Adam's side?
I'm hoping there are no tendrils and no ways to draw or find tendrils. I'm hoping it's all mana generation. And that's it. Duress is the play. Yep, making sure there's no Mind Break trap in hand for Adam. Duress again, put us up to the storm count. Now we just, need to find old tendrils. And boom. And that's lethal. Yep.
Yeah.
So game number 2 there, very different for Yuchen. Actually, I'm going to cast our spells, Abe, and apply some amount of, pushback against Adam and not allow him just to run away with the game.
Yeah, I really saw that discard not only being a way to, suss out that Mind Break trap, be able to take that later, but also keeping Adam from having those explosive starts just by taking a Chrome Mox or a Lotus Petal. It could be a big thing here, as that deck really does need that mana early to get its prison locks ahead before the Ad Nauseam deck can combo off.
Yeah, it was a big learning moment for me. I kind of mentioned maybe we're going to trim some of the Thought Seizes, something like that. I thought that might be a spot where we make room for it, but it looks like we cut other cards for him to make sense. And after seeing it play out, it does make a lot of sense with the explosive starts. Adam is trying to get, especially when you're on the play as the Storm deck, just want to make sure that we prevent those things from happening and just sort of break up their draw a little bit. And that makes total sense, especially after seeing it play out a little bit more.
Yeah, it could also be something where we see Yuchen go back to the sideboard being on the draw, where on the play, you're able to take those turn 1 chalices before they come down, but discard spell once the chalice is already out, not quite as good, is it, Mason?
Not quite what we're about. And that's you're throwing a little chalice check action for that to work. But it does look like our players have finished shuffling up and are drawing their 7-card hand. So let's get down to the match and see what's going on.
Yeah, and so we're going to see Adam on the play here. Looks like they're thinking about the hand. An eyebrow raise at the 7.
Got some big things going on. Looks like Adam's pawning up in the sky, thinking about what might work with a nice watch on.
And it looks like that's a keep from both players. Adam with a Chalice on 0 and Arid Mesa and passing the turn. That Yuchen is free to open on a Ponder. Really interesting to see the turn 1 Chalice on 0. Don't you think, Mason?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Adam may be worried about something going off. Might also be a sign that there's a second Chalice in hand, or maybe something like we're going to see City of Traders Ancient Tomb into one of the One of Trinisphere or one of the Magus of the Moon Blood Moon effects. It might just be a situation where it's like, okay, I want to make sure that you don't have access to any colored mana or turn 1 shenanigans. I think I have you locked up after that.
Yeah, and we see Yuchen shuffling on that Ponder. A Chrome Mox that
countered by
should
the Chalice.
Be countered by this Chalice.
Yeah, we need to get the judge involved. We cannot do that here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. It looks like... Yeah, well, we're going to get our judge involved. I'm sure our producer, Sam, is on it. He's a reliable young lad. Looks like... Oh, there we go. The judge has gone there. So we're going to get a judge involved real quick. I think what's going to happen is Adam's probably going to get his Chrome Mox countered, and we're probably going to rewind.
Yeah, we're going to do a little counter target spell, untap up to 4 lands, and have a conversation with the judge about what we're doing. Again, it's an easy thing. We were thinking about playing the Chalice. It's easy to be like, I'm shutting down my opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I'm sure we're going to be able to figure this one out.
Yeah, it looks like what's happening here is the judge is saying, hey, what did the turn look like? How did this go? Obviously, you want to ask questions, make sure everything going on. It's probably a situation where the Chrome Mox does enter, would be my guess, although the judge will give us the final answer. There is some of that. The rules have changed a little bit when it comes to rewind and fixing things. We are going to take a second just to figure out exactly what the correct fix is here. Information can be gained, etc. Although I think this was just an example of Adam being like, ooh, I drew this Chrome Mox, now I can play this Adventurer instead of something different.
Yeah, I mean, stuff happens all the time. And I'm sure they'll figure it out.
But so let's pretend, Adam here probably has something else in hand. Although this might be a situation where Adam is just going to be in a little bit of like down material for the rest of the game. What else can Adam have in hand? The only thing I can think of, Abe, is some sort of those powerful 3-mana plays, right? Something where you can use the City of Traders, etc., to work from there.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Yuchen has the island here, able to cast the Ponder, going to be safe from a Blood Moon as far as being able to cast things like Echoing Truth, Chain of Vapor, really protecting their board and protecting their ability to cast those spells, getting through that Chalice. But it's going to be a question of, does Adam even have a 4th mana source to be able to cast their threat in the upcoming turns? Do they have that second Chalice that after they played the first one? Did this draw change their plans? There's a lot of ways this game can go, and this is really kind of the wonder of these matches. When I said at the beginning, it's going to be close. And
we're just going to come back to the booth here real quick. Sorry, keep going, Abe.
Yeah, just saying that it's going to be real close because you get into these spots where it's one player, putting just enough barriers up to have their creatures cross the finish line while the other deck is trying to find the right mix of spells, mana, answers to those things in order to really work through it. So it's going to be an interesting one no matter where we end up. Yeah, so it'll be exciting when we get back to it.
Yeah, for sure. And we have some more exciting feature matches happen. We have a backup match after this, which I'm sure we will get at least a little bit of action of, given how fast our game 1 was in this match here, despite this quick little judge call. We have a little backup screen, so we're going to let you know when the players are back to playing. Don't worry about that. But yeah, we've been watching a lot of exciting decks. What has been sort of the deck you've liked the most so far in this post-Lord of the Rings meta, Abe, for Legacy? This doesn't have to be the best deck, but the thing that maybe caught your eye after doing some commentary here in the NRG series today.
I mean, there was something about Sam Black's Colorless deck that really spoke to me. There's something about just rolling cards off the top of your library, making like 1 billion mana out of Voltaic keys that really just seems like a good time, and also gets to take advantage of the One Ring. A card that is just so powerful on its own. So that's one that really has caught my eye. Definitely like a proof of all the cool things you can do in Legacy.
Yeah, I also really like that deck a lot. Like I mentioned earlier, when we were watching Samantha Murphy's match, I used to play Elves a lot in Legacy. It's sort of the deck I own. My Glimpse of Nature Elf deck does not line up well against Orcish Bowmaster, let me tell you. But that Gaia Cradle control deck is actually pretty exciting. So that's something that, I kind of have the cards for too and can play. So that's what I'm going to be pretty excited to put a couple Bowmasters in there and then play some Legacy with.
Yeah, this is my first time here on the NRG stream doing commentary. Really happy to be here. It's also my first time realizing that the end of year championships is an actual PTQ, And as someone who's been in the game for a long time and remembers the days of old PTQs and hearing the stories of a 16-person PTQ out in the Midwest and being like, what do I have to do to be the one who's there? It's really cool to see that these days what you have to do is be one of the best players on the circuit for a whole year in order to get there. And that's really what it takes. And it comes with a big prize pool. It can really be anyone. It's really awesome seeing 3 players who you might have never heard of take down a showdown event yesterday to qualify. And Mason, how do you feel about a 16-person PTQ?
I'm excited. 16-person, $25,000 on the line as well. So not only is it just a PTQ, which is amazing, qualifying you for the Chicago PT, I believe, but also, sort of close to that event, right, for those players, but also just so much cash. And if you win, you're invited back next year, right? Which, assumedly, organized play is the same way. When we don't make Wizards too mad, we're going to keep getting these PTQs, keep running it. You might be sort of able to run train, just forever have your straight shot to the Pro Tour every year. So it's going to be really exciting. It's going to be exciting to see players sort of, as this comes around, there's going to be a lot of players thinking about like, oh, maybe I should be playing these events. I should be doing these things. That sounds really awesome. And if you are thinking about that, we do have some more events coming up for you. And we have 3 straight shots to our showdown. So let's show it real quick here. In Detroit on August 12th through the 13th, we have the Modern 10K Showdown. If you win that showdown, you go straight to our championship. Like Abe just said, 16-person PTQ, $25,000 on the line, and so much more. Sunday, we have a 5K Pioneer Trial that awards you points. The points can get you to the end of the year championship series. After this, Indianapolis, 14th through the 15th. 10K Pioneer Showdown on Saturday. Win that, get to the PTQ. Sunday, Team Trial 10K. That's Legacy, Modern, Pioneer. You and your homies can go out, battle some team magic on a Sunday in a great town for some great fun here on the series. And then finally, for the end of the year, Madison, November 25th and the 26th, we have a 10K Modern Showdown and a Sunday 5K Trial. Once again, our Showdown winner gets all that. Our Showdown winner also gets an Inkling custom token. So if you win that, you're going to get one of those, which we give away at our events. Here you're seeing the team who actually won our last St. Louis event up on your screen. They got a Goblin Shaman token. Pretty exciting stuff. So all that and so much more. We pull up our yearly leaderboard, by the way, since we're talking about our championship series. The race is on for a lot of these players. So if their name's orange, they have won a showdown and they're already qualified. So Dykeman, Raja, and Eric, and Matthew Hoey, all already qualified. They're good to go. Their names are sort of placeholders. All these other names, the top 6 at large at the end of the year are going to make it. So this I've been saying all weekend. Let's pretend it ended right now. Chris, Fletcher, Sarah, Sean, Tiago, and A. Adams would all qualify for our end of the year championship series. And these players have a pretty strong lead, but if you get a couple finals appearances, a couple top 8s, you're going to still be able to make it. So it is not game over yet, as I think we are getting back to play. So we're going to go back to the feature match area for you. It looks like what's happened is the Chrome Mox has entered play, got countered. Nothing else really happened. And we're just going back and basically, it got countered. We're playing from there. So looks like a Plains is also in the battlefield, some weird secret lair. Maybe it's a mountain, I think.
It's a mountain. Yeah, it's a foil mountain. Yeah, it seems like there was an appeal, a bit of a deviation. That's what the resolution was, is that we're at this point where the Chrome Mox was countered, and we're playing from here. And Yuchen just passing back after a Scalding Tarn, not really doing much more to sculpt or interrupt what Adam's trying to do. Just kind of taking draw step and passing. So it looks like Adam's going to be able to get their game going and get the initiative. And, we're going to be right back where we thought we'd be. And this game continues to be that exact kind of developing, I don't want to say a cat and mouse, but, a race to the bottom of who's going to kill the other first in a very real way.
Mm-hmm. As Seasoned Dungeoneer enters the battlefield, we go grab a land. Little basic.
We've entered the Undercity. We're at the secret
and
entrance.
Adam's the only one who's going to be in the Undercity, right? It's not like before where we saw that get taken by the Death and Taxes player.
No. This is the only one who will be able to have the initiative will be Adam. There is not a way that that the Ad Nauseam Tendrils deck has to take it back. So we see, looks like we're cracking the Scalding Tarn in the end step. Thinking about getting a Badlands, getting Underground Sea. Looks like we're going for the Badlands.
Oh, it looks Adam just checking out to see what the fetch land was or whatever.
Yeah, and taking a draw here. So now the clock is on for you as Yuchen. What is it that you're... Right, land go isn't really where you want to be, is it?
Not really, no. This was a good turn to sort of take it and set up. You know, you're going to take 2 more damage from moving forward in the Undercity because of the +2 counters if Adam wants that, which Adam chose to do. So you're going to be under a little bit of pressure now, but that's sort of your last turn to set up, and then you're going to want to go for something on the next turn because Adam is going to be able to use the mode after that, which is going to deal 5 damage to you, and your ad nauseams are going to be much harder to actually go off with. And so Adam here with 4th Aerolingus for X is 4, I believe. Going to get 4 2/2s and get the Monarch.
That X equals 4 or X equals 2? Oh, the second city and the Ancient Tomb. I missed it. Yeah, so that's a lot of 2/2s. I mean, this is...
Yeah.
Yuchen is not long for this world. We're going to have to make something happen and make it happen fast.
Yeah, as these do have haste. And we talked about before, it was sort of awkward where... and these are knights, which trigger the Seasoned Engineer. And so we are attacking in here, I believe, for like 11. And yeah, Adam is just put in a commanding position, and Yuchen has to go for it here, or they will be in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they're just dead in the upkeep because of the initiative, right? The next room that they can go to in the dungeon is going to be trap for Adam. So that's just target player loses 5. Yuchen's only got 4. This is going to be their last turn to make something happen. So let's see what is going to unfold.
Yeah. As it is, yeah, Yuchen's last draw step of the game. And yeah, Yuchen extends the hand. Congratulations to Adam Wasburn there, winning that game. I'm going to see if we're going to have an interview or maybe we're going to go to our backup feature match. I know we had a good one long over there, so maybe we're going to head to the booth real quick here. And I think we're probably going to we're going to just go straight to the backup because we have some time around. We want to get you as much magic as we can. So congratulations to Adam, moving on to 4-0 in prime position, top 8 our event here today. Still 4 more rounds left to go, though. Let's get down to straight to the backup match, and so we can show the players here. Let's just throw it on screen. I believe we're going to have Sultai Control versus Boros Initiative. So very similar to the deck we just saw Adam Wasburn playing on your left once again. Some slight changes here. You know, we have things like Comet Stellar Pup, and then Sultai Control, Abe. This deck is pretty spicy.
Yeah, this Sultai Control deck, it is one of the weirdest control decks I've ever looked at. We've got Grief, we've got Reanimate, we've got kind of like a scam thing going on there. We got Ponder, Thoughtseize, Uro. Like the combination of Grief and Uro in the same deck feels so not wrong. Wrong is not the right. It feels so decadent. You know, you're really experiencing a lot of the possibilities in the format as we see a turn 1 Grief here against Fletcher on the Boros Initiative deck.
Yep, and we're seeing this Grief here sort of line up here. Solitude, Arcana Mirror, Chaos Adventurer, a Mox and a Lotus Petal. Might see a situation where the Chrome Mox goes just to sort of prevent too much mana. We might also just see the Adventurer go and be like, yeah, I think I can fight through this Arcana Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Turner's got a lot of options here. You know, I think their hand looked like it had 2 copies of Force of Will, so they're going to be able to counter the first thing that comes down that they're worried about. Looks like they're worried about the Solitude. They could also have a Reanimate. Yep, exactly. Reanimate for the Grief. So what are you taking on this second time around? You took the Solitude first. Does that change how you're attacking this hand?
Yeah, I think it's going to the Chaos and just leaving the Archon from Uriga because, you know, it doesn't probably super matter too much. Like, your deck does have, like, a lot of different game plans it can play, but playing a 1-spell-a-turn game plan is not the end of the world for you, especially with these 3 Force of Will. So the Archon comes down, your opponent can never really, you know, go over the top of you or trick you because you just always have these forces up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Fletcher approaches this. It looks like he picked up a second copy of Archon of Emeria. You know,
is this just like Sultai scam?
It kind of is. It's like Sultai. It's like they're like, we need more Force of Wills, so we're gonna play Griefs, and they make it all happen. You got Bowmasters, You got Grief. You got Baleful Strix. There's a lot to like that's going on here as we see the Chrome Mox and the City casting an Archon of Emery here.
You know that Turner wasn't too worried about the card because he could have taken it twice, didn't read it, and then was like, all right, now what does it do when that's hit the battlefield? I know I could have got it, but...
we are worried enough to get rid of it.
Yep.
So, leaving us with just a Force of Will in hand, which is a good place to be. We've got our... Now we're kind of the Delver deck, right? We've got our Force of Will. We got our 3-2 you can't block. We got a land. We got vibes.
Yep. Chat bring up a great point. We could have also seen the Adventurer taken with the Grief and then had that reanimated and gone into the dungeon for Turner.
Oh, who's the initiative deck now is always a good question to be asking.
Yeah.
We see a touch of the Spirit Realm as an answer to this Grief. A little bit of a fair life of O-Ring here. Just getting that thing off the table, resetting us back to square one. Who do you like from this position, Mason? Who do you think is like ahead in this kind of game?
I think Turner is, now that we've reanimated on this Chaos Adventurer. I would say I think this turn was a big turn for Turner. We either needed to draw lands towards something like Uro, or we needed to have some big play we could do. And Fletcher's deck is really good at playing off the top here. It's sort of set up for these situations, right? Sort of get a bunch of mana and cheat in some really powerful cards. So for Turner here's gonna have to figure out how this works. We're all working together here. And then now we're gonna get to grab a basic. Looks like Turner actually doesn't have a basic in the deck. So
they do not.
Can't. Ooh, poor deck building. Didn't think about what happens if I reanimate the initiative creature. Might want to add one to home next time. Maybe sideboard it for this matchup. Who knows?
I mean, the more you play a kind of, let's say, unexplored archetype like Sultai Scam, the more you learn, and I'm sure this is a real learning experience for Turner as we decide where we're going for our next dungeon. We are forging. We're going to get 2 counters on this, and we're really just going to try to end the game quickly here.
Yep. Excuse me there. Turner does find the land for turn, and yeah, it can attack for 6 here, I believe. Oh, it actually might be 7.
What's the other line of text on the Caves of Chaos Adventurer?
When it attacks you, exile the top card of your library. If you have completed the dungeon, you may play that card. Otherwise, without paying mana. Otherwise, you may play that card this turn. Yeah, so you can cast the card this turn.
Wow, so losing some value on playing that fetch land first.
Yeah.
But, learning as we go. The initiative is something that not even the most experienced players understand.
Yeah, it is a very confusing mechanic, and whenever you add a new element to an already complicated format and deck like this, it's going to lead to some small oopsie poopsies. And, Fletcher's also just going to die and concede here because can't really come back from that. So Turner winning that game. Let's check out the sideboards and see what we have going on there.
Yeah, so from Fletcher, we've got 4 Swords Plowshares, 3 Fairy Macabre, 2 Containment Priest, 2 Loran, 2 Magus of the Moon, an Emrakul, and a Solitude. What of that do you like after getting a little bit of scammed in game 1?
After I got scammed and my opponent used the initiative and didn't search a basic, I'm slamming the Blood Moons. The Magus of the Moons are going in my deck. My opponent has no way to play from underneath them. After that, Containment Priest could be something that is a little bit tempting, but I'm unsure. I know that I'm much more interested in Swords of the Plowshares. I think this is the thing we can use to, sort of exile the Grief. Now, if you're Fletcher, you don't know your opponent actually has Uro and things like that. Those weren't shown last game, but we know that, Turner has things like Uro's Titan Nature Wrath and decking a lot more creatures. So it's going to be really hard to sort of sideboard here from the Boros initiative side because you're not actually really sure what's going on unless maybe you've seen this deck before where it's all Turner playing earlier in the day.
Yeah, and looking over at Turner's sideboard, we've got access to 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Collector Oof, 2 Pernicious Deed, a favorite of mine, 2 Force Negation, a Hydroblast, a Blue Elemental Blast, a Life from the Loam, a Turok, a Shoulder's Edict, a Terra Sunder, and a Jace the Mind Sculptor. Still out here kicking it. What do you like here in the initiative matchup from them?
So I think Shoulder's Edict is one that I'm pretty okay with having. This is just, a way to kill one of these cheat out early creatures. As we've seen with this initiative deck multiple times today, you use a lot of cards to play a threat early and hope that early threat sort of goes the distance and, is too much to be overwhelmed by or overwhelms them. Terra Sunders are cards that if I think my opponent, might have Chalices or other cards that might lock me off, I might want to Terra Sunder, and then for a bunch of mana, it can answer one of these big creatures. But those are the two cards I am most excited about. Pernicious Deed is a fine card. Sometimes it might be a little mana expensive to actually answer the creatures our opponent's playing out of the Boros Initiative deck. So not super in love with that particular card. But outside of that, I don't think there's much else I'm particularly interested in.
Like a pro-white Turok?
It's fine. I thought about that one. You could maybe play that over something like your Witherbloom command that maybe doesn't have that many great targets or whatever, and just have it as a chump blocker. You're definitely not going to be kicking it most of the time. Even if you do, their hand is empty. So against half their creatures again, it's good. The other half, it's bad. So, if you want some minor upgrades, that's a good card to get. But I think our players are ready for game number 2. They have played.
We're coming into the middle of the action here, talking a little bit too much about Turok, as Turner has, wastelanded a plateau and is resolving a ponder. Meanwhile, Fletcher has had their plateau wastelanded and has an ancient tomb, and not anything else happening just yet. We see Turner keep the ponder.
Oh, Fletcher brought in the Fairy Macabre, maybe thinking this is like a Reanimate type deck, like more in on that than it seemed. Because I guess when you look at Turner's deck, it did kind of just look like blue-black Reanimator, didn't it?
Yeah, they cast 2 copies of Reanimate. You got Griefed. They had Forceful, Pitch Forceful, and that's really all you saw. So
it makes a ton of sense there from Fletcher.
Yeah, I would probably be doing the same thing, honestly. I might even have the ley lines, personally, as we see a Cavern and Ancient Tomb casting an Archon can't be countered. Now going to slow the pace of this game down. Some tapped lands, some one spell a turn, some honest 1/1 magic. And Turner with a tapped Misty Rainforest, passing it right back to Fletcher, who is going to be able to come across for 2 and continue to develop. Mason, what's your plan if you're Turner here? You feel looks like you're a little bit behind.
Yeah, if you're Turner, I'm really wanting to spend this time hoping there's not many big plays that come down from Fletcher's side. And I just want to develop my mana and get to cards like Uro, Titans of Nature Wrath, Baleful Strix, these things that can start stabilizing the battlefield and make it so Fletcher's deck doesn't quite work the way he wants to. You're seeing Turner here has 2 Force of Wills in hand. So we have a lot of different things. And we even had the Shieldrick's Edict to answer this Archon of Emeria. So we just need to sort of keep playing and developing. With no basics in our deck, we're not going to have any mana to cast our Shieldrick's Edict this turn. So we just need to hope that, there's no more pressure and we counter any sort of big spell.
Yeah, and Fletcher coming across for 2 again. Good look on the fact that, the fetch land not being able to get an untapped mana, meaning that Turner's effectively been, time stretched? This thing 2 whole turns of doing nothing, compared to Fletcher having the time to continue to develop their board. We see the Misty Rainforest getting cracked here.
Yeah, and this is the thing you'll see a lot of these Archon of Emeria decks is they are, typically really good at getting in play and then, playing the Archon after they sort of get a big creature and they sort of clock you, right? And imagine if we had even another Archon or just a Fable the Mirror Breaker or some more pressure, this would be a lot scarier for Turner. But without that extra pressure, this Archon isn't really that big a deal for non-combo decks, right? If you're a Storm deck, this is a huge problem. But this deck sort of, which is this line between control and scamminess here, it's got a lot of different things going on. And yeah, we're going to see Collector Oof here from Turner, just trying to turn off some of Fletcher's mana.
Yeah, Fletcher spent their whole turn, last turn, playing that Chrome Mox. They only get 1 spell. So turning that off, that Collector Roof is basically kicks Turok, right?
Mm-hmm.
As we see Fletcher continue to apply that pressure with the Archon. Looks like they've got another copy of 4th. I'm not even going to try anymore.
4th Aerolingus.
Yeah, 4th Aerolingus. Got another copy of that. It'll be interesting to see what it is that they do as they just pass back not casting a spell. Who do you like from this spot, Mason? Who do you think is...
I like Turner. Turner's spot looks real good to me. Basically, Fletcher has not much going on. I have Forces and Shieldrick's Edicts and Reanimates. I'm down a little bit in life, but my deck has just some crazy top decks from this spot that just put me way over the top. So, if I can draw Uro or Baleful Strix or, heck, even just a normal Grief here in 2 turns and I get the mana for it, I'm down to have those sort of things. I'm going to feel like I'm in a prime position.
Looking like we're going to cast that Edict and take rules out of the game. We're going to be able to cast as many spells as we want again, as well as have our lands come into play untapped. Turner's thinking here with 2 mana. And just coming across for 2 on his own. A little bit of the anemic magic you come to love in Legacy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone, we had our oops all spells win on camera. We've actually had a nice wide variety of different types of decks here. But as we talked about earlier, and look at this. This is how you know this card was not that big a deal for Turner, right? We're reanimating it. We're putting it back into play. We feel fine playing these 1 spell a turn games.
Yeah, and Turner actually, like you said, leveraging the fact he's got that Force of Will. Now the clock is well in his favor, having the only 2 creatures in play. Fletcher's not able to do anything. And even or that Chromok shut down, no sources of colored mana outside of that Cavern of Souls, which is really restricted to just being able to cast another Archon.
Yep.
So we see Fletcher drop to 12 here, and a Jace the Mind Sculptor cast by Turner. From Fletcher's side here, what is it you're looking for to try to get this game back into a place where you can do something with it?
Does Fletcher have Fury in this one? Some of our players have had it, others have not. It looks like we don't have any Furies in our deck. That would be the card that first jumps out to me. If not, I'm thinking we need to get just one of the initiative cards. We're going to lose it for a second. We could also 4th Air Lingus if we can get to the mana, which is going to take a little bit of time. We have to answer this Collector Oof first. It looks like we are going to Solitude Pitching Swords of Plowshares because we are missing colored mana, and we're going to force back. Yeah, we needed something like this to resolve. That way we could get rid of the Collector Oof and cast some 4th Air Lingus, get a bunch of bodies, attack Jace down, and sort of start taking over the game. But these Arcana Myriad cards, when you pull ahead against a deck with Counterspell, they are so, so powerful.
Yeah, one spell a turn is a tough spot to be in when that 1 spell from your opponent can just be Counterspell, right? You can't get any further, as we see Turner fetching again to shuffle away the cards they brainstormed off the Jace. I believe this was in the upkeep. And taking the draw here.
And just brainstorming again. Turner sort of taking over this game and showing, why these fair piles are so good in Legacy. It feels like a thing that wouldn't be the case. You would think, oh, we're in a Grizzle Brand format, and we have oops all spells and these storm decks. And we've seen for the most part, they actually just can't keep up with the fair interaction as much as you might think. They're not bad decks, and they totally win tournaments. But your thoughts about how the format might actually look is a lot different there than maybe normal, as we are going to see Wasteland to land into Grief. And Fletcher's had enough. He's just going to go relax the rest of the round there. Sort of got away from it and just never really had colored mana due to that smart Collector Oof choice from Turner out of the sideboard.
Yeah, and Turner also, with that early Wasteland attacking that plateau, that colored source of mana, after seeing what looked like just a plateau and pass, really, really heads up decision to say, if you're playing plateau and passing, I know your hand's got to be doing something strong next turn, so I need to deny you this turn. And as we saw, a bunch of spells just couldn't be cast by Boros Initiative there.
100%. Well, we are going to take a quick little break. This time in the round has been called already, so those players will be ready in a second. So click that follow button, that way you don't miss anything, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes with some more Magic action for you here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Nerd Rage Gaming Series in St. Louis. I'm your host, Mr. My co-host here, Abe Stein, and we are back with round 5 of Legacy. We have some more exciting decks coming, but while those players are shuffling up, let's quickly talk about our events for the remainder of the year. Our first of our last 3 for this year is going to be in Detroit. That's going to be August 12th through the 13th. We have a Modern 10K Showdown, and then Sunday, Pioneer 5K Trial. You win the Showdown, you go straight to our end of the year championship. Next, in Indianapolis, October 14th and the 15th, we have a Pioneer 10K Showdown on Saturday, and then you have a team trial on Sunday. That's Modern, Pioneer, and Legacy. You can get second place to Abe, myself, and some third person if you go to that event. So that sounds like a lot of fun. Then we go over to Madison on the 25th and 26th of November. Right after Thanksgiving, we have the Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday and the Sunday 5K Pioneer Trial. That's going to be a really fun weekend there, sort of capping off our year here on the NRG series. Has been awesome so far this year, but we also have more checking out coming event the following year, so stay tuned for that. Also, if you want to get any cards from us, you go to nerdragegaming.com. We have, lots of sales and things going on every weekend, so you can check that sort of out. We have all those events. Our players are in the feature match area, almost ready to go. So we're going to come back in the booth for a second. But Abe, this round we've got 2 exciting decks. What can players expect?
Yes, we've got 2 decks we haven't seen yet today. We've got Drew Buchanan on a Jeskai control deck with Narset and Days Undoing and all that kind of fun shenanigans against Will Kowalczyk on mono black combo, kind of like a
combo.
It's a mono black Helm of Obedience. Kind of Karn deck. It's got a lot of things that make that Helm of Obedience plus a card going to the graveyard, but instead going to the exile, ways to mill them out while also playing this unfair fair game. Really a really cool deck that we saw have some success yesterday as well. I'm really excited to see how this matchup plays out. 2 decks that are far from the norm, but well within what you can expect out of Legacy these days.
100%. And I believe those players are just about ready. It looks like they're just tweeting that they are live here. You gotta love that. But yeah, Will actually, if you watched our last event back in Mundelein there, we saw Chris Smith top 4 with this same exact deck. Actually got the listing idea from Will. And then Will, I believe, ended up in our top 16 with the same list. So this deck has been doing very well recently and is very, very impressive. So it's been kind of cool to see, like Abe said, sort of a control deck, kind of a combo deck, kind of does a little bit of both. Really abusing the card Dark Ritual and saying, like, hey, this card's kind of messed up. Why aren't we playing this more in, like, kind of some fair shells and sort of sometimes combo killing you and sometimes just winning the game via the normal being ahead 3 mana up a 4-drop.
Yeah, and also making the most of Orcish Bowmasters, a card that you can't talk about Legacy right now without talking about. Just another good tool for Mono Black to be able to hold up to cards like Ponder and Brainstorm and really punish that in a way they hadn't been able to before. Really just an excellent addition between that and the One Ring to tie this room together that might have been there a little bit more shoddily before.
Yeah, and then from the other side of the room on the Jeskai control side of things, we have Narset, Comet, Stellar Pup, the Wandering Emperor Teferi, Dress Down, a bunch of interaction, sort of the things that we might have seen a long time ago with Counterbalance Top, now sort of needing Planeswalkers to sort of close the door out. But it's still a really interesting and exciting deck, so I'm cool to see, Drew here, undefeated so far, 4-0. We only have so many 4-0 players left, so we're getting dangerously close to winning in position. Playing this, I don't want to say brew, but this unconventional deck in current Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, we see it's kind of like you take that modern blue-white Days Undoing deck, and then you supercharge it with all of these Legacy-only interactive pieces, like Force of Will, like you have 7 forces, you have Swords to Plowshares. You can really defend those Planeswalkers. The games are less about the board, and they're so much more impactful because everyone's trying to draw cards. I mean, even seeing like 3 Dress Down. This is a deck that is just trying to get the time to do its thing with its Planeswalkers, and that's really exciting. So I believe we have them getting started here. Drew on the play with a Ponder off of an island. And let's see if it's the perfect 3 or not. And it is. Gotta hate to see that if you're Will, don't you, Mason?
Yeah, Drew didn't even think about it. Just yep, those 3 on top was great.
Yeah, and probably the opposite of Ponder here, getting Thoughtseized. The only foil to that, as Will is going to take a look at Drew's hand. Got to Dress Down a Ponder, a couple of prismatic endings. What are you thinking here if you're Will?
Yeah, a lot of different options. You're trying to think about exactly what's going to be best to interact with you. So I imagine, you'd love to take Prismatic Ending because it could maybe answer something. But from what you're seeing, your cards that are invaluable might actually outscale those. So take the Ponder and let Drew have less selection to have the exact right answer.
Yeah, we saw Drew pick up a Brainstorm. It's going to be interesting to see what Will's got here. It looks like a Chrome Mox. A lot of Chrome Mox in this weekend.
Yeah, there's a ton of Chrome Mox and a ton of Dark Ritual. Just over there's Shieldred. Old Girl, my favorite in Legacy.
Yeah, and interesting to see Chrome Mox on Shieldred, knowing that there's those 2 prismatic endings in Drew's hand as Drew draws, plays a Scalding Tarn, and passes the turn back.
Yeah, almost makes you wonder if you're Drew, like, my opponent's 4-0, knows I have 2 endings, so I even have 1 to spare. Why are they down to do this? And this is why, because Will had opposition agent.
Yeah, and sees those 2 fetch lands from Drew, giving Drew the opportunity to use those rather than wind up, giving a land away to Will off that opposition agent. But once that's in play, that's a problem for multiple reasons if that resolves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and now do we have those lands in our deck to answer this with the prismatic ending?
Yeah. I was saying it looked like for a second Drew was thinking about putting back both endings, but I think Drew is realizing that once these fetches are cracked, it might not be that bad to spend some turns firing off removal. Either taking down that Chrome Mox, the 3rd mana source, taking some damage to opposition agent, or not. But we'll see. We'll see what it is that he decides to do, as he does have a Force of Will in hand.
Yeah, and like I mentioned there, so Drew's just grabbing basics. Does have access to 1 Volk in the deck, so we could have, prismatic ending for 3. Opposition agent here. Not going to be doing much unless there's some more fetching. It looks like Will has a Chrome Mox. Importantly, this is for mana number 4. This deck's a lot of its strongest plays are on 4 mana. As an Orcish Bowmaster goes under the Mox, you got to think if Will's throwing that card away, there's something strong. And the One Ring, I think, qualifies as something strong.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that is stronger than the One Ring these days. And you have to imagine it's something that's strong based on the fact that these Chrome Moxes have Shieldred and Orcish Bowmasters under them.
Yeah. 2 things you'd very likely love to put on the battlefield or even use as bait for this One Ring. So we have a little protection thing. Love is War.
Yeah, and it looks like we've let that ring resolve, which going to be interesting to see what Drew's plan is here. He's got a Narset. Okay, a Narset to punish that ring. And then passing it back, not using the Narset to keep it alive through the opposition agent, as Will's going to take 1 here from the ring.
There's some interesting stuff here because, Will can activate the ring on Drew's turn to draw a card. And if we can kill the Narset, we're going to be taking a little bit more damage, but we will be up on those cards still later. So I'm interested to see how Will's going to play with this Narset in play. I see your traders into Karn, the Great Creator.
Creator with 1 card in hand behind from Will. As Drew fires off Force Will, pitching that dress down. Keep the Karn off the table. He says that 1 ring is enough. This Narset doesn't stop that Karn. So
yeah.
Let's see what Will's last card is here, as it is a Dothy Voidwalker.
Yeah, and that's a good threat and something that, if Drew uses an answer on maybe the opposition agent to unlock a fetch land, Will might be able to use that answer with the Dothy on the Narset. So beyond just even attacking it if something were to get in the way. So lots of different options here. Days Undoing. That's going to be really good for Drew, as that's going to have both players draw 7 cards. And unfortunately for Will, there's a Narset in play. So we are going to only draw 1 card.
Yes. We're only going to draw the 1 card. I guess we can't even draw the card off the One Ring in addition to that, right? We only get the 1 card, and if we activate it, because Days Undoing ends the turn at the end of resolution, you can get that second counter, but you can't get any cards here. So what do you think Drew's looking for here? Obviously, 7 cards to your opponent's 1 is a good exchange, but what do you think Drew's looking for here in terms of keeping this Narset around, keeping the ring under control?
So probably want something like Swords to Plowshares or Supreme Verdict, which we just picked up, and we picked up the swords. Those are going to be good things to sort of unlock our mana and answer this battlefield. The ring's going to trigger and make Will lose some life, but we're kind of want those cards, and we probably want some other Planeswalker. We're going to lose Narset soon. We do have 4 Narsets, so a second Narset is not exactly the end of the world. Will, of course, has access to use Dothy Voidwalker on that Days Undoing going forward now.
Looks like we're going to send both creatures at Narset. Drew does have some removal. Looks like he's going to Swords to Plowshares the Dothy Voidwalker. Get that problem taken care of. The Narset's going to go down, meaning the ring is freed up to do what it does best, which is just about everything.
Yep. Yeah, and we see Drew here fighting over the Dothy. That way, Will can't put in the Narset later and have, that going to find even more cards. Grief.
Yeah, as we see, hard cast Grief here. Gonna get to take the best of on Drew's fresh 7-card hand, which looks to be some prismatic endings, that verdict, some lands, which are fetch lands are not very good against that opposition agent, and a minor misstep.
Mm-hmm.
What are you taking here if you're Will?
Yeah, I think I'm taking the Supreme Verdict. The prismatic ending is pretty clunky. I don't, it's very unlikely it even answers my Grief. And the Supreme Verdict can answer both these things. I'm going to force Drew to, play this prismatic ending on my agent here and make that be the play, or rip, a land in order to do it. So that would be my main idea here. Because if you're Will, you kind of can combo, right? You're sort of far away from that, especially with these endings, but you're still not sure. Okay, is Drew splashing, maybe an Underground Sea or a Tundra, or I guess Tundra's not a good example, but Underground Sea, just something that can make the ending hit for 4. And that you need to get those things in play, but the verdict, you also need the pressure. So it's a weird sort of line that Will has to walk here.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Will, you've got to remember that Drew had that Force of Will for a spell you played the same turn as the One Ring, basically. So Drew is comfortable with letting the One Ring resolve because of that Narset. Who knows if there's more to it in terms of what made Drew okay with something as powerful as the One Ring hitting the table. So we see now an Orcish Bowmasters in response to this Prismatic Vista being cracked, just continuing to, gum up the board and get ahead. As as much as this deck is called a mono black combo deck, it really is shining the ability of it to be just a mid-range deck as well.
Yeah, this deck's got a little bit what we call Parmesan in the business, Abe. It has a combo kill with a fair game plan, a little bit of cheese on top of our normal pasta of mid-range, as we do see Will here drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, like your deck is obviously good as a Dark Ritual, Grief, Orcish Bowmasters ties the room all together. You can get a lot of Parmesan situations with that opposition agent, as we see Drew dropping down to a dangerously low 7 here from Will's attack. But it's kind of that might even be the plan A more often with this deck than necessarily like having a helm and a way to get them with the exile.
Will's up to something as we played a land to kill our City of Traders, which was an Ancient Tomb. So with the same amount of mana in play, opposition agent is going to get flashed in here in response to the Teferi. I am unsure what Will is planning by putting the City of Traders in the graveyard. It must be needing more mana on the next turn. So we had to play this Ancient Tomb now.
It looks like we have an opposition agent in response to Teferi Time Raveler. Prismatic ending on the Bowmasters, then a minus on the opposition agent from Teferi, just getting a little bit more space. As Will takes another 3 from the One Ring here.
If we can find Shieldred, life's going to be nice with this ring going.
Yeah, there is one more Shieldred in the deck for Will. As we see this, I'm not sure if this is an attack at Will or the Teferi. But regardless, Drew is fetching a Tundra in response here before that opposition agent can hit the table. Looks like that was 1 at the Teferi and the Grief at Drew. So Will now has more cards than Days Undoing could ever imagine.
I was going to say, it's hard. It's hard to imagine this, right? Drew resolved Days Undoing, went up, 5 cards. Will, basically got to loot or whatever, had 1 card in hand, went down to 1 card again, but had the ring and was able to fight over the Narset and just has had so many cards. Looks like we have a double-faced card here. Is this Graveyard Trespasser? What is it? Oh, it's Agadeem.
No, I believe that's Agadeem's Awakening. Yeah.
Yeah, this deck plays so many of the Pioneer cards. I was really hoping we had some more heaters, Graveyard Trespasser, Dark Ritual Late, get rid of your thing you're entombed for. Haha.
Oh, might be good in the Reanimator matchup.
Yeah, exactly. Opposition agent hits the board. Surprised we didn't see that try to get found in response to the fetch earlier. But...
No, the fetch was with the Teferi in play still.
Oh, the fairy was... Oh, okay, a little shortcutting happening. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Drew is drawing his last pathetic card, Yugi, and we are going to be on to game 2 as the One Ring really showing just how potent it is. With that Narset not containing it anymore, even through a Day's Undoing, just completely overpowering the advantage that Drew generated with his game plan.
Yeah, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, and so going into game 2, Drew's going to have access to a sideboard of 3 Surgical Extraction, 2 Hull Breacher, a little bit more of that wheel stuff, 2 Meltdown, 2 Red Elemental Blast, 1 Containment Priest, 1 Blue Elemental Blast, a Hydro Blast, a Pyro Blast, so really a lot of red and blue blasts, another Supreme Verdict, and a Minor Misstep. What of this are you looking at if you're Drew in this game 2?
I like the verdicts. Like we saw, we have the combo in the deck, but we also just have like a pretty good creature game plan, and we can sort of overwhelm with the ring cards. So I want to have access to those. I really like Hull Breacher. This is a way to sort of stop the One Ring once again, right? And to also work well with our Days Undoing. Basically, anytime the opponent would draw extra cards, we're going to get treasures instead of them drawing cards. That's going to be super, super big there. So I think I want those cards as my big things. There might be some minor upgrades I'm interested in, like Minor Misstep, but nothing else I'm too super excited to have in my sideboard here.
Yeah, and looking over at Will's sideboard, we've got 3 Plague Engineer, and then just a bunch of wish targets for this Karn. We've got a Chalice of Void, an Ensnaring Bridge, a Helm of Obedience, Liquid Metal Coating, Mycosynth Lattice, Pithing Needle, Filigree Silex, another copy of the One Ring, Tormod's Crypt, Trinisphere, Vault of Whispers is a land, a Wormcoil Engine. Is there any of this that you're looking at? Do you think Plague Engineer touches in? You want any of these wish targets? Or
Yeah, I was taking a look at that because, sometimes as we've seen from the modern, the Pioneer green deck, we sometimes sideboard things in. I don't think any of these are particularly interesting for me outside of maybe Pithing Needle. We saw a lot of Planeswalkers, and so that might be something where maybe I have some card in my main deck that I'd rather have that instead of, but I don't think so. I think I'm pretty happy just to present the same and just have the 4 needles for my Karn define to name the exact walker I want. But always down to, be shown how wrong I am and learn a little. By the way, I meant to bring this up earlier. This Mono Black combo deck, Abe, has got me big eye emoji'd. I'm like, hello. Every time I see this deck, I've commentated a couple times now. It's really impressive, and the ring just makes so much sense. And I was curious why they weren't playing it before. I think it was just a week 1 situation thing. But this ring is just really good in this deck. And this deck is so good at going like, do something or do something on turn 1 and then go like Dark Ritual, powerful card. Or go like Chrome Mox, Dark Ritual, powerful card. That makes up for the lack of card advantage you're losing.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it throughout Modern just on a wide scale where it's hard to... Where there's not Dark Ritual. There's not ways to get ahead on mana really in that format, but there are the pitch elementals like Solitude, like Grief, like Fury, where you can use the One Ring as a way to catch up on that card disadvantage in order to get those effects. And this is just a great Grief deck in that it has a combo it's trying to enable. It's going to generate a lot of those extra cards. And it makes a great One Ring deck too, because Dark Ritual itself is going to kind of make up for some of that time spent either by getting it out early or allowing you to do more with the cards you're drawing. Really breaking down that chokehold as we see. It looks like they're drawing opening hands. And Will is going to take a mulligan to 6 as it looks like Drew has kept his 7.
Yep. Drew's making a smiley face for us.
Do you think he's really that happy about what just happened?
Yeah, because the opponent mulligan to 6. That's what just happened.
Oh, yeah.
New game, new Drew. We're not letting the pat. Listen, when we lost that game, happens all the time. We have the rest of the life to be sad about losing that one. We got right down to win, Abe. So we're smiling. We might even get a bigger smile if we go down to 5. We might see like the side cards turn inwards for a big old grin.
Ooh, I was thinking we might take those outside cards and turn them into like the little, see the dimples form. So we're really cheesing.
I like it.
Will thinking about going to 5 here, it looks like, or perhaps keeping a 6. Looks like we are keeping a 6. Just making sure that's the card we want to get rid of before Drew kicks us off.
Nice.
And no pregame effects, no Leyline in the Void. A real consideration from Will is that combos with a Helm of Obedience, and we see a Prismatic Vista for an island and a Ponder. See if Drew can be the only player. I think the only player I've seen today keep a Ponder on top, not shuffle, let alone if he did it twice, 2 times in the same match, whitelisted.
Unheard of. Mitko Premium IRL.
I mean, that's just playing better.
Yeah. It really makes you sad, actually, right? Because you don't get full value out of your Ponder. They're just already there. You should have just waited. Should have played something else.
Yeah, it's like the whole hold your brainstorm thing to make sure your hand gets as good as possible. You got to hold your Ponder until the top of your deck is bad.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't get to see that 4th card if you don't shuffle.
All right, well, this time we have Force and 2 fetch lands, so I can't imagine we're over the moon about this unless we really want the Force.
It looks like we do really want the Force. Perhaps having another fetch land to get rid of, maybe 2 lands in a row, not great, but our deck does have a lot of Planeswalkers, a lot of 3-mana spells, probably not the worst to have as we draw one of those fetches, play it, and pass. Will with just a pair of swamps, 1 snow-covered, 1 not.
Yeah, a little Apex swamp. I got in trouble once at a standard event when I was first starting playing because I found some snow islands in the bin. And I thought they looked cool, and I put them in my deck, and it turned out my deck was illegal. But I didn't get in too much trouble. They just made me put a normal island in.
Yeah, that judge sounds like a cop. I've got Orcish Bowmasters getting responded to here by the Prismatic Vista getting cracked. Drew playing around the possibility of like a Dark Ritual into an opposition agent. Just getting the planes out as the Bowmasters resolves.
Bowmaster's really showing that if you put just a little bit of text on Raise the Alarm, it's pretty good.
I mean, the best thing about elves, and you've played elves for a while. The best thing about elves was Elvish Visionary. Just a piece of material that didn't cost you any cards to have. You knew a lot with a 1/1, and Orcish Bowmaster does a lot with a 1/1 on its own and comes with a 1/1. Really showing just how Legacy, despite its power level, is really a game of inches over a game of miles.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a sleeve break, just fixing that for Drew. Doing some shuffling, every Legacy player's favorite pastime.
It's true. They love to shuffle. The only thing they love more than shuffling is like figuring with their little cantrips.
That's why Ponder's just the actual best card in Legacy. It's the best one to play. It's the one you miss the most. We see an attack for 2 from Will. With yet another different snow-covered swamp. I'm a big fan of those pixel ones.
The pixel lands are cool. Although I will say, as someone who uses the planes, I get told I have a mountain in play a lot because it's quite red.
Yeah, that's the only one I mean, this one looks kind of purple. I could see it being an island, maybe. As we see Will flashing in an opposition agent here, just adding another body to the board as Drew has played his 4th land and passed. Really know for the explosive potential of Will's deck. Seeing it continue to just be this mid-range strategy of just kind of getting some disruptive creatures and attacking in play is pretty interesting. As we see Hardcast Grief. So if you're Drew here, and Drew's just letting this Grief resolve with this hand, what is it that you're looking at in terms of like where do you need this game to be? Because clearly, if we're letting this Grief go, we're not in the best of spots. What are we looking at?
I think Drew's really wanting to just find Supreme Verdict. I think that is the thing. Drew is basically saying like letting this resolve, like, hey, I need to find some way to catch up on the board. So like Supreme Verdict or Narset would have been pretty good, a way to sort of, divert some of the damage and draw some cards here. But yeah, unfortunately for Drew, there's a lot of pressure. And it looks like someone came over there with a little conversation.
Plowshares, the opposition agent. Free up some of those fetch lands in our hand.
We are dangerously close to just sort of, dying. So we are going to Prismatic ending down the Bowmaster.
Yeah, I mean, 3/2. A 3/2 is a Flip Delver, and you don't need a lot of turns of the Flip Delver to win a game of Magic, as it turns out. It's something we learned from Legacy over the years. And this mono black deck is doing a good job of piecing that all together. As we see Will here untapping, nearly dropping Drew, nearly on a 2-turn clock, right? Drew's at 9. I mean, we also know Drew has 2 fetch lands, so
really going to turned off pretty soon. Also, Orcish Bowmaster, can pump the amass essentially, right? Like amass even more, get bigger. As another Grief is coming down. Enforceable 2 lands with the draws for Drew. So Drew's really going to need a card like Verdict here.
Yeah, it feels like it might be a Verdict or Bust. Knocking the card, we're seeing what it is. It is a Flooded Strand, and that is Will advancing to 5-0 with this mono black deck that continues to look really impressive every time I've seen it on coverage.
Yeah, this deck has really just been one that has me kind of like, wow, like, am I supposed to be playing this? Like, what's going on with this deck? Is this an example of like Legacy's underexplored and like this thing has been good for a bit? Is it the Ring and Bowmaster putting it over the top? Unclear exactly what's going on, but it has proven time and time again so far. This is a real contender deck and one that you should definitely be thinking about going into your Legacy tournament. So I'm unsure if we're going to interview with Will or not. But I knew we have a backup Magic. If not, I'm just going to find out from Induction here in a second in the ear. But so Will is going to try and come over for an interview real quick. He's going to pack up his cards, and we're going to see what his thoughts are on the deck. Because, like I mentioned at the beginning of the round, Abe, he is a guy who has been really liking this deck for a little bit now. I believe he got top 16 at the last NRG, and his friend Chris Smith, who he told the deck about, ended up getting top 4 of the deck. So we have Will in the booth here. We can cut to him, I think. Yep. All right. So let's head on down to see Will here. I see. Oh, it looks like we're not actually reckoning. Will wants to make sure he's ready. Can't got his game face on. Boom. And any second now, it should be popping up. And congratulations, Will, on moving to 5-0 with this very exciting deck. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I haven't had a matchup where I've been blown out by anything yet. I've been doing the blowing out.
Nice. How anxious were you when that ring resolved in game 1?
Game 1, I was anxious about it not resolving, but when it resolved, I was very, very pretty set. I'm like, I don't think he can prismatic ending it. I don't know how many colors he's able to get, but I'm expecting just 3, and it can probably draw me out of the pit that I was in.
So how have you been liking this deck? Because we were just talking about it. Our understanding is you told Chris Smith about this deck, and he got top 4. And I believe you got top 16 at the last NRG with this deck, and you've been playing it a lot and really liking it. And it seems very impressive to us here in the booth. What sort of got your eye in this direction, and how have you been liking the deck?
I've been loving it a lot. I really like where it's positioned right now in the meta. It's really good against the Delver strategies. It's really good against the Reanimator strategies, Uro, and control decks in general. They can't pressure your life total. And with the One Ring 2 being just printed, you can kind of beat control because of that.
Yeah, and your deck is, it's listed here as mono black combo. Yeah. I feel like every time I've watched it, I've never seen a Helm of Venus activation myself.
Yeah, it's been light today.
Yeah. Are you kind of like like in Pioneer, the mono green, where it's like, yeah, I'm a combo deck, but really just beat down? Is that most of the way those games go?
Basically, the deck reminds me a lot of the Pioneer deck too, because I go into some of these matchups, game 2, I look at my deck box for sideboarding, and I just don't even touch it. It's like, it's just Plague Engineers and then Karn board. It's
awesome. Well, so you're in a really good position right now. You're 5-0. We have 3 more rounds, so you're feeling good. After playing a little bit, if I'm someone at home and I'm like, wow, this Will deck look good, I've seen a couple of NRGs. Is there anything you would change? You keep the same? You're feeling really good about everything? Just kind of like keep playing it. It's great. Shieldred's worth it.
Shieldred's great, especially with the One Ring. If you could get that out against any fair deck, they can never deal with your life total. And I might add a 3rd ring main board. I couldn't find room for it really, so but
sure,
it's been feeling great.
Awesome, great. Well, thank you so much, Will, for coming to the booth. We're going to try and get the rest of our feature match this round. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll probably be seeing a little bit more of you as the day goes on.
Hopefully. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one, Will.
You too.
And yeah, Will's someone who plays a lot of our events in the running for our championship at the end of the year, especially if it gets a strong top 8 finish today, maybe even a little win. That's 30 points. That's a real thing going on there. But we do have a backup match for you. We got some. So we're going into the match live. Into game 2 live. So yeah, so game 1 happened. We're not really sure we can show you that. So instead, we're going into 2. Let's hop on down to that feature match area right now.
Yeah, and what we're going to come in on here is going to be a matchup of Allurin versus Painter. 2 of the outlier decks of all time, I think, in Legacy. Two classics. Allurin, the namesake enchantment of the deck, a 2-green enchantment says any player can play creature cards with mana value 3 or less without paying their mana cost, and as though they had flash. So once this enchantment resolves, the Allurin deck can just start comboing off, really. Just casting all their spells for free. And the Painter Servant Grindstone deck, making all the cards of a certain color and then milling out the opponent's entire deck with Grindstone. A lot of weird things can happen in a game with Allurin, where once that card sticks, the other player now has access to a bunch of spells for free. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out as we see Painter up a game over Allurin coming into game 2 here.
Yeah, and this is sort of like things that you hear about in Legacy. Painter obviously has been a bit on the rise ever since Throws of Chaos from the introduction of Warhammer 40k. It's really been a deck that's been seeing more play. And Allurin is sort of a deck of yesteryear, sort of in the similar spot. These are things that you're going to run into because Legacy decks are expensive. Let's just be real with each other here for a second. It ain't cheap to get into it. And sometimes you get your Allurin deck and you're just Allurin for life. You love it. You own the cards. And now, you playing Allurin with some small upgrades every couple of years. And I think that's probably what we're going to see here from someone who's still playing Allurin right now. It's a deck that hasn't really changed much over the last couple of years outside of a few toolboxy creatures.
Yeah, it is a deck that picked up Orcish Bowmasters, giving it a little bit more game in the games where you're kind of fighting to resolve the Allurin. You have a lot of games where you're a pile of value 2 and 3 mana creatures, Ice Fang, Quaddles, Baleful Strixes, and the like, kind of chipping in. We're talking about Elvish Visionary being like one of the best things before. Orcish Bowmasters, more of the same of that. And also, really tying everything together. We see Jacob mulliganing to 6 here. Putting one back. And I guess we're going to see Allurin take the first move. Got a Misty Reinforcement passing from David Atkin. Mountain Go from Jacob. Some Draw Land Go Magic Mason. What are the odds?
My favorite way to do it. That or Dark Ritual Opposition Agent when you fetch. Bam.
That would definitely be
my land go.
All right, and we've got Snow-Covered Forest just passing back. So most of the Allurin deck's creatures are all 2 mana, and a lot of 2 mana instant speed spells. As Jacob plays an Ancient Tomb and a Torpor Orb, which would negate just about everything David's trying to do. A lot of enter the battlefield effects in the Allurin deck. It's kind of how the whole thing works.
Abe, we have to be really careful because Urotai of Nature's Wrath is a 4 in David's deck. That will be sticking on the board if it is in our hand.
That is true. That entering the battlefield will not cause abilities to trigger if that Torpor Orb is around. And I'm curious to know how Painter does against just a raw Uro.
I know most decks can't handle raw Uro, so I'm curious to see if they can. We have some red elemental blasts, some pyroblast, so we will be able to shoot it down. But the little thing is we can always just escape it too. So I'm curious to see exactly what David has here and what Jacob's plan is for that, because as we know from the past, Uro is sort of an unbeatable card once it hits the battlefield. Oh, I love it from Jacob. Just the one. That's all I need.
Just the one. We're firing off an Ice Fang Quaddle here to get a card. See if maybe we have Force of Wills. There are so Force Negation, Force of Will. There's options here to interact on the stack with this Torpor Orb. It looks like we're gonna Force Pitch Baleful Strix, and notably no Pyroblast or Red Elemental Blast from the Painter deck, where they play, quite a few of that effect considering their entire right. They have a card in their deck that just makes everything a color of their choice, and they can choose blue. So not being able to defend that Torpor Orb on the stack. As Ice Fang Quaddle comes across.
Looks like Jacob's taking a little think here. Got a great Furnace. And I think if you're Jacob, you're kind of wanting to find some way to either start threatening a kill or get some grind action going. So maybe a Goblin Welder so we can get back to Torpor Orb, or a Goblin Engineer. Those sort of cards are what we're interested in. But it looks like we're just going to pass the turn as Orcish Bowmasters flashed in.
Yeah. Do you ever think, Mason, if you're Jacob, is there a point to maybe like just trying to stick a Grindstone and then letting like an Allurin cast your Painter? Like how creative are you going to get in terms of what you're hiding and what you're not?
Yeah, I think I want to, get a little bit on board, have some of it, and then have that option open to me if I can afford to. Like, if I have some protection or something. Otherwise, I think I want to really go for it. David does have forces, so I want to be careful, but I don't think I want to get too tricky because David might not also present the Alurin aware that I can use it myself. Players who we're 3-1 here with Alurin. We're doing pretty well today. You're gonna hit this spot where it's like, oh, yeah, I learned these things from happening to me. I'm not going to let them happen. So David might be playing around that here today.
Yeah, you don't choose to play something like Alurin without knowing all those ins and outs. As we see a Polluted Delta getting cracked here. Do you think this might be an Alurin? You think we might see it, the namesake?
We might. I'm kind of hoping it's that Harpy thing. The big one, not the Harpy, the Sphinx that you can cast from exile. I love that card.
Oh, you're thinking about Food Chain.
I'll think about the Food Chain card. Yeah. I don't know why. Mist Hollow. Yeah, I don't know why I thought of that card just then. I do like that card though. That card's cool.
I mean,
I want Leovold now because I forgot the deck played Leovold, so I looked again. I like Leovold. What a fun card. Are you having
handshake
fun?
Emoji himself.
Yeah. Put her there.
All right, looks like we have fetch and we are moving to combat. Leaving back the Bowmasters, just attacking for 2. Bowmaster's going to get lightning bolted, despite not attacking. Jake's going to drop 15 here. Interested to see what the follow-up's going to be from David.
Looks like it is Alurin, the namesake.
All right, so Mason, walk us through what can and might happen here as we're seeing stuff start to happen with the Alurin in play.
So this is Aether Mage Channeler. This is going to let you bounce a creature. Basically, Cavern Harpy is the main one. We do have a Pyroblast going to counter the Aether Channeler here. So Cavern Harpy is a 2-mana 2/1 with flying that whenever it enters the battlefield, so whenever it comes into play, return a blue or black creature you control to its owner hand. You may pay 1 life and return this to your hand. So we're going to be bouncing back and forth, playing a bunch of blue creatures that we can draw and eventually assemble a combo kill from there. The main one being Asurek, the Archlich, which lets you explore the dungeon, and you go through the dungeon a bunch. We never go through the one that gets completed, and you end up draining your opponent out.
And it looks like we have Chaos Defiler being just hard cast by Jacob and destroying the Alurin. The good old Rakdos destroy an enchantment card has hit the board. And it's also just a 5/4 trample, meaning that, without another snow-covered basic for this Ice Fang Qual to have Death Touch, it's going to be really tough for David to keep up the pressure.
Yeah. This is also a moment where, this deck kind of got a big buff with this card. Like the black decks we've seen got a big buff with Orcish Bowmaster. The Chaos Defiler was a huge help for the Painter deck. And for a while as a deck, a lot of players were like, I think this deck's underplayed. It seems really strong. And, now we're sort of seeing it as we're having more Paper Legacy. Players are coming out and playing it, and it's looking very nice as we do get a little rumble in the jungle.
Yeah, David opting not to try to double block there, perhaps afraid of a lightning bolt.
Maybe a lightning or Goblin Welder. Bring it, come back,
Oh, yeah. I mean, letting it hit the graveyard might be more dangerous than taking 5. That's a good point. As we see Fable the Mirror Breaker hitting play here for Jacob. And passing back to David. It looks like he might need to get a little something going. Not having that Alurin anymore. Kind of having his chance and not being able to just end it all right there.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like that the Alurin deck, it kind of got a huge upgrade, right, with Orcish Bowmaster, because that's now a kill condition. So if you have like Uro plus it, you can kind of like gain some life, redraw with the Harpy, and you can just shoot people out, right? So if you have more life than them, you can like bounce the Bowmaster, put it back. If your mass army is attacking, you can start, flashing it in. So there's a lot of little things you can be doing with that sort of card. So I really like that sort of move in that direction. It feels like a big get for this deck.
Man, here we see David attacking with the team, offering the opportunity for the Goblin Shaman token to block the Amass token. Looks like that's just going to happen. Jacob's going to take 4 down to 7.
Looks like there's some making sure life totals are the same there. Yeah, it happens to everybody.
And a pernicious deed.
Okay. That's a good way to clean up the battlefield.
Yeah, that's why we don't care about that token as much, maybe. We're just going to be able to have the deed here to... The 1/1's not going to do anything anyway.
I think Jacob's maybe responding to it. Nah, just going to untap. Whatever. Your deeds are done.
Yeah, it can be as pernicious as you'd like. We go to chapter 2 here. Going to see Jacob kind of been doing, not going to say a lot of nothing, but not a lot of something. So it'll be interesting to see if that means hand's a little more reactive, if he's just looking for the right stuff. It looks like he's keeping the whole grip.
Scary sign here. Treasure does get made. Dave's going to pop it. Kill the treasure. Kill the token.
Does that kill the Great Furnace too?
I'm not actually sure. It might. Let's take a little read ski on Pernicious Deed. It's been a couple years since I've deeded it up, as you know. Let's see. Destroy each artifact. Yeah, let's get a judge down there. That Great Furnace is done ski, right? Each artifact, creature, and enchantment. Would you need to send a judge over there for the old furnace?
Yeah, it's not so great anymore, Jacob. I'm sorry to say. Looks like Jacob's casting Twin Shot Sniper. Gonna deal 2 damage to that Ice Fang Coatl. Okay,
there you go. Yeah.
Catching up with that Great Furnace, gonna use the Badlands to pay. No harm, no foul.
Yep.
You know, Twin Shot Sniper has reach. That's the most secret reach creature of my life.
Yeah, it's a sniper. Can hit him from the sky.
But it's red, Mason. It's red.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's the color pie of that little band? A little band. What about Orcish Bowmaster? Ever think about that one?
It doesn't have reach. It's a Bowmaster.
I'm just talking about some color pie bands. You know? Listen, I agree. I only know it has reach too because I played that card in a little bit of testing for the old Atlanta RC, and then I thought better of playing it. But it had reach. It makes more sense to me than spiders. That's all I'm saying. If we do see an abrupt decay on this Fable Dimir Breaker.
Yeah.
Spiders shouldn't get birds. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, it could be a really big, like a giant spider.
If it's a giant spider, I understand. But the fact that all spiders get reach because giant spider had reach is just kind of like, that's some nepotism.
Yeah, and David being asked the question of, can you be at 1 life or do you need this endurance? Really just behind the 8 ball of this 5/4 Trampler, maybe had the opportunity to try to trade for it earlier and hope to fade the existence of Goblin Welder, but really in a pickle. What is it that can get David from where he's at here to a winning position, and what do you think you got to be doing in this combat if you're him?
I think Uro, Titan Nation Wrath is our way to get out of this. I think we need to maybe take this attack, go to 1, rip an Uro, chump block on the next turn, and then escape Uro. We're going to have to find, the card. Yeah. But, we just had Coward Harpies and a Force of Will, and we saw just, the Painter put pressure there. But, yeah, I think Uro was the way out of that one. And that is a really exciting round. And once again, sort of showed these combo decks that play fair Magic, playing their fair games and sort of, seeing how those play out. And I think it's kind of a necessary thing, right? It's really hard to be an all-in combo deck. All of our all-in combo decks today have kind of been crushed outside of the mirror that we saw. And that is just kind of the nature of Magic now. I think you can have a little bit of cheese, but you need to have some real meats and potatoes in your deck as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the same thing in Modern as Modern is, it even has a lot of the same overlap of cards now with Modern Horizons 2, the Lord of the Rings set. Just a lot of these same things playing into more and more of that, really walking a thin line gameplay really makes for some fantastic Magic to watch. And if you like watching Magic, maybe consider hitting that follow button down below. Staying with us here at the series. watching these matches, seeing everything play out, learning a little bit about giant spiders, about secret reach, getting the real lore.
Yep. Well, that is going to do it for Abe and I. Abe, thank you so much for joining us in the booth today to have you in the NRG Series. Thank you, NRG Series, for having us and hosting this event. We're going to have more Magic with you. Will Hall and Doomwick are about to hop on in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. Like Abe said, follow. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll see you all later.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG 5K Legacy event. My name is Will, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. I'm joined again by Devin O'Donnelly, better known on the internet as Doom Wake. And we're going to be bringing you through round number 6 here, all the way through to the top 8. And we're going to see who's going to walk away with that extra little bit of cash and all the bragging rights that come along with it. Devin, how are you today, my friend?
I'm doing very well, Will. Very happy to go ahead and cast some Legacy. It's been I've been watching some matches in between rounds, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we've had a lot of crazy games today, but let's see what they're playing for this weekend. Let's get the prizes up on the screen. Obviously, yesterday we had the team event. That was Pioneer, Modern, Legacy. Today, Legacy throughout. So talk us through this.
So we have the prizes here for today: 1,200 going to first place, 600 second, 400 for third, fourth, and then 200 rounding out the top 8. And then all those points that we keep talking about, the end of the year season championship. These players, just every single point matters as we get closer to that final event of the year, 25K.
And that final event that you keep talking about, let's see if we can see up who's already qualified. Let's go straight to that. Let's have a little quick look before we get down to the table. And we'll see who's qualified, who's playing it. We added 3 more names to it yesterday. Grayson, Matthew, and Eric managed to take down the team event. Congratulations to them, but there's still a lot more slots open there. 6 of them are going to come from the leaderboard, so all these points do matter. On less of us talking, let's get down to the game. Let's go and see which decks we're playing and who is going to be piloting them. Talk us through it.
All right, so we got a real banger of a matchup here. Jarvis, you on the left-hand side of your screen, a Grixis Delver, who we saw earlier here today, playing against Ryan Hayes on 4-color Snowko. We were talking about these decks kind of in the break, and we were kind of talking about this as the popular deck that Anurag, who was on coverage yesterday, plays a lot, the 4-color deck, and a lot of new cards here as well, Will.
Oh, so many new cards. Mainly, I feel like Bowmaster is the one that a lot of people talk about these days, right? Like that's the how many we're going to see them in Legacy. It's going to be so good when someone casts Brainstorm, etc. But we've also got 4 rings in this. And I know Anu is huge on this card. He loves it. And we're going to see how much it takes, or one, if it can resolve, I suppose, is the main thing. But there's lots of ways to be able to do that, right? We've got Delighted Halflings in this deck. And that's another way to get counter. A lot of this counter magic that you see in these blue decks from Delver. Multiple copies of what we got. Days in here. Forces of Me. For anyone just tuning in, welcome. I'm going to keep calling Force of Will, Force of Me all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. And the like you mentioned, delighted halflings are really, really important in this matchup from Ryan's side of things. There's 4 copies of those on Ryan's side, and Jarvis. One of the main things that Jarvis has in this matchup to being able to counter stuff like specifically Uro is a card like Force of Will. And when you have delighted halfling in the mix and you kind of use the mana to escape the Uro, that can't be Force of Will, which is a very important part of this matchup. As we see Jarvis go ahead and flip the Delver of Secrets. Funny enough, only 2 copies of Delver of Secrets in Jarvis's Grixis Delver list. Not usually something that you see, but it seems like the players have kind of, they got to make room for the new threats in the form of Bowmaster and, Delver, not the sacred cow that it once was.
Yeah, guys, look really quickly to Bowmaster. I do want to talk about that play, though, for Jarvis, literally in his upkeep. So he baubled himself without a fetch land in play to see if he wanted to keep that card on top. Obviously, there's different reasons why he could be doing this with a Delver on the battlefield. Do you want to speak around this? Because normally we see that interaction with a fetch land normally, but there was no fetch land this time.
Absolutely. So with Delver of Secrets, there's a delay. So the Mishra's Bauble has a delayed trigger that goes on the stack in your upkeep, and Delver of Secrets also has a trigger that you can do in your upkeep. So if you bauble yourself, you get to peek at the top card. Let's say in Jarvis's case, it was a spell. You can actually resolve the triggers where you put the bauble trigger on the stack first, then the Delver trigger, resolve the Delver trigger, flip the spell that was there. And in the other instance, if it's not a spell, you can reverse the trigger so that you resolve the bauble trigger first, draw the non-spell, and then resolve the Delver trigger to get 1 extra look for that Delver flip.
Perfectly said, my friend. As we're going to see, a Bowmaster is going to come down because the battlefield did get cleared up through that terminus, and a Brainstorm in response. Don't want to be doing that while a Bowmaster is on the battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we see, Brainstorm, you definitely do not want to do that with the Bowmaster in the stack. Usually we see a Bowmaster maybe in response to a Brainstorm, but this is going to do the reverse order. Maybe Ryan looking for something like a Force of Will to maybe try and fight over the Bowmaster. Also, a lot of removal spells in Ryan's deck list. We have Prismatic Endings. What else we got? Swords to Plowshares, things of that nature to be able to answer that card.
I was just going to ask you, like, do you want to have the counterspell battle here, or at least use almost 2-for-1 yourself for this Bowmaster? How important is that card going to be in this matchup?
This matchup specifically, I mean, there are 4 copies of Brainstorms, but the thing is, from the 4-color side of things, because once the 4-color deck really gets going, you can kind of just take over the game with things like Uro and those types of kind of card advantage engines. And, if Ryan has to take a couple extra damage here or there, eventually down the road can maybe answer the Orc Army token with something like Teferi Time Raveler. It's not the most threatening thing, but after, at the end of the day, after a few turns of it being in play, you're eventually going to want to answer it.
And here it comes, just as you were speaking about it, Teferi Time Raveler, the powerful 3-drop Planeswalker, seen in multiple formats, banned in some formats, it's that good. But it's more for the stack ability, right? The stack ability on this, not being able to cast spells in your opponent's turn, is huge, especially against these blue decks. You see Jarvis got a couple of lightning bolts in hand, so maybe he wants to let that resolve, we'll see.
Yeah, it depends on maybe Jarvis has something like a Force of Will that you want to fight over the Teferi, because if the Teferi does resolve, then your Force of Will's offline. So we're going to see a response here with a Brainstorm. Jarvis going to go ahead and get a little bit more information to see, how he wants to go ahead and proceed with his turn. If he wants to maybe fight over Teferi, maybe throw a couple bolts in response, or maybe he wants to just untap and bolt the Teferi down. We'll have to see how Jarvis wants to play this out.
So, right, Legacy, I know every interaction, every minute detail always means something. So why am I tapping my only black source now for the Brainstorm here? It's kind of almost giving me an extra like Bowmaster here would be pretty good, right? We'd be able to like grow our board a little bit more, etc. But we're now turning that off. Why are we tapping the black source and leaving the double blue, double red? What's the meaning behind that?
So Jarvis, before the Brainstorm, did have 2 copies of Lightning Bolt in his hand. So there is an instance where if the Brainstorm happens, maybe there's a chance that Jarvis wants to fire up the bolts before the Teferi resolves. Didn't have the Bowmaster in hand, so that's kind of why, left access to both red, just in case we wanted to cast those 2 bolts.
Okay, so it looks like a Wasteland was picked up for the turn, so that's going to be on top. We're going to attack the Teferi down to 3, which does leave it in Lightning Bolt range that you were speaking about. That's Teferi off the battlefield.
Yeah, it looks like Jarvis picked up a Wasteland, which is probably going to go after that Tundra. Now, these 4-color decks, the mana bases sometimes get a little wonky in terms of which specific dual lands they have. So in Ryan's case, there are 2 Tundras, 2 Volcanics, 2 Trops, and then 1 Savannah. I think that's it for dual lands. So, does have access to 1 more Tundra, but if that one also gets Wastelanded, might be kind of cut off white for a little bit here.
One card that I knew does kind of like playing in his deck is he does have a Life for the Loam. There is a 1 copy of that in the list here. So, potentially another way to kind of recur for the late game if we do start, too many Wastelands do get fired off. But more importantly, we've got to look at this life total. 12 life facing off against a Bowmaster. The Delighted Halfling being a 1/2 lines up quite nicely against this. There it is on the screen for you, the nice full art version. This card popping up in Modern and Legacy now, mainly for that second ability on the card, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because Legacy is a format where basically every single blue deck starts with 4 copies of Force of Will, and if you have enough legendary spells to cast, you can kind of fight those through the Force of Will. Also, the fact that it's a 1/2 means that it is a very relevant blocker. Being able to hold off the 1/1s, but Jarvis does have the Lightning Bolt to take that out, so we're going to push 2 more damage. And you see, this game is kind of just Jarvis is kind of sort of just nickel and diming, not really putting a ton of pressure. Didn't have did have the Delver to start, but it got answered. But not really putting, sometimes you see Delver where they go maybe Murktide Regent and put this really fast clock on. But Jarvis is kind of content just getting in some chip damage here along with the fetch lands from Ryan and being able to just play towards a longer game.
Yeah, I feel like you see that a lot more in Legacy. Like, what I mean? It's either we're doing the nickel and dime game or we're doing the full like combo route. It's never just like, here's my big haymakers, go ham on it. As we're going to see a card that we don't see too much in basically any other format now. Mystic Sanctuary comes down. We're going to put the Terminus back on top of our deck. It's not even going to touch the deck. I'm casting it straight off, it says.
That's what we call a combo will. You put the miracle on top of your deck, and then you draw the miracle for your turn.
I just like that, picked it up, put it back in the graveyard. There was no just I'm casting it. It's straight up there. Jarvis decided not to fight over it. Does have access to Daze and Force of Me in hand. I believe it might be that fetch stand that we're seeing on the crack now as the third card. Didn't get a good look at what they drew. It's going to be a C come in. These all, by the way, black bordered for people watching out there. These are some expensive, pretty lands.
Absolutely. Jarvis is a beautiful, beautiful deck over here. I believe everything I think is foreign. At least everything that I could see in the graveyard, I believe is in a foreign language, along with those foreign and black bullet lands. And here's the wasteland from Jarvis. We actually did just talk about this. There's only 2 tundras in Ryan's deck list. Now there is also 1 Savannah. So, and as you mentioned, the Life from the Loam if that shows up. But this could be a really big swing here, potentially cutting Ryan off access to white mana.
Well, here's one that this caught me off guard earlier on when we were looking at the deck list and what it does. Soren's Ransom, obviously one of the new cards from Lord of the Rings set. Talk us through this one.
So this is I gotta pull it up. I'm pretty sure I remember exactly what it does, but I'm gonna get the exact text. So
I can read it to you.
3 mana instant. Here we go. It's on the screen. Choose an opponent. They look at the top 4, kind of like a fact or fiction. Separate them into a face down pile and a face up pile. You get one of those into your hand, put the other in your graveyard, and the ring tempts you. So I believe I don't know exactly what the ring tempts you to. I think you like choose a ring bearer or something.
Yeah, you choose a creature, and basically the first time you do it, it's unblockable. Second time, every time you attack, you draw and discard. Third time you do it, if the creature is blocked, the opponent has to sacrifice the creature that blocks it. Fourth one, if it deals damage, there's an extra 3 points of damage when it connects to the face. I've done a lot of these drafts recently. I know exactly what the rings and the temptations do with it. Not too many when you've got no creatures.
I've been tempted by the ring a little bit, but not in this fashion. I've been tapping the one ring, not necessarily getting tempted by the ring in the actual mechanics. So, interesting. We see a 1-3 split. Jarvis just going to snap take the 3.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Didn't get a good look at it. One of them looks like one's a snuff out. Again, one of them in the main. And maybe 2 land. Yeah, I think it's 2 land and a snuff out was the pile with the brainstorm. Go on. I was going to say the reason behind it, just having more cards and more access to more cards in your hand, right?
Yeah, I mean it's funny. Brainstorm 1 mana draw 3 cards, and there's 3 cards in the other pile. So you could theoretically say, well, Brainstorm could just find more cards, but Jarvis just kind of wants access to more raw resources, and maybe doesn't have a fetch land in hand to set up the Brainstorm. And maybe that's a reason why, like you said, just wants more total cards, kind of about card quality, quantity, not quality at this point.
Well, on the other side, we're kind of sculpting our hand a little bit. It looks like we've got a couple of Force of Me's. We've got a fetch land to put those cards that we back on top of our deck away. We don't want them, so we get to shuffle them back in. One of the very common plays you get to see in Legacy for people just, maybe they're just getting into Legacy and they don't understand these interactions and why people are doing these, especially because we, Modern, one of the more popular formats, we kind of use our fetches almost instantly as soon as they hit the battlefield. Not in Legacy. We obviously use every resource at the last possible or most opportune moment possible. As we see here, a Ponder is now getting cast. Oh, an Uro. Haven't seen that one in a hot second.
I know. Well, it's banned in the other formats that we usually play. But there's the Savannah that we talked about from Ryan, given that the 2 tundras are in the graveyard. And that might be sort of a tell from Jarvis that there's, maybe Jarvis already knew decklist because, Jarvis does play a lot of Legacy, maybe knows what Auto typically plays. But yeah, there's no other tundras in the deck. And that might be something worth noting here for Jarvis as we see the Delighted Halfling cast, which that can also cast the white cards in the form of Teferi Time Raveler. We're going to go ahead and snuff that. Yeah. Not anymore.
One thing to note, remember, this is close deck list until we get to the top 8. Then I believe we go to open deck list again. So, we don't know exactly what's going on. We don't know how many snuff outs are in the deck on the other side. Now we've seen the one. We also don't know how many delvers are going over on Jarvis' side. And he's kind of mixing the numbers up on as we see, trying to make way for these Soren's, the new cards from Lord of the Rings set, Soren's Ransom, etc.
And here's an Uro here for Ryan. Does have the available mana to potentially flash that back or on the next turn. And, we talked about Delighted Halfling. If that were to show up, and that's kind of why Jarvis had to instantaneously kill that, is worried about the prospect of potential uncountable Urlers. We see Mystic Sanctuary for Sauron's Ransom. That's too many cards for me to count. That's worth a lot of cards.
That's some value coming on there, especially Mystic Sanctuary, showing why it's such a powerful card, showing why that with Uro in that sort of meta that we used to have back in Modern was way too powerful when these cards had to get banned. As now we're pinning it back on the stack, we're going to cast it. Here's the top 4 cards in my library. Put them into 2 piles, please. One of them
pretty funny to see a Brainstorm face up and a 3 face down, just same exact piles.
Jarvis, obviously, I believe he's probably looking for some threats here, right? Like he knows he needs to start closing the game down. That Uro gaining free life, giving extra land drops, and drawing more cards is such a powerhouse. And we do have well, we know the snuff outs in the graveyard. We've got one Unholy Heat in the main, and other than that, it doesn't look like there's any other ways to get it off the battlefield. We've used our Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah, that Uro is going to be a real problem here. Jarvis sporting 4 copies of Murktide Regent, but has not been able to find one yet. Sees a Channeler and a Scalding Tarn face up. Going to go ahead and take to face down pile. There is, potentially a chance that if there were 2 threats in the pile, that Ryan would want to split those threats. Wouldn't want to give the potential of Jarvis getting 2. So, Jarvis is going to, take the face down pile. We're not exactly sure what was in it. I saw at least a Force of Will.
Yeah, I think it's Force of Will land, and he's definitely moving their wasteland to the front of his hand. Because remember, double green is needed. We can't take them off that. Can't take them off double blue. So maybe that's not the route we want to go. I think it's what's kind of ticking through his head right now. I do like that we've got these cameras on the players. We weren't able to have this yesterday, so I do like this as we're going to take out that Savannah.
Yep. So, like you said, it's going to take out the Savannah, but we still do have double green, double blue. Can fight over the first Uro, but the reason that Uro is so good is, you can counter the first Uro, but look at how many cards are in Ryan's graveyard. We can just go ahead and do this every single turn, and Jarvis is eventually going to run out of Force of Wills.
Can we start calling that Force of me, please? That would really.
No, well, it's not me though. All right, Force of you. I'll say
that,
Force of you.
That's the the broadcast I feel will just be better overall. There'll be less tension between us, and everyone will just be happy. But yeah, okay, it is on the stack, and we're gonna ditch this daze to a Force of me to get that back into the graveyard. But as you said, it doesn't exile it, so it's gonna probably be coming back next turn. Jarvis really needs a threat here.
Can only counter that so many times. And like you said, Jarvis has, we looking at the threat base here, we have 4 Channeler, 4 Bowmaster, 4 Murktide, 2 Delver. Really needs to find some way to pressure Ryan. If there was a Murktide Regent cast this turn, then you could say, okay, those Force of Wills countering the Uros, you're buying enough time and getting enough attacks with those Murktide Regents. But, if there's no threat, then Ryan just has free reign to just keep doing that over and over again.
Yeah, Jarvis, I think he clearly knows that. He's got a good grip of cards in his hand. Looking at how he wants to kind of deploy it. We know there's quite a few land in there just from the Soren's ransoms and making X piles go to his hand. So also Ryan knows that he's got a couple of cards at least still in his hand that are going to be lands, and that didn't get a good look. I know there's a halfling in hand for Ryan.
Yeah, four One Rings in Ryan's deck list has not seen one yet. Yeah, we're kind of assuming it'll eventually show up, and that's another card with the Delighted Halfling, just making the One Ring and the Uro uncounterable is so powerful in these kind of fair matchups.
Right, it doesn't feel too fair right now when my opponent is casting Uro over and over, and there's still another 6 cards in the graveyard, so we can cast it next turn. After this hard cast Force of me is going to deal with it again. Jarvis, 3 cards in hand, going to go up to 4 now off the draw. I think he's just got a Daze and a low land. Oh, that was a Bowmaster, I think.
Yeah, it looks like a Delta. I think I saw a Badlands as well, a Bowmaster, and something else.
Okay, here we go again.
Yeah. Well, it didn't work the first 2 times. We'll just run it back again. Why not?
Isn't that the definition of insanity? Trying something over and over again and expecting a different result.
I mean, theoretically, if Jarvis does have the 3rd Force, that Ryan is kind of running out of cards in the graveyard. But even if the Uro doesn't resolve, Ryan can just start doing other stuff. He's got a couple cards in hand, and Jarvis can, like we said, can only counter this so many times. Well, I saw a ring in Ryan's hand. I was about to say,
there's definitely a ring in hand. A good look at that with the Delighted Halfling. So maybe we're going to try and go Delighted Halfling this turn with the Uro. If the Uro gets counted again, great. It's another counter spell out of the hand. But then we've now got this Delighted Halfling. Is patience going to be a thing here, or are we just jamming?
I mean, given that you have the Uro in the graveyard too, it might be fine to jam here, because if one of them gets countered, you can still uncounterable the other one with the Halfling. And you maybe expect Jarvis has a couple of cards in hand, hasn't been casting spells. You might expect Jarvis to have a removal spell for the Halfling anyways. So if you don't cast one this turn, you're not double spelling next turn, and your Halfling's maybe likely not surviving anyways.
Here comes the One Ring. Obviously, a lot of talk, a lot of hype behind this card currently. We're going to daze. We're going to just pay the extra 1.
Yeah, heads up play. So Jarvis wanted the daze there to pick up the Mystic Sanctuary. So not really sure what we're going to Mystic Sanctuary next turn. My guess is probably the Ransom, just because Jarvis really needs to get some more cards going, especially now that the ring is resolved. We're actually, okay, yeah, we have the Bowmaster. So that can kind of check the ring for a little bit, given that Ryan is at 8 life. This is going to be a really interesting game here.
Oh, Murktide off the top. That's exactly what he needs to start trying to play big chunks of pressure, especially when there's a ring on the other side of the battlefield. And I think that's what we're going to just lead off the turn doing. Yeah, it is. This is going to be a big old boy if he wants to go with it.
Yeah, we talked about the chip damage early on. Like Ryan already down to 8 life with Ring versus Bowmaster. It's really hard for Ryan. This turn is fine because Ryan does have that protection shield, so can't get any, can't be dealt damage by the Bowmaster this turn. But in the upcoming turns, it's going to be really hard for Ryan to tap that thing without an answer for the Bowmaster.
What do we put on back on top here? Is it the Sorens or is it Lightning Bolt? Because obviously 8 life on the other side. We've got a big Murktide. We've now got the Bowmaster on the battlefield. Are we just going to try and go face? Didn't get a good look.
Yeah,
I think it might have been Sorens.
Didn't get a good look either. See, because the Murktide is lethal by itself, I'm inclined to put the Soren's Ransom on top. I guess maybe the bolt chip damage plus the ring life loss could maybe add it to a win, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that likely the Soren's Ransom was put on top.
Yeah, that's what I've, I'm a better man. I'll tell you that's probably where I'll be with it as well. I think it makes sense.
Heads up sequencing from Jarvis casting the Murktide first, because the wording on Murktide says whenever an instant or sorcery spell leaves your graveyard, not when it gets exiled. So for when the Mystic Sanctuary put the spell on top, the Murktide get an additional counter.
Yeah, that's a huge play we see, and this is why they're so good in multiples, right? If another one comes down now, it's basically a pump spell with a creature attached to it. And here comes Uro back out the graveyard yet again. Third time lucky. Does it resolve? It does resolve.
Yeah, we had the halfling, so I would hope.
Here comes some triggers. So
yeah, so this is gonna get weird because Ryan drawing a card, gaining 3. So I'm assuming the Bowmaster went upstairs, which would put Ryan down to 9. And that Murktide region is a 9/9. Plus the ring, there's the rings on 1 anyway, so that's an additional point of damage. This is, and you're taking 1 from the Ponder here as well. Did find a second ring. Not going to keep the ring. I guess we don't have enough mana to cast it. That makes sense.
Do you know one thing that's actually quite relevant here with Uro being a 6/6 on the other side? We're tempted by the ring. If we cast the Soren's Ransom, that will tempt us again. Give one of our creatures pseudo unblockable that's got under 6 power. So again, more able ways to get damage in next turn.
Yeah, and you see what's really coming up here. Remember those 3 white sources that got wastelanded, the 2 Tundras in the Savannah? There's a Swords to Plowshares in Ryan's hand that he just can't cast because he just got cut off of white mana.
That's absolutely huge. Has he got any other ways? No, because you can't cast it. Well, it's supposed to be cast the Failure thing. Yeah, that was it. That's game. Jarvis taking it down just too much at the end there. Those wastelands coming in clutch, getting the white sources off the battlefield. That is huge. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you just tune in, where have you been? We're in round number 6 of Legacy action here at the NRG Series. 5K, all the points on the line. We've got a couple more rounds, 8 rounds total today before we cut to that top 8. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That's Devin O'Donnell, and I think it's that time. We're going to try and get out the way early. This virtual high five that we've been trying to do all weekend.
Oh my goodness! I thought we'd save it for the end. We can try it now if you want.
I feel like we need to warm up. We did such a bad job of it yesterday, especially while the players are sideboarding, and then we can start talking about that, and we can do this whole cringe thing for chat. But let's do it. Let's just get out of the way, and then we can get on with more magic. Okay.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh no!
Oh, I did it the other way.
Don't worry about it. I'm mirrored. Anyway,
we'll figure it out later. It's
back
fine,
to the match. Okay, so sideboarding. We've got access to the deck list. We can put it up on the screen for you all here at home. This is what we've got over in Ryan's deck. 4 color. He's down a game. What do you like bringing in here?
All right, so from Ryan's side of things, I like the endurances to be able to maybe stop an early Murktide region. Hydro Blast, not a ton of targets. There is Dragon's Rage Channeler, and if you expect your opponent to also bring in their own copies of Pyroblast, maybe you can consider that for fighting over the Pyros. Your own Pyroblasts are great. Murktide region, Force of Will, cantrips, all that kind of stuff. Spell Pierce is maybe not. It's tough because the Delver deck does operate on pretty low mana efficiency, so I'm not a big fan of Spell Pierce. Surgical's Forces, no. And then the Carpet of Flowers are slam dunks here as well.
Is there anything you don't like in the rings? Anything that just these are not the matchup for these cards that we're taking out?
It's really tough. I mean, you probably keep the cantrips, the prismatic endings, all the removal spells you have to keep. There's some, there's some discussion on whether or not you want to trim some of the forces kind of in the heads up fair on fair matchup. I'm not sure if that's where Brian wants to go, but typically those are the cards that these types of decks will lean towards cutting, I think.
All right, let's go across to Jarvis's deck. Let's see what 75 he's brought this weekend. Here it is up on your screen. Kind of the traditional Delver sort of build that we see, splashing a little bit of black there for the new hot topic in Modern, especially in Legacy, Orcish Bowmaster. Talk me through this sideboard. Anything you like bringing in here?
So there's a couple of threats here in the sideboard in the form of Brazen Borrower. Might want to go towards those just because, Ryan has access to so much removal. Again, we talked about the Hydroblast, Pyroblast fight. Jarvis is not going to bring in Hydro for Ryan's Pyros, but is going to bring in his own Pyros most likely. The thought is you could maybe go towards it, picking off a removal spell or something like the One Ring, Force of Negation for the same reason. You have to be a little bit careful about the counter spells given the presence of Delighted Halfling. And then from there, I think that's probably all that Jarvis wants to go towards.
And what's not good in this matchup? What don't we want here?
You see, it's weird. This is typically a matchup where you want to cut Lightning Bolt because Lightning Bolt not that great against control decks, but there's a couple of reasons to keep it in. One is the presence of Delighted Halfling, which essentially just turns off all of Jarvis's counter spells when you're casting things like the Ring and the Uro from the graveyard. The other reason that you might want to keep in bolts is just the chip damage, because chip damage plus losing life from Ring equals there's maybe a chance that Jarvis can steal a game with the bolts. So it's really tough for Jarvis. The Snuff Out can probably go, maybe the Unholy Heat, but from there, not really sure what else Jarvis wants to cut.
Well, we'll see what he does because it looks like both players are just drawing the opening 7. Let's see if we get some keepable hands. Obviously, Ryan, I imagine, will be taking the play as they are a game down currently. I can see a Delighted Halfling in hand and a couple of lands. So it looks like that's a straight up keep for both players. Delighted Halfling's going to hit the battlefield as we pass it back to Jarvis.
And we'll have to see if Jarvis kept in the Lightning Bolts. We're going to start with the Thoughtseize here. That one's pretty good. Can maybe nab a 3-drop. And we see all spells here for Ryan. Really, Jarvis, if Jarvis had a Lightning Bolt and fired it off, that would have been really good for Jarvis. There is a Ponder here as well. I mean, I'm not even really sure where you take here. It's probably, you could maybe argue the Ponder and just hope to kind of mana screw Ryan a little bit. It's really tough.
That's where my head's at. Is like, basically they've got to hope the top of the deck is a lot. If it's a land call, they're gonna start casting Euros and start getting back into this game a little bit. But if they don't, the advantage that we'll be able to draw to get on, as in we'll kind of undo the going second. But it's easy when we've got it on top. Don't worry about it. Instantly to the graveyard. So I guess we're going to be seeing an Euro this turn, right?
Yeah, definitely wants to just, use the mana efficiently, be able to try and find a land, get towards that One Ring. And if Ryan finds another land and the Halfling stays in play, we're going to see a One Ring uncounterable, which is going to be really difficult for Jarvis to beat.
Okay, so a little bit of life is going to be gained there. Card drawn, extra land for the turn if we need to play it, but it doesn't look like we've got one to play. Jarvis is going to start deploying some of his cheap threats. Here is the powerful 1-drop, Dragon Rage Chandler. Just a little 1/1 at the minute. Oh, it looks like Surgical did come in. So in the upkeep,
Ooh, okay.
Surgical. Oh, no, in the draw phase, sorry. So in the draw phase. And talking through this instruction, why are we doing it in the draw phase, not the upkeep?
Because so you want to do it in the draw phase, not upkeep, since if Ryan drew an additional copy of Uro, which I'm guessing is the card that was exiled, we're actually going to endurance ourselves to play around that, which does kind of make sense. You have an extra Uro. But if Ryan were to draw an extra copy of Uro, you would want to get that out of the hand before Ryan can go to their main phase.
Okay, question here. I love this play, by the way. I love endurance in myself. Why are we ditching an Uro to do this instead of hard casting it, now leaving it up potentially to counter magic when we could have used the Delighted Halfling?
That leads me to believe that Ryan likely drew a land and wants to be able to go land and cast the One Ring, and we're going to fight over this endurance. Does make a lot of sense. But that would be the inclination. Oh, also we can't cast.
I was about to say it's not. I've just realized I was going to catch you up on that one. It's not legendary. I forgot that cycle of creatures is not legendary. But yeah, Delighted Halfling does a lot. Just it does have to be a legendary one for it.
They're legendary in spirit, just not in type.
Well, they're as powerful as now Jarvis gets to look at exactly how they sideboard, what cards now he needs to play around. Uro's getting taken out must be huge, because what other ways have we got to win?
Well, if we take a look at Ryan's deck list, so no Uros, we have the one copy of Fourth Air Lingus, and wow, that's really it. Actually, there's almost no other win conditions. Yeah, the 2 copies of Endurance that we could hardcast and maybe get towards that, but besides the 1 Fourth Air Lingus and the 2 Endurances that are in the sideboard, there's no actual ways to deal damage. I guess you can attack 20 times the Delighted Halfling.
I was going to say, hey, look, we're on plan B already. Delighted Halfling getting turned sideways there because it is a 1/2. Does have a little bit of power. Here comes a second Dragon Rage Chandler into that's Ponder, right?
Brainstorm. That one's a Brainstorm.
So we're doing this. We're doing the
resolve
survey.
surveil triggers. Yeah, and I actually hadn't thought about that during sideboarding because, again, we talk about all the time how Jarvis is plays a ton of Legacy, knows a lot about the deck list, and if he's really familiar with the deck list that Anu had been playing, Anu is not known to play a lot of win conditions per se. And given that those Uros are gone, that is a prime target for surgical extraction, especially if you know that your opponent just doesn't really have that many ways to win.
Just look, I think that it's just the one, the 75, and coming in absolutely clutch here, getting rid of those Uros straight off the bat. Turn 3 when it was cast in the graveyard. Nope, let's exile them all. And now we're deciding which 2 cards we want to put back on top of our deck. Looks like we've decided. Oh no, we're doing the little hover. Yep, okay, that's how we want to do it.
Will, you don't have to ever have to play more than one copy if you just always draw it when it's the best possible,
That look, we saw some amazing top decks yesterday, comebacks from players in the team event that we had. So everything's possible. I'm sure you're all going to, if you didn't catch it yesterday, you need to go back and catch it. But while you're there, you might as well hit the follow button on this channel. Make sure that little bell is live. So every single time the NRG goes live, you'll get that notification and you won't miss any more of this beautiful paper magic that we're all enjoying now. Right, I'm asking you, is Delirium on? I can see instant land sorcery.
I assume so. There's a lot of cards in Jarvis's graveyard.
I'm sure the life totals when they change will give us indication of that if it was just 2 damage or 3. Here's the bauble, so that's going to be the 4th type either way.
Yeah,
we're going to put a Force of Means to the graveyard. And having a little think about this next card.
Yeah, Jarvis, I guess. Okay, I was going to say Jarvis wants to maybe find an additional threat because I don't really know. The way that Jarvis loses this game is the 1 copy of Endurance. Jarvis doesn't know the deck list, but wants to kind of keep the pressure going in the event where Ryan does draw the land to be able to cast the 1 ring. But yeah, as we talked about, Ryan's deck list just doesn't really have any threats left, and it's going to be really hard for him to, be able to buy a bunch of time and find that endurance eventually. I mean, I'm thinking that's, I guess, the 4th year Lingus is what we're playing towards.
Yeah, it must be. So, Jarvis knew about that land on top of Ryan's deck. Ryan, again, just draws it, hits it straight into the graveyard, but now we can start casting the 1 ring. We can see how much damage this can actually do, if any, how important it's going to be. We are only at 11 life. So we've got, a couple of turns of drawing a lot of cards. But remember, this is why we play 4 copies of this card in the deck. So we can start resetting it when we need to, right? Jarvis, I've got to attack.
But yeah, you can't choose to not attack. And we see Jarvis going after the white sources again. We saw the Tundra being wastelanded and now the Savannah. So we might actually find ourselves in a similar position to game 1 where Ryan just can't even cast the Swords to Plowshares.
That's a real, as I say, like Jarvis he's friends with Anu. He's got a very good understanding of probably what is in this deck and what it needs to be doing. He's probably played against it multiple times, just playing as mates across Discord or something along those lines. We do see Endurance has been picked up though, so that can shuffle them back into the deck.
Yeah, we did find the Endurance that could potentially be able to start to attack Jarvis, or actually even more so, just being able to kill one of the Channelers, because the Channeler has to attack. We do need to find a green source, which we do have for Ryan. And yeah, the Channelers do have to attack, and maybe if we can resolve the Endurance. The awkward part here for Ryan is we have to fetch a green source, right, to be able to cast the Endurance, and we can't Endurance with Pyroblast backup, because if we fetch a red source, that means we can't cast the Endurance.
Okay, Bauble. We're going to see a Force Negation and another Dragon Shiner go to the graveyard. These are not the cards that Jarvis thinks he needs to be digging towards. 6 damage coming across in the air. Remember, these do have Delirium, so they are 3/3 flyers that have to attack every turn. Are we just going to take this?
Interesting. Ryan had a tropical island, I believe, at least from the looks of it. I can maybe see, get a tropical island in there. We cannot. I was going to say we can't guess that. We thought about that earlier. Okay.
I say. Good thing though, it's not just us, right? Easy mistakes to make. Normally that card is like a Birds of Paradise or something, and it's easy. I tap it for green. No, this has got slightly more text. And here comes the basic forest to be able to give us that second source of green that we're after. Endurance on the stack.
And I wonder if, Ryan may be kicking himself a little bit now, because there is the tropical island in hand. Maybe wanted to deploy that to cast the Endurance, and then the fetch land, it did resolve. The fetch land could have gotten a red source to be able to cast Pyroblast on a following turn, but Endurance does hit the battlefield, shuffle away the graveyard, and see ya.
I was about to say, Delighted Halfling can get in there and block, making, because if they shrink down to a 1/1 again, because there is no graveyard, and then we're able to just clean them up with these 2 double blocks. That's a huge turn there for Ryan, stabilizing the board with an active ring. And we're talking about yesterday. You draw the cards before the damage is dealt. You know what I mean? We can get ourselves out of this.
Yeah, and that's massive. Now Ryan is down to 7. The ring is on 2, so does have to be a little bit careful of that. And with no copies of Uro in the deck, no real way to gain life. So we're just really need to find a second copy of ring to be able to reset that one. We're going to start with a Teferi. That's going to be uncounterable. And that is likely going to... Oh, we can also just bounce the ring with Teferi, yeah.
This is disgusting, by the way. Being able to have a Teferi uncounterable to then having a Teferi on the battlefield, that is... and then resetting the one ring. This is everything's coming up Ryan currently. We've gone from that, being behind on cards, being behind on the board, to the ring coming down and just changing everything here as he passes the turn back.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about, on turn 2 when Jarvis surgical those Uros, we didn't really we kind of discussed how Ryan didn't have a ton of, win conditions left in his deck, but it found that one copy of the Endurance basically at the perfect time, was able to get both of the channelers out of there, and it seems to be very, very stabilized here. We do see an Orcish Bowmaster is going to clean up the Teferi, but yeah, there's Jarvis needs to do a lot more work here.
Yeah, this isn't great what's happening, shall we say, on the other side. So maybe, realistically, we know these are kind of like the only win cons left in our deck, is this one Endurance, 3 more Delighted Halflings. Other than that, we've got no other ways of actually closing this game down.
Got that 1/4 there, Lingus. That one that's one
yeah.
copy that Ryan does have. So, eventually, once Ryan has felt like he's stabilized enough, can go towards something like that. But doesn't really need to do it right now. There's no pressure from Jarvis. Ryan can kind of just like sit back, develop for a little bit, cantrip. There's the Brainstorm.
Obviously, Bowmaster eating that swords in the turn, so the Brainstorms are kind of opened up again. We're not going to take damage for them. Put our cards back on top in any order that we like. Here comes the fetch.
And honestly, Jarvis is at 14, and we have 4 power in play. That does kill relatively quickly.
Here's the Carpet of Flowers that you were talking about. That's going to give us a little bit more mana to play with each turn. We'll talk about that one in a minute. If it goes any further, it looks like we've just got a lot of counter magic. That might have been a lightning bolt off the top. Yes, it was. So now that can open up some of our counter magic if we want to go that route. Here is Fortsies, though.
Well, here's the thing, Will. Ryan's at 6 life, and Jarvis just drew a bolt. So you see where I'm going with this?
I see what you mean. There's an out, is what you're saying.
There is.
We're playing to an out.
And there's, like we said, no more life gain. Well, I guess if Ryan draws Swords to Plowshares, that'd be kind of awkward, because you can Swords your own Endurance in response to the Lightning Bolt. Excuse me.
All right, we're taking the ring with that Fortsies. We can drop ourselves down to 10 and just pass it back. Yeah, it's and then all these fetch lands adding up as well. Maybe some Bowmasters going along with this. A little bit of chip damage that we're speaking about. Maybe we can get there. Here comes the Volcanic.
Right, and if Ryan does cast I guess the Thoughtseize took the ring, but if Ryan finds a copy of the ring, cast it, draws a card, that's 1 more damage. Every single chip damage adds up here, and Ryan has to be aware of the presence of Lightning Bolt in Jarvis's deck, and wants to consider, at least if he can play around it, wants to at least think about that.
Okay, didn't get a good look there, but we decided not to play a land. When you talk through that, we decided not to play the land in our hand. What's the reason for keeping extra lands in your hand?
Keeping it for Brainstorm, that's the main reason. But you know what the really awkward thing is here for Jarvis, Will? I saw a copy of Mystic Sanctuary. You see the land that Jarvis just played, it was a bad lands, which means that we cannot Mystic Sanctuary that Lightning Bolt if the next turn.
Yeah, it makes complete sense there. Okay, so we are starting to play faction. That's a red card. It's a
Pyroblast. So Jarvis really needed if that Badlands was a blue source, Jarvis at 6, you could go play the Mystic Sanctuary this turn, put the bolt on top, take 4, go to 2, draw the bolt, cast it. But unfortunately for Jarvis, that one Badlands just, that's a rough spot to be in.
Are we tapping the top of our deck and hoping?
We kind of have to. We're at 2 life.
That's our out.
Yeah.
It was
Volcanic Island, a very not timely Volcanic Island, as we see going to Ryan Hayes going to pick up game 2, and we're going to be going to game 3 here in just a bit.
I did see that Ryan kept in that life for the loam as well, so we know that that's still floating around in the deck, which is kind of understandable when there's 4 wastelands going off on the other side of your deck. We're going to see if we can get their deck list back up on the screen for you all at home, so we can see the exact 75 that both of these players have bought. We're going to start off with Jarvis, obviously taking that one down there. What do you like here? Or not taking that one down here, sorry, losing that one there, trying to fight it back. He will be on the play now. Is there any sort of consumption to play draw? Are some cards better when you're on the play and on your draw in this deck?
I mean, Thoughtseize is something that you maybe is a consideration play versus draw, but I think even on the draw, Jarvis does want to have the Thoughtseizes given the presence of the rings and Teferis. There's so many power cards in Ryan's deck list, so not a ton is going to change here for Jarvis. We did see the Pyroblast, we did see the Surgical come in. Maybe the Force of Negation. I think those are all pretty good.
What's the emphasis on Day's Force of Will on play draw? I spoke to a lot of legacy players over my time, and some like bringing some in on the play, some like taking some out on the draw. There's like a rule because obviously Force of Me is 2 for 1 you, but then Days put you back. Like, where do you kind of sit on that? And is this the matchup for it, or are we just keeping them all in?
It's tough to say. I mean, it's also awkward against Ryan's deck specifically due to the presence of Delighted Halflings, so you might want to be trimming on the counter spells anyways because of that card. But Ryan, at the end of the day, Ryan does have a lot of expensive cards like the Flashback Uro, the 4 copies of One Ring. So as long as you can keep Halfling off the battlefield, your dazes are still pretty live.
Okay, and then let's move across. Let's see what we've got on the other side. Here's Ryan's list. A lot of powerful magic in this deck, but we saw the Pyroblasts come in. We saw the Endurances come in. We saw the Carpet Flowers come in. So that's good. Like, that's 7 cards. Is there 7 cards that just stand out to you here that we don't want to be playing? I'm trying to look for it, and I'm like, well, we know the Terminus is still, and we know the Rings are still. We know the Uros, Halflings, Brainstorms, Teferis. What are we missing?
I will say that from Ryan's side of things, we didn't see a force that game, and I would not be surprised if all of those got taken out of the deck to be able to fight without having a 2-for-1. As we see game 3 here underway, Jarvis starting us off with a bauble, a fetch land. Going to go ahead and get a volcanic island, excuse me. And taking a look at Jarvis' hand, I saw a Pyroblast, a Force of Will. Didn't quite see if we had a threat. I think it's a wasteland. Two wastelands.
Double wasteland, yeah. Double wasteland in hand, plus a little bit of counter magic. And over on the other side, a load of Uros. Looks like another Pyroblast, but yet that's a Teferi as well, and a couple of land as another Pyroblast off the top. So this is, Jarvis kind of forced to play the wasteland out for his land for the turn. Decides not to fire it off end of turn here by the looks of it. Reasoning behind that?
No reason to do it end of turn. Like you can always see what you always want to see what you draw before you do it. There's, unless you're trying to play around Stifle or something. But you want to get the most amount of information possible before you fire that off. And we do see Jarvis. We're going to pick a fight here. So Jarvis goes for Wasteland, Ryan goes for Brainstorm, and Jarvis is going to go ahead and Pyroblast and play another Wasteland. And it's funny because Ryan does have another dual land in his hand, but does Ryan just want to, we are going to skip our land drop. Interesting here for Ryan.
So, okay. I don't even know how to phrase this question. Why are we not playing it into it? Like, we're going to have that wasteland's going to fire off and hit one of our lands eventually at some point. Why are we not just getting it done and out the way now? Why are we waiting?
So I think the theory here for Ryan is that if your only other land is a wastelandable target. So Ryan wants to try and draw a fetch land, because if Ryan has a bunch of powerful 3-drops, you can draw a fetch land, play a fetch land, that plays around the wasteland, and then turn 3 you can then deploy the dual land and cast a 3-drop before you get wastelanded. So that's kind of the theory there. As we see a Channeler and a Ponder going to go ahead and get a Surveil trigger, but Ryan did pick up a fetch land, so does have, I believe, had another land in his hand as well.
All right, it looks like we're going to fetch. We're going to get another volcanic, and we're going to try and have a little fight over this. And it looks like succeed. Yeah, no Ponder for you. Obviously, the survey trigger does happen no matter what. Delirium looks like it is turned on, so Dragon Range Shanna has to be turned sideways. That's 3 damage cracking across, dropping Ryan down to 16, and then pass and turn back.
We'll have to see what Ryan has. Picked up a copy of Swords to Plowshares. I did see, I'm not exactly sure which dual land it is. I think it might be the Savannah. Yeah, Savannah's in Ryan's hand. So it looks like Savannah, Swords to Plowshares. That could be something Ryan wants to go towards. A couple of Uros. Actually, I think it might have been 2 or 3 Swords to Plowshares, actually.
I think we've got double Uro, double Teferi in hand. Is there any preference on which 3-drop you want to lead off with here?
Well, you might also want to consider just going Swords to Plowshares with Pyroblast backup, but it looks like if Ryan does go for a 3-drop, probably lead with the Uro just because it's the most replaceable. You have 2 copies. You don't really care if it gets countered because the first cast of Uro is just gain 3 draw card, put a land to play anyways.
Well, it looks like that is the route we're going. Jarvis having a little think. Is it worth firing off one of these counter spells we have in hand? We can see the Daisies and the Force of Me stayed in. Looks like it resolves, just like you said. Here is our extra land drop, 3 extra life, and we get to draw a card.
Yeah, and notably puts the Uro in the graveyard. So if Ryan can find if Ryan draws a green source, we are off to the races. We can actually go green source, flashback Uro with Pyroblast backup, and that's going to be really, really difficult for Jarvis to fight through. If there is a green source of mana picked up for Ryan, Jarvis going to go ahead and tap 3 mana for a ransom. Yeah, it is a ransom.
Ooh, love to see it. So ransom. I don't know if we can get that one back up on the screen for you. If the production team stood by ready to throw that one up. It's not one we typically see because it is one of the new cards from the Lord of the Rings set. And we actually get to use the tempt ability. We actually get to tempt our Dragon Rage Channeler. There it is on the screen for you all. Talk us through this one. Why are we seeing this now sort of popping up in this deck?
It's just a nice way to kind of just get card advantage. Like, we previously have seen expressive iteration before the banning. That was the card that decks kind of used to churn through cards. And this one, it's basically always going to draw you 2 cards, sometimes 3, because you're always just going to take the pile, whichever has more cards, or the face-up pile, which has the card that you're looking for. In that case, the Murktide region, and it puts the other 2 cards in the graveyard, which is important for Murktide region and Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Okay, well presented, that argument. I love it. It was great. Plus, I love seeing Legacy always. It feels like every time I watch it, there's always a new card popping up. Because obviously, we get a lot of new sets now, a lot more like the Commander sets, which they are the sort of spicy cards that kind of pop up into Legacy a little bit, right? Like you see you can only get them in Commander decks, etc. But they're so good in Legacy because it's got access to them when no other format does.
Yeah, so it looks like Ryan did not pick up a green source, found a Brainstorm, going to go ahead and cast that, finds a Misty Rainforest, likely does not want to go for the Uro this turn due to the presence of, things like Daze Enforceable, wants to be able to do it with the Pyroblast backup next turn, so we might see something like Teferi this turn, also with Pyroblast backup.
There was a Delighted Halfling in hand as well, so we've got that option if we want to go that route and try and tempt for next... Or get it ready for the next turn so we can have something uncountable. But no, it looks like we're going the route that you said. Teferi is going to try and come down and hit the battlefield. Jarvis is going to ditch a Force of Me for the Teferi.
And this is just such a rough exchange for Jarvis. Whenever you get your Force of Will or Force of You'd Pyroblast, I should say.
Thank you.
Jarvis does have a Daze, which is pretty good. We're going to pick up a Mystic Sanctuary too, which can, get that Sauron's Ransom back down the road. Not next turn because we only have 2 lands in play. So not a bad exchange for Jarvis.
No, I'd say it's quite good. It's kept our threat around, which is exactly what we need because we need to be closing this game down. Mystic Sanctuary, super powerful card, as we've seen multiple times. We get to survey a couple of times, manipulate the top of our deck, but we did have to use 2 cards of that Force of Me to stop it. And we know because we've got obviously like God's Eye View here, and we can kind of see what's in the hand. That potentially another Uro or another one of them is going to come down next turn.
Yeah, we have to see if Jarvis has another counterspell for the Uro, or potentially that 1 copy of Surgical Extraction. That would go really, really nice here. We do see, we're casting a Murktide, and I think I saw a Force and a blue card in Jarvis's hand, so we could see something like Murktide Regent, put lethal in play, because I believe this would be 11 power next turn, assume we get 5 for the Murktide, right? 5, 3, and 3. And then you go Force of Will to Uro, and that's 11 power in play, and just kind of hope that Ryan does not have something like a Swords to Plowshares or another a Force of his own.
Dude, love it. So these are the 5 cards. Obviously, it does matter which 5 we do because we know the Mystic Sanctuary in hand. So potentially future, we want to be putting some sort of spell on top of our deck if needs be. I think you're right. I think that's a Ponder along with the Force of Me. And we're going to pass the turn back. Big turn.
Yeah, and I think Ryan does have a copy of Swords to Plowshares. Now, we do have green, blue, and we can leave the Tundra available because we can tap the Trop, the Savannah, the Island, and the Vogue to cast the Uro and leave up the Tundra. So we might see something like start with the Uro, get that forced, and then we can start, and then we could lead with the Swords to Plowshares and the Murktide.
I was literally about to ask you, which sort of sequencing do we need to do here to kind of optimize? Remember, we are at 11 life. We do have a Dragon Rage channel on the other side, and we're going to start off with this Swords to Plowshare.
It's funny. I'm not sure which one you'd rather have as bait. Like, that your second one's assuming that your second one's always resolving here, it might actually have been better to lead with the Uro, because even if the Uro gets countered, you can just cast it again next turn. But now with the Swords to Plowshares not resolving, you go Uro, gain 6 or gain 3, go up to 14. There's still 8 power in play. You go take 8 down to 6, gain 3, go to 9, and then you're at 9 facing 8 power. So it's actually still kind of close, as we see. Not going to go with the Uro, going to fire off Teferi here.
Yeah, we got a cool line that could happen here. Obviously, we're going to bounce the Murktide. That makes sense, but there's loads of cards still in the graveyard. We do have a Delighted Halfling plus Endurance in hand if we wanted to go that route. Looks like we're going to deploy the Halfling. Oh, we drew another Halfling off the Teferi, so now we could do the Endurance. And yeah, this was the line I was going to speak about. empty the graveyard, make that just a 1/1 on the other side, and make the Murktide stuck in the hand for Jarvis U.
Yeah, massive sequence here. And, didn't want to go for the ambush because obviously, we know that Jarvis just put the Murktide in his hand. And we also know about the Mystic Sanctuary that was picked up. So that endurance really, really just making this game a lot harder for Jarvis.
Yeah, super hard. They can't even attack the Teferi here because of the light halfling being a 1/2 body attached to it. As now, that was the quickest slam of an Uro I've ever seen. That was a skidoo straight up there. Exile these 5 cards. Jarvis just has to say, yep, it resolves, sees 3 life added, sees a card go to the grip.
Ryan definitely smelling blood here, and that's going to do it. Jarvis is going to lose to Ryan.
Congratulations to Ryan, moving forward to 6-0. And believe, obviously, in tournaments, if you go XO with the 2 last rounds, you can double ID, guarantee yourself at the top 8 9 times out of 10. We're going to move back to the booth. And we're going to see if we can get an interview with Ryan. We're going to try and get him across, ask him some questions, how he thought the game was going to go, etc. like that. But if you just tune in, welcome. This is slightly coming to the end of round 6. I don't know if we're going to have a backup feature match or not. But first off, we are going to start off with this interview with Ryan. We're going to move him across, get him sat down, get him all comfy. You know what I mean? He can be a little bit flustered being on camera at times. But highlight of that matchup, Devin?
I would have to say the endurance, and then the endurance in combat to eat the 2 1/1 Dragon's Rage channelers. That was pretty tough. The surgical extraction too. Like we kind of really thought that game was going to go in the way of Jarvis that game too. After the Uros got surgicaled, and really was able to find that second copy of endurance, just kind of snowball that into a win. So really, really well played by Ryan.
Okay, well, we've got a little bit of time before Ryan gets in and we have this interview. I want to know what deck you at home would be bringing. Legacy this weekend, what deck would you bring to this 5K? What would you be playing? And Devin, I'm obviously going to ask you, what would you be bringing this weekend? If let's say you can't play Rhinos because you want to play Rhinos in every format, what other deck besides Rhinos you want to play?
Rhinos is actually good in Legacy, all right. But
look, we saw it earlier on today, and it looks really good.
I think if I could play any deck, I'd probably play the Boros Initiative deck, which we saw on camera from Adam Wasburn Moses earlier today, who may or may not still be doing very well in this tournament. But I really think I'm a huge fan of the 4th Air Lingus. That card is just so powerful, and I just want to cast that card as much as possible.
Yeah, I don't blame you. We saw it do literally work yesterday and kind of get someone out of the almost dead on board spot to just being able to draw those extra cards, run away with the game. It was super huge. Chat is saying that they would play Elves, Doomsday, Reanimator, 8.
You're only saying Doomsday because of me, right?
Well, okay, that's your ego that you need to work out on, not me. All right. If there was a deck called the Will Hoy XP, I would 100% be playing it as well. Don't you worry. I think if I was going to be playing this weekend, it would be probably it'd be Infect. I'm not going to lie to you. Infect. Someone's got to do it. But it looks like we've got him across for the interview. Can you hear us? Hey, cool. Well, let's see if we can get the graphic. Welcome, Ryan. Congratulations on taking that one down first off the bat. My first question is, when all your Uros got surgical, what was going through your mind? How do you think, oh my god, how am I going to win this game?
Yeah, I thought we were pretty done there. I thought like the little endurance play might be good enough to get it, and then he was able to he fought over it, which I was actually think was pretty good for me. Just like eat some cards out of his hand. But I did not feel good about winning that one once the Uros were gone, especially with like the ring is just tough to have enough life to still like fight with in that matchup once the Uros are gone. So I was pretty nervous, but felt good to sneak that one out.
Yeah, and then also the game where all of your white sources got wastelanded, and you were kind of just stuck with the 2 Swords to Plowshares in hand. That game was pretty awkward as well. But the Life from the Loam, that was a card that you kept in the matchup, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, game 1 was just like all digging for Loam. There's just
Has it been putting in a lot of work for you? Obviously, Legacy, Wastelands, all over the place. Does it put in a lot of work? And is this, I do ask, is this a new 75 or very close to it? Is that where you got the deck list from, or is this kind of your take on it?
No, this is like pretty new. I've been playing like a lot of the like Uro piles for a while, but like this is the first time playing with like rings and halflings in an event, and they've been very impressive.
That was going to be the question. Was it? Let me guess, they've been really good so far.
they have been nuts.
Yeah, we've seen it do so much work there. Devin, next question, shoot.
The Delighted Halfling too. That's a card that just looked absolutely amazing on camera every time that Jarvis was not able to remove it. And I'm obviously being able to cast the Uro and the One Ring through Force of Will and Days and stuff like that. Has the Halflings have been good as advertised?
Yeah, I think so. Like when I was putting the deck together, I was kind of unsure if they were actually like that good in the Delver matchup because of just like all the removal that they can have. But I think it's a real like cat mouse game of how much removal are they going to keep in? How many halflings am I going to keep in? So I've just been keeping them in, and they've always done good work.
We were guessing in the booth. We're trying to work out what cards you were taking out of the main to make room. I think you brought like 7 cards in, if I'm not correct, like the double endurance, the carpet, and the pyroblasts.
Yeah, so I brought in 5 blasts, 2 endurance, 2 carpet. I cut 6 forces, a fetch land just because I don't want to get caught up on too many lands when I'm bringing carpets in, and then I trimmed a ponder because he had bowmasters that I didn't want to like run face into too much.
Interesting. Thanks. That makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? But on that one, I think the pairings are going up, so we need to let you go. You've got another round to go. Hopefully, you can get that double ID, and we see you in the top 8, my friend.
Yeah,
So
sounds good to me.
Congratulations
Right, thanks,
yet again. No problem. And on that one, I think we're going to have a real short break, and then we'll be back with round number 7 shortly. So make sure you stick around. See you all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG Series 5K Legacy event being held here today. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That's Darren Donnelly. He's better known as Doomwake, and we're going to be bringing you round number 7 here. First off, though, we're going to start looking at the leaderboard. Let's see, players to watch. What players have we got this weekend, and how are they doing? Devin, talk me through this.
So we got Adam, Wasburn, Moses, Jarvis, you both at 5-1. We just saw Jarvis take a loss on camera last round. Joseph Bernal and Matthew Hoey have dropped from the event. And then we got Raja at 2-4, Sam Black 3-2, Stephen Dykeman, or Sam Black 3-3, Stephen Dykeman 3-2. I'm not sure if that has updated. And then Will Kowalczyk at 6-0. We saw Will on camera a few rounds prior.
Yeah, really cool deck that he's got floating around. Obviously going to see him in the top 8, able to double ID if they want to just guarantee that top 8, if they can get the handshakes. If not, they might have to play the last round potentially for seatings or into the top 8. But we'll come on to that one first. We want to talk about future events. If you're watch this weekend, we had the team event yesterday. Today we've got Legacy. If you want to take part in one of these, you want to get yourself some points, get on that leaderboard, get to the end of the year tournament. These are the next locations for you. And I've been doing some studying, Devin. Hold your hat for this. So the next one is going to be in Detroit. That's August 12th and 13th. Did you know that Detroit has tried and failed to host the Summer Olympic Games 9 times, which is the most of any country in the world without hosting it? You're welcome. Tune in for more facts next week. The next location that will be going after August is obviously going to be the one and only Indianapolis, October 14th and 15th. That's going to be a Pioneer 10K on the Saturday. And then a team trial on the Sunday. Again, another 10K. But wait, I've got another fact for you. Did you know in Indianapolis, this is where sliced bread was invented in the 1930s?
Wow.
And then
this tournament's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Oh, I love it. We didn't even work on that, but I love it. Let's go. Okay, let's go into the last little one we've got, obviously happening in November. Is going to be in Manson, November 25th and 26th. That's a modern 10K on the Saturday and a Pioneer 5K on the Sunday. That's Thanksgiving weekend for you all there. Okay, this one's got a really big long fact to it, but let's go with it. It is known as the Badger Miners. That's going to be the mascot for the University of Wisconsin is a badger, but the reason behind that is because the miners used to inherit the traits of badgers back in the day. They used to dig holes in the ground so they could sleep in them in the cold months while they were mining. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's get down to the games. Looks like both players have shuffled up and ready for this. And we've got Death Shadow on the left of your screen there versus Rakdos Painter. Game 1, unsideboarded. Who have you got, Devin?
So this is Dimir Death Shadow against Rakdos Painter. Kind of an interesting matchup here. It's really close. I feel like I would typically favor the Painter side of things because the Painter deck can not only, present a bunch of threats to be able to make sure that the Dimir Death Shadow deck has to answer every single one of them, but also cards like Goblin Welder, as you see being on the stack here, even if one of the artifact threats gets countered, we can access that threat later down the road with a copy of the Goblin Welder.
Like I've got a rough understanding of what Painted does. I know it can come in a couple of different colors, etc. The Death Shadow deck, that's more my style of play. More the cards I'm going to be fully aware of what's happening. So we might have to lean on you a little bit here of what is going on the Painted side as we see a Petal is going to be cast, and yet we're not going to counter that one. Here comes Urza's Saga, super powerful land in multiple formats. And again, a sleeper. I'm wondering what's happening at the minute with the new Lord of the Rings set. What sleeper cards have we not picked up on? You know what I mean? It's all about the Ring and Bowmaster currently, as we are going to see a Painter serving on the stack.
Yeah, and this Rakdos painter, which is kind of more of the flavor that we've seen lately in terms of the painter deck with the supplemental sets that have been printed. So the Black Splash here features for Orcish Bowmaster. That is a card in Austin's deck list, and then another card that I really hope we get to see here in Chaos Defiler. We actually saw it on camera a few rounds ago in the hands of the other painter player who was on camera. That card's really sick, especially when combined with Goblin Welder. But a lot of really new, interesting additions as we see Fatal Push take care of Goblin Welder, Painter Servant, and the deck that the card is, or the card that the deck is named after, excuse me, when combined with Grindstone, which happens to be a 1-mana artifact that you can find off of Versus Saga. That's an instant kill.
Well, I literally about to say, can you kind of explain to me what's going on and why does it look like we're just playing this dawdly little 2-mana creature coming down on the battlefield, turning everything into a certain color? But on the other side, we're going to start off with a Ponder. We're not going to shuffle. We're going to keep that card on top, potentially digging for more land, Wasteland being one of them, getting that Saga out of here just so we can't get that combo going that you spoke about. Do you have a Snuff Out in hand? I'm pretty sure it's not as easy as I think it is to cast. It is, if you show a Swamp, pay for life. Oh, we can cast it. We could get off that paint off the battlefield if we needs be, but is there anything else we're holding it up for? Is there any other creatures we're looking out for?
Don't necessarily need to cast it now. Honestly, Garrison probably wants to just take damage from the painter anyways, given that Garrison is playing Death Shadow. So taking a couple of points from the painter here or there might actually be, more beneficial for Garrison down the road. And also the other thing that Painter Servant does. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that Austin named blue with Painter Servant because there are copies of Red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast in Austin's main deck. Painter on black, actually. Okay.
So that turns off the Snuff Out, right? To Snuff Out is non-black creature.
That is a good point. So actually, that very heads up from Austin, knowing that Garrison's playing Death Shadow, now the Snuff Out is turned off. That does make a lot of sense.
That's and we see this, and I'll hammer on about it until the day Legacy starts being a thing. Players are so involved in Legacy. Every interaction, every small little bit of detail, every bit of patience is key in these matchups, and we get to see it in Paper Magic. Now we're back from the post-COVID era. It's so good. I love watching. I literally love watching, love casting this sort of high-level magic of people playing also these all small little details and be able to pick up on them.
The reason I wanted to see him named blue, just so we could go Painter Servant named blue and then Pyroblast or Red Elemental Blast your land. I wanted to see that happen, but that line is also really bad in the face of a Fatal Push or a Snuff Out, because if the Painter Servant dies in response to the ability, then that spell would not resolve. So we're going to go for a Thoughtseize here after Fable the Mirror Breaker got Force of Will last turn, seeing a Grindstone and a Fable. Going to go ahead and take the Grindstone. Kind of a tough spot here for Garrison, because if Austin does draw a land, maybe can resolve the Fable, but doesn't want the Grindstone to resolve with the Painter Servant on the battlefield.
Okay, here's a topic for you. What format is Fable not legal in? It seems like he's playing every single format that you can play in now. Such a powerful free drop enchantment. Talking about sleepers earlier on, where we're going on the other side. It looks like we're playing a modern deck to me. We're cycling Street Raves, drawing 2 cards. We're playing shock lands instead of these dual lands. Here comes another one. Our life total drops a little bit more, down to 8. So if we've got any Death Shadows, speaking of it, comes down. It's going to be a 5/5.
Yeah, typically in Legacy, you don't usually see Shocklands. This is the one exception here. The Dimir Death Shadow deck really just wants to deplete its own life total to be able to cast, to be able to make those shadows quite a bit bigger. As we see Garrison go ahead and cast a Brainstorm here. We still know about the Fable the Mirror Breaker in Austin's hand, really looking for a land, or maybe even just like a 0-mana artifact. I guess a Lotus Petal would allow us to cast it, but then we could use the Mox Opal. Really just wants to try and find a mana source, or maybe a Saga to get a Grindstone down the road, or even just the Grindstone itself.
So Painter, I'm guessing it works more like a combo deck, right? Like we don't have access to things like Brainstorms, ways to kind of manipulate through our deck and like turn and burn and get back into this. We are literally living off the top of our deck 9 times out of 10. I'm looking at the deck list, and it literally, besides, I guess you could call Fable a way to draw extra cards. Goblin, not Welder, Goblin Engineer can tutor something up and maybe do some shenanigans that way. But there's no way of card advantage that's super sticking out to me here. Am I missing something?
There's one. It's a Phyrexian Dragon Engine, which is a card that Austin is only playing one copy of to be able to tutor with the Goblin Engineer, and that has an ability. So it has Unearth, which means you could put unearth it from your graveyard, put it into play for its Unearth cost. But it says when it enters the battlefield from your graveyard, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. That's very powerful, not with its own Unearth ability also, but it's very powerful with the Goblin Welder and the Goblin Engineer because you can get it into play without having to pay the Unearth cost, and you still get the trigger off of it.
So again, I'm not super deep into Legacy. I just know enough that I need to. Is this deck kind of weak to removal spells? I'm getting that sort of vibe. Like it needs welders in the battlefield. It needs painted servants in the battlefield. If I can keep them down and not on the battlefield, there's a good chance I can win the game.
Sort of, but you also have a lot of ways to fight through that. We talked about the Unearth on Dragon Engine. A Goblin Engineer can go ahead and find that. And then you also have Bowmaster creates 2 blocker or 2 bodies in the battlefield. Fable creates a lot of value. Urza Saga makes multiple bodies. So the combo itself can sometimes be weak to removal, but it does have a lot of ways to grind.
Cool. Let's see if we can see it as we've got double Death Shadow on the battlefield. And this is kind of where we're going to start playing that dance now. Hold on a minute. My life total was 5. These painted servants add another 2, so that'll drop me down to 3. That'll put us in lightning bolt range if there's any in the deck. Obviously, it's not open deck list currently, so they wouldn't know that, but we do know there is 2 in the main.
Yeah, and this is a force chump block here for Austin. The other Shadow's going to connect, putting Austin down to 2. We'll have to see what we can find. 2 plus the Painter Servant would not be lethal. We're going to slam a Fable. That's going to get forced, and that is going to do it for game number 1.
That was real simple. That just kind of played everything that Death Shadow wanted to do on the left of your screen there. Let's see if we can get these deck lists up for you, although. Let's see what they got going on. So here's Austin's deck. This is the Rakdos painter list. Talk me through this sideboard. Anything you like bringing in here to show this up?
All right, so we got 2 copies of Fairy Macabre. Those will likely not be coming in. Magus of the Moon is interesting. There's not a lot of basic lands. If we actually look at what we'll see, Garrison's deck will send a second. But that card can be very powerful against Shadow, being able to cut them off of blue or black mana. Fury, Shadow's usually going to be a little bit bigger than Fury, so you probably don't want to go towards that. Surgical, likely not. Cast into the Fire, that's only for the ring. Likely doesn't want to bring that in. Shieldred's Edict, a nice removal spell, being able to take care of a Death Shadow, so I think I like that. And then a couple of one-ofs here, a Pithing Needle, a Soul Guide, a Thorn of Amethyst, and an Ensnaring Bridge. My guess is you probably go to the Bridge, but maybe not the other cards.
Interesting. Okay, let's see if we can move across and see what's in this Death Shadow deck. Here it is. And one thing that pops out to me straight off the bat, no basic lands.
Yep, so those Maguses are going to be slam dunks here for Austin. As far as Garrison sideboard is concerned, we have a couple of Plague Engineers. Probably doesn't want to go towards those. Not a ton of X1s on the Painter side of things. Turok, maybe if you can get a couple of cards out of Austin's hand, but not sure if you want to necessarily go towards that. The Hydroblast, great. Austin's got a lot of red cards. Those are slam dunks. Surgical Extraction is kind of an interesting one. You can break up the Goblin Engineer, Goblin Welder stuff because it gets it from the graveyard. So that could be potentially powerful. Shieldred's Edict if you want more removal. Don't hate that. Force and Negation, it's kind of weird. A lot of Austin's good cards, with the exception of Fable the Mirror Breaker, are creatures. So that one really only hits Fable. Don't know if you want to go towards that. Grafdigger's Cage, Counterbalance, Null Rod, and I'm not quite sure what that last card is. Will, talk to me about what is
about the
look at the deck list here.
What's it called?
Palantir of Orthonk. I don't even know.
Another new one
to get
from
that
the new
set.
set.
But the Null Rod's
at the
great.
beginning of your end step,
the Null Rod is
put
great.
An influence counter on it and scry 2. Then target opponent may have you draw a card. If that player doesn't, you mill X cards, where X is the number of influence counters on it, and that player loses life equal to the total value of those cards. Interesting one. Comes across as very grindy to me. So basically, do you want me to draw cards, or do you want to take a bit of damage?
Well, I think we'll call that one for the grindy matchups. I don't know if that's necessarily, if you would classify this as a grindy matchup, but maybe wants to go towards that. But the Null Rod is a
It
slam
looked pretty
dunk.
good if they say, okay, you can mill 3 and you mill 3 Murktides. And you're just like, yeah, cool, take 21 to the face. That'd be pretty sick. But, we're living in dream world as we always do. I think the players are just finishing shuffling up. Let's see if we can get back down there. Yeah, it looks like what's going on. Maybe a mulligan's happening. I'm not quite too sure. But remember, this is a winning in. We've got 8 rounds today of Legacy action. We're in round number 7. If you just tune in, welcome. We started with 172 players. We're trying to whittle that down to the final 8 so we can bring you that top 8 and see who's going to walk away with all the prize money, the bragging rights, the trophies, those glorious points to get them one step closer to the end of year 16-person invite-only championships, 25k event, 16 players at 25 grand on the line. It's crazy about. But then on top of that, it gets a little bit sweeter. Not only do you get a re-invite if you manage to take it down, you also get a direct invite to the Pro Tour. You get to skip all that RC sort of nonsense. No, you go straight to the Pro Tour, wherever that is going to be held. I believe at the beginning of next year, probably around February, there'll be the next one when they start getting announced. But great to see as both players start drawing that opening 7.
Might even, who knows? Maybe it's Detroit, maybe it's Madison, maybe it's Indianapolis.
Well, if it is, I can tell you a few more facts about those places to go see and what they're famous for. So, but we've got that to come later on, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you stick around while we resolve our mulligan over on Austin's side here. So, if you haven't hit that follow button yet, why not hit the follow button? If you'd like paper magic from all formats, Legacy, Modern, Pioneer. I believe there's even talk of like some sort of limited ones coming in the future potentially. So make sure if you're into paper magic, you love watching this stuff live, you need to support these channels. Hit that follow button, hit that little bell, make sure it's on. So every time this channel goes live, you are notified on whatever device that you watch it on, so you don't miss a single thing. Plus you get to see and hear more of my weird British accent and Devon's lovely, beautiful face when we get that on the screen.
I think it's the other way around. Oh, I guess I don't have a British accent, but
no, so in Europe, this isn't a novelty, my British accent. But in America,
okay.
Everyone's like, "Oh, it's a British person." That was my American accent for anyone listening at home. I can't do accents. Okay,
it's like Austin's on 6, Garrison's on 7. I believe Austin has decided to keep the 6 here, so we'll have to see what we want to put back. But pretty interesting game 1. We did see Austin was able to find a couple of those combo pieces, resolve the Painter Servant, did the heads up play of naming black to stop the snuff out, but was kind of unable to fight through the multiple forces and removal spells and the multiple shadows that Garrison had. But as far as sideboarding is concerned, I wonder if the matchup changes at all. I still kind of like Austin's side of things, but we'll definitely have to see how this plays out.
So Austin Armo down to 6 decides to keep this. What's the like the fairy tale hand? What's the best 6 he could be having?
Well, it probably starts with that.
Okay,
starts with the Land Grindstone,
making your job easy.
Force of Will. Yep, yeah, exactly. But a lot, just basically the combo plus fast mana. So if we take a look at Austin's mana base here, there's 4 Ancient Tombs, 1 City of Traders, and then we saw the Lotus Petal, 3 Lotus Petal, 1 Mox Opal. So a decent amount of fast mana, but yeah, that's kind of what you're looking for: fast mana combo, and also just Urza Saga. The Dimir Dash Shadow deck is good at fighting 1-for-1. There's a lot of Force of Will. I guess Force of Will 2-for-1s yourself, but you have cards like that and other removal spells, counter spells, but those cards aren't really that good at answering Urza Saga.
Ponder is the play for the turn. When deciding not to shuffle, just going to hit 3 back on draw 1. I think it was a force of me drawn. So we've got potentially more counter magic if we want it. Here comes a Goblin Engineer. Is it going to hit the battlefield? Looks like it does. Trigger. We get to go search our deck, put a artifact into our graveyard. Potential targets for this. We've got that the Fraction one that you were talking about, for Dragon Engine. Great name, by the way. R&D, well done. Whoever named that, well done. You managed to sneak a few extra words into that name than it's probably needed. Any other good targets for that? Are we looking at maybe getting a Painter Servant in there, or?
So you could go towards Painter Servant. You could go towards if you have a copy of Goblin Welder in hand, you might actually want to put the Chaos Defiler right straight into the graveyard as a potential, down the road if you have the Welder. Obviously the Goblin Engineer cannot get back the Chaos Defiler, but Welder can. Could also go towards something like a Nihil Spellbomb if you want to try to get the graveyard out of the way for a Murktide region, or I think that's an Ensnaring Bridge. Will that came in from the sideboard? That's also a pretty good target.
Yeah, that's I think that's the OG art of Ensnaring Bridge. There's a little bit of glare there, but it's fine. That's what we're here for with our eagle eyes. As we're going to just pass the turn back, we're going to have Garrison's going to untap, drawn for the turn. But first, we're going to fire off this Fortsies. Have a little look at the hand. What we're working with.
Got a Painter Servant, a Goblin Engineer, and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Now, the Painter Servant, it's funny because we have actually the Painter Servant and the Grindstone, and we have the Goblin Engineer to kind of loop those sort of. So we're going to take the Painter Servant to keep Austin off of an artifact, which makes sense because if the Painter Servant hits the battlefield and Austin draws a land, you could say just immediately sack the Painter Servant to get back the Ensnaring Bridge. And if we take a look at Garrison's deck list, there's actually I'm not seeing a single out like a single bounce spell. I'm going to take a look at Garrison's deck list. We saw
Nope.
the sideboard. Sometimes you see like a copy of Brazen Borrower or something along those lines, but I don't see a single bounce spell in Garrison's deck list. So if that bridge hits the battlefield, that's not going anywhere.
No, there is literally nothing. Obviously, we've got the big threats. We've got Delver, Murktide, Bowmasters, and Death Shadows. That's the threats of choice. Oh, I suppose we could just put Street Wraith into that equation as well. It is a creature. It does have a body to it, just not the main game plan of having it in the deck. What are we going to do with our turn? Starting off with a Delver. Here it comes.
Yep, and looks like Austin likely didn't quite get a good look of what Austin drew that turn. We do know about the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but looks like we're missing some land drops and not able to deploy that. Take a look at the Delver, and yeah, really, Austin also just kind of wants to find an artifact too, because once you find a single artifact, you can kind of get the party started, where you can sack an artifact, maybe get a combo piece, and then if you find another artifact down the road, that could get back the other combo piece, and kind of get the ball rolling there. And Fable the Mirror Breaker also notably makes artifacts. So if you're, the 2/2 can make an artifact that you could sacrifice to the Goblin Engineer to get back something from the graveyard. So yeah, a lot of cool things that Fable enables, especially in this deck.
Trying to look at the land count, because we had this problem last turn game as well, where we were kind of missing on the vital land drops that we needed. Looks like we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. Okay, we've got 21 land, so it's quite a few, I suppose, for Legacy. But then we don't have ways to kind of turn and burn through our deck with things like Brainstorm, etc. As we see a big Murktide come down here, that is a 7/7 flyer.
That's big. And we see a red Elemental Blast from Austin going to go ahead and fight over that. And we're fighting back. There's a Force from Garrison. And let's see if maybe Austin picked up another blast. Does not look like that was the case.
No more cards left in hand. Delver, is it going to flip? Doesn't look like it's going to. We're going to get across for 7. Here comes the big hits. We're looking for land.
Yeah, Austin really wants to try and find specifically, I think the best draw step here might be just a 0-mana artifact. So you could play the 0-mana artifact and then sack it immediately to get that engineer engineer the bridge into play. That's a 1-mana artifact, which also does the trick. So we can go 1 mana for Grindstone, and then we can sacrifice the Grindstone to put that ensnaring bridge into play. And as we talked about, there's actually not a single way for Garrison to remove that.
Can you just do, people just tune in or just watching, maybe know too much about Legacy? Talk to me about this little interaction here. Why are we looking at the top of our deck and then we're able to fetch? What's going on? I don't see any baubles on the battlefield.
So Delver of Secrets has a trigger where you look at the top card of your library. If it's a spell, you can flip the Delver. So we took a look at the top card. We didn't like what we saw, so then we fetched on our upkeep. Now, interesting, Austin is not going to go ahead and go for the Goblin Engineer. Just going to go ahead and take a hit from the Murktide region. I mean, I'm fairly certain that was the Ensnaring Bridge. I know it was, like you said, the glare is a little hard to see, but
yeah, it's the Ensnaring Bridge. You've got it right. Here it comes.
All right, there's the bridge. Interesting that we took a hit there, because I think we had the second red mana available. We could have maybe done that in combat or before combat. Oh, a Magus of the Moon.
This is going to turn everything into a basic mountain, and as we know, completely lock them out. How many cards are in hand? I think it's just 2. So if that Delver does flip, it's not going to be able to attack it, but just being a 1/1 again, we don't want to be attacking while there's a 2/2 on the other side of the battlefield, and we're just passing the turn back. Okay, huge rip there for Austin.
It's almost like we turned from a painter deck into a prison deck. We got an Ensnaring Bridge and a Moon on the battlefield. And, Austin does have the potential to kind of maybe go for a combo down the road. Maybe doesn't feel necessary to do that. Wants to establish a bunch of lock pieces on the battlefield. And you know what? Garrison's had enough.
Yeah, you managed to get Ensnaring Bridge on the battlefield and Blood Moon me out. Basically, that's going to be too much for us to deal with. So maybe that's going to affect how we start sideboarding now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, if you just tuned in. Will Hall, Damien O'Donnelly. We're bringing you round number 7 currently of 8 before we cut to that glorious top 8 legacy action here at the NRG series. We're going to see if we can get the 75 up on the screen for you so you can see what the players are working with. We're going to see if we can start far enough. Let's go with the Shadow deck first. So now we know that there's Maguses in the deck. Now we know that there's a bridge. Does that affect how we side? Was there any cards that you think you'd be on the edge of your seat? Maybe I don't need that, but now you're like, oh, hold on, I straight up lose to it. Do I need to bring these force negations in or anything like that?
Well, specifically with Ensnaring Bridge, it's kind of awkward because you're not usually casting it, right? The ensnaring bridge is usually being found off of Goblin Engineer and then being put into play off of the Engineer or the Welder. So it's not like you're really going to ever be able to counter that, given when it's going to come up. The Fatal Push is likely we're already in the deck anyways. There's a lot of creatures in the Painter side of things. We talked about the Welders, the Engineers, the Painter Servants. So you're definitely going to want those in, especially now that you've seen Magus, because you can, with the Magus in the stack, crack a fetch land, maybe float black mana, let the Magus resolve, and then Fatal Push it. So I mean, as far as what else we really have available to us, there's not really a lot. And as we talked about, we look at this deck list, not a single way to remove Bridge from the battlefield. No Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, pretty rough. Okay, let's see if we can move it across, see what Austin's got going on. Here's the 75 for you all. Anything change play draw dependent here, or are we just sticking to our guns? You know what I mean? Our sideboard work game 1, game 2. Let's stick to it game 3.
No, the Maguses are still slam dunks. Definitely want those. The Shieldred's Edict, I'm guessing those probably came in to be able to handle Murktide regions, and the Ensnaring Bridge, we kind of saw that just with the game by itself that game too. So maybe the Soul Guide Lantern is something you could look towards to be able to have that as another tool to remove the graveyard prior to a Murktide region hitting the battlefield. But other than that, not really a ton that Austin is looking for.
So Austin now knows that, potentially Garrison's quite weak to these sort of Blood Moon effects to the Magus coming down. Is that going to affect our opening hands? Maybe we keep like a bit of a dodgy 7, but we have a potential turn 2 Magus or something. Do you think that we're going to edge towards that, or do you think if it's still kind of a rough hand, you would mulligan it? You're not going to put all your eggs in one basket, basically.
Yeah, it's tough given the presence of force in Garrison's deck list. So if you keep a hand like maybe a sketchy hand that's like all in on Magus and you get forced, it can be, really awkward. And again, I think Austin is slightly ahead in this matchup anyways. There's a lot of ways to grind here. You do have the sideboard haymakers in the form of Magus. So, I mean, honestly, I think Austin's just trying to kind of play a little bit of the chip shot 1-for-1 game with Garrison up until the point where, he's feel like he's established control of the game and then can, start the combo from there.
Well, let's see what the players are doing. Looks like they've drawn their opening 7s. I think they're deciding if they want to keep or mull. Remember, this is going to be a winning in for one of these two players. If they manage to take this down, they can advance their record to a 6-1, so they can be able to ID the last round, and we will see them again in the top 8. As starting off the turn, we're going to go with a Shockland into a Delver of Secrets. Kind of how we want it to happen over on Garrison's side.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Starting off the life total, being able to pay a little bit of life to get the Death Shadow rolling. And turn 1 Delver is certainly what Garrison's looking for, especially if Austin has a fast combo hand, which if we're casting Grindstone on turn 1, that definitely could be the case. We could see a pretty, attempt at a quick kill here.
Okay, interesting. Why did we not daze that then when we have the option to?
If there was a daze in Garrison's hand, maybe he wants to save it for something like a Magus of the Moon, given that maybe it's possible that if Garrison did have the daze, didn't have a second land and maybe didn't have a force, wanted to be able to hold up the daze for a potential turn 2 Magus.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Just wanted to know, what's the explanation behind it? Why? Because me clearly being inexperienced, I would have fired that off. I would like to, because which is another thing we haven't spoke about with these Shocklands. Returning it to my hand and then re-shocking myself, doing more damage to myself, playing into my Death Shadow sort of line. Love that. Love those interactions. As Del was going to come across here for 3 points of damage. And we're just going to pass the turn back.
Yeah, it looks like a Brainstorm, a Daze, a Snuff Out, a Street Wraith, and I think the last card might be a Shadow. So Garrison's hand is pretty stacked. But, if Austin is able to kind of put some more mana onto the battlefield to play around that Daze, we're going to go ahead and just start with the Red Elemental Blast with the fetch up. So if a Daze happens, we can pay for it. That is going to resolve from Garrison. And, Austin seems to be navigating the spot very, very well.
Well, that's the way you get to be in 5-1, being contention to get to top 8, clearly. But we are just going to pass the turn back. Oh, a little bit of a stumble, but we do know what those top cards are from the Brainstorm. I think it was a Daze left on top of the deck. Street Wraith going to cycle. Drop our life total a little bit less. What?
So that's going to put us to 16. We can fetch, no fetch. So just shock. That's going to put us to 14. So still cannot quite deploy the Death Shadow here. If the Snuff Out is able to be cast, then we can go ahead and deploy the Death Shadow because that'll put us to 10. But Austin has not provided us with a target for the Snuff Out yet, and then 2 Dazes as we talked about. So if Austin does have a lot of powerful 3s, we talked about Fable the Mirror Breaker and things of that nature. And look at this, 2 mana, leaving up the Bloodstained Mire. Austin just playing around Daze very, very well.
So maybe we're going to hard cast this first Daze and then let them pay, then return one of our shocks. No, looks like we're starting off this way.
The pump fake there. So now Austin almost assuredly knows that there's at least one Daze in Garrison's hand, given that, we started to tap 2 mana for a little bit of pump fake. So we'll see if Austin picks up on that. But we're going to brainstorm first, maybe trying to see if we can find a force instead of. Yeah, so I'm guessing maybe you would consider forcing instead of double dazing. Maybe, say put back a Daze, force pitch a Daze. We'll have to see how Garrison wants to go ahead and sequence this. Also remember the force being able to paying 1 life is actually pretty relevant when it comes to the Death Shadow as well.
Is once these 2 cards on the battlefield, is that the combo?
You need to be able to activate the Grindstone. So the Grindstone, I believe, is 3 mana to activate. Yep. So we wouldn't be able to do the combo this turn, but assuming that we untapped with both permanents and 3 mana, then we'd be able to combo. Now, I will say, if you activate the Grindstone and Painter's Servant gets removed in response to the Grindstone activation, then the Grindstone will resolve its normal ability without the Painters in play, which I believe is mill 3 cards, and if they share a color,
repeat it,
you get to mill again or something along those lines.
There's the production team there, all over it. They know exactly what's going on. Getting up on the screen for you all at home, so you can have a little read of it as we're going to crack our fetch land end of turn here. Any crazy options we got? I suppose we've got a bad land if we want to go and get that. Because remember, this is the Rakdos build. Whatever, I'm sure I've heard of painter in other colors. I've definitely heard of mono red. What's the advantages of splashing the black?
So for this particular splash, it looks like Austin has 3 copies of Orcish Bowmaster alongside 1 Chaos Defiler, and then in the sideboard, 2 copies of Shieldred's Edict, and then I guess the Nihil Spellbomb in the main deck as well, being able to use the black mana off of that.
Here's the days that we've been sat on for quite a while here, returning one of our shock lands, and that's obviously going to be ideal so we can start deploying Death Shadows as our life total drops down to 11. There are only be tiny little Death Shadows, little 2/2s currently. And here comes 2. Get him on the battlefield, starts getting this damage in. 1 mana up. We know about there's a Snuff Out in hand. Oh, that's the only card in hand, I think. Oh, no, I think we must have put it back. That looks like a Hydroblast to me.
Yep, and they're only 2/2s now, but a fetch land off the top for Garrison represents quite a bit more damage. Now, sometimes there's 2 Watery Grave, 3 Underground Sea, but taking a look at the deck list, 3 Watery Grave here for Garrison. So a fetch land would represent quite a bit of damage on these shadows.
Okay, Fable's going to be attempted to be cast, but that Hydroblast is going to catch it, pull it out of midair. We're going to turn sideways, 4 damage, drop down to 12, and just pass the turn back. I feel like he's got openings. You know what I mean? On the other side, Garrison's only got 1 card in hand. He's living off the top of his deck here. Let's see if we can kind of press this advantage. 2 mana. Where are we going to go with this?
It's an interesting spot too, because we see a Shieldred's Edict here for Austin. Normally, you wouldn't want your opponent to draw lands in the spot, but a fetch land representing 3 damage really changes the clock quite a bit here. So, normally you would want your opponent to just kind of draw all lands in the spot, but if your opponent's drawing lands that pump your creatures, then that changes the math as well. So we see an Edict here taking care of one of the shadows. A Saga deployed here for Austin. That's going to be very powerful. And then Engineer for Ensnaring Bridge. As we mentioned, no answers to that in the deck.
Oh, I think get a good look at what that was about to say. So Snuff Out was drawn for the turn, I think.
Yep, and that's going to grow the shadow for 4. So that's going to be a 6/6 now, I believe, which is look at that, Austin at 12.
We do get, we've got a blocker if we need be, because obviously as a Saga, we all know about how that can turn out constructs before it eventually does something. Just 2 cards in hand for Austin. Not got a good look at them.
That Snuff Out was a massive top deck here for Garrison, not only getting the blocker out of the way, making the shadow a 6/6, and preventing Austin from getting back that Ensnaring Bridge. That has to be the best top deck for Garrison here.
All right, we're going to go for it. Make a break. That is...
Wow, another Snuff Out. Oh my goodness. And that's going to do it.
Back to back, like they look like they were like falling behind there, not being able to get themselves back into the game. But bam, double Snuff Out off the top of the deck. That is huge there. Congratulations to Garrison's going to take that down, advance their record to 6-1, and potentially be in the top 8 with a draw in the next round. We're going to try and get them in for an interview. So we're going to move back to the booth and we're going to talk about that round, talk about the events, what's going on, see if we can get some of the future slides going up. Well, let's see, can we potentially get the players leaderboard up, this 16 slots that we've got going on. Remember, there's a lot of points on the line. You'll hear us talk about points all weekend long. And the idea is they want to be in the top 6 of the leaderboard for points so they can take up 6 of these slots here that you see in front of us. Yesterday, in the team event, Pioneer Modern Legacy, we were able to get Grayson, Matthew, and Eric into this event. That means they've got an invite to a 16-person, $25,000 invite-only tournament. And if they manage to take that one down, they get themselves a re-invite and they get themselves the PT invite, which is, for me personally, is the biggest, carrot there of them all. When back in the day when we used to have PT queues, it used to be winner takes all. Whoever came first gets that one slot to the Pro Tour. I've played in over 400 people slots before. This is just a 16-person one. It's going to be huge. As it looks like we've got them sitting down for this interview. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Cool, that's good. Right. Well, first off, congratulations on taking that one down. Almost some very timely top decks, let's say, towards the end there. How did that feel?
Yeah, they felt really good, especially because in game 2, I took out my snuff outs because he was playing around snuff out with naming black for his painter servants, but then decided to value creature removal highly enough to bring them back in, and then drew both the snuff outs to be able to clear the way for my Death Shadows again. Was super relevant, of course.
Clearly, you know what I mean? Being able to get that drop, grow your Death Shadows, take the threats off the other side of the battlefield, and that Death Shadow got you there. But at the end of it, it was a really good game to watch. Very back and forth on both of them. I did think you were kind of falling behind at that one point, and then you was like, no, snuff out, easy, GG's, handshake. I'm going to advance to the top 8. Devin.
Yes. So about this, talk to me about this card in the sideboard. We had to look it up. It's Palantir of Orthog. You knew that we were going to ask you about this here.
Yeah,
so let's hear it.
Honestly, this is 74 of a 75 of a list I found online. I'm not a Legacy player. This is my first Legacy event outside of some Moto challenges. I came for the team event yesterday. I asked to borrow some cards from a buddy. We said we could put together Death Shadow. We got a few Underground Seas, and this Palantir card may be able to close games against Bridge or against a Delver opponent. It was just a clock and card advantage, and just it's the colorless maddening hex for people who play blue red Delver, I think. Yeah. It's been fun. I don't know if it's good, but it's been fun.
Have you managed to cast it all this weekend?
I cast it against my round 1 opponent, which was on Jeskai Delver. It won the game, but I lost that match. And I think that's the only time I've resolved it today.
Right. So, you're saying this is your first Legacy paper tournament and you've just made a top 8 on it. That's huge. Off the bat, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
A couple of proxy events or just local times, like hanging out, playing Manaless Dredge used to be the deck I was known for in my local area. But in terms of real Legacy or showing up with actual Force of Wills, this is my first time slinging like real reserve list cards.
So I'm guessing you went in the Legacy seat yesterday then.
No, it's Modern yesterday. Also Death Shadow, though, because I love me some Shadows.
One thing that Will and I were talking about during sideboarding is the Snaring Bridge that came down in game 2, and we were looking over the deck list and we couldn't quite see something there. So, you must have been a little bit worried about that going into game 3, but yeah, talk to me about that.
Yeah, for sure. I had the opportunity to interact with the Goblin Engineer on the stack. I decided not to. He found, he grabbed the Ensnaring Bridge off it, and I said, okay, I'm drawing towards 2 fatal pushes before he's able to weld something out. And that was really my only out. Once it came down, I was dead. So game 3, I sort of had to value being able to take off welders and engineers, and sort of why the snuff outs came back in.
I was going to have a follow-up question. That is, how did you almost re-sideboard or reevaluate your cards going into game 3, knowing that they were in the deck, knowing that you don't really have an answer, or at least you took them out? Is it there's a snuff outs? Is that it, or did you change anything else?
Yeah, the snuff outs were the only thing that came back in after game 2. I cut the reanimates. The reanimates are a cute card a lot of time. They've been all-stars all day, but they don't have a lot of utility in this matchup outside of sometimes just randomly growing a Death Shadow when you're like regrowing a Street Wraith or something. There's not removal that you have to fight through. They're not pitching any good creatures. So yeah, reanimates came out for game 3. Snuff outs came back in because I needed to have more answers to their creatures. I realized. Yeah.
Last question that I got for you is the Orcish Bowmaster. We've heard a lot about this in Legacy. You mentioned you're not too much of a Legacy player, but how has this card felt for you?
This card is great when people know how to use it, and I do not. I've had a lot of I love flash decks. I played blue-green flash back when it was like the Night Pack Ambusher deck in standard. End step flash on my Bowmaster. My opponent responds with 2 Brainstorms. Whereas I cast Brainstorm, my opponent responds with their Bowmaster. I'm like, oh, that's how this card's supposed to work. So I've just been valuing mana more than getting all the mileage of it. But I do think the card's very powerful. And I appreciate the flash jukiness of it.
So I guess my last question is going to be, what's the change? You know, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. Like I've played a little bit of Legacy. I know a bit about Legacy. Wouldn't say I'm an expert on it at all. I'm kind of also watching and growing as you know, as we go along. Kind of what you've done today. Obviously, you've managed to pick it up super quick. You're now going to probably be in the top 8. But what sort of the key differences you're finding from modern to Legacy?
Micro decisions matter so much more. I play a lot modern and definitely get people sometimes like cascading, casting a violent outburst in response to fetch land while their mana's down, things like that. But like every decision of when to fetch, of when to grab your lands, especially with Death Shadow, that you're, also valuing your life total in terms of things. But just all the micro decisions and priority passes are so much more impactful. And I've always known that and been told that in terms of, there's more decisions crunched into a smaller time frame in a lot of games of Legacy. And I definitely feel that and definitely have learned from today how to sequence better to hopefully avoid those mistakes I've been making during parts of the day.
That's what I've been saying all weekend long. Anytime we watch Legacy, I've always said that, like, all these micro details that players are doing are so big brain, and you're going to do these things in certain orders, but when they really use every card to their advantage, fetching at the right times, casting, as you said, Bowmasters at the right times, not trying to use the mana advantage that we normally use in modern. We want to use all our mana every turn. In Legacy, it's very about patience, knowing when to fire things off, and I love that. But we're going to let you go off. Get yourself a drink, go to the toilet, set yourself up, potentially try and get that handshake in the next round, and trying to see you in that top 8. So congratulations yet again, and we'll speak to you soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, always a pleasure. Right, welcome back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in, that is going to be the end of a round. Wrong. I'm being told we've got time shifted match. We've got more magic for you. Let's go down to it. Let's get straight into it. Let's go. Let's ignore me. Let's go straight down. Let's start. We've got Jeskai Delver versus Rakdos Painter. Obviously, we know about Rakdos Painter. We've just seen that one. We've seen a bit of Delver so far this weekend. Obviously, you don't think these players are, this quick. I think we're playing it at 1.5 speed for you all at home, so we can kind of get through as much of this magic as possible. Off the bat, Devon, who is favored game 1?
So, Will, you're telling me you can't play that fast? Come on.
Oh,
you could be able to shuffle that fast.
I'm an infect player. I'm in and done. That's it.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit similar to what we just saw in terms of Rakdos Painter versus, Tempo, Force of Will, or Force of You, excuse me. Tempo, Force, Creature, sort of Tempo deck. So it's a little bit similar, but there are some key differences here in terms of what Rodney has available to fight against the Painter deck. So we'll just take a look at Rodney's removal spells. The most important one here is Swords to Plowshares. So we talked about how Goblin Welder and Goblin Engineer are very good at being able to rebuy Painter Servant. Well, you can't rebuy Painter Servant if it gets exiled off of Swords to Plowshares. So that one's going to be, that one is going to be extremely important here.
I'm trying to get the deck list up on my screen here so I can have a little look. Okay, there they are. Found them now. As everything, a lot of 1-drops going off on the battlefield. Now we're going to start going to Goblin Welder into Goblin Engineer. If this resolves, we'll be able to look for our deck, get any artifacts, put it in the graveyard. Quite scary, but it is going to eat a daze to get so it does not resolve.
Yep, and really, Devin really wanted to go ahead and resolve that Engineer, because then whatever artifact you searched off of the Engineer, you can then get back with the Welder, and already kind of has an artifact on deck with the Saga, so you can just go play land 3, make a construct, and then use the construct to weld something back into play. Or actually, Rodney offering a trade here. We'll have to see if Devin takes it, does not.
I was just about to ask you, it makes sense, right, that they wouldn't trade, because obviously Devlin had the option to also attack, I believe, and chose against it. So no, Rodney knows, okay, they value that. That means I can swing in with my Delver here. It's a bit of fast mana.
Yeah, so there was a Wasteland for Rodney taking the Badlands. Could have chose the Urza Saga, but chose the Badlands to try and cut Devin off even more mana, cut off red, and then cut off of, the Saga eventually goes to Chapter 3, but got really punished here with the Ancient Tomb, because now that can activate the Urza Saga, which wouldn't have been able to do with just a normal land drop.
Yeah, that's huge. Obviously, we're going to see the Lightning Bolt taken down. That's the old GP promo art. Love to see it. That's actually one of my favorite arts. I do use that. And it looks like end of turn, we're going to make ourselves I think we're going to combat. We're going to then block with the construct. Now we're going to have this on the stack. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, both these players at 5-1. 6-1 means that you can ID the last round and get into that top 8. We did have 172 players this weekend, all battling out to try and get there, but there can only be 8. As we see, the Saga is going to get activated. I think a token's on its way to hit the battlefield. And now we're going to go search for a deck, try and find any artifacts. We've converted mana cost 0 or 1.
Yeah, a lot of options here for Devin as far as what they want to go towards. We could get a Lotus Petal for mana, a Grindstone for a combo piece, a Mox Opal, a Nihil Spellbomb, and I think that's about it. Yeah, one of those options. And with the presence, we're going to go ahead and get a Mox Opal. Interesting. So that must mean that Devin does not have a ton of mana left over because, Devin is aware of the presence of Murktide region in Rodney's deck, so wants to be able to maybe go towards something like a Spellbomb to be able to shut that off as quick as possible before Rodney can deploy that.
I love the sequence in here from Devin, how he's kind of playing things out very methodically. He knows that mana is going to be a big issue here, and it looks like we've got 4 of it on the stack. So this is going to be paint. So have we got 2 mana floating, or am I going crazy here?
No, it did look like... Yeah, no, I think we did tap the Ancient Tomb, the Saga, and the Mox Opal. But the Painter's Servant, that was kind of weird. Interesting. So I guess we just floated some mana.
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting.
I'm sure chat has picked up on something probably that we haven't. I'm not quite sure why we're taking extra 2 damage there when we don't need to.
Oh, I know. The Ancient Tomb was tapped on upkeep for the Saga. So the Ancient Tomb was tapped on upkeep, and then you tap the Saga and the Opal to play the Painter. That's what happened.
That's why they pay you the big money, good sir. Picking up on those little interactions there. That's a really good spot. Remember that's also the reason why the token did not attack. But that token is pretty big already, just a 3/3. Another Saga token could potentially add to the battlefield next turn, unless we see something like a Wasteland. Full copies, I believe, for Rodney. Let's have a little check. Yep, full 4 copies in the deck. There's nothing spicy sticking out to me in this list. It is kind of what you'd expect: Murktides, Delvers, Dragonmage, Chandlers, and
it's a new card wheel, though.
Yeah, there's a couple of 4 for Lynxes in here. Free copies of that. Anything spicy in the sideboard? There's a couple we could talk about, but we'll carry on with this matchup first. Let's see what's going on as we get more construct tokens start getting added. And
yeah, I don't know what that one is. Mason's got me on that one. I can't tell what that one is. I'm sure chat's going to point it out very quickly.
I'm looking. It could be
Mason. You win.
Don't take it away. Grindstone chat.
Oh, it must be okay. Judge promo Grindstone. I see. I have never seen that in my entire life before.
And we were all here to witness it. Okay, here's the deck list. Here's the 75 on the screen for you all here. What do you like here? What are we bringing in?
All right, so from Roddy's side of things, I think I like let's take a look. Meltdowns, obviously those are slam dunks. Hydroblast, against the mostly mono red deck, you're definitely going to want those. Surgical Extraction can help fight over the Goblin Engineer and Goblin Welder, and then Null Rod, also a slam dunk. So I think those cards are great.
Well, let's go across to see the Painter Servant deck and see what's we got going on in there. Listen to the production team. No one's shouting at my ear saying they can't do that yet. So we'll see what... I'm pretty sure they're on it. They're trying to do that in the background. But if you do, I'll just tune in. I'm going to remind you that we did start with 172 players this weekend. We are in round number 7. We're getting very close to that, being able to get handshakes and sort of shuffle out our top 8 and work out who's going to be in it. We will be bringing you the top 8 today. So after this round, we're going to have round number 8, and then we're going to bring in the top 8. So 4 more rounds at least of Magic action. So if you like Legacy, make sure you do hit that button here, and everybody is going to move forward from it. And here we are. We've got it up on the screen for you. Talk me through this one, Devin.
So for the Rakdos Painter side of things on Devin's side, potentially wants to go towards the Maguses. We saw them be very good against the Death Shadow deck, but the issue here is Rodney does have access to red mana, and red mana means Lightning Bolt. So not going to be as kind of lights out as they were against the Blue-Black Shadow deck. Might still want to go towards those. Fury, maybe something to clean up a Delver and a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Shieldred's Edict to help clean up Murktide region. But past that, not a ton here for Devin.
Okay, interesting. Well, let's see if we can get back down to our time-shifted Magic. Let's see what's going on. See who's going to be able to take down game number 2. And we're starting off on the left of your screen, I imagine, with Rodney on the play. And we're going to start off straight off with Dragonmage Chandler. Great turn 1 play for him.
Yep, looks like no bauble here for Rodney to be able to surveil and maybe fix the draw step. And we're going to start on Devin's side with a Goblin Welder. This is basically exactly what we saw last game, except replace the Dragon's Rage Channeler with the Delver of Secrets. I'll have to see if Devin has a follow-up Goblin Engineer to put an artifact in the graveyard to be able to turn on the Welder. And one thing that we didn't get to see in the last Painter match that we watched was that Chaos Defiler. That's that card that we were talking about. Now, Goblin Engineer can only return artifacts with mana value 3 or less. However, Goblin Welder does not have that line of text, so you can put the Chaos Defiler in the graveyard with Engineer and then get it back with Welder. So we'll have to see if that's something that that plays out.
Just attack for 1 here, play our land drop and pass the turn. Wasteland in hand. Now we've got a target for it with that bad land entering the battlefield. And I think we've got an end of turn on a lightning bolt trigger our Dragon Range Channeler.
Yep, that is going to be the case. We'll have to see what Rodney wants to go ahead and do with the Surveil. Thinking about it. And I can't quite get a good look at Devin's hand.
That's a creature going to the graveyard. Going to help with Delirium. Okay, this is a Bowmaster. Love to see it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm just trying to think if the Lotus Petal is still in the stack. But in any case, we're going to go Bowmaster to try and fight for Channeler, and then in response, Swords to Plowshares on Goblin Welder.
Instant again, not what we're after. So that means it is not going to be a 3/3. That 1 point damage is going to be able to take it down. And then Lightning Bolt, no, the Lightning Bolt's still on the stack. So see, that's going at the Golden Welder. That's going to spawn and by the well, it's all cleaned up and done. There's just going to be a tiny little army on the battlefield.
1-1 versus nothing. It's legacy stacks get really weird sometimes, especially when you combine like Force of Wills and Flusterstorms and all this stuff. There's just 10 spells in the stack, and it's really hard to figure out. As you see, a Wasteland here taking care of Badlands, and we'll have to see what Devin has to follow up. Again, a lot of powerful 3-drop plays like Fable the Mirror Breaker, and does have that Lotus Petal. Did go ahead and deploy a land. I'm going to have to take a look at the mana base here, Will, because I don't know about that one.
People at home couldn't see mine and your faces when that land got played. We both instantly just like big puppy dog eyes. And just
I'm going to assume that it's a Great Furnace because there's really... I know what the other lands look like. Okay, chat's confirming that it is a Great Furnace. Yeah, I have never seen that before.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. I think it's the set. I don't know what with the one with the little book that's open. I think I could be wrong. I think it's that sort of era of Magic as a Wasteland is going to come down.
You see, Will, they just keep printing all these promo versions of cards just to mess with us.
So we can all have these pretty decks. That's why.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Sure. Everyone wants to pimp their deck out even more than they already do. All the EDH players love this type of thing. The special one-of cards, get them in their decks. It used to just be Judge promos back in the day, back when me and you were wee snappers. Now we got Secret Lairs coming out every month, alternate full art foils of this, that, and the other. Okay, here's one we haven't seen yet, but we spoke about it quite a bit. And this is the Phyrexian Dragon Engine. I do love that name, but unfortunately, it's not going to live much longer.
Beautiful card here. It's perfect for Devin because I guess we do have the Wasteland to take care of the Great Furnace, but does have access to 3 mana. If we can get up to 5 and flash that back, not only will it be a 2/2 double strike with haste, but we'll also get to utilize the ability and draw some more cards off of it.
So it looks like this is going to be an Engineer hitting the battlefield now. So it is resolving. We get to go put another artifact into our graveyard. In the main, I'm trying to think out what could we be getting here. We've got Paint Server. There's nothing crazy from the sideboard. No ensnaring bridges like we saw last time.
Looks like we're going to go for the Grindstone. And that makes sense because if you draw the other combo piece, you want to have one of those in the graveyard to be able to kind of just get that combo set up as soon as possible.
There is a Chaos Defiler in the board. That's one that you don't typically see. This is from
quick.
The Warhammer sets.
Looks like Rodney is going to go ahead and concede there. Unable, looks like had a Force of Will, but not enough mana to cast it. And that is going to be Devin taking the match 2-0.
Jeez, I was over here looking at my screen trying to get the next slide up, seeing what we're looking for. I turned back around, the game's over. Just like that. That's how easy things can happen in Legacy, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome back to the virtual booth. My name is Will Hall. That's Devin O'Donnelly. That is going to be the end of round number 7. Round number 8, I think it's getting paired right now. So we're going to have a short little break and then we'll be right back with you. So make sure you stick around. We'll see you all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG 5K Legacy Tournament here. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That's Devin O'Donnelly, better known as Doomwake on the internet. And this is round number 8 of 8. After this round, we're going to know exactly who is in the top 8. That was a lot of 8s in that sentence. But we've been doing the math, and it's not easy. Let's say that, just line that one up. A lot of the X1s have to play. A lot of Magic is going to be played this round, and we've got some good stories for you. Our main feature match started the day 0-1. And then they decided, that's it. I don't want to lose anymore. And they've battled their way out all the way through to get themselves now into potentially a top 8 spot if they take this down. Still with breakers and how things line out, it's not guaranteed, but we're going to see how it pans out. Devin, who are we going to see and what decks are they playing?
So we are going to have a Dominic Stryker on Rakdos Reanimator. That was the individual who you had mentioned started off 0-1, and they're going to be playing against Alec Esther on what's labeled as Death and Taxes because it's a Yorion deck. Not actually Death and Taxes. This is 80 card Cephalid Breakfast.
We're changing it to Full English Breakfast, right? Like officially, we're changing it to that name. So it should be an interesting one. But while the players are sitting down, shuffling up, getting ready to go, let's see if we can see what they're playing for. Let's see if we can get the prizes up on the screen. Who, when they get to top 8, what are they going to be walking away with? Here they are. Talk me through this.
So first place in our event today is going to take home a cool $1,200 along with 30 leaderboard points towards the end of the year season championship. Second place, 625 points. Third and fourth is going to be 400 alongside 20 points. And then 5 through 8 is going to be 200 along with 15 points. And then you see the prizes for top 16, top 32 subsequently as well.
Well, let's see. We've talked about these points a lot, and we're going to keep talking about them because they're really important. Let's see if we can get that screen up. What's the leaderboard? Who's got what points currently in the season? And we're only halfway through the year. So if you do want to start coming to some of the future events, which we'll talk about later on, you need to get to these events and start playing in them. Look at this here. You get 30 points for taking down this tournament. That's going to push you right up into the top sort of 25-ish range. We've already got a few players on this leaderboard qualified, but the main goal is to be in that top 6. If you finish at the end of the season in those top 6 slots, you are already going to get yourself to the end of year tournament, the championships, the 25K event with a Pro Tour slot on the line. I'm going to ask the production team, what happens if, Stefan's already at the top now? If we cut it off there and then, are the invites getting passed down? Ooh, okay. Apparently it opens up an at-large bid, so they won't be passed down. So again, you need to get on this leaderboard. You need to get those points. You need to start getting into that top 6. Do it the easier way, I would say. Do it the easy way, and then instead of the hard way. But let's see who's already qualified for this. We added 3 more names to that list yesterday. Devin, once this slide sort of flicks on the screen, talk me through it, my friend. Here we go.
Yep, so we have Roger Sullivan, who is our 2022 champion, returning to see if we can defend the crown alongside Stephen Dykman, Daniel Weiser, Matthew Hoey. Those were our March, May, and June winners, respectively. And then, as you mentioned yesterday, we just crowned Grayson, Matthew, and Eric, our July Team Showdown winners.
And if you all missed all that, ladies and gentlemen, you need to go back and watch yesterday. It was so good. Team event, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, all battling out, trying to get themselves to the top 8. And that was the 3 that walked away with a bunch of points, the trophy, the money, and everything else. A few team events coming up in the future of NRG, so make sure you stick around when we start going through them. But at the minute, looks like Alex on the right of your screen is taking the mulligan down to 5.
Oh, 5 cards, not very many, Will. But, as we talked about, this Cephalid Breakfast deck, even on 5 cards, really only needs 2 cards to win the game on the spot. So for those of you watching at home who may not have seen the combo before, it is Cephalid Illusionist plus Shuko. Illusionist is a card that says whenever you becomes the target of a spell or ability, you mill yourself for, I believe it's 3 cards. And then Shuko is an artifact that equips for 0 mana. So you can continuously equip the Illusionist over and over again, milling your entire library. That sets up milling over Narcomoeba, which comes back from the graveyard, alongside Dread Return for, you guessed it, Thassa's Oracle.
Always happens that way. I'm actually looking at over on the other side, the Rakdos Reanimator list. How sort of ways have they got to disrupt this? A lot of hand disruption, 4 griefs as a Fortsies in here. How does this sort of pan out in this, especially when your opponent's mulliganing down to 5?
Yeah, Dominic, like you said, does have a ton of ways to kind of pick apart the Alex hand, the griefs, alongside. There's only
Unmask.
1 copy of Thoughtseize, but 4 unmask as well. Now, interesting to start off the game, Dominic kept 7 cards and didn't play anything on turn 1, which leads me to believe there is very likely an Entomb that's going to be cast here. The Reanimator deck really wants to put a large creature into the graveyard. Could be Archon of Cruelty, could be Atraxa, and also Gristlebrand. Wants to put one of those into the graveyard and then use a reanimation spell like Reanimate, Animate Dead, or Exhume to put it onto the battlefield. And, like we said, keeping 7 card hands and not having anything like a Dark Ritual for fast mana to be able to do it on turn 1, I'd be pretty surprised if there wasn't an Entomb here.
Also, can we just point out that basic? That is one of my favorite basic swamps of all time. I think that's the Mirage art. It literally looks like a swamp. It's so beautiful. As I think we're just passing the turn back. Was that? Or was that?
No,
still in our main
we
phase?
We fetched into turn. I guess I called myself out. There was no Entomb for Dominic, so I guess I don't know anything. We're going to start with the Grief here, pitching a Reanimate. Wants to get a look at the hand. Maybe there's something like, oh, an Orbs chant in response, Will. This is not a card that we typically see every time. It's a kicker card. Maybe we can get it pulled up on screen here. But it says kicker for a white, 1 white instant, and target player cannot play spells this turn. We pay the kicker, creatures can't attack. So Dominic is actually going to be cut off of casting any spells for the rest of this turn.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never seen that card before in my life. I was like, oh, so it's like silence. No, that's got a bit of upside to silence on it. Love to see it. There it is on the screen for you all at home. If you're in the same boat as me, never seen this before. Quite a good one. Why are we firing it off now, but instead of potentially in the upkeep?
So, well, the nice thing about not there. So there's not a creature in the graveyard, right? So if Dominic say leads the turn of something like Thoughtseize myself or Unmask myself or an Entomb, Alec can respond to that and then cast the Orms chant before the creature gets put into the graveyard and a reanimation spell is put on the stack. So it's almost like you're kind of sort of getting a 2-for-1 where the silence is being cast in response to a spell that Dominic was likely trying to set up for a potential reanimate that turn. You're getting that, and you're kind of getting the time walk aspect as well.
I guess it's in the deck as like more of a protection thing, right? For Alex when they want to go off on the combo, not sort of like I guess almost a reactive card there, as we saw it kind of being cast to kind of turn off the combo on the other side. Normally it's for protection. In that instant, we use kind of the other side of it, almost like the Vengevine. Vast. What am I thinking of? What's the Vines of Vastwood?
Vines of Vastwood?
Thank you. Vines of Vastwood. You know how it's got the alternate
the infect
wording?
player in you.
It's late at night for me. Okay, give me something. As we're going to see, this mask is going to be cast here, ditching the Archon, and then it looks like we're going to try and reanimate the Archon.
We actually unmasked ourselves. So we went unmask, pitch Archon of Cruelty, target myself, which normally not a line you see with discard spells. Usually they want to go ahead and clear the way. But this specific card, given that you can discard your own large creature, puts it in the graveyard, prime spot for a card like Animate Dead.
Obviously, we all know what Archon does if that manages to hit the battlefield. Is there any sort of counter magic? Looking at that, there is 4 Force of Me's in the deck, but doesn't look like one's been found. So it is going to come back onto the battlefield. Triggers are going to happen. That means they're going to sacrifice a creature or a planeswalker. Don't have any of them. They're going to lose 3 life. We're going to gain 3 life, and then we're going to get to draw a card, and they're going to be discarding a card. So this is going to be interesting how we want to go down here, especially being on a mold of 5 for Alex.
Yep, and Alec does have 4 copies of Swords to Plowshares to be able to, I would say cleanly answer the Archon, but it's not really clean because you're already down a card and Dominic got the draw card off of it. So, obviously Alec does really want to try and find that Swords to Plowshares, or otherwise you're just going to lose to the Archon if it gets to attack multiple times. But, is going to be down a bunch of cards in the exchange and already, on a multi 5, going to be down a lot of resources here.
Chat is pointing out that the unmasked does mean the hand has to be revealed, and it wasn't revealed there. So I don't know if we can get anywhere down to the table or if it's gone too far, because obviously the Archon has drawn a card as well. So we're going to see if we can get word down there, see if we can get a judge to kind of clear that up for you all at home. These mistakes do happen at time to time, especially when you're kind of excited that you get to go off with your combo. You kind of do this cool line where you get to look at your own hand, etc.
Yeah. It's kind of strange too, because if you look at the wording on the original version of Unmask, it says look at target player's hand and choose a card from it. But I believe that was updated to target player reveals their hand. So we see if we can get a judge down there to kind of just get that corrected. I'm not sure what the fix would be, but the Dominic does have to reveal the hand, and it looks like the judge is intervening right now to see exactly what the fix is going to be.
And this is why we have judges at events, right? Like, there's always been this kind of stigma that people don't like calling judges, or maybe you're scared to call a judge, or it's not really your sort of thing. You don't like shouting randomly, "Judge," at the top of your voice. You don't have to do that. You can just raise your hand. Judges will come to you. But if you ever question anything that's happening in the game, you don't understand it, it's a foreign language card, etc. You don't know a ruling or an interaction. This is why judges are there. They're literally there to help the game maintain the board state. Never be scared to try and ask a judge, what's going on. They might not give you the answer you want to hear. That's happened to me a few times. I think someone's going to have it one way and it doesn't. I'm like, well, now I look stupid, but they're there to maintain board state. So we're going to see what the conclusion of this is. Because remember, the Archon has drawn a card, but we've got a judge we can see down there on the table going through this.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's maybe a situation where you reveal one of them at random, because one of them would be the card that was drawn off of the Archon. Not exactly sure. what the fix would be. We're going to go ahead and come back to the booth here while the judges, the players go ahead and sort that out.
Well, it gives me a good spot to remind everybody what's happened this weekend. We started with 172 players this weekend. We've bowed it out, and now 8 of them are trying to get into that last top 8. Can only be 8, but there's multiple of them. There's a lot of X and 1s. There's a chance the next one doesn't even get in. The breakers and the math, it's all going crazy at the minute. We couldn't work it out before the game, so we're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to wait until this round's over, and we'll find who is in the top 8. We'll obviously make sure we give that to you as we then start going through the matches, find out the good matchups. That's the ones we're going to bring to you. So there'll be 3 more rounds after this round for you all here. So if you haven't hit the follow button, make sure you do hit the follow button. If you like this live magic, this paper magic, this is the channel for it. You need to hit that like button, because then you're never going to miss a thing. Well, we've got a bit of time in this game as well. I suppose we can talk about the future events that are coming up, and maybe we can get those slides up on the screen. Here's the first one: Detroit, August 12th to 13th. On the Saturday, we've got a 10K modern. Everybody loves modern, let's be honest. And then on the Sunday, we've got a 5K pioneer trial. Let me get my facts up. 2 seconds. Oh, we're already over it. I don't think the production team said.
Skip it over the will facts.
Detroit, the city that also ranked first in the nation for potato chip consumption per capita, just so everyone's aware. Okay, Indianapolis. On the Saturday, we're going to have a Pioneer 10K and a Team of Trios event on the Sunday. That's going to happen October 14th and 15th. And my facts for that one is Elvis Presley's very last performance was in Indianapolis in 1977, 3 minutes before his death. And then going to the last venue that we're going to be going to, Madison, November 25th and 26th. That's Thanksgiving for you all over in America. On the Saturday, you're going to have yourselves a 10K modern showdown. And on the Sunday, it will be a 5K pioneer. I don't know if I've got my last fact for this is also where the CrossFit Games is held, and it's been held there every year since 2017. You're welcome, Devon. That's my little facts, ladies and gentlemen. I did a little bit of research yesterday. Some of those places I've never heard of before. I've never been to them. I thought I'd research and give you guys the facts. So if I'm learning, you're learning with me.
We need to get hashtag Will Hall facts trending on Twitter. I don't know if anybody in chat can we get that movement started. We got to do hashtag Will Hall facts.
I'm not full of them, let's be honest. I had to do my research, but I like putting a bit of homework in for you all at home. Give me some facts. Maybe people didn't know about that. Potato chips. Obviously, we call them crisps in the UK. You guys, I don't know where you get potato chips from. Chips to me are like what you call fries. There's a whole language barrier here. I'm trying my best, trying to give it all to you people at home. And I imagine most people from my sort of neck of the woods, everyone's asleep right now. Let's be honest. It's just the beautiful Americans over there. I do love the being stateside. I think you guys do a lot better than we do at times, mainly the food. I love the food over in America. I'm going to talk about it. What's your favorite food of choice? What's your go-to? What's your go-to snack? What are you going to have for dinner tonight? This is one for you as well, chat. Let us know in the stream.
I mean, I'm a big fan of chicken marsala. I don't know about you, Will, but love me a good Italian place. It's come on, you can't ask me that question.
What is that?
Marsala wine. It's like chicken, and then they use marsala wine to make the sauce with it. It's real good.
Or like, if it's not fish and chips, it's not real food, right? That's the way we're going stereotypical here. If you don't like fish and chips, the correct answer was fish and chips, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be honest. Anyone going on? What do I like when I go to America? What's my favorite too? I got into iced coffees in America randomly. You can thank one of our friends for that later on. But what do I like? I love the chicken wings in America. I think you guys do chicken wings really good.
Yeah,
especially like the spicy ones. No, not that sort of stuff. Come on, I don't like good wings, but I can order like 50 of them at a time and just sit there. Also, you guys do you don't have to finish your food. You give us boxes to take it home in. That's not a thing in the UK. We don't do that.
Really?
There's no take your stuff home away. It's you eat it at your table or it goes in the bin. There's no take your scraps with you. I do love that. Also, this thing that blows people's minds if they've not been to the UK. We don't have refillable drinks. It's very rare you'll go somewhere and it's got free refillable soft drinks. You got to pay for your drinks every single time, which is pretty crazy. But
just go up to the fountain, just keep refilling it. No, you never do that.
We do in one place, and technically that's my favorite restaurant in the UK. It's called Nando's. You might have heard of it. It's known for being pretty cheeky. I just took Gavin actually from Wizards of the Coast. There was the last time I went. Little brag there for me, but it's kind of my thing. I love a bit of Nando's. Any Nando's fans in chat? Anyone know what that is?
I've never been. I've heard of it, but I've never been.
If you come to the UK, I'll buy you one. It's kind of my thing. Right. When we go to these big events in the UK, I try and take as many people as I can to these chicken restaurants. Shout out to Nando's. Obviously, the production team's probably going crazy. They're like, why is this British guy talking about chicken on our stream? But we got to kill some time while we get this judge call sorted. But Okay, I've been told that we could talk about new cards instead of chicken, basically.
I was enjoying the chicken conversation, though.
Is there any chicken cards that we can get on the screen, ladies and gentlemen? Let me know in chat. Let's see if we can test our production team. New cards. Let's go. Let's be professional. Let's get out of this Nando's sort of
I mean, I
loophole that
guess
we're in. Bowmaster.
guess-
Let's start
I
with
guess-
that one, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we can.
Oh, chicken egg. Love it.
God,
Congrats.
okay,
Yes.
never mind.
Well done. Well done, the production team. That is awesome. That needs a. I need them. I need that card. That is my goal now. I need to collect as many of these as I possibly can. But let's go over to.
Okay.
Why have I started? I've created a monster.
This is all
I've
your
literally
fault, Will.
created- I'll take it all. I'm happy to take the hit here. Well, let's talk about Orcus Bowmaster, right? Like an actual real card that we are going to see this weekend. Potentially, we're going to see a lot of it in this top 8. It's kind of the hype card for Legacy. One Ring's obviously been spoken about quite a lot, but we'll start with Bowmaster. How powerful this card has been, and also that we've seen so far up to now. Really powerful 2-drop, flash threat, brings 2 threats with it, has upside if my opponent starts drawing extra cards, which, in Legacy, there's some good cantrips, let's say.
Yeah, the combination of early threat, has flash, you can respond to brainstorm, grows bigger if you cast in response to your brainstorm, so it's an actual real threat. Like if your opponent brainstorms, you cast Bowmaster, you now have a 4/4 and a 1/1. Even if they answer your 1/1, you're still clocking in with the 4/4. So the fact that it's like a massive threat by itself and is also kind of like a Punisher card, it's just everything you could possibly ask for in 2 bodies, 1 card, 2 mana, flash, just everything about the card is so good.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, obviously, popular streamer, everyone knows who you are, everyone watches your channel. Any cards that aren't the big 3 halfling, Ring and Bowmaster, any other cards from this new Lord of the Rings set stood out to you and you're like sort of testing, grinding, playing, dono decks, etc. Anything kind of gone like, oh, actually, this card's probably got a bit of potential?
Well, one card is Fourth Air Lingus, which is one that we've talked about earlier. Going back to the match here, it does look like we've resolved the judge issue. I'm guessing both cards were just revealed.
Yeah, it's revealed both.
Yep. Yeah, not too much of a looks like deviation. Okay, yeah, we revealed the hand to the opponent. That was the fix, and that does make sense.
Yeah, it's not giving away too much information. We kind of Alex knows what's going on the other side of the battlefield, and just now we've got full perfect knowledge of what it is and what we need to be playing around. And are we doing this again in the upkeep?
Yeah, so this time we're actually going to kick Orm's Chance. So remember, the 1 mana half of it says target player can't pay spells this turn. But like you said, there's a slight upside to silence where if you kick it, you can't attack this turn. So the Archon of Cruelty not going to be able to attack and get another card out of Alec's hand. Now, still going to need to find more of a permanent answer, but it does the job for the time being.
Okay, got you. So I think we're down to like a last card in hand here. We're just going to fetch up. I think I'm like board states is quite hard when you can't hear the players and what they're going through and what they're talking about. I think we're at end step. We're fetching here because obviously upkeep, fetch, silence, so to speak, can't attack. No other cards are played. So end of turn, we're fetching, and now we're going to go to our turn and draw a card. Bam! There it is. What cards are we looking for now?
Well, if Alec only has 1 card in hand, it does play a land, so I was going to say it's not able to set up the combo. But as we mentioned earlier, there is a 2-card infinite combo in Alec's deck list, which is the Cephalid Illusionist plus Shuko. So if Alec had a copy of that, maybe rip the other half of the combo, we could have just seen a win right there for Alec. Easy peasy. Does not able to find the combo, going to go ahead and play a land. From here on out, given that the last card is likely going to get discarded, really needs to find a copy of Swords to Plowshares to be able to answer this Archon. There's also 2 Teferi Time Ravelers. That would be a good start, being able to bounce the Archon, keep the Teferi in play. So really is looking for one of those answers to this Archon.
And that was an end of turn Tomb, finding a Traxxas, hitting that in the graveyard. If we manage to get that one back out of it, that's going to kind of restock our hand. But first, we're going to start off the turn with an attack with this Archon. Trigger. We're going to lose 3 life, gain 3 life, discard a card, draw a card, and no creatures or planeswalkers to be sacrificed. So it looks like we're just getting rid of this basic planes that we had left in our hand. Put another card into our grip, and I think that was a Reanimate off the top. It looked like a white-bordered card to me. Real good target, that Traxxas.
Yeah, Animate Dead. We just searched for the Atraxa with the Entomb end of turn. Atraxa is going to hit the battlefield, draw a bunch of cards here for Dominic. And the nice thing about Atraxa in the Reanimate deck is usually you can find kind of the re-combo. If you assume the combo being, Reanimate spell plus way to put a creature in the graveyard, you could say take a sorcery in the form of Reanimate, an instant in the form of Entomb, and there you go. You just have another big creature lined up for the next go at it. And as we see, there it is, Exhume and Entomb being picked off of both off of the Atraxa alongside Orcish Bowmaster. That's another threat, even if the Archon and the Atraxa somehow get dealt with, to help clean up the game for Dominic.
Yeah, it's cool to see Atraxa sort of making the way into this. Obviously, it used to be Gristlebrand back in the day, and now Atraxa is kind of the go-to because it's got so many lines of text on it. It is the 7/7 Flying Vigilance Death Touch Life Linker. When it enters the battlefield, reveal the top 10 cards. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, 10 cards, and you get to pick one of each type into your hand, and then shuffle and put the rest at the bottom. This card does a lot in a lot of formats. It's kind of like the big fatty to go to these days, right? When you start trying to cheat cards into play.
Yeah. Now, we do want to talk about the presence of Kowalczyk in Alec's deck list, because typically with a card like Atraxa or Gristlebrand, the issue there is if your opponent has Kowalczyk, that gets bounced to your hand. It's really hard to get an additional threat. Archon of Cruelty is actually kind of, oddly enough, sort of the go-to nowadays because of the presence of Kowalczyk in a lot of these decks. So, we see Dominic go for the Archon first, and then once the Archon gets a little bit of value, is going for the Atraxa second. And then looks like an Exhume is on the stack. Now, Alec does get a creature back. I'm not sure what's in the graveyard.
I don't think there are any, hence, and even if it was, it would go back to the graveyard, right? Because of the Archon trigger entering the battlefield. But another card into hand, another 3 points of damage coming across, dropping Alex down to 3. No cards in hand. It's going to have to be a big top deck. And no, we're going to take that. We're going to hand it over to the fact that we're going to be going game down in this one here, but we do get to go to our sideboards now, see some of the cool cards that we can bring in. And I imagine there's some big houses in Legacy that can come in for this matchup. Every deck seems to have some sort of surgical or rest in peace type effect. So we will start with Alex here as we get the full 75 on the screen for you. After all that, all I can see is a couple of surgicals. Is there anything else I'm missing here that we should be bringing in?
So I just want to say, you said 75. There's actually 95 in this deck list, Will. Remember, this is a Yorion deck list. We're not used to seeing Yorion in Modern. But yeah, this is a really interesting take on the Cephalid breakfast deck. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here. We talked about during the break the step throughs as a way to find the Cephalid Illusionist alongside like a cheeky little Snapcaster Mage. But as far as sideboarding is concerned, wants to go towards the Flusterstorms. Those can help fight on the stack. Maybe can help fight over Dark Ritual or Entomb or any of the Reanimate spells, although it can't fight over Animate Dead, so I have to keep that in mind. Past that, definitely, as you mentioned, the Surgical Extractions, those are slam dunks. Past the Flusters and the Surgicals, probably nothing else. The red cards aren't doing a ton here. There's no blue cards in Dominic's deck list. So besides those four, not a ton else.
I'm looking at this deck list and it is crazy. There's a GT and stuff flowing around in this deck as well. But anyway, let's move across to the Reanimator. Let's see what they got going on here. This is the 75. I'll get that one correct now. Anything you like bringing in here?
So from Dominic's side of things, typically with Reanimator, you kind of assume that your opponent's going to have some kind of Haymaker, Graveyard Hate spell. Could be Rest in Peace, could be, well, I guess can't be Rest in Peace in this scenario because of the presence of the Graveyard combo, but like something like a Leyline of the Void or anything along those lines. So, in the dark, if Dominic doesn't know what type of Graveyard Hate that Alec has access to, might want to go towards something like Wear Tear or Serenity to be able to blow those up. It's kind of awkward because from what Dominic saw, he really didn't see a lot of combo pieces, right? We didn't see any of the Illusionists or the Shukos. There was a couple of Orum's Chance cast. There was a Brainstorm cast, but Dominic doesn't really have a ton of information as to what's going on Alec's side of things. So it's really tough to say. Might want to go toward the additional threats in the form of Shieldred and Orcish Bowmaster if Dominic is worried about the presence of heavy Graveyard Hate. That's typically what these Reanimator decks tend to do. If Dominic is aware that the Cephalid Illusionist is a part of the equation, wants to go towards the Surgicals most likely, or maybe the Voidwalkers as well. So Dominic can do a bunch of different things depending on what he is putting Alec on.
Yeah, both players are 6 and 1. Remember, so there's a good chance that they kind of have an idea what they're on. They may be sat opposite each other, next to each other in the top tables throughout this tournament. Obviously, one of the stories is our Rakdos player, Dominic, I believe, started the round 0-1. Started this tournament 0-1, decided didn't want to lose, fought all the way to here, and is now one game away from being able to potentially lock themselves into a top 8. We'll see how the tiebreakers kind of filter out, but it looks like both players are just finishing up cycling here. But we're going to see Alex on the play. Does play draw affect this matchup dramatically? Is it like, obviously everyone kind of feels like being on the play is always kind of some sort of an advantage here, but is it like an absolute house in this one, or is it's kind of okay? It's just it's a nice to have more than a requirement.
The Reanimator deck is a lot better on the play. When you kind of have the initiative, no pun intended, to be able to start the turn off with a discard spell, see if the coast is clear. If you can, go for a turn one reanimate spell. When you're on the draw, you give your opponent one more turn to set up, maybe cast a cantrip, which finds a piece of graveyard hate that wasn't in the opening hand. So the play draw definitely matters a ton. There are the presence of Force of Will in Alec's deck does give Alec a chance in the draws, alongside those surgicals that we talked about. But yeah, both players just, again, Dominic doesn't necessarily know that this is a combo deck, so might not be aware of how fast he needs to go. If Alec, let's say, for example, just has Shuko and Cephalid Illusionist in his opening hand, and Dominic maybe keeps a slower hand that's good against the pile of Force of Wills, that's no good against, a turn 2 or a turn 3 combo from Alec's side.
Okay, looks like we're just going to fetch up and then straight past the turn back. No spells being cast straight away. Here comes a Badlander on the other side of the battlefield. And you said, very explosive deck. Kind of wants to be doing things on turn 1. We didn't see that in game number 1. Are we going to see anything here after the cut of the deck? Be interesting to see. Here comes...
Yeah, we're fetching on turn 1, which leads me to believe we're probably casting a cantrip here. There are, there's 4 ponders. Okay, we're going to main phase Brainstorm. Interesting. Usually you don't see...
Well, this is end of turn, right?
My apologies,
Yeah.
end of turn. My apologies. Okay,
What we're saying is there's nothing from Dominic. Dominic's not doing anything turn number 1. He's got access to things like, obviously, like looting. I can see a Grief in hand. Plus, I think I see Grief and an Animate Dead. Are we... Because we know the matchup, waiting to potentially turn 2 to cast this for so my opponent goes a card deeper, or are we just going to entomb end the turn and pick some big fatty into our graveyard? In this instance, what's like the go-to normally for Reanimator here? Is it just Atraxa?
Kind of depends if you're worried about the Caracas, because Alec has revealed a Yorion. I think what was going through Dominic's mind initially was Death and Taxes, but you've seen Tundra and Underground Sea, so you can kind of maybe assume that is off the table. There is, as we talked about, that copy of Caracas in Alec's deck. So if Dominic doesn't want to get a legendary creature, maybe wants to go towards something like an Archon of Cruelty, or if we want to go super all in, again, Siren of Insanity, we're going to go for Gristlebrain here. That is arguably the best one even if there's a removal spell like a Caracas or Swords to Plowshares, because you can still just draw a whole bunch of cards in response to that.
Yeah, you can almost overdraw, right? Because at the end of the turn, what are you going to do? You're going to discard them. They're going to go to the graveyard. That's exactly where you want them for future turns. So we will be passing the turn back, I think. It's just a little bit of shuffling. Obviously, Yorion decks and shuffling go together like peanut butter and jelly. Always happening. And draw for the turn. Do we have a second land drop?
Not only do the Yorion decks play 20 more cards, usually when they're adding 20 cards, that 15 of those are just adding more fetch lands to the deck. So, well, I guess in the instance of Death and Taxes, not so much, but we'll have to see what Dominic wants to go for. So with the Gristlebrain in the graveyard, you did mention the Grief. Maybe wants to go for something like Grief, take a peek and see what Alec is working with, which we are going to start with that. See if the coast is clear to maybe go for a reanimation spell on the Gristlebrain.
Exile the Bowmaster.
We'll have to see if there's a response here from Alec. Maybe, a Force of Will, maybe wants the Surgical Extraction in response. Also, maybe Orm's Chant that we saw at game 1. We are going to fire off the Surgical here.
Interesting.
Now, when we looked at the deck list, we did mention, so a lot of Reanimator decks in the past were playing 4 copies of Gristlebrand, but these threats have kind of diversified quite a bit more. So there's 2 Gristlebrand, I believe it was 3 Archon of Cruelty, 2 Gristlebrand, 2 Atraxa, and 1 Sire of Insanity. So the Surgical Extraction, maybe not as backbreaking as it normally would have been prior to the printing of the cards like Archon and Atraxa.
I think that's Reanimator in hand, right? Obviously, no second land drop we can see, but this Grief is still in the stack, so potentially we could just reanimate this Grief, right, and get like a kind of double Fortsies effect.
Well, we could actually go Unmask, Pitch, Bowmaster, target ourself, put Atraxa in the graveyard, and then reanimate the Atraxa.
Oh my god, I love that play more.
So that is something that Dominic definitely wants to consider, depending on what is in Alec's hand. But with the Grief on the stack, you could even see Dominic just take a Force of Will and then be able to just fire that off.
I like that. I like your line a lot better than my line. Let's put it that way. Let's see if they also see it. I imagine they do. You don't get yourself to 6 and 1 just at the whim of turning up, being able to get yourself here, get yourself in contention, having one just on top of it, play some awesome magic. It looks like we're fixing a sleeve right now. A lot of
pressure. Been through it.
Double sleeve, get the air pocket out. We can talk you through all this. I'm sure there's YouTube tutorial videos on how to properly sleeve your deck and double sleeve it and triple sleeve it, which a lot of these decks and legacies seem to have a lot of value tagged to their cards, as this surgical is eventually going to resolve.
Yeah, really, really curious to see what is in Alec's hand. We talked about there's a decent number of things that could be able to stop the reanimate plan, unmask myself, reanimate plan on Atraxa. Cards like Orm's Chant in response to be able to stop Dominic from casting additional spells. Obviously, Force of Will. So Swords to Plowshares. We'll have to see how Alec wants to navigate this.
We do have a Swords in hand, but obviously that's probably the card that gets taken. It's the one we want more than anything, because it can deal with the Atraxa if it did come back for any reason. But we're kind of forced to fire it off now before the hand is revealed.
Yeah, just I don't know if maybe Dominic is floating mana, but the Badlands, there should not be tapped. I don't believe we tapped the Badlands for mana, because we just went ahead. We started the turn with Grief, and I don't believe we tapped the Badlands. So I don't know if maybe Dominic is just, with the intention of like knowing he's going to cast the Reanimate at some point this turn. But yeah, that Badlands should not be tapped.
Yeah, they've worked it out now. No, I was re-sleeving my card. I have not tapped it for mana. The Grief is still on the stack. We now get to take one of these cards here. It looks like we're definitely targeting them, and well, we definitely can't target ourselves. I'm thinking the unmask thing that you were talking about now. What card here do you like taking? Anything problematic, or is it just they're kind of all meh in this situation, especially when I'm going to start trying to bring back this Atraxa?
It's tough. I mean, you don't, to be completely honest with you, from Dominic's side of things, you don't really care about any of these cards. I guess the Shuko is the scariest card, given the presence of, the Cephalid Illusionist. Alec does have land 3. So if Alec drew the Cephalid Illusionist, you could just see land, Shuko, Illusionist, mill my deck, go from there. So I think a pretty heads up take here from Dominic to prevent the combo. And here we go. Unmask myself, reanimate the Atraxa.
I'm going to go. The odds on us being able to play a second land here might be a little bit higher now that this comes down. Here's another Atraxa, Petal, Wear and Tear. That's a couple of fetches. That's an Entomb, another fetch, and a Ritual, and an Unmask, and an Archon. A lot of choices here. Let's see what we want to go with. And we can have one of each type.
Yeah, creature, you get either Archon or Atraxa. Lotus Petal, land, instant, you probably want to take the Entomb, I'm guessing. But we'll have to see. We're going to go for the Ritual instead. And then Sorcery, the Unmasked, that's the only option, I believe. Yeah, it's the only Sorcery there. Not a bad one.
No, it's pretty good. Draw 5. What's going to be the creature we take here, though? Because we haven't got a creature yet. Deciding between Atraxa and the Archon. Kind of could mix it up, right? We could get the Archon, potentially have a way of getting that into the graveyard, so we can play around a Caracas if it gets drawn.
Yeah, and the fact that you already have the Archon, the Atraxa in play, leads me to believe we're likely going for the Archon here.
So yeah, that looks like they're agreeing. These are all going to get shuffled in, go to the bottom of our deck. And then we still got a land drop for the turn. Let's put it that way. Potentially, we've got actually 4 mana this turn.
We've not played a land this turn. I totally forgot about that.
But everything face up. We all know, everybody knows it, especially at home, what is in the grip. Especially, we can play a lot of it. Here comes our land.
Interesting that Dominic chose to pitch the Animate Dead instead of the Bowmaster, because, maybe this is kind of like a hindsight 2020 thing, but if we hadn't pitched the Animate Dead, we actually could have went Unmask, pitch Dark Ritual, myself, take the Archon, and then use the Petal and the land for turn to be able to cast that Animate Dead.
We're just going to start ripping the hand apart a little bit more, take that Bowmaster out of the hand, and let them take a turn. I have this big 7/7 on the battlefield. You can go.
Yeah, and as we Alec's deck is not the best at really top decking. This is at its heart, it is a combo deck. We're trying to assemble Shuko plus Cephalid Illusionist, and given that Alec doesn't really have anything left over except the Cabal Therapy, if we look at Alec's deck list, as far as 1 card top decks that would be good here, there's not really a ton. I mean, I guess Urza Saga kind of, but you really don't have that kind of time. Something like maybe a Brainstorm to find multiple cards. That's probably where it has to start, to be honest.
Remember, this is kind of an underdog story. Dominic did start today at 0-1 and has decided not to lose since. Already a game up in this matchup, and I would say maybe advantage to the left as we get the companion gets put to hand for Alex.
Ooh, no, I figured it out. Well, you know what card we're looking for? We're looking for Caracas.
Okay.
That's a start.
There's no way to tutor that, right? Are we just blind
No.
drawing it in an 80 card deck?
I mean, when you put it like that, sure.
Cool.
But that just adds more suspense to it, right?
We've seen a lot of top decks this weekend to great effect, and this is why we love real paper magic, right? You get that dramatic fairy tale stuff can happen as we get to draw for the turn. 7U. I'm going to gain 7. And I'm not even going to tap it. It's got vigilance. It's got lifelink. It's got flying. Anything else we can do on turn? Nothing crazy. Nothing. We've had our crazy explosive early turns. Alex desperately trying to dig deep. He knows there's a Bowmaster in hand, so lethal is on the battlefield. Can we find some way to survive, or are we going to have to offer the handshake and kind of deal with the fact we went 6-2, which is still in itself is a great record in any event, but that's not what these players are hoping for. They want to get that 7-1 record. They want to get themselves in contention for the top 8. And there's the handshake. Dominic takes it down. Fairy tale sort of thing for him, being 0-1, finishing the day 7-1. Potentially hasn't finished his day yet, though. Could have 3 more rounds in him, but we'll find that out shortly. I think we've got a bit of a backup match potentially, but I think we're going to come back to the booth first off while we try and get Dominic in for an interview, because that's a lot. It looked like not a lot happened, but a lot did happen, just not in a lot of turns, right? Is that what that is a quick rundown of what happened there, right? There wasn't a lot of turns happened, but a lot did happen in those turns.
Right, yeah. We see the presence of the free spells like Grief and things of that nature to be able to, we saw Grief and Unmask both in that single game. Being able to, the fact that you can unmask yourself is kind of like not only a protection spell to be able to go for your own combo, but as kind of a graveyard enabler if you draw the creature that can put it right in the graveyard. And is kind of like the story of that match was we talked about how Alex deck is really trying to establish this 2-card combo, but when you're getting your hand ripped apart by Griefs and Unmasks and Arcana Cruelties, it's really hard to assemble a 2-card combo.
Yeah, exactly. But both decks also had Bowmasters. Remember, we spoke about this card before and how this is kind of the card for Legacy, the new toy, the new hotness that people are kind of picking up on, and we're seeing it to great effect. That wasn't really the matchup for it, right? But both players didn't cut them; they kept them in. It had a little bit of a. I suppose it'd be really nice in response to a Gristlebrand draw 7. That'd be pretty cool to see. But we didn't manage to get to sit there. Looks like we've got them sitting down. Dominic, can you hear us?
I absolutely can. How you doing today?
We're good. How are you doing? Congratulations! You decided to start the day off with an 0-1 and didn't lose since. You managed to get yourself into top 8 contention. Fingers crossed. That little bit of sweat coming on now. But how does it feel?
I mean, it feels wonderful. Yeah, we had to play it out. The backup feature is 9th and 10th place. My opponent and I were 8th and 7th place. So it was definitely something that we had to play it out for. And as you said, I lost round 1 today to a very competent Death and Taxes player because I forgot that Caracas was a card. So I just put a legend in play on turn 1, and they went Caracas bounce it. So I've learned a lot of lessons today.
Yeah, I was like, speaking of Death and Taxes, I was going to bring this up. You see your opponent. I don't know if you knew what your opponent was playing, but you see they reveal Yorion, and that leads me to believe, at least in my mind, I would want to go towards Death and Taxes. And then you see all these like Tundras and Orange Chance cast. Did you have any idea what was going on after game 1?
I did. It was just the people floating around at the top tables, and a lot of us are just talking and chatting, watching games. You can imagine my games don't take very long. So I had a lot of time of going around, watching other matches, seeing what's going on. And a lot can be revealed from a Tundra and a Shuko or anything like that.
I was actually talking about that, saying I feel like I've just watched a lot of Magic, but not a lot of turns. A lot was happening only in a couple of short turns like that. How does it you're playing potentially for a top 8 slot? Your opponent's mulligan to 5, and you've got things like Grief in your hand. You just sat there like, oh baby, let's go, let's go.
It truly is the best feeling, right? It's why I was drawn to playing this deck, is just having so much free interaction for what they have going on your hand that you can play before you're comboing comes up incredibly throughout the entire day. Like, there's so many times where I know an opponent has 1 Force of Will, and if I start with one of those, like a Thoughtseize Effect or any of the stuff that's the hand hate spells, that takes the 1. So then I'm clear for takeoff on A+B to put any of the combo reanimation and stuff in play. So not only do you have that feeling, but as they go down each time they're mulliganing and you kept a 7 that has an Unmask or a Grief or a Thoughtseize or a combo of the 2, you feel really, really good. And it happened a couple of times today, right? Just anytime your opponent's mulliganing, you're almost only keeping hands that have that interaction anyways.
Yeah, one other thing that, kind of the talk of the town at this point is Orcish Bowmaster. That's a card that we've seen in quite a few different deck lists, and I personally have not seen it in the Reanimator deck list. How has that card been for you all day today?
It's been absolutely wonderful. I have to shout out. There was someone who had played at the last event that NRG hosted that I think didn't do the best. I think they were like 1-3 or 3-3, like somewhere in the low amounts. But I was looking at all the Reanimator decks after Raja had placed in the last event, because the only deck I want to play in Legacy is the Reanimator deck, anyways. So it was good seeing someone do well. And then I was looking through the other lists, and I saw someone just shaving a Thoughtseize and shaving one of the threats that they have and playing 2 Bowmasters in the main. And a lot of people, you're still going to be playing against Ponder and Brainstorm and anything else in this format. And it just has come up a lot of times that you just are applying threat with a Bowmaster, either just onto or response to a Ponder or in response to a Brainstorm. They have to answer that. And then you're sitting with a reanimation package also in hand. So if they deal with threat number 1, well, that was just Bowmaster. Threat number 2 is A plus B reanimation combo. And then if you look in the sideboard, there are 2 more Bowmasters, Dothy Voidwalkers, and Shieldred the Apocalypse, as opposed to playing a show and tell package that we had last night, and then we took out for this like mono black, like aggro, just interaction stuff. So now with the Bowmasters in the main, I can shave on some of the interaction, shave on Exhume or Animate Dead, like whatever feels like the worst spot, and then have like 10 to 12 just like aggressive black cards that they have to answer, pitches to Unmatched, pitches to Grief, and then still could just kill my opponent. So a lot of games have been putting a Bowmaster into play, attacking a little bit, playing a Dothy, stealing spells with the Dothy, reanimate Dothy, bring it back, play Grief, reanimate Grief. And like your black plan is really, really good. And then on top of that, there's a reanimation plan. So you just shave a little bit here, a little bit there. You see them playing a lot of their hate for your reanimation spells, and you're looking at a hand of like Bowmaster, Dothy, Shieldred, and you're on a different plan than the plan that they thought you had. We even have the sorry to cut you off. We have the Underground Sea in the deck that I have actively searched for and played against opponents who like in the dark, so that they believe that we are playing show and tell in our sideboard. So that they board in such a way to bring in cards for show and tell, like any of your Pyros and Red Blasts, and then instead we're on mono black aggro post board.
I love that. That's like a whole explanation of everything that was going on in your whole 75 for this whole weekend. And fingers crossed it's got you to the top 8, because this is the good thing about your deck. It being so quick means we get to be more magic. So chat's going to be happy about that. We're going to be happy about that. We're going to wish you congratulations. Keep everything crossed to you, and hopefully we get to see you in that top 8, my friend.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much.
Appreciate it. Welcome. Okay, we're going to go back to the booth. If you just tune in, welcome. My name is Will Hall. That's Demo O'Donnell. We're bringing you round number 8. This is the pinnacle round of this tournament. Before we get to that top 8, we're going to see if we can get down to our Time Warp feature match. We're going to go straight down to it. Time Warp feature match. Again, these players are going to be X and 1 playing to see if they can try and get themselves in top 8. The left of your screen, Garrison, we've seen him already. It is Dimir Death Shadow, just because it's cut off a little bit there. It's not a different crazy sort of build. It's a Death Shadow that we've seen multiple times, but against Doomsday. Charlie on the right, Charles on the right of your screen. Devon, who do you think is favored in this? Who's going to give himself the best opportunity to get into that top 8?
It's just the chat meme at this point, Jameer Death Shadow. But anyways, as far as Death Shadow versus Doomsday, this is kind of an interesting matchup. The Death Shadow deck is very good at clocking the combo decks, being able to, deploy an early threat and kind of back that up with a bunch of permission, and that's exactly what Garrison's trying to do. I would have to. My guess is that the Death Shadow deck is slightly ahead, but I think this matchup is very close, and Charles is on the play. We're going to lead us off with a ponder here. I think I like the Death Shadow side of things.
Okay, interesting. We'll see how this pans out. Remember, both of these players are not moving at super speed, ladies and gentlemen. This is played back to you at 1.5 times speed, so we can get as much as gameplay in as possible, so you can all look at this. But remember, if you like paper game magic and you like this, you need to hit that follow button. This is the NRG series. We have 2 events over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Yesterday was a team event. That was Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. So if you like any of these sort of formats, more of that's going to be happening on this channel, so make sure you stick around. As we see the non-traditional in Legacy, Fetch, Shockland come into play.
And Thoughtseize. This is the ideal start for Death Shadow. We take a look at a hand from Charles here. It's going to be 2 Brainstorms, a Fastest Oracle, probably knows what's up now, Cabal Ritual, a Duress, and a Dark Ritual. I guess we could call this hand sort of Thoughtseize proof, where there's 2 Brainstorms, that's the best card in the hand, but you can't take the only copy of. There's 2 mana sources in the form of both Cabal and Dark Ritual. I guess the way to maybe pick apart the hand would be the Duress. but it really depends on what Garrison is looking at. And just to kind of clarify, as far as chat is, wondering, or people at home wondering what type of deck list Charles is playing, there are versions of Doomsday that actually play some like Murktide regions and more threats. There are no copies of those in Charles's deck list, so this is kind of the sort of all-in combo approach, as opposed to the tempo Doomsdays decks that you see sometimes as well.
Dude, it's a really cool card. I like watching this deck in action, seeing that, when they go for it, how they manipulate their deck, and then what piles they end up making at the end. What cards they decide they need to be playing around, because they have access to things like caverns and stuff like that. What can my opponent be doing? As it looks like the namesake card of the deck was the one that was drawn for the turn. Doomsday, as you see at the top of the grip there.
Yeah, would have been good if we had that Dark Ritual, but that was taken from the Thoughtseize, and I have to imagine Garrison likely is going to take that copy of Doomsday. Yeah, doesn't want to, risk Charles drawing a land, because even though there's no threshold for the Cabal Ritual, if Charles drew a land, you could just see land, Cabal Ritual, Doomsday, and that could be put Garrison in a really tough spot. Charles is going to go ahead and brainstorm, really looking for some lands to be able to, just develop mana. Also, want to eventually find another copy of Doomsday, because that's kind of the namesake card. What we're trying to do is we're trying to Doomsday. I really hope you don't ask me what the pile is, Will, because I have no idea, but I know that it involves Thassa's Oracle in some fashion.
I was just about to say, like, what's the card we're digging for now? Like, we've got all these brainstorms, cantrips. We're trying to find cards to make our hand better. What is the card? Is it we're just trying to find another Doomsday, 3 mana, cast it, hope it resolves? Or are we going to try and, get a lot of protection, magic, discard spells, see the coast is clear, then cast it when we know it's, like, safe?
So in this particular situation, there is no threat from Charles. You know what that card is, Will?
Yeah, I do. That is a personal tutor.
There you go, personal tutor. So for those of you at home, if we can get that up on the screen, but it is very similar to like Vampiric Tutor. It's a blue sorcery. Search your library for a sorcery, reveal it, put it on top, and then or shuffle your library, then put it on top. So that is a way to find the Doomsday. That's going to go ahead and get on top of the library for Charles, and that's kind of what Charles is looking for. There's no pressure from Garrison, so Charles is not under any. Doesn't necessarily have to go for it next turn, but if the brainstorm was good enough and we can go for it with protection up, then Charles is definitely going to be in in the market for doing something like that.
So I guess we're looking over on Garrison's side. We're probably trying to find like Wasteland, counter magic, that sort of stuff, kind of to take Charles off this potential Doomsday next turn if they decide to go for it.
Yeah, kind of wants to find a threat as well. Garrison does have to do something like a Death Shadow. We are at 11, so we do have the ability to play that. There's the Death Shadow.
There it
It's
is.
only going to be a 2/2 for now, but a fetch land could easily make that a 5/5. The one thing about Doomsday as well that you have to kind of realize is that Doomsday makes you pay half of your life total. So in this instance, Charles would pay half of the life total. That would bring Charles, is it rounded up or down? Let me take a look at Doomsday. I think it's rounded up. It is rounded. Okay, so that would put Charles down to 10 if this Doomsday were to resolve. And then that would mean the Shadow would be a 2-turn clock. Not that Garrison would get 2 turns after the Doomsday resolves.
Well, we're starting off with a Dark Ritual. That's going to eat a daze. I think we're deciding if we want to pay that extra mana or not. Because obviously double daze here would be able to stop it because we didn't play a potential land drop beforehand. We are going to pay it. And yep, double daze is going to stop that ritual. Now it's got a Lonely Death Shadow on the battlefield, 2/2. Street Race going to cycle, grow it to a 4/4. We get to go 1 card deeper. We know there's a shock land in hand. Here it comes. Going to 7 life, making the Death Shadow a 6/6. Sorry.
That was a really interesting spot, because that's a situation where Garrison knew about the Doomsday, and with the ritual being cast, you wonder if Charles is going to just fire off the Doomsday anyways. I guess you want to daze there. You want to daze the ritual because you're worried about a follow-up Lotus Petal after the ritual resolves, and then you won't be able to double daze because there would be 1 land on tap plus the petal. But yeah, it looks like Doomsday is going to resolve with 1 mana floating.
Guess what my next question is going to be?
What the pile is? Yeah, I'm out. I don't even know. Well, I could tell you it has Thassa's Oracle, but so it kind of depends on whether or not Charles has a cantrip. So if Charles has a way to draw a card, what you would want to do here is you would want to go like Thassa's Oracle, Lion's Eye Diamond, and then there's a card in Charles's deck called Edge of Autumn, which a lot of viewers may not know that card, but that card is basically allows you to cycle for free by sacrificing a land. So if you could say, put a couple of cyclers in the pile along with a Lion's Eye Diamond and the Thassa's Oracle, you could say, cycle, draw the Lion's Eye Diamond, cast that, cycle again, crack the diamond in response, cycle, then play the Thassa's Oracle. But it kind of depends on whether or not Charles has a way to draw a card left over in his hand.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a chance that maybe Cavern goes into this pile, Cavern of Soul, so makes the Fast Oracle uncounterable. Well, this is going to be the first time Charles has done this today. He's going to be done it multiple times, and this is the fascinating bit of this deck. I think is there's so many options to go with. There's the stereotypical, okay, right, that's the go-to 5. We know how that works, but what has my opponent got? What deck am I playing against? What sort of threats could they have? Could they have surgicals in the main? Am I playing around Force of Wills? Am I playing around more daze effects? And this is where the kind of the mind games happen, and this is where it rewards you for knowing what your opponent's on.
Yeah, there is a deep analysis in Charles's deck as well. So that could be something where, and we're going to see Garrison go ahead and look through the deck list. We're actually putting it on camera. I can't look that, I can't think process information that fast, but I could look at the deck list to see what pile Charles has gone for. I don't know about you, Will, but I haven't seen the deep analysis in that pile. So, oh wait, was that the top card? It might have been the top card.
That
interesting
is. Do you know what's good about Magic? We're going to find out shortly, I'm sure.
True.
It's gonna either happen or it's not going to happen. As
okay, we just conceded. So we must have had Doomsday, but no way to draw a card. It was just hoping that that we would get one more turn.
Okay, cool. Well, let's see if we can get the deck list up on the screen. So this is the Doomsday deck for Charles. I imagine this is a combo deck, right? And we've spoken about it multiple times about combo decks. You don't want to dilute the main structure of this deck too much, as in you don't want to over sideboard really. But I'm sure there's, we have sideboards for a reason. Some cards in there are going to be bad. Some cards are going to be better than others. What do you like bringing in?
So from Charles' side of things, wants to just try and buy a little bit of time. Doesn't have any removal spells in the sideboard, nothing like Fatal Push. So I don't have a ton of experience with the Doomsday deck. You might want to go towards something like Shieldred. The thing about the Death Shadow deck is they do deal themselves a lot of damage. So just like a fast Shieldred might be enough to just race them. So maybe wants to go towards something like that. Maybe a Duress to be able to take care of stuff like Force of Will, other opposing stuff that would normally stop Charles from going off.
Well, let's see if we can move across and have a look at what's going on over in Garrison's deck. Here's the Death Shadow deck. We've seen this already on camera, but maybe we're going to sideboard slightly differently here. What do you like bringing in?
So from Garrison's side of things, might want to go towards the Force Negations. Those are pretty good at countering Doomsday. Surgical Extraction is kind of a weird one because unless you put the Doomsday into the graveyard, it's not going to do a ton up until that happens. So maybe wants to go towards those, maybe doesn't, depending on how many cards that we want to cut. Past that, not really a ton here. So the Forces for sure, maybe the Surgicals, but past that, maybe the Null Rod as well, the Shut Off Blindside Diamond.
Oh, let's see how it pans out. Let's go back down to our time-shifted match, game number 2. Remember, it looks like Death Shadow managed to take down that game 1. So Charles is going to be on the play. Here comes a Duress. Okay, this is a good question. What's your Duress out of choice?
Old school. Well, we already had this conversation yesterday, Will. You know I'm an old school guy.
Okay, fair one. So what, the Urza Saga one? Is that
Urza Saga, yeah.
Cool.
Well, my second favorite one is probably the one from the Strixhaven archive. I do like that one quite a bit.
Really?
Yeah, I like that one.
I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan. I like the Secret Lair League of Legends one. That's the art I go for currently. And it looks like Forces was taken from that dress, and we're going to start turning off with a Delver of Secrets. That's going to be able to apply pressure if it manages to flip. If not, just it'll be a lonely little 1/1.
Yeah, by the way, that Duress revealed 3 copies of Daze. So good luck resolving a spell, Charles.
Well, we're going to have islands on the battlefield for that to happen, but at least we know about them, right?
Here's the Delver. And this is perfect for Garrison, just wants to go turn 1 threat, back it up a Daze, back it up a Daze. Ooh, a Daze from Charles. That's a really nice one.
Can we just add the extra troll there? They made them go get the token, put it on play, and go for it, and go back and forth. But, starting this sort of Daze fight here, and Delver does end up resolving.
Absolutely, definitely wants to fight here. Garrison knows what's in. Garrison knows that with the multiple copies of Dazes, just wants to put a clock onto the battlefield to be able to utilize those Dazes, kind of take the tempo aspect of. I know that's everybody's favorite word is the word tempo. Personal tutor here for Doomsday. There's a Wasteland in Garrison's hand. That Underground Sea looking like a pretty prime target for Wasteland.
Surgical flip the Delver there. Charles now knows that that is in the hand, not what he wants to see, especially if that Doomsday on top of the deck does end up getting counted and going to the graveyard. We can just strip them out of the deck. But a lot. this is what we spoke about with Legacy. It's knowing when to use what cards, how, etc. Here comes a surgical by the looks of it. Not playing a land drop first, so potentially could end up getting dazed.
Yeah, interesting. There was a line here for Garrison where we could have actually wastelanded the Underground Sea and then surgicaled the Underground Sea. Which, to be completely honest with you, there's if you look at Charles's mana base, there's 4 seas, 1 island, 1 swamp, and 1 cavern of souls. So really, really cut off of mana if that were the case. We're actually going to go for the personal tutor instead. A bit of an interesting choice here. I might have wanted to go for the wastelands, but either way, being able to shuffle the library after the personal tutor resolve, that's massive because you shuffle away the Doomsday.
That's what I was about to say. Is we think we're just taking a card. It's actually doing more than that. It's also shuffling away the Doomsday that's been put on top of the deck. But I really like that wasteland play that you spoke about. That in itself seems backbreaking and would give us enough time for just this little Delver to be potentially end up doing lethal damage.
Yeah, and imagine if we had just wastelanded it in surgical, we would have got the Underground Sea out of Charles's hand too. So not only would have been a Stone Rain, but it also would have been another Stone Rain.
Great. This format's crazy, by the way. This format is literally crazy. And now here comes the Wasteland, taking them off it. I don't know what they're talking about, but it looks really interesting as we're going to draw a blank for the turn. Here comes a alternate art Ponder, I believe.
Yep, that is a Ponder. I'm not sure. I think that's a secret.
I'm about to say, I think it's
a beautiful Ponder. Now I'm going to put you to the test. What's your preferred Ponder art?
Ooh, I like the secret lair one. The it's kind of like an abstract art one. It's kind of crazy. It's like it literally is all over the place. It doesn't look like a magic card, but I think that's my go-to. If I think I own like 2. I was gonna go for the playset. Brainstorms I own are the Japanese ones that were printed. I really like those. I think they look really really nice. As we're gonna play the fetch to turn, and then Wasteland's gonna take out another land here. Potentially, maybe that's why we didn't do the Wasteland Surgical threat as the Delver comes across and drops them down. I think this should be at 14 if the live titles get updated correctly. I think it's been 2 hits.
Yeah, 2 hits from the Delver. And this is kind of exactly how Garrison wants the game to be going. A little bit of tempo here, a little bit of tempo there, chunk in with the Delver every single turn while you're kind of, deploying your mana denial strategy, also holding up potential counter spells. We still know about, I'm pretty sure Garrison still has 2 Daces in hand from the opening duress from Charles. And here we go, Fireworks. We're going to start off with a Dark Ritual. And, another Ritual. No Doomsday yet.
5 mana into a Shield Dread. Okay, let's have a look. What have we got in the main that can deal with this, if it's even in? Because I don't think, why would we be keeping Fatal Pushes in? Snuff Outs don't do anything to it. But then I suppose on the flip side, this Shield Dread will be doing damage to us, so it will be growing our Death Shadows. Interesting. And maybe this is the flip of the sideboard and how this game might end up resolving. As Shield Dread gets turned sideways, dropping Garrison down to 9.
Yeah, we weren't 100% certain if the Shield Dreads were going to come in, or the one Shield Dread, I guess I should say. That's a 1-of, by the way. But yeah, we weren't sure, or excuse me, 2 copies in Charles. 2 copies in Charles' sideboard. But yeah, looking really good here, able to kind of put the pressure onto Garrison. Garrison does have a lot of shock lands, and because the Death Shadow deck wants to deal self-damage, so the chip damage that you get from Shield Dread is just so massive, as we see a Delver chump blocking the Shield Dread.
This is crazy. But if we went for the Wasteland Surgical play, we wouldn't even be able to cast this. We can't fetch a basic swamp off a Misty.
Yeah. I wonder if Garrison maybe just didn't consider that line, or maybe was thinking about something else with the surgical. But yeah, I think this game would have looked potentially a lot different. Now, Charles did have, I believe Charles did have a way to fight over the surgical if Garrison had gone for that line. So maybe just a little bit of a different story. But yeah, tough. Really interesting decision there from Garrison with the Wasteland turn.
Ooh, life totals updated. Garrison is at 4 life. That is 1 attack. But here comes a big Murktide. But we don't even have to attack. Over on Charles' side, you can just pass the turn twice. So.
Yeah, Charles could potentially offer the trade, but with Garrison at 4, no real reason to do that. Just pass, put Garrison at 2. You're not in danger of dying to the Murktide region.
It's interesting to see how we want to go about it. 3 cards in hand. I don't think we know any of them. I think we know about Force of Will in hand, right? Guess no, pass a turn. You take another 2, drop yourself down to 2. We need to find a removal spell, some description, if any are still in the deck, or a way to win this turn, which I don't see things like Team of Our Rage in the deck or any red mana, so don't think we're doing it that way. That's if life totals are correct, we should be at 2, I think, which means this Death Shadow is not leap 1. Okay, right, okay. The out was they forget the trigger. I got you. Plays you out. So I love to see it, Garrison. We get to go to a game number 3 potentially, but welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are in round number 8. After this round, we will know exactly who is in that top 8, who is going to get to battle out to take down this tournament. 5K Legacy brought to you by the NRG Series. Doomwake, a lot's been going on so far this weekend. We get to go to a game number 3. I love game number 3 of Magic. Everyone knows this. I love commentating. I love watching Magic. And we're going to go straight down to it. Let's go. Let's do it. I mean, told him here, it's ready to get there. Everything on the line for both these players. 6-1, 7-1 gives them the best possible chance to be in that top 8. Garrison on the play, starting off with an Underground Sea.
Yep. So Garrison is starting us off here. We'll see if there's maybe a Delver of Secrets. Going to go ahead and lead with a Ponder. Sees a Brainstorm, I believe another Ponder, and a Death Shadow. Wonder if we want to keep those. You know, the Death Shadow is a decent threat early on, but as far as the first couple of turns are concerned, not really able to deploy that. So maybe looking for something like a Delver of Secrets to kick the party off.
Yeah, we'll see how they want to keep moving about. Let's get a blind draw. Don't get a good look at what that is. Charles's turn. First turn, what we're going to do. How early can Doomsday go off?
I think technically turn 1. I'm not 100% sure. I know that you can go Ritual Doomsday on turn 1, but maybe you need a way to draw cards. Maybe it's turn 2. I'm sure somebody in chat will tell me. I know it's very easily turn 2. I'm not sure about turn 1, though.
Okay, interesting. I do love seeing that, you know, powerful formats do absolutely crazy powerful things, but just a fetch land pass. Obviously, we've seen Wastelands coming from the other side of the deck, so it makes no sense to crack it early. We've seen that all weekend long from Legacy players, completely different format to what we're used to, where we also see fetches modern. And Charles is deciding how he wants to move about this. This is Time Warp Magic, remember, ladies and gentlemen. So the conclusion of this match has already happened. Someone out there knows, but we do not, just like you at home. So we're sat down, strapped down, ready to see who is going to be able to get themselves into that top 8. Who are we going to keep seeing later on in this tournament and try and advance themselves onto the leaderboard, get into that top 6, get themselves an invite to the championships at the end of the year, where it's going to be 25K, 16-player invite-only tournament with a Pro Tour invite on the line.
Looks like we're getting an Oracle text here. We're going to go ahead and play the Cavern of Souls. I think we were maybe just double checking on the creature type.
Yeah,
maybe
we're asking
Cavern.
What is Shieldred's creature type? I bet you that is what was asked. What is Shieldred's creature type? And I'm pretty sure it's Phyrexian
Praetor. So that would be, you know, if we're going to, oh man, imagine if this Dark Ritual evolves and we just tap delay to play Shieldred.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that's literally what is happening.
It might be.
Here comes the daze.
This would be wild. We're going to daze the Dark Ritual. So now if we pay with the Cavern, we only have 3 mana left over, which means we would not be able to cast the Shieldred. We're actually going to force the daze. This is quite the stack, Will.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Daze is getting carried. Looks like we're going to fetch. We already knew it was on top. I love that. Are we now getting daze again?
The Ritual's still in the stack. My
Daze
goodness.
again. Charles is like, right, I'll pay the 1, sure. Okay, free black mana is going to float. Pass the turn. Rough.
So I wonder if that does mean that Charles has Shieldred in hand, because yeah, it has to be, right? I didn't quite get a good look, but
I think I'm pretty sure that's the line I would be taking here. I think it's the only reason you're asking the some sort of question about Cavern of Souls. We all know how that works. We just need to know. The only thing I need to know is what is the creature type, so I don't name the wrong one. Obviously, normally it's in there for when we put it on the stack with Fast as Oracle. We can name something like Wizard or Merfolk. So if our opponent thinks Counter Magic is going to be able to stop that coming down, they can think again. But in this instance, if we can get a Shieldred down early, we know that can change the game. We know that there's a good chance we can't get it off the battlefield on the other side.
Imagine that whole sequence if Charles asked for the Oracle text for Shieldred, played the Cavern, named Praetor, Dark Ritual has the fight over the Dark Ritual, and then after the Dark Ritual finally resolves, just like, okay, I'll cast Doomsday.
It would be beautiful. I would love it.
Would be the greatest moment in history.
And I think we've got a Orcish Bowmaster in hand as we're going to play our second land drop again. Don't be confused, ladies and gentlemen, with the board states. I'm pretty sure we're on like turn 4 now, but a lot of daisies have been returning lands. Here comes Shieldred, so we did guess it right. Cavern Souls, obviously, remember naming either Predator or Phyrexian. I'm going to go with Phyrexian. That's what I'm going to go with because, you know, I'm a big Phyrexian fanboy anyway. And we're going to fetch. Here comes another way to do damage to ourselves with a Watery Grave. Fatal Push, targeting that. So it looks like they've been brought back in purposely for that target.
Yeah, Fatal Push, not normally a card that you'd want to keep in against Doomsday, but after Garrison saw the Shieldred in the last game and easily just got destroyed by it, felt like we needed to re-sideboard, and that's, you know, one thing the players always need to consider is sideboard. People like to assume that sideboarding is kind of just like really cut and dry, but it really can change from game to game depending on what your opponent shows you, and, you know, Garrison just getting paid off for boarding in that Fatal Push.
Here comes a Surgical. Interesting what it's targeting. I imagine it's the Shieldred. But, you know, we'll find out shortly, even if this does resolve or not. I think we've got the ability to fight over it if we want to. Brainstorm and... Oh, yes! Sign me up all day long. Bowmaster in response to Brainstorm. It's going to amass itself a nice little 1-1, but that is going to grow quite quickly as long as we remember to say trigger. Here it is on the screen for you all. This is obviously from the new Lord of the Rings set. A lot of talk's been behind this, the One Ring and the Halfling. This is the 1-1 flash. When it ends the battlefield, you whenever an opponent draws a card, except for the first one they've drawn for the turn, they take 1 extra damage and you get to amass 1 extra orc. So this orc is going to grow to a 4/4. They're going to take an extra 3 damage to the face. And once all this clears up, all the Shieldreds start coming out of the deck.
Yeah, what a crazy sequence there. You know, we saw the Cavern on the Shieldred to be able to resolve that. Fatal Push, you know, to get that out of there. Surgical to Shieldred to not have to worry about additional copies. And then the Bowmaster not only taking 3 damage out the Brainstorm, but also making a 4/4. Just, you know, this game is really, really turned around in a massive favor here for Garrison. And, you know, looks like Garrison in kind of the driver's seat as we, you know, with Charles at 14, Garrison's got 5 power. That's a 3-turn clock if my math checks out. And not a lot of help here. Can cast the Ponder, but that'll even grow the Bowmasters more.
Interesting. A lot's going on. So we're going to play a land drop for a turn. Yeah, we're going to get Pony. Trigger. So we get to look at the top 3. Do we like any of them? What are we looking for? I'm guessing it's got to be Doomsday. I guess it's Doomsday, cast Doomsday.
Well,
hope we get another turn.
Doomsday is really awkward here because the Ponder's going to put you to 13, right? The Bowmaster token's going to be a 5/5. That's 5 + 1 is 6. Doomsday would actually put you down to 7, right? Yeah, so you'd go to 7, but maybe not sure if the trigger was missed off the Ponder.
No, I think Life Totals just maybe haven't updated yet, but I suppose maybe the trigger is missed because the amass hasn't happened.
It would have been a 5/5,
yeah. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite Garrison here as he follows up with a Death Shadow. That is going to be a 4/4. So lethal on the battlefield. Can Charles get himself out of this?
Yeah, with Charles at 9, you know, if there is a Doomsday and a cantrip, we'll have to see if there's some way for Charles to set up a pile here. We're just going to go Thassa's Oracle the natural way.
Blocker. Brainstorm in response.
Fortunately for Charles, Thassa's Oracle does not draw a card. It just puts it on top of the library if there's something that Charles wants in the top 2 cards. But yeah, and honestly, if Garrison just has something like another Fatal Push, then you can just Fatal Push the Thassa's Oracle. That's lethal. But we'll have to see.
It's going to resolve. We get to scry 2. We can choose where we want one. I believe can both go to the bottom. It looks like they can. Both can go to the bottom. So we don't want either of them untap. It's going to be on chump block duty. We're looking for a way to get that off the battlefield. Potentially one of these Fatal Pushes that we might have brought back in because of the threat of things like Shieldred. Other than that, we could add another Orcish Bowmaster. I think that's kind of the cards we're looking for. I'm looking in the board. Is there anything we could have brought in out the board? There is a Shieldred's Edict that could, I suppose, have come in. We'll see. We'll find out, especially pretty shortly as that resolves land for the turn, which can't go amiss. Fetch land here is kind of like a pump spell at times. It could be a giant growth if needs be, and then no rod to follow up the turn.
The other thing that we want to consider is even if there was a Doomsday into a cantrip, the Doomsday would put Charles to 2, and then the cantrip would almost be kill him. So that's going to be Garrison winning over Charles 2-1.
Congratulations to them, giving themselves the best possible chance. We're going to start going away. We're going to do the math. We're going to find out who is in that top 8. So while we do that, we'll be real quickly. I promise you all. Make sure you stick around. And that's going to be it for round number 8. We'll see you all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I did not lie. We were going to be back super quick for this top 8. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. That's Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake on the internet. And this is the NRG series. This is Legacy 5K, and we are going to show you who is in the top 8. We've got the bracket. We're going to get it up on the screen for you. Devin, talk us through this. Who is in this top 8 and what decks they're playing?
All right, we have Ryan Hayes, the 1 seed, playing 4-color Snowko against Sam, playing Boros Initiative, who is our 8 seed. We have the 4-5 matchup. That's going to be Will Kowalczyk on Mono Black combo versus Michael Reed on Storm. I believe that's the Ad Nauseam variant. Then we have the 2-7 matchup, Dominic Stryker on Rakdos Reanimator against Jarvis U on Grixis Delver, who we both saw earlier. And then the 3-6 matchup is going to be Garrison on Dimir Death Shadow versus Devin Slater on Rakdos Painter.
Okay, we're going to quickly, I can see the players are shuffling out. Let's see if we can get the prize up. What are they playing for in this top 8? Who's going to be walking away with all these points and this prize money? Talk us through this one.
So first place in this event is going to be taking home $1,200 alongside 30 lovely leaderboard points. Second place, 625 points. Third 4 is going to be 420 points. And then 5 through 8 is going to be 215 points. And as we talked about, those leaderboard points, are very important to play towards that end of the year $25,000 championship.
Yeah, exactly as you said there. Let's see if we can get up who's already qualified for the championships at the end of the year. Remember, we added 3 more names to it. Grayson, Matthew, and Eric managed to qualify yesterday in the team event. That was Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. But there's a lot more slots open, and 6 of them are going to get filled with the top 6 of our point race for the whole season, and we're only halfway through it. There's still another 6 months before we start getting towards there, so there's going to be future events coming up, but I can see both players finishing up the shuffling. So let's get down there. Who are we going to see? It looks like it's going to be our 1st seed versus 8th seed. It is going to be Boros Initiative, a deck that I know that you really like, and I think that's what you would have been bringing this weekend against the 4-color Snowko deck.
Love this Boros Initiative deck. So for those of you who have not seen this deck on camera, it is featuring a brand new card in the form of 4th Airlingus. And we can get that up on the screen for you real quick. It's X red white. You make X 2/2s that both have haste and trample. And then the additional text, whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, one or more opponents this turn, you become the Monarch. So it's a real way to, the Boros Initiative deck has a lot of fast mana in the form of Ancient Tomb and City of Traders and Saving Spirit God, Chrome Mox, etc., and a lot of ways to, you can cast that for 3 or 4 as early as turn 2 or 3.
How important is, I feel like Boros Initiative wants to be on the play, right? Like that's kind of one of the advantages. They can kind of explode out really quickly with things like you said there with the, Petals, Spirit Guys, etc. Potentially almost get like Blood Moon effects on the battlefield if they want to go that way, or some sort of hate piece. As we see, a 2 comes down here. That gives us a little bit more mana advantage. It does come away around with 2 life, but as I'm talking about it, we're all over it. A turn 1 Fable this is obviously a lot better when you're on the play, but still pretty good when it's just your turn 1 play. It's going to eat a Force of Me, ditching a Brainstorm there. Is that sort of thing we have to do over on Ryan's side? We have to slow down this early turn, couple turns?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lock piece, so Sam does have a lot of ways to kind of prevent Ryan from being able to play spells. So the lock pieces here are Archon of Emeria, and then we also have Anointed Peacekeeper, which can, ATB, look at their hand, you name a card, and that spell or the spell or activated abilities of that card would cost 2 more. As we see an Archon hit the battlefield, that's kind of one of those sort of not lock pieces in the sense of you can't cast spells, period, but you only get to cast 1 spell a turn, so make it count.
Yeah, also does some sort of effect of lands, right? Non-basic lands come into the battlefield. Your opponent controls tapped, so it has that sort of semi-tax and effect at time. One thing we do need to speak about that hasn't happened so far this tournament is now it is open deck list. It's been closed deck list all the way up to this point, but now in the top 8, it is open. Everyone can see what the exact 75 or 95, depending if the Orion decks are floating around in here, of what your opponent could be playing. How much of an advantage or disadvantage is that knowing exactly what your opponent is on? Obviously, some decks benefit from it, others don't. It affects mulligan decisions, etc.
Yeah, definitely matters a lot when you're determining whether or not you want to keep your opening hand. Like for example, in this matchup, Ryan knows now that he knows he's playing against the Boros Initiative deck that has a lot of powerful early plays, things like Ancient Two, or excuse me, Chalice the Void. Excuse me, really wants to kind of prioritize having a force of will, as we see an uncounterable seasoned Dungeoneer. No, you're not force of will in that one, Will.
No, Dungeoneer. Okay, it's time for me to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. Let's see if we can get that that dungeon up on the screen for you all. Obviously, different modes that we can start moving our way through the dungeon. I love this sort of flavor text to this and how it kind of plays out, and that all the dungeons are dungeons that are really in. Apparently, we can't get a dungeon up on screen.
Well,
These
you know
are
what, Will? It's
dungeons
fine.
in Dungeons and Dragons.
It's fine. I got you, Will. I've played enough with this card. So there's kind of like it's split up into rooms. So the first two options are, or the first one is when you go to the first chapter, you search for a basic, right? And then the next chapter, I believe, is you either choose put 2 counters on target creature, or you can scry 2. And then there's also different modes depending on which room you choose there. So there's also options that allow you to make your opponent lose 5 life. There's one that makes a treasure token. There's one that makes a 4/1 creature token. I believe the token may or may not have menace. I think it does. And then at the very end of the dungeon, once you've completed the entire dungeon, you get to look at, I believe it's the top 10 cards of your library, put a creature from among those onto the battlefield, and you also get to put 2+1/+1 counters on it. And the really cool thing about kind of the dungeon is once you've completed that dungeon, you can effectively kind of go back into it because you're hitting another creature that goes back into the dungeon. It's kind of like a self-fulfilling loop as a way.
A lot of text on that card, and that's kind of one of the powerhouses of this deck, right? Being able to turn and burn through each of those rooms on the way down to try and complete it, and then once it's completed, you just kind of rinse and repeat, keep going through it each turn, and on top of that, you get the extra benefits that we see here. It looks like we're going for the scry effect, which is the Lost Well. Undersea, obviously, very popular area in Dungeons and Dragons. So anybody out there that plays, let me know which class and race that you normally play them in. I like to play a human paladin, not going to lie to you. But the Undersea, it's underneath Baldur's Gate, which is obviously the set that a lot of these Magic the Gathering cards came from. Tomb being tapped again, a lot of damage being happening from that.
Yeah, I mean, Sam is not really under any pressure as of right now. Most of the time when Ryan has, gotten to the position where Ryan is attacking, the game's likely locked up anyway, so Sam can be a little bit more liberal with his life total, doesn't really have to worry about taking too much damage from that tomb. As we see another uncounterable Dungeoneer, that's going to go a little bit further into the dungeon. I believe that's the 4, I believe we've chosen to get the 4/1 token. We'll have to see if we can.
That's testing the team there. Do we have any 4/1 black skeleton tokens with menace lying around? Big advantage when players bring their own ones, but here comes another new card, another powerhouse that we've seen multiple times, the One Ring. Obviously, from the Lord of the Rings set that's just been released, we've seen a lot of it floating around in Modern. We've seen a dabble of it floating around in Legacy as well. And in these sort of 4-color Snowko powers, a new 4-color control Uro stuff, he's been playing it to great effect. And then we see it now hit the battlefield and already start drawing cards.
Okay, chat's so basically we went to the treasure token first and then the 4/1 after that. Okay, so I was right on the 4/1, but just didn't quite get there yet. So the Dungeoneer also has a very powerful attack trigger. Whenever it attacks, you get to explore, which is look at the top card of your library. You can either keep it on, you can choose to keep it on top, or if it's a land, I believe you can put it into your hand, and then it gets a counter if the top card of the library was a spell, which it definitely was, and we're going to want to keep that Caves of Chaos Adventure on top.
Caves of Chaos Adventure. Okay, let me see if I can find that one. Where is that in my list? I can't find it. You're gonna when it comes in the battlefield, you're gonna have to tell us about that one. That one does.
There it is. Will. We get it up.
Thank you.
5/3 trample for 4 ATB. You take the initiative, and whenever it attacks, you get to exile the top card of your library. If you've completed a dungeon, you can play the card this turn without paying its mana cost. Otherwise, you can play it. So a way to draw some extra cards here for Sam.
Oh, okay. This is a nice one. We get to play this peacekeeper, kind of see if the coast is clear and what we can do, and we can make sure that they almost like silly attacks on these spells. We can name it, and it adds an extra 2. There it is on the screen for you all with 3 vigilance. Not super relevant, but could end up being because it's not it's got quite a good body to it, doing 3 damage. But working out, can this terminus be a hard cast or not? The answer is not yet. With only 1 white source.
Yeah, this is a weird spot for Sam because sees the terminus, sees that there's only one white source in play, but does have a lot of creatures in the battlefield, you could consider not naming terminus here because you're going into the last room of the dungeon, so you're going to be able to look at a bunch of cards to find another creature next turn. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and name the terminus. That could potentially allow Ryan to be able to resolve an Uro next turn, which I guess even if you name the Uro, it would make it cost 6. You'd still be able to escape the one that's in the graveyard anyways, so it probably makes sense to name the terminus.
And here comes Fable the Mirror. Here come down, bringing along with it the Goblin Shaman token in foil. Flexing much? I don't think so. And here's a big draw step. Remember, we've got the ring active if we need to as well. That can draw us 2 more cards this turn.
Actually, thinking about it more, I wonder if we were supposed to name the ring, because that would make it so we'd have to pay 2 to activate the ring, which means even if we found a white source, we wouldn't be able to cast the terminus. But I guess if you pay 2 for the ring, you can still cast the Uro. So,
well, you'd
kind
be
of
able to
a weird
terminus and
spot.
then activate the ring, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? So if you don't draw the white source for turn, you wouldn't be able to ring into a white source. You know what I mean?
I got you. And here it is. Look, just as we spoke about, we're going to come down, draw us a card, gain us a bit of life, give us an extra land drop for the turn. We're going to play Misty for it. That will give us the extra white source that we need. And now, again, we're only a land off the top for being able to actually hard cast this terminus. But now a lot of triggers about to go on the stack. This is the dungeon. First dungeon going to be complete. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this bit says the Throne of the Dead free. Reveal the top 10 cards of your library. Put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters on it. It gains hexproof until your next turn, and then shuffle the rest. What we're going to go with?
Eyeing up a caves. Interesting. You could have actually considered going for the Archon of Emeria that turn, because well, no, I guess that's not true, because then you just go end of turn fetch. And the terminus would still be 1 land away, though. Kind of an interesting spot. We're going to go for the caves to be able to just go back into the dungeon to make sure that even if that terminus is able to be cast next turn, we want to make sure that we have basically a follow up. Have a even if all of our creatures die, we can just go back into the dungeon continuously to keep finding more threats. And then if we look at life totals with Ryan at 20, Sam doing some quick math here, we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, potentially 14 power attacking this turn. So not quite lethal.
Interesting. We're going to see what we're going on. I've got some more D&D lore when you want me to go about the Throne of the Dead free and why it's called that. It's on a D&D book series to do with the 3 like big sort of powerhouses that ended up dying and becoming demigods from it. Bowlbane and I can never pronounce the last one. It's like Mifkrul, I think they pronounce it. But that's the lore behind that one. I warned you about the D&D facts and me. I'm not allowed to be around D&D things, otherwise I go off on one. As we see now, a Mystic Sanctuary going to come down. What's it going to be targeting from the graveyard pit on top of our deck? We'll find out. We might be activating the ring in response to putting it on top.
Probably, yeah. So you get a little bit more information. Oh, wow. What a crazy line. So we're going to put the terminus on top and then activate the ring on Sam's turn to be able to miracle it on Sam's turn. Wow, what a line here from Ryan.
I love it. And this is going to clear up this battlefield nicely because remember, no counter magic on the other side. This is just the initiative deck. All this goes to the bottom of our library. These tokens, they're gone. And now it looks real good here for Ryan. Uro in graveyard, active ring on the battlefield, a bunch of land.
Yeah, the initiative does, it does give you a lot of value, but I'm not sure that kind of value really competes with, Ring drawing 3 to 4 cards a turn plus Uro drawing additional cards and gaining life. So this is going to be quite the uphill battle here for Sam.
Let's see what we could get done here. Draw step for the turn. Have a little look. Okay, terminus. We know about terminus. It's going to go back on a hand. It's not got a tax effect attached to it anymore. Ring on, well, I was about to say 2, but now it is 3 temptation counters. We're going to get another 3 cards in our hand. We spoke about it all weekend that we get to draw the cards before the damage is dealt. And that is one of the key things about the One Ring and how good it has been in multiple formats now.
Yep, Ring is it's such a good card, and especially combined with Uro being able to give you the life back to be able to continuously activate that ring and not have to worry about am I in danger of drawing too many cards, etc., etc. We do see it looks like a response.
Solitude, right?
Yeah, it must be a Solitude.
We're going to pay 2 more. Here comes a foil Solitude of all things as well. That's going to be nice. So we're going to gain 6 more life for Ryan, which is not a bad thing, especially as we got this ring on the battlefield, as we talked about. We're going to play the land because the trigger still happens from Uro. We get to draw an extra card. We get to play an extra land source and gain a little bit more life. So 9 extra life gained from that Uro. But there is now a Solitude on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You're that's like kind of a clean answer to the Uro. Obviously, you can't get the Uro back from the graveyard given that it's exiled, but it's still going to be really hard to compete with all these cards that Ryan's drawing from the ring and all this stuff. You have the Fable, you still have the initiative, so you can still kind of get value from that as well. But it really all depends on. I think Sam only has 1 or 2 cards left in hand. We'll have to see what the leftovers are. Maybe if there's not an answer for the Fable, you could see something like another initiative creature. You could start copying that with Fable the Mirror Breaker, which gets kind of crazy.
Like I think we're living in fairyland. I can't see that. I think this ring is going to run over it. The card advantage from Ryan now is going to be so much, but it is live paper magic. Anything can happen. Triggers can be missed, all sorts of things. The ring's not free. It does deal damage to us, even though we've gained like a bucket load of life so far. There is an Uro still in the graveyard as well, and this is going to be the 5th card in it. And okay, swords. Ending, get creatures off the other side of the battlefield, follow up with a halfling, and go.
Like we talked about the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. There was a quick answer to that, whether or not we could answer that. We're going to go Scrying. That's a Solitude. Solitude does help a little bit, but not a ton. It doesn't really solve all the. You can't Solitude the ring, Will.
No, well, it might be a bit less powerful if you could do that.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Sam wants the Solitude at this point. Might need to top deck something better, like maybe an initiative creature to kind of get the ball rolling. But is gonna, I would assume, keep the Solitude if we're keeping a card on top. And the nice thing about the Solitude is it not only kills the halfling, but prevents Ryan from taking the initiative, which is certainly a way that you could get find yourself in a rough position. Maybe if there's any hope for Sam, it's that you need to keep the initiative and you cannot let Ryan get it.
I'm just there's some lore I don't know, and I'm trying to work out what is the lore behind the Lost Well. I think it is a spell to do with finding your way in Magic. I'm just trying to confirm that, but it would make sense with scrying. Be able to try and find your way, kind of work out your next future turns. As we're going to see a Solitude again, no foil Solitude coming down, taking out that delighted halfling. That is going to gain us a little bit more life, which isn't a bad thing in the face of this ring. And this is what I mean, like 1-for-1 cards, we'll take it all day long on Ryan's side, right?
Yeah, exactly. Every single time that, Sam makes this kind of trade. And I believe there's also another Uro in the graveyard, which we are going to go towards here for Ryan. So that is going to be yet another problem here for Sam. Ideally, you would want to save the Solitude to be able to get the flashback Uro. But the problem with that is then you're letting Ryan take the initiative. And it's just, even spiraling more out of control for Ryan at that point.
Yeah, I think we're just treading water at the minute. You know what I mean? On Sam's side, we're doing our best that we can to survive here. I think it's just a matter of time until Ryan's just going to get that out of here. I've got an active Uro. I've got an active ring on here. Yeah, you can go for the dungeon as many times as you want at this point. I've got so much going on this side, and you're only at 9 life.
Yeah, that's another good point too. It's not really going to take long for Ryan to close this game out because of that Ancient Tomb doing a lot of the work for him. We're going to go to chapter 3 here. That's going to get us a treasure. Or say chapter, not chapter. The dungeon room. We're going to go to the next room next turn. That will get us the 4/1. But yeah, there's not. I guess another Solitude would be a start to take care of the Uro that gives you a blocker for the halfling. I'm going to go with a Peacekeeper.
Wow. This might be enough, right? If we see the grip and we see what's going on here, and it's like, okay, cool, I got you.
You want to take a look? You want to see what my hand is?
Okay, we got Force of Will, Terminus, Prismatic Ending, the One Ring, a Swords of Plowshare, and a Ponder. Don't get me wrong, there's 2 ways of looking at this. One is, I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose this game. The other one is, it's untimed. I'm on camera.
True.
I need to get that camera time in. And the one good thing about being on camera is when you get those bad beat stories, everybody sees it. You're not just you're not over exaggerating what's happening. It was a massacre. The One Ring came down and ran away with the game. And we're all seeing it here, unfortunately, for Sam. He's in the game 1 though in the top 8, so still a lot to play for.
Yeah, and then as we talked about the post-board game, Sam's going to get to be in the play in the next game. That's very, very massive for his deck. You know, there's a lot of spells that wants to be able to be played on turn one, especially after sideboard. You know, able to bring in stuff like Magus. We'll get to the sideboard in a second, but not. Well, maybe we can get confirmation on what the Peacekeeper is naming. I'm guessing
It was
probably-
Terminus.
It was Terminus. Okay.
Yeah, Terminus is upside down in
Got
the
it.
hand, and that's what we did last time. So I imagine it is Terminus.
Yeah, that one kind of makes sense. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of mana in play for Ryan, so it doesn't really matter what you name at that point. We're going to see a prismatic ending started here. Take care of the Peacekeeper. That's an attack for 7. Put Sam down to 5, and then should be lethal next turn.
This is crazy. Are we activating the ring here? No. Okay.
Ooh, we get to take the initiative. That's the best part. Give me that initiative.
We get to go fetch a basic here if we need to go that route. So 1, 3.
I think Ryan only has
6.
2 basics, and they're both in play. Yeah, only
this-
Forest Island.
How many cards have been drawn off the ring so far? Is it?
I can't count that high, Will. Why do you ask me to do math?
I think it. Well, chat's saying it's 15, and I'm trying to work it out, and I don't think they're lying. I think it's either 10 or 15 cards have been drawn from this ring so far. And
1 plus 2 plus 3, right? Or we haven't activated this turn yet.
Well, no,
Or
'cause we
1, 2,
activate
3,
this turn, it
4.
goes up to 5, so
Right.
4. So we've activated 10. If it gets activated this round, it
be
goes up
10.
to 15 cards. Ugh.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of cards. Maybe they deck themselves. Maybe that's our win con. And
It's a
here
good
it comes. Look, temptation counter goes up to 5. I'm going to pick 5 more cards in my hand because I don't have enough. As Ryan says.
You know, I don't know about you, Will, but if I'm at a spot where I have a ring on 4 and I got 4 cards in my deck, I'm still activating it. You know, I'm just going to go out on my own terms. It's fine.
I've told you, I'm on camera. I'm flexing every opportunity I get. I'm like, look at all these cards. Look how good it is. It's when you start discarding so many cards with an Uro that you can then recast it again from the, just keep looping Uros for the sake of it because of this ring. As that was end of turn as well. So we get to start our turn with, I don't know, a gazillion cards going on. Come on, Ryan.
I appreciate Sam for putting up a good fight here. We're still chugging along here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ryan's got basically everything. All right. Fourth Aerlingus for approximately 500, and that's gonna do it.
There's your card. That's the one of that where we're looking for, and we are going to scoop it up. Ryan's going to go 1 game ahead. Remember, our number 1 seed going into this top 8. It is now open deck list, so we're going to see players potentially sideboard and start looking at your opponent's deck list. We're going to get them up on the screen for you all at home. We'll start off on Sam's side. The initiative, he is 1 down. This is a deck that is fun to your heart and you do enjoy yourself. What would you be bringing in here to try and shore up this game number 2?
So I want to bring in the Magus and the Boons. Those are pretty good. I mean, Ryan does have the 2 basic lands and the Delighted Halfling. That's kind of the awkward part about this, is the fact that Halfling fixes mana through Blood Moon. So you do have to consider that. But I do think Magus of the Moon is good enough to potentially bring in. I don't think you want to bring in Swords to Plowshares. I mean, it's not really the axis that you're trying to fight on from Sam's side of thing. You're trying to just slam a bunch of haymakers. Lure into the Path, don't want those. So yeah, I really think it's just the Maguses and not much else.
It did really come down to what we spoke about at the start of that game. We have to slow down those early turns. If we can slow down the early turns, the Uro deck is going to be able to win the middle to late game, right? And that's exactly what we saw there, being able to kind of stop the early plays with things like Force of Will, etc. We'll see if we can go up and get the next deck up on the screen for you. Ryan's deck here. Here it is. Anything spicy out of the ordinary that we haven't seen from 4 color yet? I'm taking a quick look. Nope, 4 rings. Okay, what do you like bringing in here?
So I think, you might want to go towards the Force of Vigors that can help kind of clean up the Chalice of the Voids and other fast mana like Chrome Mox and things of that nature. So you might want to go towards those. Spell Pierce potentially decent at fighting over stuff like Fable of a Mirror Breaker. But on the draw, Spell Pierce not as good because you're going to be under the gun about things like Chalice of the Void and stuff like that. Past the Force of Vigors and the Spell Pierces, we get a bunch of the Hydro Blast, right? The Hydro Blast are slam dunks. Those are very, very good. There's a lot of red cards in the initiative deck list that we want to name or take care of with Hydro Blast. So the blasts and the forces, past that, not a ton else.
How important are we going to prioritize fetching basics here? If we get the opportunity to fetch, obviously we know that potentially there could be a turn 1 Magus or something going on, but how high do you start prioritizing that, as in getting the basic island so we've got answers like Hydro Blast in our deck to answer them if we do end up falling behind that way?
Well, as we talked about, players do have open deck lists, right? There are only 2 copies of Magus of the Moon in Sam's sideboard. There's no Blood Moons in the main deck. That's typically a card, Blood Moon, that you would associate with these kind of red prison style deck lists. Given that there's only 2 moon effects in the entire 75, you might not need to fetch basics as early and often as you would against like other red prison decks. And the presence of Force of Will means that if you have Force in hand, then you can probably afford to fetch the non-basics early.
Okay, interesting. We'll see how it pans out for both these players. They are just shuffling up, so we'll go. I'm going to remind you all, if you just tune in, this is the top 8. We started with 172 players. We've whittled it down to the final 8, and they're now battling out to see who can walk away with the big chunk of money. This is a 5K after all, and on top of that, extra points to get themselves on that leaderboard, flying up it, because at the end of the season, you want to be in that top 6. You want to get invites at 16-player invite only, 25K tournament. It's basically a PTQ because there's also a Pro Tour invite on the line of it. What's the biggest PTQ you've ever been to, Devin?
Like back in the old school days, I think
in
I
the
went to
old
one that was like 350. One of those.
Ooh, okay, that's a big one. That's a long day. It's a long day of Magic. But let's get down to the table. Let's see how the players are doing with their decks. If they're still shuffling up, it looks like we're just coming to the end of it. Obviously, Ryan 1 game up, our first seed this weekend, going in to the top 8. Sam managed to squeak their way into 8th place because it wasn't a clean cut, or a lot of the X and ones had to play. And I'm not even sure, did any X and ones not get in? Let me have a little quick look at that while Devin says some words in a sequence that impresses everybody in the stream.
No, I'm just gonna go along with you.
No, okay, no, there wasn't. The 6-on-1s upwards all managed to get in.
There you go.
It kind of was a clean cut, but there was a lot of X1s that did have to play. So,
right.
But and it's a stacked top 8 as well. We've got Jarvis U in here as well on the Grixis Delver. There's a good mix of decks. Obviously, we've got this 4-color deck we see here. We've got Reanimator, we've got Dimir Death Shadow. We've got the mono black combo deck, or like mid-range deck that we've seen a lot of talk about that one. Hopefully we can potentially get that one on stream. We've got Storm, we've got Rakdos Painter, and the Grixis Delver, and then the Boros Initiative deck that we're seeing on screen now, taking a mulligan by the looks of it.
8 players, 8 different decks. Kind of the diversity here is crazy this weekend with Legacy being such a wide open format. And I don't know about you, Will, but I love watching Legacy games.
Honestly, it's really grown on me. I used to love watching it back in the day, but then I didn't really know what was going on. Now I'm like watching it, commentating it, and just seeing how in depth, how all these micro decisions affect everything in these games. It's huge. It's so good to play, and I hope that we're doing a good job for you all at home, being able to bring that to you, and so you understand all these micro decisions that's happening. Obviously, a lot of that's coming from Devin, giving us absolutely expert opinion all weekend long. But I'm trying to work out how many rings are going to be in this top 8. Potentially, it could be. We've definitely got 4 in that deck. How many's in this mono black deck? 2 in this mono black deck, plus 1 in the board. So 7 copies in the top 8, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Painter. I don't know. The Painter decks I don't think have. The Painter deck does not have rings. So yeah, it looks like 7 copies.
Okay, well, we're off to the races now, and we're getting
a lot of Bowmasters though.
That's my next one I'm trying to do. I'm trying to work out a Bowmaster.
Will, look what happened. We got Spirit Guide Pedal, turn 1 seasoned Dungeoneer here for Sam. My goodness, that is quite the start, and no Force of Will for Ryan. No Force of You, excuse me, here for Ryan. That's a wild start.
I was just about to say, like, that is a lot of resources that potentially could just get done over by a Force of Will. Like that'd be pretty brutal. But no, we got away with it. We do now have entered the dungeon. We're gonna get that basic mountain, put it into our hand.
You see, Will, I respect this. You're in the top 8. You're down a game, and you're just like, let's just let it ride. Let's jam. You don't have the Force of Will. You just stare him in the eyes, and you're just like, I don't believe that you have it. And Ryan didn't have it.
Hey, I like it. That takes a lot of guts to do that, and it's paid off dramatically here for them. And I'm looking again. So I think we got 13 copies of Bowmaster in this top 8.
That's okay. That's a decently high number. It's not like it's in every single one of our decks, but that is the card that for Legacy specifically that we kind of have been talking about all weekend that has been, the most impactful from the Lord of the Rings set. As we go ahead and we're going to go scrying here. Interesting. Typically with the initiative play patterns, you sometimes will want to go towards just putting counters to get your opponent dead as quickly as possible. But Sam is aware of the presence of stuff like Swords to Plowshares in Ryan's deck list, so doesn't want to kind of go a little bit deeper and wants to try and maybe fix the draw step, trying to find an additional threat.
And on top of that, we get to look at the top card of our library, and it was a land, so we do get to put it into play. So that's 2 lands found out of nowhere, and here comes a Chalice, a very expensive Chalice on 1, and that is going to stop these Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Chalice on 1 resolving here for Ryan. No force on the opposing side of things. So we take a look at the deck list. There are 3 copies of Prismatic Ending. So you can Prismatic Ending for 2 mana to be able to take care of that Chalice. But, aren't able to go like Prismatic Ending the Chalice for 1 mana and then use the Swords to Plowshares. So, Sam is just in the driver's seat here. We're continuously going through dungeons. Eventually, we're going to get to the final chapter, or the final room of the dungeon, which is going to get us another threat, most likely. That Caves of Chaos Adventurer may or may not want to stay on top. We'll have to see what is going to stay on top, because we do have access to a bunch of mana. Can just go ahead and cast that next turn.
Yeah, we're going. So as I said, going through the dungeon, we go to the 3rd room. That's going to be stash, because obviously that's where we keep all our treasure. So it does bring along a treasure token with it, but no plays. And we're going to see the Terminus going to get rid of it. Here comes Wasteland. That's going to get rid of the tomb that we know, and then pass the turn back. Going to chapter number 4.
That's a really big sequence here. So Wasteland to cut off the Ancient Tomb, because we know about the Caves of Chaos Adventure. Now it doesn't matter because we have a City Traders anyways. But it must feel really bad to have to Terminus that Seasoned Dungeoneer after it's already attacked twice and drawn like 4 or 5 cards.
This is exactly what needed to happen. Obviously, we went to the Catacomb. We got ourselves a good giant skeleton, a 4/1 with Menace. Now we get to look at the top 10 and put a creature into play. Which one are we going to go for? Yep. Hit this in.
Look at that. Back into the dungeon.
Tokens, and we're going to go straight back in again through the secret entrance. That's going to let us go find a basic. We're going to shortcut. That's going to go straight to our hand. And we haven't even got to combat yet.
And that's why this mechanic is so good. It's just that you get so much value. You kind of have the ability to get a bunch of value depending on which rooms you want to go into. You can afford to put even if you're worried about pressure, you can just like go to +2/+2 counters or 2+1/+1 counters and then drain your opponent for 5. So you can have the option to go aggressive. You can go value, and then once you've completed that dungeon, you just go right back in, because it's going to find another creature that just goes right back in, as we see here at the Dungeoneer. And it's just like an endless conga line of value that's going to be really hard for Ryan to fight through.
Yeah, we're literally seeing the power of this deck. We spoke about the early turns had to be dealt with, and it doesn't look like Ryan can deal with them. So we get one of my favorite things in Magic, a game number 3. So we're going to just move back to the booth quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just tuned in, welcome. My name is Will Hall. That is Damon O'Donnelly. We're in the first round of the top 8. So that means 3 rounds in total coming to you. Legacy action. If you enjoy what you see, make sure you hit that follow button. It's going to help the stream. It's going to help bring more paper Magic to you all, something that we all love, and it's close to our hearts. Devon, can we get the sideboards up on the screen? Let's see what the players are going through with. We're going to start with Sam here. Anything we're changing up? Obviously, that game went beautiful for us, but we were able to get on the battlefield early, and we kept chance the voids in to be able to stop potential threats dealing with our board, like the Swords to Plowshares.
No, there's just not that much here besides the Magus and the Moons. Again, Swords to Plowshares, maybe if you want to have like 1 or 2 copies to be able to fight over Uro, but Swords is also awkward when you're keeping in Chalice the Void. Fairy Macabre. I mean, again, it does kind of answer Uro, but at a disadvantage because your opponent already gets the card replaced off of Uro. So I don't know if you want to go towards those. And the Containment Breeze is not really doing anything. I mean, I guess you could classify this as a grindy matchup. So maybe you want to just bring in the Emrakul and try to get the 15 mana.
I love how you're coming at this matchup. I'm looking at it. This is the aggro deck. I wouldn't say this is like, bear in mind,
true.
Turning and burning through the dungeon. Obviously, that gives us the kind of mid to late game sort of action. But if they can stop the early game, this deck doesn't fire on all cylinders like we saw then. And maybe that's going to start affecting Ryan's mulligan decisions in the future turns. So let's see if we can get Ryan's deck up on. See if there's any. Now we've seen how explosive this can be, even though he's been playing a lot of Legacy all day. He probably knows how this deck works. But there we've got the full scale of it, turning and burning all the way through. Do you think we change our sideboard at all here? Is there anything that we need to be bringing in? Is endurance coming in just as a blocker? Are we going to go crazy routes like that, or are we just going to be mulliganing a bit more aggressively?
It's weird. The endurance doesn't really block that well because the Dungeoneer is a 3/4, and then I guess it trades with Caves of Chaos Adventurer. But yeah, it's not. I mean, I guess like in theory, maybe you get attacked by a creature, and then you can like say end step, flash and endurance, untap, attack, take back the initiative. But I don't think that Ryan's going to want to go towards that route and just go with the blast and maybe the forces.
Okay, interesting. Let's get down to the match. Looks players are deciding on their mulligan decisions, and we are off to the races. Starting off with one of the new cards from the Lord of the Rings set, the Lightful Halfling. Talk us through it. Tell me the modes on it. What does it do?
So this is perfect here for Ryan. This is the new mana dork. It allows you to kind of cast spells. It kind of fixes your mana for legendary spells, so you can cast stuff like Teferi Time Raveler and Uro and potentially the One Ring Uncounterable. The Uncounterable is not going to matter that much in this particular matchup, but what it is going to do is accelerate your mana. And when you're under the gun from stuff like the, as we saw last game, the turn 1 Seasoned Dungeoneer, being able to accelerate your mana and get to your more powerful plays a turn ahead of schedule is really important for Ryan here to be able to keep up with all of that card advantage from the initiative.
I do see Ryan. He looks like he's got an Uro in hand and the ring, Swords to Plowshare, Brainstorm, and I believe his second land drop. So a real good opening 7 for him here. Sam's deciding how he wants to go about this. This is telling me that there's something crazy is about to happen. Something explosive is going to be going down turn 1 here, especially on a keep of 7 cards. Let's see which one it's going to be.
Sometimes if you so it's weird because if you have the cavern, you might want to lead with your mana first because they're in the situation where if you play the cavern and then you follow up with a Chrome Box, your opponent knows that their Force of Will is no good. So we're actually going to see a cavern and then a plow on the Delighted Halfling. Okay. So the Swords to Plowshares did come in. Interesting.
All right, value in it. Again, it is also going to take off this Uro for a turn. Imagine a turn 2 Uro is going to be crazy into a turn 3 ring, and then things to start going pretty haywire from there. But just passing the turn back, not having this explosive turn, there's a Force of Vigor drawn for the turn. That did come in, like you said. Brainstorm's how we're going to lead off. Draw 3, yep. Pit 2 back.
Did find a land here, so I think I saw a Force of Will, a dual land, a ring. There was that in endurance. That might have been an endurance too.
Oh no, it's Life of the Loam.
Oh, the Loam. Okay, yeah, got it. That does make sense to bring in too, because you do have the Wasteland too, so you can even get into the spot where you can kind of like sort of lock your opponent out with Loam Wasteland.
And just Tundra for the turn. Pass the turn back. What can we do, Sam? Let's see something explosive. Let's go off. Let's go crazy.
Curious as to what the cavern named. I don't know if we can maybe get production to double check on that. Maybe name something like, if we have Archon of Myria, would want to name, I believe Archon is an angel, if I remember correctly. It's an Archon, excuse me. So yeah, that makes sense. So maybe name something like Archon, but we'll have to see what the play is here for Sam.
I think this was the decision. This is what we were tanking on, is we don't have the potential color mana to cast all the spells in the hand, so we need to work out which one is going to give us the highest upside for Cavern, and it looks like it is on humans, so that makes sense when we see this come down here because it is a human berserker. Oh, it's barbarian, sorry, human barbarian.
Yeah, and that's going to blank the Force of Will in Ryan's hand. Is we saw this last game. There was no Force of Will last game, but this game we don't even care about the Force of Will.
There is a swords in hand though for Ryan. I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't have put that one back down. I think that was an endurance drawn for the turn. And a land drop just missed.
Yeah, missed land drop. See, it's weird because even with the Swords to Plowshares, like, yes, it does clear the board or clear the threat off of the battlefield, but the initiative just allowing you to get so much card advantage. And as we talked about, if there's no way for Ryan to steal back the initiative, you're just going to let Sam go all the way through the dungeon until we eventually get to the last room, and then that's just going to find the Nether Initiative creature. So if Ryan finds a land for that endurance, after the Swords to Plowshares, of course, this turn is able to deploy that endurance, maybe we can steal that initiative and get back in this game.
All right, we do see it come down here. Going to gain ourselves a little bit of life. I imagine that's in the declare attacker's step, and no one has come down. But now we've kind of got this a lot of cards in hand. We've scribed. We know what's coming. How we're going to start deploying it. Kevin, remember, on humans. And pointing that out here as we see the Peacekeeper comes down. So we're going to get a good look at Ryan's hand because it's going to resolve because that cavern, remember, things are uncountable. Endurance, double Force of Vigor, Force of Me, and an Uro. Which one's like picking here?
Honestly, probably the endurance, because I think Sam might also realize the only way that Ryan's going to really get out of this is draw land 3, be able to hardcast endurance and steal that initiative back. And if you make that endurance hardcast cost 5 mana, there's almost no way for Ryan to be able to steal that initiative back. Within the next couple of turns before we eventually get to the last room. Once we get to the last room, then we can go ahead and just find another creature anyways. We're going to name Uro. That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see how we want to go about it. Obviously, it looks like we know there's petals in hand as well, so we might have more plays this turn. See if we want to go about that on Sam's side. A lot on the line here. This is the first spot in the top 4. We just started the top 8, ladies and gentlemen. If you tuned in, 172 players started this weekend. Only 1 can take it down, but we're down to the final 8 as the petals played, and then just pass the turn. Ryan, Pat, draw, go. No one wants to see.
That's not a land. That's not a land, Will. That's a ring, and that is not what Ryan's looking for. So we're going to go ahead and get to the next room here in the dungeon for Sam. But this is everything is looking up. Everything is looking up Sam at this point.
I think, is there a way that we missed a trigger here in the dungeon? Should we be 1 deeper than where we are? Because I imagine we're going to go to the stash here, get a treasure token. But
so we played caves on turn 2. Right, then the turn after it went to 1, then we go upkeep, it goes to 2, then it got plowed, and then we played the peacekeeper. This is the same turn.
Yeah,
this is right. This is right. Should be going to 3 this turn.
I'm not entirely sure what the players are talking about there. Maybe they're wondering, am I on the right chapter?
Oh, I wonder if we're saying Sam already drew for turn and we missed the trigger. That might be what the question is.
Oh, yeah, that could be a thing. Can it be missed? That's the next question on the tip of my tongue. But that's why we have judges. We can ask judges these questions. If it's a way that we can rewind, if it's a missed trigger, it can be a warning, etc. We'll see if we can get confirmation of what exactly is going to happen and the outcome of this potential judge call. And yeah, looks like we get a nice big raid. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Anu. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, he was casting yesterday in the team event that we had here on this channel. That was Pioneer Modern and Legacy. Today has just been all Legacy throughout, though. For all you Legacy fans out there, I know this is a fan favorite format. You are looking into Boros Initiative versus 4-color. Kind of played a lot by the person that just raided us. I knew this is his kind of deck, but normally there's a few more land on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's true. I know. Yeah, shout out to Anu. Thank you for the raid again. Anu came right at a good time just to watch some awesome Legacy content.
We have seen the ring cast multiple times in this deck and era, but we do need to start hitting our land drops if we're going to not fall too far behind here. We're getting confirmation of what the outcome of that judge call is going to be. I think it is just a straight up missed trigger, but we're going to float some mana before we play our planes here. That's 4 mana total.
It went to 3, so I'm wondering. Like I saw Sam go ahead and
we can't miss the trigger, is what I'm being told from the floor. So that means we're going to go to the catacombs. We're going to get ourselves a nice 4/1 black skeleton with a menace, because that's what happens in catacombs. It's full of all the crypts. We're going to animate one of those deads. D&D lore for you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And here comes Force of Vigor, ditching Force of Vigor. Not the most powerful Force of Vigor I've ever seen in my life. I'm not going to lie to you. Getting rid of a petal and a treasure token.
Yeah, the more I see these Force of Vigors, I'm not actually sure if they're really that good in this matchup, given, again, we talked about how typical prison decks have a lot of artifact-based, prison elements like Trinisphere and Chalice the Void, Blood Moon, and the only one that Sam really has is Chalice. Now, maybe Ryan has to bring in the Forces just for Chalice by itself, as we see the final room of the dungeon. And as we've seen time and time again, it's just going to let us go right back into the dungeon, likely going to pick up this seasoned dungeoneer.
Yeah, chat asking what was that card that was cast in. That is Caves of Chaos Adventure. That's the big 5/3 with trample. But more importantly, when it ends the battlefield, you gain the initiative yet again, so you can start turning and burning through this dungeon. We've already completed it once. As you can see, we've got the skeleton token on the battlefield, and this is the way that Caves of Chaos Adventure has entered the battlefield. We haven't even cast one yet, which I think we might also have one in our hand.
Yeah, and this is, it's just like I said, just this endless train of value here for Sam, while also just applying so much pressure with these threats. The last dungeon room putting 3 counters on that seasoned dungeoneer, just going to make it into just a massive threat, as we see a really, really big attack lined up here. Not exactly sure what the players are talking about, but yeah, this is I would be surprised if this was not going to be a 2-turn clock here from from Sam's side of things, does have the Caves, the Peacekeeper, and the 4/1 that I believe can all attack this turn. So we'll have to see how much Ryan is going to take. I mean, I guess Ryan's saving grace is maybe Terminus Miracle off the top.
I think that's it, right? It's got to be. What else is there? What else can deal with 4 creatures on the battlefield?
Yeah, I can't really think of any other way out here for Ryan. It's been a while, Will, since the Peacekeeper was cast. Can you remind me what that was named?
Uro.
Okay.
Yeah, that was on the Euro because we know that one's in hand. Obviously, that's why we didn't cast it last turn. Getting ourselves a little bit of life, getting a little bit deeper in the deck. Here comes a Chalice. Looks like it's going to be on 1. Uro is going to get ditched with this Force of Me. That's going to lose another life point. So I think we are tapping the top of our deck on Ryan's side, hoping for one of these 2 Terminuses left in our deck. But it's not over yet. There's still more coming on from this side.
Still more.
I fable the Mirror of course.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Terminus is a good start, but even if Terminus were found, there's just so much other stuff in the battlefield. The Fable, the Mirror Breaker, the Initiative, and that is going to do it.
That is the handshake there. Ryan going to have to accept defeat. Sam is going to go take this down, go to the top 4 with Boros Initiative. The deck that you would have bought this weekend, one that you've been speaking to me offline about, saying how much you enjoy it. And that is, we just seen why. That was super explosive. And then I was saying how it's kind of like the aggro deck. We have to stop those early turns. Another one is if we miss our 3rd land drop multiple times, there's a good chance we're going to fall pretty far behind. But on that one, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the quarterfinals. We'll be back real quickly with the semis. Make sure you stick around. And we'll speak to you all soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG Series 5K Legacy event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. That's Devin O'Donnell. He is better known as Doomwake on the internet, and we're bringing you the semi-finals. That's right, 2 more rounds of Magic to go. We're going to get the bracket up on the screen to you. We're going to show you who managed to advance and get themselves into the final 4. Devin, once this comes up on the screen, I want you to talk about my friend. Talk us through it.
All right, so the 8 versus 4 on the left-hand side of your screen, that's the Sam Bolo on the Boros Initiative deck. That's the match that we just saw. Sam taking that one down against Will Kowalczyk on Mono Black combo. And then the matchup we're going to be starting on is the 2-3. It's going to be Dominic on Rakdos Reanimator versus Garrison on Dimir Death Shadow. We saw both those players earlier on today as well.
Yeah, it is literally the fairy tale happening for Dominic right now. Started this tournament 0-1, decided not to lose since, managed to win 7 straight games, and then put the 8th one in the bag here to the quarters, getting them into the semifinals here. Can they pick 2 more up and do the complete dream comeback? Let's see. Let's get down to the feature match. Let's see how they're doing with shuffling up and getting straight into, ladies and gentlemen. As much as people, we know you enjoy our conversations and how we talk and have a bit of back and forth. We know you're really here to see the paper magic, see how it's going down. And also on Dominic's side, it's got a better shirt than me on. Instant envy by me. Love it. Like the hair's matching the shirt, dressed to the nines. Gotta love it as we start drawing that opening 7.
Yeah, and this is, Rakdos Reanimator against Dimir, or I guess we can call it Jameer Death Shadow just to appease chat. For who knows how long we're going to be able to get the Jameer Death Shadow on camera. But this matchup is, it really is play draw dependent, given that the presence of how fast the Reanimator deck can present a threat, and Garrison really looking for cards like Force of Will, and I guess Daze doesn't work on turn 1 if there's a really explosive start for Dominic. But typically in these types of matchup from the Shadow side of things, you really kind of have to mulligan to something like Force of Will, to just in case, because you kind of expect your opponent to be able to do something on turn 1 that's very, very powerful.
It looks like we've got a bit of this, one of those, maybe it's a 1 land, or maybe it's like the perfects if I draw this card, if it's on top of my deck from Dominic. And I think he's talking about that with Garrison. Garrison's giving it a bit of a cheer there, going, come on, keep your 7. Go on, have a bit of a risky one. Go for it. I promise you I haven't got any counter magic. I'm sure it will resolve turn 1. And he might not have a land, just petals in hand by the looks of it.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look. Dominic definitely looking for stuff like Dark Ritual. We're going to lead with Unmask. That's another free spell. Dominic does have quite a few of these kind of free spell but be able to take a peek at the hand as we see a Thoughtseize, a Polluted Delta, a Brainstorm, a Daze, a Watery Grave, a Fatal Push, not exactly what we're looking for in the opening here for Garrison, along with a Flooded Strand. Depending on what Dominic's hand looks like, if we have a turn 1 reanimate spell, we might just take Brainstorm to make it so Garrison can't really top deck out of this. And if we maybe have a bit of a slower, honestly, you probably still take the Brainstorm anyways.
So I was about to say, in your expert opinion, we're definitely not taking the Fatal Push. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, cool.
Dominic does have copies of Bowmaster in the main deck, so if you see that Garrison does point to the Fatal Push, you want to take that one? I don't think we're taking that one.
Okay, let's see if your expert opinion is right. Everything on the line, your reputation is all set on this here, and you still got one as Daze is the card that's picked. Well done, my friends. Picking.
No, I said Brainstorm, not Daze.
No, I was on about the Fatal Push, and it definitely wasn't Fatal Push. That's what you know,
okay.
In the expert opinion. But what can we do to follow this up now? Now we know the coast is semi-clear. Petal 1, Petal 2. Sacrifice first petal, Entomb. Go find something, put it into our graveyard.
Yeah, let's see if we have maybe a Reanimate as the leftovers here for Dominic, or potentially a land in either an Exhume or an Animate Dead. And I would imagine if you're doing this, maybe wants to go towards a Gristlebrand, just to get that mass, draw 14 cards, maybe even find another way to put another creature onto the battlefield, just kind of overwhelm Garrison.
What about Siren Sanity? How would that one work?
So we call that in the business the content play. I don't think it's the correct line for Dominic, but it sure is really good for us on camera.
I would love to see that one hit the battlefield. A long time since I've seen that one cast. Remember, for people at home, that is at the beginning of your end step. Each player discards his or her hand.
Will?
I love it when I'm right. Let's go. Please bring it. One more step, though. One more step. They've got to bring it back. They've got to bring it back from the graveyard. Got to get it into play. One petal to go.
Come on, Mom. Dominic, let's go.
Yes. Chat. If you don't start going off, I'm going to be so upset about this. This is exactly what I want to see turn 1. This was the risky line. Do you have Force of Will or not? Did not have the counter magic, and now it comes into play. End of turn. Both players discard their hands.
We call this the content line, baby.
No, this is the W line. This is the one that's it. Dominic with that smile on his face. He's just like, that gives us the guns as well. Love to see it. This is exactly why we watch Paper Magic, ladies and gentlemen. Trigger end step. Can you discard your? This is so crazy. Okay, cool. I'll draw my card. Is it allowed? No, cool.
To be honest with you, it might just be the correct line anyways. Like the players know the deck list. They know that there's really no way out of this Siren Insanity. And yeah, honestly, it's not only the content line, but it's also the super duper fun line. So I appreciate it, Dominic. Thank you.
She's saying I got one right for a change.
Yeah.
Let's go. Garrison's just like, yeah, cool. Cycle my street wave, end my misery. Here's a wasteland. And go. I'm at 6 life. Okay, that was a really quick game 1. Love to see that. That's good. And the fist bump as well. Thanks for not having any extra counter magic there. So we get to real quick game 1 there. Dominic takes it down. Let's see if we can get the 75s up on the screen for you all, and see what sort of sideboard action we can do to kind of make sure that doesn't happen again on Garrison's side, or confirm that it does happen again on Dominic's side.
We're not sideboarding out the Siren Insanity. Let me tell you that much, Will.
Oh, I'm so happy right now. But starting off with Dominic's side, he knows the matchup. We know the 75. We have access to our opponent's deck list. What cards do you like bringing in here?
So, again, we kind of talked about this earlier when we saw Dominic on camera before, but in the presence of the really heavy graveyard hate stuff like Leyline of the Void and Rust in Peace, you might want to go towards Dauthi Voidwalker and Shield Rid as additional threats. But, it really depends on like you said, players have open deck lists, so we know exactly what type of graveyard hate that we're working with, so might not want to go towards those. But to be honest with you, there's not really a ton here outside of the threats. Like maybe Bowmaster to pick off an early Delver of Secrets could be something. Surgical Extraction, probably not something. And then I don't really think there's any targets for Wear Terror Serenity either.
Okay, let's move across to Garrison's deck. This is more important. He's going to have the kind of the big hitter sideboard cards. What do you like bringing in here? These 3 surgicals are shouting at me right now.
Yeah, definitely wants to go towards the surgicals. Past that, we have some Hydro Blast. Not really looking for those. Force of Negation, those are kind of slam dunks. Definitely want to go with those. The one Graph Digger's Cage, also particularly good as well. Maybe Shieldred's Edict, because you want to get these fatal pushes out of the deck. So having another sort of answer to one of the larger creatures might be something worth going on for Garrison's side. And the counterbalance is actually interesting too. So you'll notice Garrison's deck list has a lot of ones, and the Reanimator deck also has a decent number of ones too. So you maybe want to go towards that counterbalance.
Yeah, that could be like, play draw depending. Now we're on the play, it's kind of better. On the draw, it gets a lot worse. So we're gonna, it's kind of take that out of our deck. I don't hate that, especially as we've got quite a few cards we don't want in our main deck here. But players still shuffling up, so maybe we can get on some of the future events that we've got coming up. Where can you at home, if you're watching this, maybe one of these new NRG series events are going to come in your hometown or a state close to you that you can drive to. The first one's going to be Detroit in August 12th and 13th. We're going to have a 10K modern on the Saturday, followed by a Sunday 5K Pioneer trial. After that, we're going to move our way to, I believe it's Indianapolis. There it is. Saturday, that's going to be a 10K Pioneer. And on Sunday, another 10K, but that's going to be a team event. Format still to be pending. That's October 14th and 15th. And then finishing off our last event that has been announced, it is at Madison, November 25th, 26th, Thanksgiving weekend. That is going to be Saturday, 10K modern. And on the Sunday, 5K Pioneer trial. So if you need to get on the leaderboard, get yourself some points, try and get yourself an invite to the end of year 16-person 25K Pro Tour slot tournament. It's basically a mini PTQ. You managed to get there. But this is our faces, is what we look like. My name is Will Hall. That is Devin O'Donnell. We're bringing you the final couple of rounds left. We've got the semis now before we bring you the finals. Players are just finishing up sideboarding. Devin, I didn't have it on my bingo sheet this weekend, but that was basically a turn one win, right?
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it really was. And again, we do appreciate going for the Sire of Insanity because it's much better for us in the booth. One thing that we didn't mention when we were talking about sideboards is Garrison actually has copies of Reanimate in his own deck, which I know you probably know where I'm going with this one, Will.
Okay, yeah,
if we can thought seize a copy of Gristlebrand out of Dominic's hand and then reanimate Dominic's Gristlebrand, I really hope we get to see that.
Is that's on your bingo card, right? If you get that one, you get the full house. Okay,
yeah, that'll be my bingo.
Cool. Well, it looks like the players are just finishing their sideboards, so we're going to head down to that. We're just going to make sure, always double check it, and also make sure you got those 15 cards in your sideboard. You don't want to present the wrong sort of deck these days, especially with so much on the line. Remember, points for the end of the event, plus a big chunk of money. Dominic is living the dream as it's at the minute. He lost round one. That happens time to time. But then he decided, that's it, no more. I'm not losing. And has absolutely ran the tables, got himself into the semis, and now one game up against Garrison. Garrison needs to kind of shore this up. It's the third seed, so unfortunately for them, did have to go second in that matchup, which kind of stung a little bit. But we get to go on the play now, and that can be kind of huge, right?
Absolutely. Like we said, play draw, very, very important. And especially because Garrison has copies of, when the discard spell from Dominic happened, we saw Daze and we saw Thoughtseize, right? If Garrison's on the play, that game probably looks a lot different. You're able to start with the Thoughtseize, kind of pick apart Dominic's hand, and then you have the Daze back up on turn one. But being on the draw, the only thing that Garrison really has in game one is those Force of Wills. And now, in addition to those, we also are going to have the surgical extractions after sideboard. So it's one of these, classic situations where the graveyard deck is going to be a massive favorite game one. But once we get onto the sideboards, I kind of like Garrison's position a little bit more at postboard.
Let's see if that pans out the way you said it. I have to agree with you on that. I do think that is how it will end up. Plan that, especially if we do something like an unmask or a fort season. We see it on the other side of the battlefield, surgicals in the hand, multiple surgicals, multiple counter spells, etc. But a lot to play for. This is Legacy after all. Crazy things do happen, and we saw it literally in that last game there as the turn one Sire of Insanity came down with no lands, by the way. There was no lands in our hand. That was a no lander into a turn one Sire of Insanity. The absolute high roll. Love to see it as we start drawing out in the sevens.
Yep, and taking a look at Garrison's hand, we see, I think I saw 3 lands and a Thoughtseize. Couldn't quite get a good look of what we have past that. And looks like Garrison's going to keep, and Dominic is going to go ahead and take 1 mulligan.
I do like the dice that the players are doing us first here. This is a little trick that they do on the Pro Tour as well. They get the old dice out and put it on the table ready for the caster, so we know exactly how many cards the player has gone down to. Chat, let me know if you're just tuning in right now. Who do you want to win? Do you want to see Rakdos, Reanimator, Dominic get through to our finals, or do you want to see Garrison on Dimir Death Shadow get themselves to the finals? One's for Rakdos, Reanimator, two's for Dimir Death Shadow. Let's see who's your money on. Who do we want to see into the final? Obviously, a lot on the line.
Personally, Will, I'm a big fan of the Dimir Death Shadow. You know, it's the kind of the new archetype on the new kid on the block.
See, I like an underdog story. I like that Dominic started the get day off on a losing record and decided not to lose since. So I'm going to have to sit on the left of your screen. You're going to go on the right of your screen. Let's see how this goes. Plus, look at Dominic. Look at that shirt, matching the hair. Like, he's got everything going for him right now. It looks brilliant. But he is down to 6.
Yeah, this Reanimator deck, you know, it does mulligan quite a bit because it really wants to find an explosive opening hand, something like we saw at game 1, you know, with the turn 1 unmask you plus Entomb plus Reanimate. So really gonna, you know, wants to see if we can find something like that, very similar to game 1. Dark Ritual for fast mana, Entomb, way to put a creature in the graveyard, maybe throw in a copy of, you know, a Thoughtseize or an Unmask or something along those lines. And it looks like Dominic is going to stay on 6.
Okay, let's see how we start off. Start off with a Thoughtseize. So we also get to have a little look at what is in the hand. It is a couple of lands, a double Grief, Reanimate, and an Archon. Kind of an easy pick, I would have said there, even for, you know, me, who's not like the super confident Legacy player. I think that it's quite an easy pick of what I would take.
Yeah, easily Reanimate here. Dominic not, you know, left over with a ton of good stuff here. Probably wants to go ahead and save the Grief to be able to, on the turn that we're going for a big reanimation spell. So doesn't necessarily want to fire those off quite yet. So maybe a little bit of Drago here for Dominic, and Garrison's going to really need some kind of wants a threat to be able to put a little bit of pressure on Dominic to not give him a lot of time.
Okay, let's see. Ponder is going to say, and we spoke about which art ponders that you like. How about these? I think these are they old promos, like F&M promos? These are full art ones, I think.
Yes.
Could
I
be mistaken.
I don't know. Player rewards promos. That's what it is. Okay.
Seeing, oh, okay, Cage coming down. That's a one of in the 75, but an absolute house in this. That means that we can't. Is it cards in your graveyard can't be the target of spells and abilities? So
Creature cards in graveyards can't enter the battlefield from graveyard. Creatures in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. That's the most important text.
Is that good in this matchup? I'm not quite
so.
sure. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be good. Now I'm looking at, do we have the ability to actually hardcast any of these spells? How many land are in the deck for Reanimator? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Six actual mana sources, but there's also 4 Lotus Petal, 4 Dark Ritual. So technically, you know, theoretically, maybe there's enough mana to hardcast those. But, you know, one thing that I do see a lot of times, and, you know, we talked about this during sideboarding, depending on whether or not Dominic brought in the Dothy Voidwalkers or the Shieldreds, you know, might just be able to start hardcasting those.
Okay, we're going to exile Archon and get a Grief. We're going to have a look at what's going on the other side in the hand, potentially. I think that's a surgical pull to the front for Garrison. Are we going to fire that off straight away? Yes, we are. That is going to target Reanimate. That's a good one to be targeting. Well, is it good in this situation, actually, with a Cage on the battlefield? I guess it just shows it up a little bit more.
Yeah, you still might want to get rid of it just in case Dominic was, you know, Dominic does have copies of Wear, Tear, and Serenity in the sideboard to be able to clean up this Grafdigger's Cage. So you're maybe worried about Dominic drawing a copy of that. And then if the Grafdigger's Cage leaves the battlefield, that kind of opens up the door for the Reanimate. So it does kind of make sense to just kind of get those out of the way, because that is the most powerful reanimation spell, given that it only costs 1 and the other reanimation spells cost 2.
So I did see when we're going through the deck that the Shieldred is they've come in, but no Wear and Tears. I'm pretty sure that Cage is staying in the battlefield no matter what. So I think we've kind of trimmed down to some of our more castable threats in the deck.
Yeah, I think I saw at least 3 Bowmasters. I didn't get a good look to see if there were Dothy Voidwalkers, though. I think, okay, there was 1 Dothy at least, and we got the 4 Reanimates. So definitely the Dothys, the Shieldreds, and the Bowmasters all coming in, which does make a lot of sense given the presence of the Cage and the Surgical Extraction.
Which what they spoke about, right? We did do an interview with them. I think it was round 7 when they managed to win, maybe round 8. And they said that this is my plan. People are bringing in interaction for the graveyard. They're going to try and stop my big combo. If they don't, cool, I'm going to keep a bit of the combo in. I'll be able to try and win that way. But other than that, I'm going to try and play this more fair, grindy, mid-range game by just playing creatures and putting them on the battlefield.
Yeah, and specifically in the Death Shadow matchup, there's one thing that we always talk about here. The Death Shadow deck does tend to deal a lot of damage to itself. We saw a Thoughtseize already be cast, a Water Grave Shocked, and pay 2 life for a Surgical. So the chip damage from things like Orcish Bowmaster and Dothy Voidwalker is going to matter a lot more when the Shadow player effectively is starting the game, maybe at 10 life.
Can we just talk about how good that Grief was as well, taking the only relevant card left in hand, and it was a Murktide with 2 fetch lands. But a Pond off the top is pretty good. So we're not even shuffling. We want that card. We're going to play another one. I think what's the question here?
It was a Brainstorm. Garrison, I believe, kept the Brainstorm off the Ponder. So I wonder if we are thinking about casting the Brainstorm now. Maybe wants to wait till next turn. We're going to fire it off now. Interesting, because we know 2 of the cards there. I wonder if we wanted to maybe fetch before the Brainstorm, because then we can get 3 new cards.
I was actually about to ask you that. Like, what's the no? Don't play that yet. We've got to resolve the Brainstorm first. It'd be pretty good if it was play Ancestral Recall. There goes 2 cards back on top of our deck. Now we can play the land and just pass the turn back.
Yeah, I saw a spell off of the Brainstorm. I couldn't quite get a good idea of what it was. It might have almost looked like a Murktide region, but that's the best possible for Garrison here is if we found a Murktide region off the Brainstorm, we could just slam that and try to get the race on before Dominic can kind of top deck out of this.
Yeah, I suppose what's Dominic trying to get here? I guess it's just land so he can start playing some of his powerful 4-drops that are in the deck. We've got Greaves, we've got the Shield Dreads that we saw. Bowmaster might not go amiss here, but we definitely need to start getting some threats on. We can't just give Garrison all the time in the world here.
Yeah, Bowmaster's not bad. Land for Grief is not too bad. Even something like a Dothy Voidwalker might not be the worst. And like you said, the Shadow deck does deal itself a lot of damage, and we see that here. So we're going to go for a Wasteland on the Scrubland, which unfortunately for Dominic, normally the Reanimator deck can function off of 1 or 2 lands pretty easily. But versus a Grafdigger's Cage, you really want to start being able to hardcast your threats, and unable to do that.
Oh, Faithless Looting. Card I miss greatly. We get to draw 2 and then discard 2. Now we get to pick up our cards because our opponent might not know all of them that's going on. Looks like we're in the tank.
And with Garrison at 9, this Grief is only a 3-turn clock. So that is something to consider if you want to just discard a bunch of spells, keep lands and Grief, which we did discard 2 spells and we kept the Grief that we knew about in Dominic's hand. That might be what we're playing towards here.
Here comes another land. Fetch land. We're going to go... how many fetchable targets did we say we've got? We've got 2. Oh, we're supposed to get a basic here, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Also, beautiful basic.
If this is a Dothy Voidwalker, that's massive for Dominic, because that's going to put Garrison to 6. And then if Dominic top decks a land after that, that's just lethal on board right there.
Interesting. Finding a way through all this hate, if that is what we have got. It's just a 1. This is a ritual.
Oh,
Shield Dread me. Shield Dread me.
No, I think we know the last card is Grief, right?
Still,
Ritual
hardcast still
Grief.
Pretty good. Oh, into a daze.
Rough. Into the daze. Oh, that was the blue card that Garrison kept, I see.
Okay, there's a question for you. Why do we not hardcast that?
Hardcast the daze?
Yeah.
Because we want to put the shock land in hand to grow a shadow.
Okay, cool. Just no, can't do that.
Yeah.
Cage stops us using Faithless Looting from the graveyard. And yeah, we just got past time out. That's a Force of Me off the top.
Force not great here. Only 4 lands in play for Garrison. Unless there was another blue card that I couldn't quite get a good look at.
Land go. Here's the petal.
There's a petal. See if we get a Shieldred. No Shieldred here for Dominic.
It's got to be good for Garrison, thinking that here comes Wasteland, starts taking out some of these red sources. Obviously, open deck list. We know how many actual fetchable lands or mana producing lands are in the deck. As you said, there is rituals hiding out amongst there, plus some more petals. But Dominic not throwing the towel in, knows it's still like a small % chance that he's still in this. As second I say that, obviously a Death Shadow comes down, going to be a 4/4. 2 shock lands on the battlefield there. So that means it can grow by another 6 if it needs to.
No, there's actually only 3 Shocklands in Garrison's deck list. So if we can fetch the last one, that would be 2 fetches
Oh.
plus the 1 Shockland. So we can grow it by 5 at the most, which 5 is the magic number because that would still make it a 9, which is a 2-turn clock for Dominic.
I think Garrison knew that, and that's why he's played out that last fetch there. Even if we don't have a fetchable target, we can still, again, just do a point of damage to ourselves, as you were saying. See if they want to go that route.
Yeah, I would have to imagine you just go fetch, 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 shock once, make it a 9/9, put Dominic down to 9, and give Dominic one more turn.
That cage has done some absolute work here. We're seeing the power of cyber cards, but then there's a lot of cyber cards that are very good against stopping graveyard decks, right? Like there's a lot of them out there in multiple different colors. A lot of them tend to be artifacts in here. Dominic did kind of understood that something was going to come, kind of changed his game plan a little bit, but didn't really get there. And I think we're only moments away from getting a game number 3. And everybody knows I love a game number 3, especially this high level Magic.
You got to be a little bit careful though, because if Garrison does fetch all the way down to 4, right? So Garrison fetches to 4, puts Dominic down to 9. Maybe Dominic can try to resolve a Shieldred. Shieldred trigger puts Garrison to 2. Then the Shieldred can trade for the Death Shadow. It'll be interesting if Dominic can resolve a Shieldred here. We'll have to see.
I was thinking maybe then like an end of turn Bowmaster or something like that might have been able to do something, but none of that shenanigans happening here. But a good grip of cards here for Dominic. Doesn't look too happy with what he's got though. I think I see a grief in hand. Didn't get a good look at the rest.
A chump blocker for a turn. Can kind of just throw that under the bus and chump block the shadow for 1 turn. I also can't really get a good grip of what's Dominic working with, and that is not going to be enough.
It doesn't matter, as we are going to get to go to a game number 3. Dominic will now get to be on the play exactly where he needs to be to give himself those extra percentage points that he needs to guarantee getting himself into that final. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the top 4. We started with 172 players this weekend, and we're down to the final 4. But we need to get rid of 2 more. We need to get to that final 2 before we bring in the finals and give you all the marbles of who is going to be walking away with not only the title, the tweet, but all those players' points and the money that comes along with it. You know, someone, in fact, they're all probably going to have a real good dinner already, but one person's dinner is going to taste a little bit better than everybody else's this weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to see exactly. We did talk about play draw mattering quite a bit. We're going to see the Reanimator deck on the play for game number 3 for Dominic here. So, wants to get out under the gates as explosive as possible. May want to go back and change the sideboarding now that we saw that the Graph Digger's Cage and all that stuff was, I mean, we kind of assumed that was going to come in. But, as far as that is concerned, I don't really know how many copies of Serenity or Wear Tear that Dominic really wants to go towards, because there's only that one Graph Digger's Cage. Those cards don't really do anything else outside of that. So we saw that the Voidwalkers, the Bowmasters, and the Shieldreds all come in. Those are definitely going to stay in. Not really sure we're going to be changing a ton here for play versus draw.
I was about to say this is where the mind games start playing, right? Like they surgical, they see my deck, they've seen how I cyber, they know I brought the Shieldreds in, the Bowmasters in, the Dolphy Voidwalkers in. Do we then revert back? Because now there's a chance that they're gonna kind of change their cyber plan to I'm gonna have a more creature heavy deck, and then I go back to my combo element. This is what I like about Magic. Like we're kind of like hedging, or do we hedge against both? Do we still keep in some numbers of Voidwalkers, some numbers of Bowmasters, some numbers of Shieldred, and then the extra little bits that we got for our combo? It's going to be pretty good. Let's see if we can go across to the Death Shadow 75. See if we've got anything here that's going to be play draw dependent. We did speak about Calent balance, but we didn't see it in that game. Kind of Cage did a lot of the heavy lifting in that. I'm trying to have a look. Is there anything else here that we could nothing's singing out to me, nothing that you've said already. You spoke about the surgical extractions. You said we could kind of bring in the Shieldred Edict, and because it's better than Fatal Push in this matchup. It's not like a great card, but it at least has targets. Force Negation, giving ourselves some more sort of counter magic, especially things that we'll be needing, because we've seen in that game number 1 how explosive this Reanimator deck can be.
Yeah, well, now that you mention it, now that Garrison has seen the sideboard plan from Dominic, is aware of all of the cards, all the threats that Dominic brought in, the Bowmasters, the Voidwalkers, and the Shieldreds, might actually want to go back to something like Fatal Push. Not normally a card you would want to bring in against Reanimator, but when it has, would be a 4 Bowmaster, 3 Shieldred, 3 Voidwalker, that's 10 targets. That's a good number of targets just for the, 1 or 2 Fatal Pushes if you want to go towards that route.
It'd be interesting to see how the players want to go about it. I remember a lot on the line. This is game number 3. This is exactly what we all want. More paper magic brought to you. Both players finishing up shuffling. We might be taking a mulligan here or just finishing shuffling. We'll see if we get confirmation of that, because Garrison definitely has 7 cards in front of him while Dominic is shuffling all up in that great shirt that he's got with the matching hair. He has gone undefeated since round number 1. That's the only loss he's taken all day. And remember, on our backup feature match, which I'm going to ask the production if it's still going on or not. They're going to whisper in my ear. So it is still going on, and obviously we've got the mono black. It's down as mono black combo, but it's kind of like a mid-rangey. I suppose it is a combo deck. It is a helm deck at the end of the day, but it's got a lot of grindy elements in it with the Khan, and Will is 1 up in our backup feature match, and that is the we're calling it mono black combo versus the initiative Sam that we saw in the quarters. So we'll keep you updated on that one. And if this game finishes really quickly again, we will be moving straight across to that to give you all the most amount of magic possible in this round.
Yeah, that mono black deck is super interesting. You mentioned there is a combo in it, but I feel like a lot of times that I've seen it on camera, it's not really winning with the combo. It's
No.
usually just kind of winning with some bowmasters here and maybe the what's the 3/2 opposition agents over here, and a shieldred to kind of round out the curve. It doesn't necessarily need to win with the combo. Karn the Great Creator, just a good value card. So yeah, really, really big fan of that deck that has seemed to pick up quite a bit in popularity with the printing of Bowmaster, as a lot of the that card's really good.
Well, it's also Will. Well, it looks like while these guys are deciding what they want to do with their opening hands, we're going to bounce across. We're going to have a little look in at what's going on over there. Remember, Will is currently undefeated. He has not lost a game all day. He went 6-0, double ID, got himself into the top 8, won the semis, won the quarters. Now is in the semis as 1 game up. As it looks like there's a lot of cards on the battlefield here.
Well, it's funny, Will, right as we talked about there, the mono black deck not setting up a combo a lot. That's a combo. That's what we call the combo.
Because no cards end up hitting the battlefield, right? So it keeps triggering or something like that. Do you want to talk us through this combo?
Yeah, Helm of Obedience is a weird old card. The gist of it is you mill cards until you mill target player until they hit a creature, put that creature onto the battlefield. The joke is that if your cards are getting exiled, you never actually hit a creature, which means you just build their entire library.
And I suppose with Dolphin Voidwalker and the Leyline on the battlefield, we've got double insurance against that. A Trinisphere on the battlefield, locking everything up. Paying 3 mana to get and a land to get your Trinisphere on the battlefield doesn't look too good. So I imagine we might be seeing that mono black deck in the finals. But more importantly, who is it going to be against here? As we've got Rakdos Reanimator versus Dimir Death Shadow, and no turn 1 super explosive play from Dominic gives Garrison a turn to resolve this ponder here. How do you want to go about it? Let's have a little look.
We got a swamp and a lotus petal here for Dominic. Now, if correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Dominic mulled the 5. It was at least 6. It might have been 5. And we'll have to see. A ponder here from Garrison, and I saw a Street Wraith. Couldn't quite get a good look of what else was going on.
So there's definitely a surgical in that hand as well.
Okay.
So, one kind of hate piece going on, but this is going to be an end of turn a tomb. So we're going to get to find one of our big fatties, get it into the graveyard. But over on Garrison's side, this could be a nice target in the upkeep or in the draw phase to target it with that surgical.
Typically you don't want to use the surgical until there's a reanimation spell being cast. Like, you want to get the most amount of value out of the surgical.
Yeah.
There are some situations where, like, if you're surgicaling, like we saw an example of where surgical there's a wasteland and then you surgical the land and draw step to get the land out of their hand. But like, the thing about them having a large creature in hand, you kind of don't mind them drawing that, because usually it's not really that great in their hand anyways.
We're kind of deciding which way do we want to go. Do we want to be going? We've got multiple targets here, right? To go in there. We could go the Griselbrand route. We could go the Insanity route, if that's in the deck. Atraxa, or just a straight up Archon of Cruelty. We'll see which. I suppose it could also now post sideboard. It could be things like Grief. Could be Shield Dreads. Could be Bowmasters. Could be Delphi Voidwalkers.
I gotta tell you, I don't know if we'd want to entomb for one of those, but we're gonna go for an Atraxa here. And that is, like we said, there is the copy of surgical in hand. Maybe Dominic has something like a Grief or an Unmask to be able to take a peek and see what Garrison has. It's one of those situations where if you had a Griefer and Unmask, you might just want to fire it off on turn 1, because if you can go Griefer Unmask before you cast the Entomb, then you don't have a window to get Surgical. But now, even if you cast the Grief, then Garrison can just respond with the Surgical, and yeah, your Grief's going to resolve, but your creature in the graveyard's going to be gone already.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that Garrison goes, yeah, sure, and taps, reanimates the Atraxa themselves. But maybe I'm living in a dream world. We'll see what's going to happen here. Here comes an Animate Dead. And as you said here, this is going to be the opportune moment to fire off this Surgical, targeting the Atraxa. Dominic says, yep, cool. That happens. Here's, he's like, I get to see your hand, right? And I get to look at your deck, take all the copies from it.
Well, you know what that means? That means we're not going to see a Reanimate from Garrison, and that makes me a little sad.
Well, not an Atraxa, but potentially, look at the hand. We've got another Entomb, another Animate Dead.
Yeah, the leftovers are pretty good here for Dominic. Can just go ahead and untap and fire both of those off. Does have access to 3 mana. So, yeah, this is the kind of the ideal start here for Dominic. Says, okay, I'm going to go for my first wave. You have the answer. That's fine. You're going to need this. You're going to need to answer the second wave as well.
And it does look like at least one wear and tear has come into the main deck. So that is a little bit of different sideboarding that we didn't see in game number 2. Other than that, I do see more Void Walkers, a lot of Bowmasters going on. So maybe that was one of the things that we kind of changed up here as we're going to shuffle up. Just 2 copies of Atraxa left in the deck. How many is actually in the deck? 2. Oh, it is only 2. So, it's the only 2. That leaves the other fatties in the deck being Gristlebrand, Siren Sanity, and the Archons of Cruelty, if all those copies are still in it.
Yep, and Garrison, knowing the leftovers here being Entomb and Animate Dead, really going to need to try and find a copy of a Force of Will. A Daze does technically work unless Dominic does find a mana source. And Thoughtseize, that's a pretty good one, Will.
I'm just thinking, like, if this is a mold of 6, that was a pretty good mold of 6, having double way to get things into your graveyard, double ways to bring them back. And we're gonna fire off the okay, we're gonna try and do the Entomb. It's gonna get dazed. We're gonna take the last card, just leave Dominic with 2 beautiful swamps in play, and then Garrison's gonna play the watery grave for the turn potentially. Yes, we are. We're gonna take a bit more damage.
Really good sequence here for Garrison.
Are we playing a Shadow as well? Don't do it. Oh my word.
Boy, that was a hell of a turn.
That's we need to get the chalk line out. That was a bit of a massacre there.
Advantage bar.
Jeez. Yep.
Yeah, where's the bar? We got to get production on this Storm. We got to get an advantage bar for next event. But in any case, Garrison going to go ahead and fetch shock here, make the Death Shadow a 4/4. Dominic on 20. That's going to be a 5-turn clock. If my math still, I'm still okay at math. I think I still got it.
Look, this Dimir Shadow deck is absolutely going off. That's the idea. So you just call it Dimir, and you start hitting all these cards in the right sequence. Dimir, that's old school. Dimir is where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes a bit more damage to ourselves as we play another Watery Grave. Again, people just tune in. Maybe you're not used to Legacy. You're like, hold on a minute, but they've also got these really expensive cards. They're not going to take this much damage from their own mana base. That's slightly different when you're playing Death Shadows. You want to be doing as much damage as possible to yourself because you get to grow it. As we see this Death Shadow growing bigger and bigger as we cycle this Street Wraith, it is now an 8/8 on the battlefield because we've got our life total down to 5. We don't have to worry about things like lightning bolts coming from Dominic's side.
Absolutely, yeah. This is, I don't like. We don't like to call them early, but I think we might be in, as what the kids call a garbage time, as we see an attack here for 8 damage. Garrison at 5 life. I mean, I guess maybe something like a Ritual and a Shield Rid for Dominic if there wasn't an answer in Garrison's hand. There we get I think there's a Brainstorm, a Wasteland, and a Delta left over. So, yeah, really needs to find some way to answer this Shadow. Looking at Dominic's deck list, not really any removal spells, nothing like a Fatal Push or, something like a spot removal spell that'd be able to take care of the Shadow. So, really looking for, I guess, like Entomb Reanimate, but Reanimate at 12 is kind of dicey.
Well, Bowmaster can bring along some little chump blockers, right? Plus, as you said, I think Archon might be the best thing that we could do to get this off the battlefield because not only does it deal damage, it's also a sack effect. Here comes a fetch land. I'm thinking, what could that last card be? What do I need to do here? Ideally, a Bowmaster would be good, and it's the battlefield does a point of damage, gives us a chump blocker. If it resolves, remember, Garrison's got 3 cards in hand plus the 4 field draw for the turn.
be like a Dothy Voidwalker, but that doesn't even really do it because you take 8 from the Shadow, go to 4, then you crack in for 3, put Garrison to 2, and then still have lethal. So it would have to be like Dothy Voidwalker this turn plus something else to be able to block the Shadow next turn, like a sequence of say Dothy into Bowmaster, providing 2 blockers. That might do it.
I'm trying to think what we could do. So we've got no red mana yet. If we fetch. No, and I think Dominic also kind of realizing this. It's a very slim pickings. The percentage points of being able to take this game down and kind of live that fairy tale from losing round number 1 and getting yourself to the finals. It's slipping away ever more here. I think we've got a spell though.
I wonder if this is Reanimate. Interesting. We're going.
Oh, reanimate.
Are we
the,
reanimating Street Wraith?
Yes, that's exactly what
I
we're
love
doing.
it. Absolutely love it. I think that's the only creature in the graveyard. We're going to go ahead and respond with a Brainstorm here for Garrison. And, we, I mentioned that there was potentially like Dothy Voidwalker this turn into a blocker for the Shadow next turn. That line still works with Street Wraith because, well, no, I guess that's not true because you lose 5 life and go to 7, then you just have to chump block.
I think that was going through the head. I'll lose to removal spell if there's one in their hand. If not, I gain another draw step. But gaining that extra draw step, what more is it really going to achieve? I guess it's got I don't even know what it's got to be. I'm literally trying to think. We need access to 2 cards really, and we don't. Obviously, we can't do that in one turn, especially not of this deck. Faithless Looting would put 2 in our hand, but then they put them straight back into the graveyard.
Yeah, maybe if there was already a creature in the graveyard for Dominic, then you would have, access to a lot more outs. But given that Dominic's deck is really all about A plus B, and we don't really have either A or B. We just kind of have a bunch of C's.
Ooh, we're going to surgical ourselves in response. So we're surgicaling it ourselves so there's no target, dropping our life points down to another 2, dropping us to 3. Means this Death Shadow grows to a 10/10. Is there a crazy line where Bowmaster can start getting us out of this? Jumps in, does a point, block, attack.
So you take 10, go to 2, and then go Bowmaster, put Garrison to 2, chump block with the token.
Street Wraith is drawn for the turn.
Okay.
This is gonna be a 12 power Death Shadow.
Exactsies.
It's gonna be game. There you go. Make it a 12/12. Handshake's going to be coming out any second now. There it is. Congratulations to Garrison taking it down, get themselves into the final. Dominic, unfortunately for you, you had a great run, my friend, after losing round number 1, not losing until this match. So congratulations to them. We're going to move back to the booth here. That is going to be it for our semi-finals. We're going to be able to come back real quickly with those finals. We're going to give the players a little couple minutes to shake themselves out, get the nerves off, remember what they're playing for here. Maybe we can get the prizes up on the screen before we go, just to show everybody at home what is on the line. This next game could have a large amount of money on it. In fact, it definitely does. There it is. Devin, this game is going to be what, a $600 game?
Yeah, plus all the points that we always have been talking about all weekend. The 30 points for first place compared to the 25 for second. And then you see the prizes as we go out, throughout the top 8, top 16, top 32. But yeah, players are really playing for those points. Every single point matters when we're going towards that end of the year championship.
Exactly, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that when we come back, ladies and gentlemen. But just stay with us. We're going to be real quickly, get the turnaround down. We want to reduce this downtime as much as we can for you all. We appreciate you all being here, watching the NRG Series 5K Legacy. My name is Will Hall. That's Darren O'Donnell. We'll be back super quickly with the finals. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the finals of the Legacy 5K, brought to you by the NRG Series. We start this weekend with 172 players. Today, right now, we are down to the final 2, but there can only be one, just like Highlander. And who is it going to be? Let's get the bracket up on the screen for you. Let's see exactly who managed to make it to the final and what decks they brought. Talk us through this, Evan.
All right. Well, we saw, you see on the left-hand side of your screen, the 8 versus 4, Will Kowalczyk defeating Sam, the mono black combo deck beating Boros Initiative. That's going to be the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, Garrison defeating Dominic, Garrison playing Dimir Death Shadow. And that is going to be our final matchup. Should be a very, very interesting one. Typically, I think I would maybe lean towards the Dimir Death Shadow side of things, but this is going to be a good match.
Well, I know what people are thinking at home, probably the same thing as me. What is this mono black combo deck? So what we're going to do is we're going to get these deck lists up on the screen for you. Let's start with Will's deck. This is the mono black combo deck. On paper, yes, it's got a combo in it, but every time we've seen it on camera so far, it's been kind of this grindy value mono black deck. Kind of talk us through that and all like the key cards in this deck.
Yeah, so the combo that we're trying to assemble here is Helm of Obedience plus Lane Line of the Void or Dothy Voidwalker. That allows you to Helm of Obedience is a weird card that mills your opponent until you hit a creature card, but with Dothy and Lane Line exiling all the cards, you don't actually hit a creature card, so it just mills your opponent's entire deck out. But there's also like additional elements here in the form of Orcish Bowmaster, Opposition Agent, and Shieldred alongside some fast mana and Karn, so you can kind of play this like weirdo pseudo mid-range game as well. So there's a lot of elements here for Will's deck, but that's the combo. And then the One Ring is another card that's present in Will's deck, just a value card that we can get with Karn and just naturally just ramp out with Dark Ritual.
Yeah, we've got a couple of them. Obviously, two in the main, one in the sideboard. This is a story as old as anything since Lord of the Rings sets come out, that the One Ring has got themselves into the top 8 and in this instance got themselves into the final. Let's see if we can go across to the Dimir show deck. We've seen it already from Garrison. Obviously managed to take down that last feature match that we had, but this is the 75 they bought this weekend. This is the 75 that has got them to the finals. Is it going to be the 75 that gets them the trophy? That's all to be seen. There's nothing crazy here, nothing sticking out to you, right, besides the addition to these new Orcish Bowmasters?
No, kind of like your traditional tempo style deck. You usually see this in the form of sometimes is it Delver, sometimes Grixis, but we're choosing to just go with Death Shadow as our additional threat of choice alongside the Bowmasters and Murktide Regents. Notably, only 2 copies of Delver Secrets, so it's they're the additional 1-drops are there, but with this particular matchup, Garrison really wants to try and get an early threat onto the battlefield and kind of back that up with the cheap permission, like Daze, like Force of Will. Wasteland also potentially really good at stapling, kind of keeping the mana off, like Ancient Tomb and things like that.
And obviously, what they're playing for this weekend is not only the money, but the points. There is obviously, this is a series. This is what everyone's been playing for. They're trying to get themselves these extra bonus 30 points so they can get to the leaderboard. Let's see if we can get that up on the screen for you all here. This is the current leaderboard. If we were to stop the count now, that would be the top 6 players would get those slots to the finals and get to play in a 16-person invite only, 25K on the line, as well as a PT invite. That is right, ladies and gentlemen, a 16-person PTQ. That'd be crazy. But we are only midway through the year now. There's a lot more events to come. We'll talk about them during the cyborg match games while they're kind of shuffling up. But this is how it stands. The winner of this match is going to gain themselves 30 extra points, going to skyrocket them into the top sort of 25-ish sort of bracket and give themselves for the rest of the year the best opportunity to get one of those final slots. We did add an extra 3 people to it yesterday. Let's see, have a little quick look, see if we can see who's already qualified for the end of the year. But I'm being told we'll be quiet. We're going down to the game because they're already drawing their own in hand. So here we go. As we see the trophy laid down on the table, that's what we're playing for, as well as the money and the points. We want to mulligan to 6 on Garrison on the right of your screen versus Will to the left, our number 1 seed, undefeated all day long. Can he get the clean sweep here and not taste an inkling of defeat here at the NRG 5K Legacy?
Yeah, we'll have to see what the opening hands are. It must be pre-game actions, Will. That is a Ley Line of the Void. And this is interesting.
Oh, is that good against a Murktide in hand? Also, is the trophy staying there all day, or are we going to move that trophy? Because
well, I'm curious. So I thought this was, if Will's the 1 seed and Garrison is the 2 seed, does that mean that Garrison was in the play because we played the water game first? I'm now kind of confused. Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, we're getting word that the seeds are actually incorrect. So Will's not the 1 seed. I was a little confused as to if Will was on the. Okay, there we go. Will's the 4 seed and Garrison's the 3 seed. So Will being on the draw here, but starting us off with the Ley Line, we're going for a Dark Ritual, maybe something like potential turn 1 powerful play here. Maybe follow up with a land drop and something like a Karn. I go for a Voidwalker.
So we had the option to Daze there, and we chose against it. Will kind of getting that read there that there could be a Daze in their hand, trying to go for a bigger threat. Here's going to be the 4 Cs, which might end up eating this Daze.
Sequenced very, very well for Will here. Wanted to go with the Dothy Voidwalker first, just in case Garrison had 2 copies of Daze, because if there were 2 Dazes, you take one of them, then Garrison can still Daze the Voidwalker. So very, very heads up play here for Will.
And also Days gets to sit underneath is this how this works? Does it go underneath the Voidwalker or the lane line? Do you get to pick? Or does your opponent get to pick?
Will, I wish I knew the answer to that question, but I know there's 2 replacement effects. I think the person who owns the card going to the graveyard gets to choose or something like that. I'm sure chat will tell us in a second if we get a couple of judges in chat, but
chat saying owner of the day's picks, opponent gets to pick. Okay, cool. So looks like the opponent gets to pick here. That trophy's sure. Why would you play trophy on the battlefield?
Are we keeping that here the whole time? I wasn't sure if we were doing that or not.
It would be a great treasure token, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, here's my treasure, whack it on the battlefield. But just giving you, a bit of insight of what's going on here. Okay, apparently we are keeping the trophy on the battlefield. The players are happy for that to happen. As we're going to come across here comes Orcish Bowmaster. The trigger is going to do 1 point damage. It's going to get that. I believe that's a rogue, right? Once it's on is that the creature type of it? Let me find. Yeah, human rogue for the opposition agent. That's going to go to the graveyard. As 1 point damage is going to happen to it. Plus the token is going to be thrown in the way and block it. That means 2 damage dealt. And then the fault sees to follow up. Last 2 cards, Shieldred and the one ring.
If Will can find a land here, we got 3 mana in play, 2 banger 4 drops. If Will can find a land off the top here, going to be able to deploy the ring. And never mind, that's a Wasteland. Yeah, the Wasteland was in play for Garrison. That's a good point.
Okay, but remember, like all these going to exile. None of them are going underneath the Voidwalker. Let's have a little look. See, we're going to start fetching up now. Bowmaster's coming across. Obviously can't block. Dolphin Walker does have that little extra text on it. That it is shadow, right? That is the word. Yeah, shadow. Something we don't really see too much in Magic anymore.
We all need to get some claps going on in the chat. The trophy has finally left the battlefield. Now we can get a little bit more organized here. This is kind of a weird race going on here. We're racing, kind of like two 1-1s right now before the Delver flips versus this 3-2. And this is, a classic limited game, I guess, as you were, where it's just, Reanimate found out the top.
Shieldred.
Will.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Let's see how this is going to pan out. I feel like that this race that we've been trying to do might change pretty quickly now. Let's have a little look. As we're going to come across to 4 points of damage, drop Will down to 13.
Garrison does have to be a little bit cautious of the life total here because you do lose 4 life off the Reanimate, and we're not even going to cast it. Interesting.
Okay. Well, here it comes across again. Another 3 points, dropping Garrison down to 9. This is a good little race we got going on.
Okay, I wonder if we had life totals incorrect, and I'm thinking that maybe that's why Garrison didn't cast the Reanimate as we see. I'm assuming we'll take game 1 here on a mono black combo.
Yeah, we're going to pick Garrison's sideboard up on the screen. We're going to see if we can we get confirmation exactly what happened there with the life total slightly off and we were behind. Please, production team, as we do look at this 75 here from Garrison. Now we know the matchup. It is open deck list. What cards do we like bringing in here?
All right, so against the mono black combo deck, you might want to go towards something like Force of Negation to be able to help answer Karn and or Helm of Obedience, because those are 2 very impactful cards. If especially if there's a ley line on the battlefield, you got to be able to counter that one. So may want to go towards the forces. Past that, there's not a ton here. Maybe Garrison could consider something like Null Rod to be able to shut off Chrome Mox. I don't know if you want to go towards that. Shieldred's Edict could be a good way at answering Shieldred or any of the other creatures like Orcish Bowmaster and Opposition Agent. But past that, not a ton here for Garrison.
Null Rod does stop the helmet combo, right?
Yes, that's a good point, yeah.
So that's nothing we can learn. Let's see if we can move across to Will's deck, see what he's got going on in his 75. Get that up on the screen for you. Here we go. So again, open deck list. We now know the exact 75 our opponents going to be playing. What do you like bringing in here, if anything? Because I do see Kyle in this game, in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Will's sideboard is essentially just 3 real sideboard cards and then 12 Karn targets. So outside of Plague Engineer, I don't really think that there's much else. You want to leave all those targets in the sideboard for Karn to make sure that you have the most amount of options available for Karn. And I don't think we're bringing in the Plague Engineer. I guess you could, have it to maybe stop Orcish Bowmaster or make it less effective, but I'm not sure if Will's going to want to go towards that.
And I do have confirmation that Will did take down that game number 1. The life totals were not being updated quick enough. Both players were going back and forth. And Will managed to take it down. Again, keeping on this undefeated streak that he's got going. He is one game away from having an absolutely clean record. That is not something that happens very often in Magic, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a huge achievement on top of the fact that you get to take down a legacy tournament. You get to take all that cash home. You get all those extra points. You get the trophy that we've seen a lot of now and all the bragging rights that go along with it. So I think players are kind of vision shuffling up. We'll see if we can get down to the match here before they're gonna, if they start sideboarding or taking mulligans, we'll move back across. We'll talk about maybe some future events coming up, but let's see how this goes. Will, one game away. Garrison needs to pull 2 back to take this down and get the trophy. Who do you hedge your bet against here? Who's kind of favorite post board, do you think?
I mean, I kind of like Garrison in game 1, but Will really just showed us the ability to how this mono black combo deck, it does have, the 1-2 punch of Helm of Obedience plus a ley line of the Void, excuse me. But it also really has this innate ability to just present kind of a mid-range clock. You were just able to assemble Dothy Voidwalker plus some random other beatdowns, and the Death Shadow deck really wants to kind of deplete its own life total to be able to set up a Death Shadow with Street Wraith and Thoughtseize and Watery Grave and things like that. So the kind of mediocre beatdown plan is even a lot better when your opponent's, say, starting the game at 12 or 11 life.
So looking back at that game, right, that game 1, and Garrison had the option to daze that Dark Ritual and chose against it. And then off that ritual, that's when the Dothy Voidwalker came down into the Thoughtseize. That if we actually dazed the Dark Ritual, we're almost a turn ahead there, right? Because the Thoughtseize, that's going to resolve at some, in maybe potentially the next turn. It's only going to take a Murktide. That's not doing much. Maybe that would have panned out a little bit more. Obviously, that's hindsight. We can't go back. No one's a mind reader when it comes to this, but maybe there's a chance that game could have played out a little bit more as both players start drawing their opening 7.
Yeah, and honestly, Will kind of just played that very, very well. Will kind of tried to bait, use the Dark Ritual kind of as bait, right? Will knew that he was going to be following up with a Thoughtseize and a Voidwalker. So, if the ritual resolves, then you could play around daze by just going Voidwalker first. And again, even if you Thoughtseize first and there's 2 dazes, then you get the Voidwalker dazed because you're going to take one of the dazes off Thoughtseize. So just very, very well sequenced by Will in game 1.
And if you are just tuning in, welcome. We are in the finals. And I know the question you all got on your mind, and it's 7. 7 Bowmasters are in the final. 3 rings are in the final between both of these decks here. As we're going to start off with a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Doing 4 damage to ourselves, exactly what we want to be doing in the Dimir Death Shadow deck. But what do you like taking out of this?
Give me that Chrome Box. Get out of here with that Chrome Box. I mean, look at Will's hand has a bunch of black cards, a Helm of Obedience, and a City of Traders. But if you take that Chrome Box, there is no black mana, and Will is going to be struggling to cast spells for a little bit.
Obviously on Garrison's side, I guess what's going through your head is like, okay, what if the top card is some sort of producing mana black card, or maybe I value the cards in my hand a little bit more, and we are going to take this grief here. The Mox, it does cost 2 cards, right? It's not free. It's not like one of the power 9 or anything crazy. It is going to kind of eat the resources. But a good thing to pick up on there is the Plague Engineers seem to be coming in out of the sideboard. One of the few cards that can actually come in because the rest seem to be targets.
Right. Plague Engineer is decent at being able to kind of pick off Bowmaster, and also gives you a Death Touch body to be able to trade with Death Shadow. So maybe that's what was going through Will's mind when boarding them in.
That card single-handedly wrecks all the decks that I normally play in multiple formats. Oh, you play Infect, cool. Especially when the creature type of Infect creatures got changed to Phyrexian, so now it just straight up wipes us all down. Here comes the Chrome Mox. What card are we going to exile for this?
Yeah, and it looks like Garrison does have a Force Negation and a Daze in hand. If I could, if my calculations were correct, I believe I saw both of those blue cards in Garrison's hand.
Yeah, I think you're right. And yeah, we're firing it off. We're going to stop that straight off the back. So that we did have a way to stop the black mana coming down, which makes the grief pick more understandable, right?
Yeah, especially because Garrison was on. If you take the Chrome Box and Will just kind of rips a swamp or something, you could go like grief, pitch something, take the daze, and then be able to go swamp Dark Ritual into Dothy Voidwalker. Second Thoughtseize here. Looks like Will picked up a copy of City of Traders. My guess is we're going after the Dark Ritual. It's kind of tough here.
Yeah. Correct. You managed to pick correctly. We could potentially play the the helm from hand this turn if we don't draw a source. Obviously, we can just this is not how that works.
You can
Float map.
result. You can do trigger on the stack.
It's. I was about to say what a rip, but also on the other side, what another rip, another day's. Pay an extra one. That ring would have been able to get you back in this game pretty quickly, I imagine. We've seen it all weekend long, but nope. And just passing the turn back.
Yeah, very good draw step here for Will. Garrison, fortunately for him, did have the copy of Days. We know that Will has a Helm of Obedience and a couple of cards that were not. Oh, okay. Picks up an Ancient Tomb. That's going to be able to cast the Helm.
Not the exact sequencing you want these in. Ideally, you want the tomb first when you start playing the City of Traders, but we do what we must. Helm on the battlefield. Obviously, one card that Garrison knew about was in hand after multiple Fort Seizes. Life total now slowly dropping down for future Fort Seizes, future Death Shadows.
And Will, we still know about that Dothy Voidwalker, so if Will can pick up 2 black sources, Dothy Voidwalker plus Helm, that's all she wrote.
I think Garrison's got at least, there's a Fatal Push as well. This is a Delver, a Street Wraith, and a Fort Seize. I think we might be keeping, not a Fort Seize, a Push. Might be keeping all these on top, especially backed up with a Force of Me in hand as well. Have a double check. You know what I mean? A lot on the line here. So Street Wraith is going to be the card put on top of the deck. We're going to keep that. And pass the turn back. This gives us the ability to obviously cycle Street Wraith, draw the Delver, give us our extra blue card if we need it. Do we deploy it?
Looks like a Force of Will, a Delver, and a Street Wraith here for Garrison. And again, we still know about the Dothy Voidwalker from Will, not a ton of other information as to what is in Will's hand. Likely some number of black spells that we probably can't cast. Ideally, if there's a Karn or a Ring, can find another soul land to be able to cast one of those cards.
So didn't get a good look at what we cycle in. Obviously, we'd like those cards on top of that. Oh, Wasteland taking out yet another land source for here. Will just with a lonely Helm on the battlefield.
We're gonna manually activate the Helm. Love to see it.
I need to get I need to have a little look, see what's going on here.
I was gonna ask production to put it up on screen, but if you put up the Ice Age version, there's like 5,000 lines of text, so it's really hard. I believe it's you mill until you put a creature into play, and then I think you just get the creature and sacrifice the Helm. So I mean, hey, Garrison's at 9, and we have a 3/3. I'm just saying.
Yeah, fair one. It could have gone horribly wrong if we hit like a Death Shadow, but Will play into his outs, coming across. This is obviously he's got a Fatal Push in hand that does not work against a Murktide.
Can you imagine if Will just won this game with no lands in play and a 3/3 Murktide?
with none of his own cards in hand. Okay, we do have one. We managed to hit one of the news or newish spell lands that we see. We don't see enough of these. I don't think it's more we see the activated ability ones from Kamigawa. This is Awakening, is it?
Agadon's Awakening.
Yeah, that's the one. Good card.
Right. Ritual Plague Engineer. You got to force that.
So that's another life point down though. Dropping Will to 5, 2 resources used for it. 1 card left in hand. We know that's a Fatal Push. Are we going to see this game absolutely finish with? Oh my word!
My god! I really think
we're doing it.
I think we're getting there.
What's going on, Bowmaster? You make a token. What's left in the deck? What? I suppose it's our own, right? That's our. We've got to draw our own. One off the top. Fort sees you. That is it. That's the game. I'm pretty sure this is a game. So Will, congratulations, Will, taking this down with. Oh yeah, you can have your card back. Maybe I want to buy that one off you though, because that's going to have a really cool story to it. But absolutely insane game. You don't need your own cards to win. Use your opponents. It's much easier that way. Congratulations. Undefeated all day long. We're going to come back to the booth because I'm pretty sure we're going to try and get Will in for an interview because, we have to. That was insane. That's one of the coolest ways to win a game of Magic. I have no permanence. I'm going to put your creature in the background. I'm going to keep turning it sideways to you. I guess that's one of the downsides of playing Death Shadow, right? You step on that fine line of doing too much damage to yourself where your opponent can then start taking advantage to it. But that's pretty
crazy. That the manual way with the Helm of Obedience.
That's the absolutely crazy nuts way. It looks like Will's got his headset on. Hey, Will, how are you doing? Congratulations.
Hey, thank you. It's going good.
That was insane. You, sir, have not lost a game all day long. That in itself is a huge achievement. How does that feel?
Great. The decks felt great all day.
Clearly. Devin, go for it.
Well, I mean, the question on everybody's mind, Will, talk us through that second game there. You Helm of Obedience, your opponent wastelands you, you're off your last land, you flip the 2 cards, you put the Murktide into play. What a crazy game 2.
Thank you. Yeah. At that point, I have just a Helm, and I'm going to have no lands. I'm thinking my only out is getting a good creature off my opponent's deck, and I'm going to use Helm the way it is intended to be used.
Hey, it worked, and you got there, and you won in absolutely perfect fashion. Unfortunately, you then started playing more permanents after that. You didn't get the perfect I have no permanents and still won the game kind of game,
Yep.
but who cares? You managed to take it down. What has been your highlight? This isn't a traditional deck that you kind of we see a lot in Legacy, but you brought it this weekend. You're undefeated. Why did you bring it?
I've been working on this deck for many months, and I've been putting in innovations. I know it's been a deck for a while. I did my changes. I've been playing hundreds of leagues with it, bringing it to the NRGs where I could actually make it shine in paper. I think it's really well positioned right now. That's what I'm thinking.
Perfect. Yeah, and another new card that we talk about here, Orcish Bowmaster, kind of the talk of the town over the past couple of weeks in Legacy. How's that card been for you all day? Has it been great? Has it been awesome?
It's been great. When it initially came out, I only had 2 in my deck. Now I've been testing it more. I have 4. It's one of the best fair creatures in the deck.
Well, that leads me straight. I've got to ask. You've got Bowmasters and you've got Rings in your deck.
Yep.
Which one have you cast most this weekend, and which one would you prefer if you had to pick one?
I think Bowmaster is better for the deck. The One Ring is just great as a win more. Win more.
Okay, sick.
Perfect. Well, I think that's all I got for questions. Will, do you get anything else you want to ask? Will,
I want to know, so what's your key card? Would you change anything in the deck after playing, 8 rounds plus the 3 in the top? So that's 11 rounds of Magic. Is there anything that you would now tweak after playing this weekend?
Not right now off the top of my head. I'd be curious to try just that 3rd more ring in the deck because I'm only on 2 in the main board. I didn't think it was great to have the 3rd, but that would be the only change I would think of after this.
Okay, well, one last thing. Anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to, say thank you to for this weekend? Because you have taken down the NRG Legacy 5K and gone completely undefeated all day. Do your shout outs, my friend, before you leave, because you deserve it.
Shout out to everyone I've been testing with for Legacy, all my friends back at home, Aiden, Eric, Aquino, everyone I've been playing with, all my friends at the game store.
Well, congratulations to you. Congratulations to them. I'm sure they're absolutely buzzing for you because now you're a little bit richer. You've got a lot more points in the bag, and hopefully we see you in a few more future events here at the NRG. We're going to give you one last clap, my friend, because absolutely outstanding performance. I honestly, going undefeated is such a hard thing to do. Congratulations. And on that one, I think that's going to cue me and you, Devin, up for one last final high 5 attempt.
Oh, we're doing it? All right, we're doing it.
Let's just make sure, okay? Right? 3, 2, 1. We suck.
Yeah,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
close
Well,
enough.
thank you very much for tuning in. That's the first thing I need to see. We need to start thanking people, right? One, NRG, putting these series on. I think we can all agree how good they look. The production, how the slides go in, the backup matches, the recording. It's been absolutely top notch. So if you do enjoy this, make sure you hit that follow button. We have to thank the casters that have been here all weekend long. Anu, Mason, Abe, hitting on stellar performances in the morning. Devin, I need to thank you for myself personally, and also probably chat's going to thank you for carrying me all weekend long. You need to get a massage, get those shoulders sorted out, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And lastly, you people at home watching, if it wasn't for you watching these events, there wouldn't be events going on. Okay, we wouldn't have to be able to bring you this high level production, and you can see the joy that it brings me to do this, and Devin and everyone else involved in it. So thank you from the bottom of our heart. Next time this stream is going to be going live, will be in Detroit. So make sure if you can make that on the August 12th, 13th. Modern 10K. Everybody loves Modern. Everyone's going to be tuning in for that. And then also on the Sunday, we've got a little Pioneer Chaser. After that one, we're going to be going to Indianapolis. That is going to be in October 14th and 15th. Pioneer 10K team event on the Sunday. Format still to be determined, so make sure you keep an eye out on that. Keep a look on the maybe the NRG Twitter to see what sort of posts come out on that. And then finally, they're going to be heading to Madison November 25th, 26th, Thanksgiving weekend, Saturday. 10K Modern again, and on Sunday a bit more Pioneer for you all at home. I hope you've enjoyed this weekend as much as me, as much as Devin, for me, the production team, all the other casters. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all soon. Have a good rest of your day wherever you are in the world. See you later on.